Cheap virals, Stone Age stuff, bits of cannibalized standard code and a broadcast matrix. You lob them into enemy systems and they try to carry out whatever looped functions they were for originally. Clogs up the operating code with inconsistent commands. That's the theory, anyway. I hear it doesn't work all that well. In fact, I knew the limitations of the weapon pretty well firsthand. Final Resistance on Adoration 150 years back had broadcast data shrapnel to slow down the envoy advance across the Manzana Basin, because it was all they had left. It hadn't slowed us down all that much. The furious hand-to-hand fighting that followed in the covered streets of Neruda had hurt us far more. But Jack Sol Brazel, with his adopted name and passion for a culture whose planet he'd never seen, didn't need to hear about that right now. He shifted his long body on the sand. Yeah, well, the new Hokkaido Contingency Committee didn't share your skepticism. Or maybe they were just desperate. Anyway, they came up with something similar based on digitized human freight. They built shell personalities for each committee member, just a surface assembly of basic memory and self— Oh, you are fucking kidding me. And loaded them into wide-cast data mines to be deployed inside the Quellist sectors and triggered if they were overrun. No, I'm not kidding you. I closed my own eyes. Oh, fuck. Brazel's voice ticked onward, remorseless. Yeah, plan was, in the event of a rout, they'd trigger the mines and leave a few dozen of their own defenders, maybe the vanguard units of the encroaching forces as well, each solidly convinced they were Quellchrist Falconer, or whoever. Sound of waves and distant cries across the water.
Would you mind holding me while I go under?
I saw her face. I heard the changed voice that wasn't Sylvie Oshima.
Touch me. Tell me you're fucking real.
Brazel was still going, but you could hear him winding down. Quite a smart weapon when you think about it. Widespread confusion. Who the fuck do you trust? Who do you arrest? Chaos, really. Maybe it buys time for the real Quell to get out. Maybe just creates chaos. The final blow. Who knows? When I opened my eyes again, he was sitting up and staring out to sea again. The peace and the humor in his face were gone, wiped away like makeup, like seawater dried off in the sun. Out of nowhere, inside the tight-muscled surfer physique, he looked suddenly bitter and angry. "Who told you all that?" I asked him. He glanced back at me, and the ghost of his former smile flickered. "Someone you need to meet," he said quietly. We took his bug, a stripped-down two-seater not much bigger than the single I'd rented, but, as it turned out, far faster. Brazel took the trouble to pull on a battered-looking panther-skin crash suit, something else that marked him out as different from all the other idiots cruising up and down the highway in swimwear at speeds that would flay flesh to the bone if they spilled and rolled. "Yeah, well," he said when I mentioned it, "some chances are worth taking. The rest is just death wish." I picked up my polyalloy helmet and molded it on. My voice came through the speaker tinnily.
"Gotta watch that shit, huh?"
He nodded. "All the time." He cranked the bug up, settled his own helmet, and then kicked us down the highway at an even 200 kilometers an hour, heading north. Back along the path I'd already traced, looking for him. Past the all-night diner, past the other stops and knots of population where I'd scattered his name like blood around a bottle-back charter boat, back through Kem Point and farther. In daylight, the Strip lost a lot of its romance. The tiny hamlets of windowlight I'd passed going south the previous evening showed up as sun-blasted utilitarian low-rises and fabs. Neon and hollow signs were switched off or bleached out to near invisibility. The Doontown settlements shed their cozy Main Street at night appeal and became simple accretions of structure on either side of a detritus-strewn highway. Only the sound of the sea and the fragrances in the air were the same, and we were going too fast to register them. 20 kilometers north of Kem Point, a small, badly paved side road led away into the dunes. Brazel throttled back for the turn, not as much as I would have liked, and took us off the highway. Sand boiled from under the bug, scoured out from around the irregular chunks of evercrete and off the bedrock the road had been laid over, with grav-effect vehicles paving as often as much about signaling where the path goes as providing an actual surface. And just over the first line of dunes, whoever had laid this track had abandoned the effort in favor of aluminum and carbon fiber marker poles driven into the ground at 10-meter intervals. Brazel let our speed bleed off, and we cruised sedately along the path of poles as it snaked seaward through the sandscape. A couple of dilapidated bubble fabs appeared along the route, pitched at unlikely angles on the slopes around us. It wasn't clear if anyone was living in them. Farther on I saw a combat-rigged skimmer parked under a tented dust canopy in a shallow defile. Spider-like watchdog systems like miniature karakuri flexed themselves awake on its upper surfaces at the sound of the bug's engine, or maybe the heat we gave off. They raised a couple of limbs in our direction, then settled down again as we passed. We crested the final set of dunes, and Brazel stopped the bug sideways onto the sea. He lifted off his helmet, leaned forward on the controls, and nodded down the slope. "There you go. Tell you anything?" A long time ago, someone had driven an armored hoverloader up the beach until its nose rammed the line of dunes, and then, apparently, just left it there. Now the vessel sprawled in its collapsed skirt like a swamp panther that had crouched for approaching prey and then been slaughtered where it lay. The rear steerage vanes had blown around to an angle that suited the prevailing wind, and were apparently jammed there. Sand had crept into the jigsaw lines of the armoring and built up along the facing side of the skirt, so the armored flanks of the loader seemed to be the upper surfaces of a much larger buried structure. The gun ports on the side I could see offered blast barrels cranked to the sky, a sure sign that the hydraulic governors were shot. The dorsal hatches were blown back, as if for evacuation. On the side of the central fuselage, up near the blister of the bridge, I spotted traces of color, black and red, wound together in a familiar pattern that touched me in the spine with a cold hand. The time-abraded traces of a stylized Quellcrist frond.
Oh, no way.
"Yeah." Brazel shifted in the bug's saddle. "That's right."
Has this been here since—
"Yeah, pretty much." We rode the bug down the dune and dismounted near the tail end. Brazel cut the power, and the vehicle sank to the sand like an obedient seal. The loader bulked above us, smart metal armor soaking up the heat of the sun so there was a faint chill close up. At 3 points along the pitted flank, access ladders led down from the edge of the skirt rail and buried their feet in the sand. The one at the rear, where the vessel had tilted toward the ground, was angled outward and almost horizontal. Brazel ignored it, grabbed at the skirt rail, and levered himself up onto the deck above with effortless grace. I rolled my eyes and followed suit. The voice caught me as I straightened up. "So is this him?" I blinked in the sun and made out a slight figure ahead of us on the lightly canted deck. He stood about a head shorter than Brazel and wore a simple gray coverall, whose sleeves were hacked off at the shoulders. From the features below the sparse white hair, he had to be in his 60s at least, but the exposed arms were ropey with muscle and ended in big, bony hands, and the soft voice had a corded strength behind it. There was a tension to the question that approached hostility. I stepped forward to join Brazel, mirrored the way the old man stood with his hands hanging at his sides like weapons he might need. Met his eyes incuriously. Yeah, I'm him. His gaze seemed to flinch downward, but it wasn't that. He was looking me over. There was a moment of silence.
You've spoken to her.
Yes. My voice softened a fraction. I'd misread the tension in him. It wasn't hostility. I've spoken to her. Inside the hoverloader there was an unexpected sense of space and natural light. Combat vessels of this sort are usually pretty cramped, but Soseki Koi had had a lot of time to change all that. Bulkheads had been ripped out, and in places the upper-level deck had been peeled back to create 5-meter light wells. The sun poured in through the few vision ports, and the opened dorsal hatches blasted its way elsewhere between cracked armoring that might have been battle damage or deliberate modification. A riot of plant life clustered about these opened areas, spilling out of hung baskets and twining up exposed struts in the skeleton of the fuselage. Aluminum paneling had been carefully replaced in some areas, left to decay in others. Somewhere not visible, water flow over rocks chuckled in patient counterpoint to the baseline pounding of the surf outside. Koi got us seated on padded matting around a low, formally set table at the bottom of one of the light wells. He served us with traces of old-school ceremony from the loader's autochef, which sat on a shelf behind him and still seemed to be working pretty well. To the selection of grilled meat and pan noodles, he added a pot of belloweed tea and fruit grown from the plants overhead, vine plums and thick 30-centimeter lengths of Kasuth chainberry. Brazel dug into everything with the enthusiasm of a man who'd been in the water all day. I picked at my food, took just enough to be polite apart from the chainberry, which was some of the best I'd ever tasted. Koi held himself rigidly back from questions while we ate. Eventually, Brazel tossed the stripped threads of his last piece of chainberry onto his plate, wiped his fingers on a napkin, and nodded at me. "Tell him. I gave him the highlights, but it's your story." I looked across the table of devastated food and saw the hunger that sat there. "Well, it's a while back now, a few months. I was up in Takeshi on business. I was in this bar down on the waterfront, Tokyo Crow. She was—" It felt strange telling it. Strange, and, if I was honest, very distant. Listening to my own voice now, I suddenly had a hard time myself believing the path I'd tracked from that night of splattered blood and screaming hallucinations out across the machine-haunted wastes of New Hawk and back south again, running from a doppelganger. Quixotic chivalry in wharfside bars, frantic schizophrenic sex, and repeated water-borne flight in the company of a mysterious and damaged woman with hair of living steel, mountainside gun battles with the shards of myself amid the ruins of our Martian heritage. Sylvie was right when she christened me Mickey in the shadows of the crane. It was pure Xperia. No wonder Radal Segesvar was having a hard time coming to terms with what I'd done. Told this tale of muddled loyalties and blown-off course rerouting, the man who'd come to him 2 years previously for backing would have laughed out loud in disbelief. No. You wouldn't have laughed. You would have stared, cold with detachment, as you barely listened and thought about something else. About the next new revelation slaughter, blood on the blade of a tebbit knife, a steep-sided pit out in the weed expanse, and a shrill screaming that goes on and on. You would have shrugged the story away, true or not, content with what you had instead. But Coy drank it in without a word. When I paused and looked at him, he asked no questions. He waited patiently, and once, when I seemed to have stalled, he made a single, gentle gesture for me to continue. Finally, when I was done, he sat for a while and then nodded to himself.
"You say she called you names when she first came back?"
Yes. Envoy recall lifted them from the depths of inconsequential memory for me. Odisej, Ogawa. She thought I was one of her soldiers from the Tetsu battalion, part of the Black Brigades.
So...
He looked away, face indecipherable, voice soft.
"Thank you, Kovacs-san."
Quiet. I exchanged glances with Brazel. The surfer cleared his throat. "Is that bad?" Coy drew breath, as if it hurt him.
"It isn't helpful."
He looked at us again and smiled sadly.
"I was in the Black Brigades. Tetsu Battalion wasn't part of them. It was a separate front."
Brazel shrugged. Maybe she was confused.
"Yes, maybe."
But the sadness never left his eyes. "And the names?" I asked him. "Do you recognize them?" He shook his head.
"Ogawa's not an uncommon name for the North, but I don't think I knew anyone called that. It's hard to be sure after all this time, but it doesn't chime. And Odisej, well..." A shrug. "There's the Kendo-sensei, but I don't think she had a Quellist past." We sat in silence for a little while. Finally, Brazel sighed. "Ah, fuck." For some reason, the tiny explosion seemed to animate Coy. He smiled again, this time with a gleam I hadn't seen in him before. "You sound discouraged, my friend."
"Yeah, well, I really thought this might be it, you know. I thought we were really going to do this." Coy reached for the plates and began to clear them onto the ledge behind his shoulder. His movements were smooth and economical, and he talked as he worked.
"Do you know what day it is next week?" he asked conversationally.
We both blinked at him.
"No? How unhealthy. How easily we wrap ourselves up in our own concerns, eh? How easily we detach from the wider scheme of life as it's lived by the majority."
He leaned forward to collect the farthest dishes, and I handed them to him.
"Oh, thank you. Next week, the end of next week, is Conrad Harlan's birthday. In Millsport, celebration will be mandatory. Fireworks and festivities without mercy. The chaos of humans at play."
Brazel got it before me. His face lit up. "You mean—"
Coy smiled gently. "My friend, for all I know, this might well really be it, as you rather cryptically describe it. But whether it is or not, I can tell you now we are really going to do this, because we really have no other choice."
It was what I wanted to hear, but I still couldn't quite believe he'd said it. On the ride south, I'd imagined I might get Brazel and Vidora, maybe another few of the Neo-Quell faithful, to weigh in on my side, whatever the holes in their wish fulfillment. But Brazel's data shrapnel story, the way it fitted the new Hawk detail, and the understanding that it came from someone who knew, who'd been there, the meeting with this small, self-contained man and his serious approach to gardening and food, all this was pushing me toward the vertiginous edge of a belief that I'd been wasting my time. The understanding that I hadn't was almost as dizzying.
"Consider," said Coy,
and something seemed to have changed in his voice.
"Maybe this ghost of Nadia Makita is exactly that, a ghost. But is not a woken and vengeful ghost enough? Has it not already been enough for the oligarchs to panic and disobey the binding covenants of their puppet masters back on Earth? How, then, can we not do this? How can we not take back from their grip this object of their terror and rage?"
I traded another look with Brazel, raised an eyebrow. "This isn't going to be easy to sell," the surfer said grimly. "Most of the ex-bugs will fight if they think it's Quell they're going to get, and they'll talk the others around, but I don't know if they'll do it for a woken ghost, however fucking vengeful." Coy finished clearing the plates, took up a napkin, and examined his hands. He found a ribbon of chainberry juice caught around one wrist and cleaned it off with meticulous attention. His gaze was fixed on the task as he spoke.
"I will speak to them if you wish. But in the end, if they have no conviction of their own, Quell herself wouldn't ask them to fight, and neither will I."
Brazel nodded. "Great. Coy." Suddenly I needed to know. "Do you think this is a ghost we're chasing?" He made a tiny sound, something between a chuckle and a sigh.
"We are all chasing ghosts, Kovacs-san. Living as long as we now do, how could we not be?"
"Sarah." I forced it down, wondering if he saw the wince at the edges of my eyes as I did it, wondering with sudden paranoia if he already somehow knew. My voice grated coming out. "That isn't what I asked you." He blinked and suddenly smiled again.
"No, it isn't. You asked me if I believed, and I evaded your question. Forgive me. On Ventura Beach, cheap metaphysics and cheap politics rub shoulders, and both are in frequent demand. With a little effort, a passable living can be made from dispensing them, but then the habit becomes hard to break." He sighed. "Do I believe we are dealing with the return of Quellcrist Falconer? With every fiber of my being I want to. But, like any Quellist, I am impelled to face the facts. And the facts do not support what I want to believe."
"It's not her."
"It's not likely. But in one of her less passionate moments, Quell herself once offered an escape clause for situations such as these. If the facts are against you, she said, but you cannot bear to cease believing, then at least suspend judgment. Wait and see."
"I'd have thought that mitigates pretty effectively against action."
He nodded. "Mostly it does. But in this case, the issue of what I want to be true has nothing to do with whether we act or not, because this much I do believe. Even if this ghost has no more than talismanic value, its time is here and its place is among us. One way or another there is a change coming. The Harlonites recognize it as well as we do, and they have already made their move. It only remains for us to make ours. If in the end I have to fight and die for the ghost and memory of Quellcrist Falconer and not the woman herself, then that will be better than not fighting at all."
That stayed in my head like an echo, long after we left Soseki Koi to his preparations and rode the bug back along the strip. That, and his simple question, the simple conviction behind it. Is not a woken and vengeful ghost enough? But it wasn't the same for me, because this ghost I'd held, and I'd watched moonlight across the floor of a cabin in the mountains while she slipped away from me into sleep, not knowing if she'd be waking again. If she could be woken again, I didn't want to be the one to tell her what she was. I didn't want to be there to watch her face when she found out. Chapter 26. After that, it went rapidly. There is thought and there is action, a youngish quell once said, stealing liberally, I later discovered, from Harlan's world's ancient samurai heritage. Do not confuse the two. When the time comes to act, your thought must already be complete. There will be no room for it when the action begins. Brazel went back to the others and presented Coy's decision as his own. There was a splutter of dispute from some of the surfers who still hadn't forgiven me for Sanction 4, but it didn't last. Even Mariotto dropped her hostility like a broken toy as it became clear I was peripheral to the real issue. One by one, in the sunset-painted shade and glow of the common living room, the men and women of Ventura Beach gave their assent. It seemed that a woken ghost was going to be enough. The component parts of the raid floated together with a speed and ease that, for the more suggestible, might have implied the favor of gods or agents of destiny. For Coy, it was simply the flow of historical forces, no more in question than the laws of gravity or thermodynamics. It was a confirmation that the time had come, that the political pot was boiling over. Of course it was going to spill. Of course it was all going to fall in the same direction, onto the floor. Where else could it go? I told him I thought it was luck, and he just smiled. And it came together anyway. Personnel. The little blue bugs. They barely existed anymore as an actual entity, but there were enough of the old crew around to form a core that corresponded roughly to legend. Newcomers drawn in over the years by the legend's gravitational pull sketched an outlined weight of numbers and claimed the nomenclature by association. Over even more years, Brazel had learned to trust some of them. He'd seen them surf, and he'd seen them fight. More importantly, he'd seen them all prove their ability to adopt Quell's maxim and get on with living a full life when armed struggle was inappropriate. Together, the old and the new, they were as close to a Quellist task force as it was possible to get without a time machine. Weapons. The casually parked military skimmer in Coy's backyard was emblematic of a tendency that ran the length and breadth of the Strip. The bugs weren't the only heavy heist types to have taken refuge on Ventura Beach. Whatever it was that drew Brazel and his kind to the waves, it was a general tug that manifested itself just as easily in an enthusiasm for law-breaking of a dozen different stripes. Sourcetown was awash with retired thugs and revolutionaries, and it seemed none of them had ever felt like giving up their toys for good. Shake down the Strip and hardware tumbled out of it like vials and sex toys from the sheets of Mitzi Harlan's bed. Planning. Overrated as far as most of Brazel's crew were concerned. Ryla Craggs was almost as notorious as the old secret police headquarters on Shimatsu Boulevard, the one Black Brigade member Iphigenia Deme brought down in smoking rubble when they tried to interrogate her in the basement and triggered her implanted enzyme explosives instead. The desire to do the same thing at Ryla was a palpable prickle in the air of the house. It took a while to convince the more passionate among the newly reconfigured bugs that an all-out assault on the Craggs would be suicide of an infinitely less productive form than Deme's. "Can't blame them," said Coy, his Black Brigade past suddenly glinting in the edge on his voice. "They've been waiting long enough for the chance to make someone pay." "Daniel hasn't," I said pointedly. He's barely been alive 2 decades. Coy shrugged.
Rage at injustice is a forest fire. It jumps all divides, even those between generations.
I stopped wading and looked back at him. You could see how he might be getting carried away. We were both sea giants out of legend now, knee-deep in a virtual ocean amid the islands and reefs of the Millsport archipelago at 1 to 2,000 scale. Sierra Trey had called in some Haiduchi favors and gotten us time in a high-resolution mapping construct belonging to a firm of marine architects whose commercial management techniques wouldn't bear too much close legal scrutiny. They weren't overjoyed about the loan, but that's what happens when you cozy up with the Haiduchi. Have you ever actually seen a forest fire, Coy? Because they sure as hell aren't common on a world that's 95% ocean.
No, he gestured. It was a metaphor, but I have seen what happens when injustice finally triggers retribution, and it lasts for a long time.
Yes, I know that. I stared away toward the waters of the southern reach. The construct had reproduced the maelstrom there in miniature, gurgling and grinding and tugging at my legs beneath the surface. If the depth of the water had been to the same scale as the rest of the construct, it probably would have dragged me off my feet.
And you? Have you seen a forest fire? Off-world, perhaps?
Seen a couple, yeah. On Loiko, I helped start one. I went on looking into the maelstrom. During the pilots' revolt, a lot of their damaged vessels came down in the Ekaterina Tract, and they ran a guerrilla war from the cover for months. We had to burn them out. I was an envoy then.
I see.
His voice showed no reaction.
Did it work?
Yeah, for a while. We certainly killed a lot of them. But like you said, that kind of resistance lives for generations.
Yes. And the fire?
I looked back at him again and smiled bleakly. Took a long time to put out. Listen, Brazel's wrong about this gap. There's clear line of sight to the new Kanagawa security sweeps as soon as we round the headland here. Look at it. And the other side is reefed. We can't come in from that side. We'll get cut to pieces. He waded across and looked.
Assuming they're waiting for us, yes.
They're waiting for something. They know me. They know I'll be coming for her. Fuck it, they've got me on tap. All they've got to do is fucking ask me. Ask him, and he'll tell them what to expect, the little shit. The sense of betrayal was raw and immense, like something ripped out of my chest. Like Sarah.
Then will he not know to come here?
Coy asked softly.
To Vichora?
I don't think so. I reran my own second-guessing rationale as I boarded the Haiduchi's daughter into Kitamura, hoping it sounded as convincing out loud. He's too young to know anything about my time with the bugs, and there's no official record they can feed him. Vidora he knows, but for him she's still a trainer back in the Corps. He'll have no feel for what she might be doing now or any post-surface connection we might have. This Ayura bitch will give 'em what they've got on me, maybe on Virginia too, but they don't have much, and what they do have is misleading. We're envoys. We both covered our tracks and sewed the data flows with tinsel every move we made.
Very thorough of you.
I searched the lined face for irony and found none apparent. I shrugged. It's the conditioning. We're trained to disappear without trace on worlds we hardly know. Doing it somewhere you grew up is child's play. All these motherfuckers have got to work with is underworld rumor and a series of sentences in storage. That's not much to go on with a whole globe to cover and no aerial capacity. And the one thing he probably thinks he knows about me is that I'll avoid New Pest like the plague. I shut down the updraft of family feeling that had stabbed through me on the Haiduchi's daughter. let go a compressed breath.
"So where will he look for you?"
I nodded at the model of Millsport in front of us, brooding on the densely settled islands and platforms. "I think he's probably looking for me right there. It's where I always came when I wasn't off-world. It's the biggest urban environment on the planet, the easiest place to disappear if you know it well, and it's right across the bay from Ryla. If I were an envoy, that's where I'd be, hidden and an easy striking distance." For a moment, my unaccustomed aerial viewpoint grew dizzying as I looked down on the wharf lines and streets, unfocused memory down the disjointed centuries, blurring the old and new into a smudged familiarity. "And he's down there somewhere. Oh, come on, there's no way you can be sure of... He's down there somewhere like an antibody, perfectly shaped to match the intruder he's looking for, asking soft questions in the flow of city life, bribing, threatening, levering, breaking, all the things that they taught us both so well. He's breathing deep as he does it, living it for its own dark and joyous sake, like some inverted version of Jack Sol Brazo's philosophy of life." Plex's words came trickling back to me.
"He's got an energy to him as well. It feels as if he can't wait to get things done, to get started on everything. He's confident. He's not scared of anything. Nothing's a problem. He laughs at everything."
I thought back along my train of associations in the last year, the people I might have endangered. Todor Murakami, if he was still hanging around undeployed. Would my younger self know him? Murakami had joined the Corps almost the same time as I had, but we hadn't seen much of each other in the early days, hadn't deployed together until in Kruma's Land and in Nenin. Would Ayura's pet Kovacs make the connection? Would he be able to play Murakami successfully? Come to that, would Ayura let her newly double-sleeved creation anywhere near a serving envoy? Would she dare? Probably not. And Murakami, with the full weight of the Corps behind him, could look after himself. Issa. Oh, shit. 15-year-old Issa, wearing toughest titanium woman of the world, like a panther-skin jacket over a soft and privileged upbringing, among what was left of Millsport's middle class. Razor-sharp smart and just as brittle, like a pretend edition of Little Mito, just before I left for the envoys. If he found Issa, then... Relax, you're covered. Only place she can put you is in Takitamora. They get Issa, they've got nothing. But it took me that long, that heartbeat, to care. The knowledge of the gap was a cold revulsion welling up through me. But he'll break her in half if she gets in his way. He'll go through her like angel fire. Will he? If she reminds you of Mito, isn't she going to remind him too? It's the same sister for both of you. Isn't that going to stop him? Isn't it? I cast my mind back into the murk of operational days with the Corps and didn't know. "Kovacs!" It was a voice out of the sky. I blinked and looked up from the mottled streets of Millsport. Over our heads, Brazel hung in the air of the virtuality, clad in garish orange surf shorts and tatters of low-level cloud. With his physique and long fair hair blown back by stratospheric winds, he looked like a disreputable minor god. I raised a hand in greeting. "Jack, you've got to come and look at this northern approach. It isn't going to... Got no time for that, Tack. You need to bail out, right now." I felt a tightening around my chest. "What is it?" "Company," he said cryptically, and vanished in a twist of white light. The offices of Jorinda Tudjman-Sklep, marine architects and fluid dynamics engineers by appointment, We're in North Sourcetown, where the Strip started to morph into resort complexes and beaches with safe surf. It wasn't a part of town any of Brazel's crew would have been seen dead in under normal circumstances, but they merged competently enough with the tourist hordes. Only someone who was looking for hardcore surfer poise would have spotted it beneath the violently mismatched high-color branded beachwear they'd adopted like camouflage. In the sober surroundings of a nil-vibe conference chamber 10 floors up from the promenade, they looked like an outbreak of some exotic anti-corporate fungal infection.
A priest? A fucking priest?
I'm afraid so,
Sierra Trey told me.
Apparently alone, which I understand is unusual for the new revelation.
Unless they're borrowing tricks from the Sharian martyr brigades,
said Virginia Vidora somberly.
Sanctified solo assassins against targeted infidels? What have you been up to, Tak?
It's personal, I muttered.
Isn't it always?
Vidora grimaced and looked around at the assembled company. Brazel shrugged, and Trey showed no more emotion than usual, but Otto and Coy both looked angrily intent.
Tak, I think we have a right to know what's going on. This could jeopardize everything we're working for.
It's got nothing to do with what we're working for, Virginia. It's irrelevant. These bearded fucks are too stupid incompetent to touch us. They're strictly the bottom of the food chain.
Stupid or not,
Coy pointed out.
One of them has succeeded in following you here, and is now asking after you in Chem Point.
Fine. I'll go and kill him.
Mariotto shook her head.
Not alone you won't. Hey, this is my fucking problem, Mari. Tak, calm down.
I am fucking calm.
My shout sank into the nil-vibe muffling like pain drowned in IV endorphin. No one said anything for a while. Mariotto looked pointedly away out of the window. Sierra Trey raised an eyebrow. Brazel examined the floor with elaborate care. I grimaced and tried again, quietly.
Guys, this is my problem, and I would like to deal with it myself.
No.
It was Coy.
There is no time for this. We have already spent 2 days that we can ill afford in preparation. We cannot delay further. Your private vendettas will have to wait.
It isn't going to take—
I said no. By tomorrow morning your bearded friend will in any case be looking in entirely the wrong place for you.
The ex-Black Brigade commando turned away, dismissing me the way Virginia Vidora would sometimes do when we'd performed badly in envoy training sessions.
Sierra, we'll need to up the real-time ratio on the construct, though I don't imagine it ramps that high anyway, does it?
Trey shrugged.
Architectural specs, you know how they are. Time's not usually the issue. Maybe get 40, 50 times real out of a system like that at full flog.
That's fine.
Coy was building an almost visible internal momentum as he talked. I imagined the unsettlement, clandestine meetings in hidden back rooms, scant light on scrawled plans.
It'll do, but we're going to need that running at 2 separate levels, the mapping construct and a virtual hotel suite with conference facilities. We need to be able to shuttle between the two easily, at will. Some kind of basic triggering gesture like a double blink. I don't want to have to come back to the real world while we're planning this.
Trey nodded, already moving.
I'll go tell Tudgman to get on it.
She ducked out of the nil-vibe chamber. The door clumped gently shut behind her. Coy turned back to the rest of us.
Now I suggest we take a few minutes to clear our heads, because once this is up and running, we're going to live in virtual until we're done. With luck, we can complete before tonight, real time, and be on our way. And Kovacs, this is only my personal opinion, but I think you owe at least some of us here an explanation.
I met his gaze, a sudden flood of dislike for his crab-shit march of history politics, giving me a handy frozen stare to do it with.
You're so right, Saseki. That is your personal opinion. So how about you keep it to yourself?
Virginia Vidora cleared her throat.
Tak, I think we should go down and get a coffee or something.
Yeah, I think we should.
I gave Coy the last of my stare and made for the door. I saw Vidora and Brazel exchange a look, and then she followed me out. Neither of us said anything as we rode the transparent elevator down through a light-filled central space to the ground. Halfway down in a large glass-walled office, I spotted Tudjman shouting inaudibly at an impassive Sierra Trey. Clearly, the demand for a higher ratio virtual environment wasn't being well received. The elevator let us out into an open-fronted atrium and the sound of the street outside. I crossed the lobby floor, stepped out into the throng of tourists on the promenade, then hooked an autocab with a wave of my arm. Virginia Vidora grabbed my other arm as the cab settled to the ground. "Where do you think you're going?" "You know where I'm going." "No." She tightened up on me. "No, you're not. Coy's right. We don't have time for this." "It isn't going to take long enough to worry about." I tried to move toward the autocab's opening hatch, but short of hand-to-hand combat, there was no way. And even that, against Vidora, was a far from reliable option. I swung back toward her, exasperated. "Virginia, let me go!" "What happens if it goes wrong, Tak? What happens if this priest—" "It isn't going to go wrong. I've been killing these sick fucks for over a year now, and—" I stopped. Vidora's surfer sleeve was almost as tall as my own, and our eyes were only about a handbreadth apart. I could feel her breath on my mouth, and the tension in her body. Her fingers dug into my arm. "That's it," she said. "Stand down. You talk to me, Tak. You stand down and you fucking talk to me about this." "What is there to talk about?" She smiles at me across the mirrorwood table. It isn't a face much like the one I remember. It's a good few years younger, for one thing. But there are echoes in the new sleeve of the body that died in a hail of Kalashnikov fire before my eyes a lifetime ago. The same length of limb, the same sideways fall of raven hair. Something about the way she tips her head so that hair slides away from her right eye, the way she smokes, the way she still smokes. Sarah Sakalovska, out of storage, living her life. Well, nothing, I guess, if you're happy. I am happy. She plumes smoke away from the table, momentarily irritated. It's a tiny spark of the woman I used to know. I mean, wouldn't you be? Sentence commuted for cash equivalents and the money still flooding in. There'll be biocoding work for the next decade. Until the ocean settles down again, we've got whole new levels of flow to domesticate. And that's just locally. Someone's still got to model the impact where the Makuni current hits the warm water coming up from Kossuth, and then do something about it. We'll be tendering as soon as the government funding clears. Yosef says the rate we're going, I'll have paid off the whole sentence in another 10 years. Yosef? Oh yeah, I should have said. The smile comes out again, wider this time, more open. He's really great, Tak. You should meet him. He's running the project up there. He's one of the reasons I got out in the first wave. He was doing the virtual hearings. He was my project liaison when I got out, and then we just... You know. She looks down at her lap, still smiling. You're blushing, Sarah. I am not. Yeah, you are. I know I'm supposed to feel happy for her, but I can't. Too many memories of her long, pale flanks moving against me in hotel suite beds and seedy hideout apartments. So he's playing for keeps, this Yosef? She looks up quickly, pins me with a look. We're both playing for keeps, Tak. He makes me happy. Happier than I've ever been, I think. So why the fuck did you come and look me up, you stupid bitch? That's great, I say.
And what about you? She asks with arch concern. Are you happy?
I raise an eyebrow to gain some time, slant my gaze to the side in a way that used to make her laugh. All I get this time is a maternal smile. Well, happy. I pull another face. That's, never been a trick I was very good at. I mean, yeah, I got out ahead of time like you. Full UN amnesty.
Yeah, I heard about that. And you were on Earth, right?
For a while.
And what about now?
I gesture vaguely. I'm working. Not anything as prestigious as you guys up there on the North Arm, but it pays off the sleeve.
Is it legal?
Are you kidding? Her face falls.
You know, if that's true, Tak, I can't spend time with you. It's part of the re-sleeve deal. I'm still in parole time. I can't associate with...
She shakes her head. Criminals? I ask.
Don't laugh at me, Tak.
I sigh. I'm not, Sarah. I think it's great how things have worked out for you. It's just, I don't know, thinking of you writing biocode instead of stealing it. She smiles again, her default expression for the whole conversation, but this time it's edged with pain.
People can change, she says. You should try it.
There's an awkward pause. Maybe I will. And another.
Well, look, I should really be getting back. Yosef probably didn't...
No, come on. I gesture at our empty glasses, standing alone and apart on the scarred mirrorwood. There was a time we'd never willingly have left a bar like this one without littering the tabletop with drained tumblers and one-shot pipes. Have you no self-respect, woman? Stay for one more. So she does. But it doesn't really ease the awkwardness between us. And when she's finished her drink again, she gets up and kisses me on both cheeks and leaves me sitting there. And I never see her again.
Sakalovska? Virginia Vidora frowned in search of the memory. Tall, right? Stupid hairstyle, like that, over one eye? Yeah, think you brought her along to a party once, when Yados and I were still living in that place on Ukai Street.
Yeah, that's right.
So she went off to the North Arm and you joined the Little Blue Bugs again, what, to spite her? Like the sunlight and the cheap metal fittings of the coffee terrace around us, the question glinted too brightly. I looked away from it, out to sea. It didn't work for me, the way it seemed to for Brazel. It wasn't like that, Virginia. I was already plugged in with you guys by the time I saw her. I didn't even know she'd gotten out. Last I heard when I got back from Earth, she was serving the full sentence. She was a cop killer, after all.
So are you.
Yeah, well, that's Earth money and UN influence for you.
Okay.
Vidora prodded at her coffee canister and frowned again. It hadn't been very good.
So you got out of storage at different times and lost each other in the differential. Well, that's sad, but it happens all the time.
Behind the sound of the waves, I heard Yaparitse again.
There's a 3-moon tidal slop running out there, and if you let it, it'll tear you apart from everyone and everything you ever cared about.
Yeah, that's right. It happens all the time. I turned back to face her across the filtered cool of the screen-shaded table. But I didn't lose her in the differential, Virginia. I let her go. I let her go with that piece of shit Yosef, and I just walked away. Understanding dawned across her face.
Oh, okay. So that's how come the sudden interest in Latimer and Sanction 4. You know, I always wondered back then why you changed your mind so suddenly.
It wasn't just that, I lied.
All right.
Her face said never mind. She wasn't buying that one anyway.
So, what happened to Sokolownska while you were gone that's got you slaughtering priests?
North arm of the Millsport Archipelago, can't you guess?
They converted?
He fucking converted. She just got dragged along in the wake.
Really? Was she that much of a victim?
Virginia, she was fucking indentured! I stopped myself. The table screens cut out some heat and sound, but permeability was variable. Heads turned at other tables. I groped past the searing tower of fury for some envoy detachment. My voice came out abruptly flat. Governments change as well as people. They pulled the funding on the North Arm projects a couple of years after she went up there. New anti-engineering ethic to justify the cuts. Don't interfere with the natural balance of planetary biosystems. Let the Mikuni upheaval find its own equilibrium. It's a better, wiser solution. And a cheaper one, of course. She still had another 7 years of payments, and that was at the biocode consultancy rates she was earning before. Most of those villages had nothing but the Mikuni project lifting them out of poverty. Fuck knows what it was like when they all had to fall back on scratching an inshore fisherman's living all of a sudden.
She could have left.
They had a fucking child, all right? Pause. Breathe. Look out to sea. Crank it down. They had a child. A daughter. Only a couple of years old. They had no money suddenly. And they were both from the North Arm originally. It's one of the reasons her name came out of the machine for parole in the first place. I don't know, maybe they thought they'd get by somehow. From what I hear, the Mikuni funding blipped on and off a couple of times before it got shut off for good. Maybe they just kept hoping there'd be another change. Vidora nodded.
And there was. The new revelation kicked in.
Yeah. Classic poverty dynamic. People clutch at anything. And if the choice is religion or revolution, the government's quite happy to stand back and let the priests get on with it. All of those villages had the old base faith anyway. Austere lifestyle, rigid social order, very male-dominated, like something out of fucking Sharia. All it took was the new Rev militants and the economic downturn to hit at the same time.
So what happened? She upset some venerable male?
No. It wasn't her. It was the daughter. She was in a fishing accident. I don't have the details. She was killed. I mean stack retrievable. The fury was flaring up again, freezing the inside of my head in icy splashes. Except, of course, it's not fucking permitted. The final irony. The Martians, once the scourge of the old earth-bound faiths as knowledge of their million-year-old pre-human interstellar civilization cracked apart the human race's understanding of its place in the scheme of things, and now usurped by the new revelation as angels, God's first winged creations, and no sign of anything resembling a cortical stack ever discovered in the few mummified corpses they left us. To a mind sunk in the psychosis of faith, the corollary was inescapable. Resleeving was an evil spawned in the black heart of human science, a derailing of the path to the afterlife in the presence of the Godhead, an abomination. I stared at the sea. The words fell out of my mouth like ashes. She tried to run. Alone. Yosef was already fucked in the head with the faith he wouldn't help her. So she took her daughter's body, alone, and stole a skimmer. Went east along the coast, looking for a channel she could cut through to get her south to Millsport. They hunted her down and brought her back. Yosef helped them. They took her to a punishment chair the priests had built in the center of the village, and they made her watch while they cut the stack from her daughter's spine and took it away. Then they did the same thing to her, while she was conscious, so she could appreciate her own salvation. I swallowed. It hurt to do it. Around us, the tourist crowd ebbed and flowed like the multicolored idiot tide it was. Afterward, the whole village celebrated the freeing of their souls. New Revelation doctrine says a cortical stack must be melted to slag to cast out the demon it contains. But they've got some superstitions of their own up on the North Arm. They take the stacks out in a 2-man boat, sealed in sonar-reflective plastic. They sail 50 kilometers out to sea, and somewhere along the way the officiating priest drops the stacks overboard. He has no knowledge of the ship's course, and the helmsman's forbidden to know when the stacks have been dropped.
That sounds like a pretty easily corrupted system.
Maybe. But not in this case. I tortured both of them until they died, and they couldn't tell me. I'd have a better chance of finding Sarah's stack if Harada's reef had fucking tipped over on top of it. I felt her gaze on me and finally turned to face it.
"So you've been there,"
she murmured. I nodded. 2 years ago. I went to find her when I got back from Latimer. I found Yosef instead, sniveling by her grave. I got the story out of him. My face twitched with the memory. Eventually, he gave up the names of the helmsman and the officiator, so I tracked them down next. Like I said, they couldn't tell me anything useful.
And then?
And then I went back to the village and I killed the rest of them. She shook her head slightly.
The rest of who?
The rest of the village. Every motherfucker I could find who was an adult there the day she died. I got a data rat in Millsport to run population files for me, names and faces. Everyone who could have lifted a finger to help her and didn't. I took the list and I went back up there and I slaughtered them. I looked at my hands. And a few others who got in my way. She was staring at me as if she didn't know me. I made an irritable gesture. Oh, come on, Virginia. We've both done worse than that on more worlds than I can remember right now.
You've got envoy recall,
she said numbly. I gestured again. Figure of speech. On 17 worlds and 5 moons, and that habitat in the Nevsky scatter, and—
You took their stacks?
Yosef and the priests? Yes.
You destroyed them?
Why would I do that? It's exactly what they'd want. Oblivion after death, not to come back. I hesitated, but it seemed pointless to stop now. And if I couldn't trust Vidora, then there was no one else left. I cleared my throat and jabbed a thumb northward. Back that way, out on the weed expanse, I've got a friend in the Haiduchi. Among other business ventures, he breeds swamp panthers for the fight pits. Sometimes, if they're good, he fits them with cortical stacks. That way he can download injured winners into fresh sleeves and tip the odds.
I think I see where this is going.
Yeah. For a fee, he takes the stacks I give him and loads their owners into some of his more over-the-hill panthers. We give them time to get used to the idea, then put them into the low-grade pits and see what happens. This friend can make good money running matches where it's known humans have been downloaded into the panthers. There's some kind of sick subculture built around it in fight circles, apparently. I tipped my coffee canister and examined the dregs in the bottom. I imagine they're pretty much insane by now. Can't be much fun being locked inside the mind of something that alien in the first place, let alone when you're fighting tooth and nail for your life in a mud pit. I doubt there's much conscious human mind left. Vidora looked down into her lap. Is that what you tell yourself? No. It's just a theory. I shrugged. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is some conscious mind left. Maybe there's a lot left. Maybe in their more lucid moments they think they've gone to hell. Either way, it suits me. How are you financing this? She whispered. I found a bared teeth grin from somewhere and put it on. Well, contrary to popular belief, some parts of what happened on Sanction 4 worked out quite well for me. I'm not short of funds. She looked up, face tightening toward anger. You made money out of Sanction 4? Nothing I didn't earn, I said quietly. Her features smoothed somewhat as she backed the anger up, but her voice still came out taut. And are these funds going to be enough? Enough for what? Well, she frowned. To finish this vendetta. You're hunting down the priests from the village, but nah, I did that last year. It didn't take me very long, there weren't that many. Currently I'm hunting down the ones who were serving members of the ecclesiastical mastery when she was murdered. The ones who wrote the rules that killed her. That's taking me longer. There are a lot of them, and they're more senior, better protected. But you're not planning to stop with them? I shook my head. I'm not planning to stop at all, Virginia. They can't give her back to me, can they? So why would I stop? Chapter 27. I don't know how much Virginia told the others once we got back inside the cranked-up virtuality. I stayed down in the mapping construct while the rest of them adjourned to the hotel suite section, which somehow I couldn't help thinking of as upstairs. I don't know what she told them, and I didn't much care. Mostly it was a relief just to have let someone else in on the whole story. Not to be the only one. People like Issa and Plex knew fragments, of course, and Radel Segesvar somewhat more. But for the rest, the new revelation had hidden what I was doing to them from the start. They didn't want the bad publicity or the interference of infidel powers like the First Families. The deaths were passed off as accidents, monastery burglaries gone wrong, unfortunate petty muggings. Meanwhile, the word from Issa was that there were private contracts out on me at the mastery's behest. The priesthood had a militant wing, but they obviously didn't place too much faith in it, because they'd also seen fit to engage a handful of mil-sport sneak assassins. One night in a small town on the Saffron Archipelago, I let one of them get close enough to test the caliber of the hired help. It wasn't impressive. I don't know how much Virginia Vidora told her surfer colleagues, but the presence of the priest in Kem Point alone made it very clear that we could not return from a raid on Ryla Crags and stay on the Strip. If the new revelation could track me this far, so could others, far more competent. As a sanctuary, Ventura Beach was blown. Mariotto voiced what was probably a general feeling. You fucked this up, dragging your personal crab shit into the harbor with you. You find us a solution. So I did. Envoy competence, one out of the manual. Work with the tools to hand. I cast about in the immediate environment, summoned what I had that could be influenced, and saw it immediately. Personal shit had done the damage. personal shit would haul us out of the swamp, not to mention solve some more of my own personal problems by way of a side effect. The irony of it grinned back at me. Not everyone was so amused. Otto, for one.
Trust the fucking Haiduchi?
There was a well-bred Millsport sneer behind the words.
No, thank you.
Sierra Trey raised an eyebrow.
We've used them before, Mari. No, you've used them before. I steer well clear of scum like that. And anyway, this one you don't even know. I know of him. I've dealt with people who have dealt with him before, and from what I hear, he's a man of his word. But I can check him out. You say he owes you, Kovacs?
Very much so. She shrugged.
Then that should be enough. Oh, for fuck's sake, Sierra, you can't—
Segesvar is solid, I interrupted. He takes his debt seriously in both directions. All it needs is the money, if you've got it. Coy glanced at Brazel, who nodded. Yes, he said. We can get it easily enough.
Oh, happy fucking birthday, Kovacs.
Virginia Vidora nailed Otto with a stare.
Why don't you just shut the fuck up, Mari? It isn't your money. That's safely on deposit in a Millsport merchant bank, isn't it? What's that supposed to—
Enough, said Coy, and everyone shut up. Sierra Trey went to make some calls from one of the other rooms down the corridor, and the rest of us went back to the mapping construct. In the speeded-up virtual environment, Trey was gone for the rest of the day. Real-time equivalents in the outside world about 10 minutes. In a construct, you can use the time differential to make 3 or 4 simultaneous calls, switching from one to the other in minutes-long gaps that a couple of seconds pause at the other end of the line will give you. When Trey came back, she had more than enough on Segesvar to confirm her original impression. He was old-style Haiduchi, at least in his own eyes. We went back up to the hotel suite, and I dialed the discreet coding on speakerphone, with no visual. It was a bad line. Segesvar came on amid a lot of background noise, some of it real virtual adjustment connection flutter, some of it not. The part that wasn't sounded a lot like someone or something screaming.
I'm kind of busy here, Tack. You want to call me later?
How'd you like me to clear my slate, Rad? Right now, direct transfer through discrete clearing, and then a similar amount again on top. The silence stretched into minutes in the virtuality. Maybe 3 seconds hesitation at the other end of the line.
I'd be very interested. Show me the money and we'll talk.
I glanced at Brazel, who held up splayed fingers and thumb and left the room without a word. I made a rapid calculation. Check the account, I told Segesvar. The money'll be there inside 10 seconds.
You calling from a construct?
Go check your cash flow, Rad. I'll hold. The rest was easy. In a short-stay virtuality, you don't need sleep, and most programs don't bother to include the subroutines that would cause it. Long-term, of course, this isn't healthy. Hang around too long in your short-stay construct, and eventually your sanity will start to decay. Stay a few days, and the effects are merely odd. Like binging simultaneously on tetrameth and a focus drug like Summit or Synagrip. From time to time your concentration freezes up like a seized engine, but there's a trick to that. You take the mental equivalent of a walk around the block, lubricate your thought processes with something unrelated, and then you're fine. As with Summit and Synagrip, you can start to derive a manic kind of enjoyment from the building focal whine. We worked for 38 hours solid, ironing out the bugs in the assault plan, running what-if scenarios and bickering. Every now and then one of us would vent an exasperated grunt, fall backward into the knee-deep water of the mapping construct, and backstroke off out of the archipelago toward the horizon. Provided you chose your angle of escape carefully and didn't collide with an unremembered islet or scrape your back on a reef, It was an ideal way to get away and unwind. Floating out there with the voices of the others grown faint with distance, you could feel your consciousness loosen off again, like a cramped muscle relaxing. At other times you could get a similar effect by blinking out completely and returning to the hotel suite level. There was food and drink there in abundance, and though neither ever actually reached your stomach, the subroutines for taste and alcoholic inebriation had been carefully included. You didn't need to eat in the construct any more than you needed to sleep, but the acts of consuming food and drink themselves still had a pleasantly soothing effect. So, sometime past the 30-hour mark, I was sitting alone, working my way through a platter of bottle-back sashimi and knocking back saffron sake, when Virginia Vidora blinked into existence in front of me.
"Oh, there you are,"
she said, with an odd lightness of tone. "Here I am," I agreed. She cleared her throat.
"How's your head?"
"Cooling off." I raised the sake cup in one hand. "Want some? Saffron Archipelago's finest nigori, apparently."
"You've got to stop believing what you read on labels, Tack."
But she took the flask, summoned a cup directly into her other hand, and poured.
"Kanpai,"
she said. "Por nosotros." We drank. She settled onto the automold opposite me.
Trying to make me feel homesick?"
"Don't know. You trying to blend in with the locals?"
"I haven't been on Adoracion in better than 150 years, Tack. This is my home now. I belong here."
"Yeah, you've certainly integrated into the local political scene well enough."
"And the beach life."
She reclined a little on the automold and raised one leg sideways. It was sleekly muscled and tanned from life on Ventura, and the spray-on swimsuit she was wearing showed it off full length. I felt my pulse pick up slightly. "Very beautiful," I admitted. "Yato said you'd spent everything you had on that sleeve." She seemed to realize the overtly sexual nature of the pose then, and lowered her leg. She cupped her sake in both hands and leaned forward over it.
"What else did he tell you?"
"Well, it wasn't a long conversation. I was just trying to find out where you were."
"You were looking for me."
"Yeah." Something stopped me at that simple admission. "I was."
"And now that you've found me, what?"
My pulse had settled at an accelerated pounding. The edged whine of overstay in virtual was back. Images cascaded through my head. Virginia Vidora, hard-eyed, hard-bodied, unattainable envoy trainer, poised before us at induction, a dream of female competence beyond everyone's reach. Splinters of mirth in voice and eyes that might have kindled to sensuality in a less clearly defined set of relationships. A cringingly clumsy attempt at flirtation from Jimmy DeSoto once in the mess bar, slapped down with brutal disinterest. Authority wielded with an utter lack of sexual tension. My own lurid, undischarged fantasies, slowly flattening under an immense respect that went in at the same bone-deep level as the envoy induction. And then, combat. The final dissipation of any romantic fumes that might have endured the training years. Vidora's face in a dozen different sleeves on a dozen different worlds, sharpened with pain or fury or just the intense focus of mission time. The stink of her too long unwashed body in a cramped shuttle on the dark side of Loiko's moon. The slick feel of her blood on my hands one murderous night in Zihiche, when she almost died. The look on her face when the orders to crush all resistance in Neruda came through. I'd thought those moments had taken us beyond sex. They seemed to scoop out emotional depths that made fucking seem shallow by comparison. The last time I'd visited Ventura and seen the way Brazo leaned toward her Adoracion ancestry alone enough to strike sparks of desire off him, I'd felt a vague sort of superiority. Even with Yaroslav and the on-and-off long-term commitment they'd managed, I'd always believed that somehow he wasn't getting to the core of the woman I had fought beside in more corners of the Protectorate than most people would ever see. I adopted a quizzical look that felt like taking cover. "You think this is a good idea?" I asked.
"No," she said huskily. "Do you?"
In all honesty, Virginia, I'm rapidly beginning not to care, but I'm not the one attached to Jack Sol Brazel." She laughed.
"This isn't something that's going to bother Jack. This isn't even real, Tack. And anyway, he isn't going to know."
I looked around the suite. "He could pop up any minute. So could any of them, for that matter. I'm not much for display sex."
"Me neither."
She got up and offered me her hand.
"Come with me."
She led me out of the suite and into the corridor. In both directions, identical doors mirrored each other across the anonymous gray carpeting and receded into a pale mist after a few dozen meters. We went, hand in hand, right up to the beginnings of the fade-out, feeling the faint cold that breathed out of it, and Vidor opened the last door on the left. We slipped inside, hands already on each other. It doesn't take long to peel off spray-ons. 5 seconds after the door closed, she had my surf shorts to my ankles and was rolling my rapidly hardening cock between her palms. I tugged free with an effort, got her swimsuit off her shoulders and skinned down to her waist, pressed the heel of one palm hard against the juncture of her thighs. Her breathing tautened, and the muscles in her stomach flexed. I knelt and forced the suit down farther, over her hips and thighs, until she could step easily out of it. Then I spread the lips of her cunt with my fingers, traced the opening lightly with my tongue, and stood up to kiss her on the mouth. Another tremor ran through her. She sucked my tongue in and bit it gently, then put both hands to my head and pulled back. I dragged my fingertips up the creases of her cunt again, found damp and heat, and pressed gently at her clitoris. She shivered and grinned at me.
"Now that you found me,"
she repeated, eyes starting to defocus.
"What?"
"Now," I told her, "I want to find out if the muscles in those thighs are as strong as they look." Her eyes lit. The grin came back.
"I'll bruise you," she promised. "I'll crack your spine."
"You'll try, you mean?" She made a small, hungry noise and bit my lower lip. I hooked an arm under one of her knees and lifted. She grabbed at my shoulders and wrapped the other leg around my waist, then reached down for my cock and pressed it hard into the folds of her cunt. In the moments of conversation, she'd softened and moistened to readiness. With my free hand, I spread her wider open, and she sank onto me, gasping at the penetration and rocking back and forth against me from the waist up. Her thighs clamped around my waist with the promised bruising force. I swung us about to get a wall at my back and leaned against it, got a measure of control. It was short-lived. Vidora hooked her grip deeper into my shoulders and began working herself back and forth on my erection, breath coming in short grunts of effort that went up in pitch and rapidity as her orgasm built.
Not far behind her, I could feel the tension in my cock gathering heat all the way back to the root. I could feel the rub of her insides over my glands. I lost whatever control I'd had, grabbed at her ass with both hands, and rammed her harder onto me. Above my face, her closed eyes flew momentarily open, and she grinned down at me. The tip of her tongue came out and touched her upper teeth. I laughed back, tight and locked up. Now it was a struggle. Vidora arching her belly forward and her hips back, working the head of my prick back to the mouth of her cunt and the tightly gathered nerve endings there. My hands ramming her back again and trying to bury myself in her to the hilt. The fight dissolved in sensory avalanche. Sweat building on our skin, slippery under our gripping hands, hard grins and kisses that were more like bites. Breathing tipped frantically out of control. My face buried against the scant swelling of her breasts and the sweat-slick flat space between. Her face rubbing sideways on the top of my head. One agonizing moment when she held herself off me with all her force. A yell, maybe hers, maybe mine, and then the liquid gushing of release and collapse, juddering and sliding down the wall in a heap of splayed limbs and spasming bodies. Spent. After a long moment, I propped myself up sideways, and my flaccid cock popped slickly out of her. She moved one leg and moaned faintly. I tried to shift us both into a slightly more tenable position. She opened one eye and grinned.
So, soldier, wanted to do that for long, have you?
I grinned back, weakly.
Only forever. You?
The thought had crossed my mind once or twice, yeah.
She pushed against the wall with the soles of both feet and sat up, leaning on her elbows. Her gaze flickered down the length of her body and then across at mine.
But I don't fuck the recruits. Jesus, look at the mess we made.
I reached a hand across to her sweat-smeared belly, trailed a finger down into the cleft at the start of her cunt. She twitched, and I smiled. Want a shower, then? She grimaced.
Yeah, I think we'd better.
We started to fuck again in the shower, but neither of us had the same manic strength that had imbued the first time, and we couldn't stay braced. I carried her out to the bedroom and laid her down, soaking wet on the bed instead. I knelt by her head, turned it gently, and guided her mouth to my prick. She sucked, lightly at first, then with gathering force. I lay backward alongside her slim, muscled body, turned my own head and opened her thighs with my hands. Then I slid an arm around her hips, drew her cunt to my face, and went to work with my tongue. And the hunger came out all over again, like rage. The pit of my belly felt as if it was filled with sparking wires. Down the bed, she made muffled noises, rolled her weight over and crouched above me on elbows and spread knees. Her hips and thighs crushed down on me. Her mouth worked the head of my prick, and her hand pumped at the shaft. It took a long, slow, delirious time. Chemically unaided, we didn't know each other well enough for a truly synchronized orgasm, but the envoy conditioning, or maybe something else, covered for the lack. When finally I came into the back of her throat, the force of it bent me up off the bed against her crouched body, and in pure reflex,
I wrapped both arms tight around her hips. I dragged her down onto me, tongue frantic, so that she spat me out, still spasming and leaking, and screamed with her own climax and collapsed onto me, shuddering. But not long after, she rolled off, sat up cross-legged and looked seriously at me, as if I were a problem she couldn't solve.
"I think that's probably enough," she said. "We'd better get back."
And later I stood on the beach with Sierra Trey and Jack Sol Brazil, watching the last rays of the sunset strike bright copper off the edge of a rising Maricanon, wondering if I'd made a mistake somewhere. I couldn't think straight enough to be sure. We'd gone into the virtuality with the physical feedback baffles locked closed, and for all the sexual venting I'd indulged in with Virginia Vidora, my real body was still swamped with undischarged hormones. At one level, at least, it might as well never have happened. I glanced surreptitiously at Brazil and wondered some more. Brazil, who'd shown no visible reaction when Vidora and I re-entered the mapping construct within a couple of minutes of each other, albeit from different sides of the archipelago. Brazil, who'd worked with the same steady, good-natured, and elegant application until we'd wrapped the raid and the fallback after, who had placed one hand casually in the small of Vidora's back and smiled faintly at me, just before the two of them blinked out of the virtuality with a coordination that spoke volumes. "You'll get your money back, you know," I told him. Brazil twitched impatiently. "I know that, Tak. I'm not concerned about the money. We would have cleared your debt with Segesvar as simple payment if you'd asked. We still can. You could consider it a bounty for what you brought us, if you like." "That won't be necessary," I said stiffly. "I'm considering it a loan. I'll pay you back as soon as things have calmed down." A stifled snort from Sierra Trey. I turned on her. "Something amusing you?"
"Yeah. The idea that things are going to calm down any time soon."
We watched the creep of night across the sea in front of us. At the darkened end of the horizon, Daikoku crept up to join Maricanon in the western sky. Farther along the beach, the rest of Brazil's crew were building a bonfire. Laughter cracked around the gathering pile of driftwood, and bodies clowned about in dim silhouette. In defiance of any misgivings either Trey or I might have, there was a deep calm soaking into the evening, as soft and cool as the sand underfoot. After the manic hours of the virtuality, there seemed nothing that really needed to be done or said until tomorrow, and right now tomorrow was still rolling around the other side of the planet, like a wave out deep and building force. I thought that if I were coy, I'd believe I could feel the march of history holding its breath. "So I take it no one's going to get an early night," I said, nodding at the preparations for the bonfire.
"We could all be really dead in a couple of days," Trey said. "Get plenty of sleep then."
Abruptly, she tugged her T-shirt cross-armed up over her head. Her breasts lifted and then swung disconcertingly as she completed the movement. Not what I needed right now. She dumped the T-shirt in the sand and started down the beach.
"I'm going for a swim," she called back to us. "Anyone coming?"
I glanced at Brazil. He shrugged and went after her. I watched them reach the water and plunge in, then strike out for deeper water. A dozen meters out, Brazil dived again, popped out of the water almost immediately and called something to Trey. She eeled about in the water and listened to him for a moment, then submerged. Brazil dived after her. They were down for about a minute this time, and then both surfaced, splashing and chattering, now nearly 100 meters from the shore. It was, I thought, like watching the dolphins off Harada's reef. I angled right and set off along the beach toward the site of the bonfire. People nodded at me. Some of them even smiled. Daniel, of all people, looked up from where he sat in the sand with a few others I didn't know and offered me a flask of something. It seemed churlish to refuse. I knocked back the flask and coughed on vodka, rough enough to be homemade. "Strong stuff," I wheezed, and handed it back.
"Yeah, nothing like it this end of the strip."
He gestured muzzily.
"Sit down, have some more. This is Andrea, my best mate. Hero? Watch him, he's a lot older than he looks. Been a Ventura longer than I've been alive. And this is Magda. Bit of a bitch, but she's manageable once you get to know her."
Magda cuffed him good-naturedly across the head and appropriated the flask. For lack of anything else to do, I settled onto the sand among them. Andrea leaned across and wanted to shake my hand.
"Just want to say,"
she murmured in Millsport-accented Amanglic,
"thanks for what you've done for us. Without you, we might never have known she was still alive."
Daniel nodded, vodka lending the motion an exaggerated solemnity.
"That's right, Kovacs-san. I was out of line back there when you arrived. Fact, and I'm being honest now. I thought you were full of shit. Working some angle, you know. But now with Koi on board, man, we are fucking rolling. We're gonna turn this whole planet upside fucking down."
Murmured agreement, a little fervent for my tastes. "Gonna make the unsettlement look like a wharf brawl," said Hero. I got hold of the flask again and drank. Second time around, it didn't taste so bad. Maybe my taste buds were stunned.
"What's she like?"
asked Andrea. An image of the woman who thought she was Nadia Makita flickered through my mind. Face smeared in the throes of climax. The swilling cocktail of hormones in my system lurched at the thought. "She's, different. It's hard to explain." Andrea nodded, smiling happily.
"You're so lucky. To have met her, I mean. To have talked to her." "You'll get your chance," Daniel said, slurring a little. "Soon as we take her back from those motherfuckers."
A ragged cheer. Someone was lighting the bonfire. Hero nodded grimly. "Yeah, payback time for the Harlanites. For all the First Family scum. Real death coming down."
"It'll be so good,"
said Andrea, as we watched the flames start to catch.
"To have someone again who knows what to do."
Part 4. This is all that matters. This much must be understood. Revolution requires sacrifice. Sandor Spaventa. Tasks for the Quellist Vanguard. Chapter 28. Northeastward around the curve of the world from Kossuth, the Millsport archipelago lies in the Nurimono Ocean like a smashed plate. Once, eons ago, it was a massive volcanic system, hundreds of kilometers across, and the legacy still shows in the peculiarly curved outer edges of the rim islands. The fires that fueled the eruptions are long extinct, but they left a towering, twisted mountainscape whose peaks comfortably rode out the later drowning as the sea rose. In contrast with other archipelago chains on Harlan's world, the volcanic dribbling provided a rich soil base, and most of the land is thickly covered with the planet's beleaguered land vegetation, Later, the Martians came and added their own colonial plant life. Later still, humans came and did the same. At the heart of the archipelago, Millsport itself sprawls in evercrete and fused glass splendor. It's a riot of urban engineering, every available crag and slope forested with spires, extending out onto the water in broad platforms and bridges kilometers in length. Cities on Kossuth and New Hokkaido have grown to substantial size and wealth at various times over the last 400 years, but there's nothing to match this metropolis anywhere on the planet. Home to over 20 million people, gateway to the only commercial spaceflight launch windows the orbital net will permit, nexus of governance, corporate power, and culture, you can feel Millsport sucking at you like the maelstrom from anywhere else on Harlan's world you care to stand. I hate the fucking place, Mariato told me as we prowled the well-to-do streets of Tadayamako, looking for a coffee house called Makita's. Along with Brazil, she was throttling back on her spinal fever complex for the duration of the raid, and the change was making her irritable. Fucking metropolitan tyranny gone global. No single city should have this much influence. It was a standard rant, one from the Quellist manual. They've been saying, essentially, the same thing about Millsport for centuries. And they're right, of course, but it's amazing how constant repetition can make even the most obvious truths irritating enough to disagree with. You grew up here, didn't you? So? She swung a glare on me. Does that mean I've got to like it? No, I guess not. We continued in silence. Tadayamako buzzed primly about us, busier and more genteel than I remembered from 30-plus years before. The old harbor quarter, once a seedy and faintly dangerous playground for aristo and corporate youth, had now sprouted a glossy new crop of retail outlets and cafes. A lot of the bars and pipe houses I remembered were gone to a relatively clean death. Others had been made over into excruciating imagistic echoes of themselves. Every frontage on the street shone in the sun with new paint and anti-bac sheathing, and the paving beneath our feet was immaculately clean. Even the smell of the sea from a couple of streets farther down seemed to have been sanitized. There was no tang of rotting weed or dumped chemicals, and the harbor was full of yachts. In keeping with the prevailing aesthetic, Makita's was a squeaky clean establishment trying hard to look disreputable. Artfully grimed windows kept out most of the sun. Inside, the walls were decorated with reprinted unsettlement photography and Quellist epigrams in workmanlike little frames. One corner held the inevitable iconic hollow of the woman herself, the one with the shrapnel scar on her chin. Dizzy Chango was on the music system. Millsport Sessions, Dream of Weed. At a back booth, Issa sat and nursed a long drink, nearly down to the dregs. Her hair was a savage crimson today, and a little longer than it had been. She had gray-sprayed opposing quadrants of her face for a harlequin effect, and her eyes were dusted with some hemoglobin-hungry luminescent glitter that made the tiny veins in the whites glow as if they were going to explode. The data-rat plugs were still proudly on display in her neck, one of them hooked up to the deck she'd brought with her. A data coil in the air above the unit kept up the fiction that she was a student doing some pre-exam catch-up. It also, if our last meeting was anything to go by, laid down a natty little interference field that would render conversation in the booth impossible to eavesdrop on. "What took you so long?" she asked. I smiled as I sat down. "We're fashionably late, Issa. This is Mari, Issa. So, how are we doing?" Issa took a long, insolent moment to check out Mari, then turned her head and unjacked with an elegant, much-practiced gesture that showed off the nape of her neck.
We're doing well, and we're doing it silently. Nothing new on the Millsport PD net, and nothing from any of the private security outfits the first families like to use. They don't know you're here.
I nodded. Gratifying though the news was, it made sense. We'd hit Millsport across the earlier part of the week, split into half a dozen separate groups, arrivals coordinated days apart. Fake ID at little blue bug standards of impenetrability and a variety of different transport options, ranging from cheap speed freighters to a Saffron Line luxury cruiser. With people streaming into Millsport from all over the planet for the Harlan's Day festivities, it would have been either very bad luck or very bad operational management if any of us had been picked up. But it was still good to know. What about security up at the crags? Issa shook her head.
Less noise out of there than a priest's wife coming. If they knew what you had planned, there'd be a whole new protocol layer, and there isn't.
Or you haven't spotted it, said Mari. Issa fixed her with another cool stare.
My dear, do you know anything at all about data flow?
I know what levels of encryption we're dealing with.
Yes, so do I. Tell me, how do you think I pay for my studies?
Mariotto examined her nails.
With petty crime, I assume. Charming.
Issa shuttled her gaze in my direction.
Where did you get her, Tack? Madame Mies?
Behave, Issa. She gusted a long-suffering teenage sigh.
All right, Tack. For you, I won't rip this mouthy bitch's hair out. And Mari, for your information, I am gainfully employed nights, under a suit ident, as a freelance security software scribe for more corporate names than you've probably given backstreet blowjobs.
She waited, tensed. Otto looked back at her with glittery eyes for a moment, then smiled and leaned forward slightly. Her voice rose no higher than a corrosive murmur.
Listen, you stupid little virgin. If you think you're going to get a catfight out of me, you're badly mistaken, and lucky, too. In the unlikely event that you could push my buttons sufficient to piss me off that far, you wouldn't even see me coming. Now, why don't we discuss the business at hand, and then you can go back to playing at data crime with your study partners and pretending you know something about the world. You fucking whore—
Issa! I put a snap into my voice and a hand in front of her as she started to rise. That's enough. She's right. She could kill you with her bare hands and not even break a sweat. Now behave, or I'm not going to pay you. Issa shot me a look of betrayal and sat back down. Under the harlequin face paint it was hard to tell, but I thought she was flushing furiously. Maybe the crack about virginity had touched a nerve. Mariotto had the good grace not to look pleased.
I didn't have to help you,
Issa said in a small voice.
I could have sold you out a week back, Tack. Probably would have made more from that than you're paying me for this shit. Don't forget that.
We won't, I assured her, with a warning glance at Otto. Now, aside from the fact that no one thinks we're here, what else have you got? What Issa had, all loaded onto innocuous matte black data chips, was the backbone of the raid. Schematics of the security systems at Ryla Crags, including the modified procedures for the Harlan's Day festivities, up-to-date dynamic forecast maps of the currents in the Reach for the next week, Millsport PD street deployment and water traffic protocols for the duration of the celebrations. Most of all, she'd brought herself and her bizarre shadow identity at the fringes of the Millsport data crime elite. She'd agreed to help, and now she was in deep with a role in the proceedings that I suspected was the main source of her current edginess and lost cool. Taking part in an assault on Harlan family property certainly constituted rather more cause for stress than her standard forays into illicit data brokerage. If I hadn't more or less dared her into it, I doubted she would have had anything to do with us. But what 15-year-old knows how to refuse a dare? I certainly didn't at her age. If I had, maybe I'd never have ended up in that back alley with the meth dealer and his hook. Maybe. Yeah, well, whoever gets a second shot at these things, sooner or later we all get in up to our necks. Then it's just a question of keeping your face out of the swamp, one stumbling step at a time. Issa covered it well enough to deserve applause. Whatever misgivings she had by the time we'd finished the handover, her ruffled feathers had smoothed, and she had her laconic mill sport drawl back in place. "Did you find Natsume?" I asked her.
"Yeah. As it happens, I did, but I'm not convinced you'll want to talk to him."
"Why not?" She grinned.
"Because he got religion, Kovacs. Lives in a monastery now, over on Whaleback and 9th.
"Whaleback? That the renouncer place?"
"Sure is."
She struck an absurdly solemn, prayerful pose that didn't match her hair and face.
"Brotherhood of the awoken and aware, renounce henceforth all flesh and the world."
I felt my mouth twitch. Beside me, Mariotto sat, humorless as a ripwing. "I got no problem with those guys, Issa. They're harmless. Way I see it, they're stupid enough to shun female company, that's their loss. But I'm surprised someone like Natsume'd buy into something like that."
"Ah, but you've been away. They take women, too, these days."
"Really?"
"Yeah, started way back, nearly a decade ago. What I heard, they found a couple of covert females in their midst. Been there for years. Figures, right? Anyone who's re-sleeved could lie about their sex."
Issa's voice picked up a beat as she hit her home turf, running.
"No one outside government's got the money to run data checks on stuff like that. If you've lived in a male sleeve for long enough, even psychosurgery has a hard time telling the difference. So anyway, back at the Brotherhood, it was either go the new Rev single sleeve in your out route, or come over all modern and desegregate. Lo and behold, the word from on high spake suddenly of change."
"Don't suppose they changed the name, too, did they?"
"Don't suppose they did. Still the Brotherhood. Brother embraces sister, apparently."
A teenage shrug.
"Not sure how the sisters feel about all that embracing, but that's entry-level dues for you."
"Speaking of which," said Mariotto,
"are we permitted entry?" "Yeah, they take visitors. You may have to wait for Natsume, but not so's you notice. That's the great thing about renouncing the flesh, isn't it?"
Issa grinned again.
"No inconvenient things like time and space to worry about."
"Good work, Issy." She blew me a kiss. But as we were getting up to leave, she frowned slightly and evidently came to a decision. She raised a hand and cupped her fingers to get us back closer.
"Listen, guys, I don't know exactly what you're after up at Ryla, and to be honest with you, I don't want to know, but I can tell you this for nothing. Old Harlan won't be coming out of the pod this time around."
"No?" On his birthday, that was unusual.
"That's right. Bit of semi-covert court gossip I dipped yesterday. They lost another heirling down at Amami Sands, hacked to death with a bailing tine, apparently. They're not making it public, but the MPD are a bit sloppy with their encryption these days. I was cruising for Harlan-related stuff, so, like that, picked it out of the flow. Anyway, with that and old Seichi getting toasted in his skimmer last week, they're not taking any chances. They've called off half the family appearances altogether, and looks like even Mitzi Harlan's getting a doubled Secret Service detachment. And old man Harlan stays unsleeved. That's for definite. Think they're planning to let him watch the celebrations through a virtual link-up."
I nodded slowly. "Thanks. That's good to know."
"Yeah. Sorry if it's going to fuck up some spectacular assassination attempt for you. You didn't ask, so I wasn't going to say anything, but I'd hate for you to go all that way up there and find nothing to kill."
Otto smiled thinly. "That's not what we're here for," I said quickly. "But thanks anyway." Well, listen, Issa, you don't remember a couple of weeks back some other Harlan small fry got himself killed in the Wharf District?
Yep, Marek Harlan Suchaya. Methed out of his head. Fell off Karlovy Dock, banged his head, and drowned. Heartbreaking.
Otto made an impatient gesture. I held up a hand to forestall her. Any chance our boy Marek was helped over the edge, do you think? Issa pulled a face.
Could be, I guess. Karlovy's not the safest of places after dark, but they'll have re-sleeved him by now, and there's been nothing in the air about it being a murder. Then again,
why should they let the general public in on it? Right. I could feel the envoy intuition twitching, but it was too faint to make anything of. Okay, Issa, thanks for the newsflash. It doesn't affect anything at our end, but keep your ears tuned anyway, huh?
Always do, Sam.
We paid the tab and left her there, red-veined eyes and harlequin mask and the coil of light weaving at her elbow, like some domesticated demon familiar. She waved as I looked back, and I felt a brief stab of affection for her that lasted me all the way out into the street.
"Stupid little bitch," said Mariotto,
as we headed down toward the waterfront.
"I hate that fucking fake underclass thing."
I shrugged. Well, rebellion takes a lot of different forms.
Yeah, and that back there was none of them.
We took a real keel ferry across the reach to the platform suburb they're calling East Akon, apparently in the hope that people who can't afford the slopes of the Akon district itself will settle there instead. Otto went off to find some tea. I stayed by the rail, watching the water traffic and the changing perspectives as the ferry sailed. There's a magic to Millsport that's easy to forget while you're away, but get out on the waters of the Reach and the city seems to open to you. Wind in your face and the belloweed tang of the sea combine to scrub away the urban grimness, and you discover in its place a broad seafarer's optimism that can sometimes stay with you for hours after you step back on land. Trying not to let it go to my head, I squinted south to the horizon. There, shrouded to fading in sea mist thrown up by the maelstrom, Ryla Crags brooded in stacked isolation. Not quite the southernmost outcrop of the archipelago, but near enough. 20 clicks of open water back north to the nearest other settled piece of land, the tail end of New Kanagawa, and at least half that to the nearest piece of rock you could even stand on. Most of the first families had staked out high ground in Millsport early on, but Harlan had trumped them all. Ryla, beautiful in glistening black volcanic stone, was a fortress in all but name. An elegant and powerful reminder to the whole city of who was in charge here. An eyrie to supplant those built by our Martian predecessors. We docked at East Akon with a soft bump that was like waking up. I found Mariotto again down by the debarkation ramp, and we threaded our way through the rectilinear streets as rapidly as was conducive to checking we weren't being followed. 10 minutes later, Virginia Vidora was letting us into the as-yet unfitted loft apartment space that Brazel had chosen as our base of operations. Her eyes passed across us like a clinical wipe. "Go okay?" "Yeah. Mari here didn't make any new friends, but what can you do?" Otto grunted and shouldered past me, then disappeared off into the interior of the warehouse. Vidora closed the door and secured it, while I told her about Natsume.
Jack will be disappointed," she said.
"Yeah, not what I expected either. So much for legends, huh? You want to come across to Whaleback with me?" I raised my eyebrows clownishly. "Virtual environment."
"I think that's probably not a good idea."
I sighed. Nah, probably not. Chapter 29. The monastery on Whaleback and 9th was a grim, blank-faced place. Whaleback Islet, along with about a dozen other similar fragments of land and reclaimed reef, served as a commuting distance settlement for workers in the docks and marine industries of New Kanagawa. Causeways and suspension spans provided ready access across the short expanse of water to Kanagawa itself, but the limited space on these satellite isles meant cramped barracks-style apartments for the workforce. The renouncers had simply acquired 100-meter frontage and nailed all the windows shut.
"For security," the monk who let us in explained. "We run a skeleton crew here, and there's a lot of valuable equipment. You'll have to hand over those weapons before we go any farther."
Beneath the simple gray coveralls of the order, he was sleeved in a basic low-end Fabricon synth that presumably ran built-in scanning gear. The voice was like a bad phone connection amplified, and the silico flesh face was set in a detached expression that may or may not have reflected how he felt about us. Small muscle groups are never that great on the cheaper models. On the other hand, even cheap synths usually run machine levels of reflex and strength, and you could probably burn a blaster hole right through this one without doing much more than piss its wearer off. "Seems fair," I told him. I dug out the GS Rhapsodia and handed it over, butt first. Beside me, Sierra Trey did the same with a blunt-looking blaster. Brazel spread his arms agreeably, and the synth nodded.
"Good. I'll return these when you leave."
He led us through a gloomy Evercrete entry hall whose obligatory statue of Conrad Harlan had been unflatteringly masked in plastic, then into what must once have been a ground-floor apartment. 2 rows of uncomfortable-looking chairs, as basic as the attendant's sleeve, were gathered, facing a desk and a heavy steel door beyond. A second attendant was waiting for us behind the desk. Like her colleague, she was synth-sleeved and coveralled in gray, but her facial features seemed fractionally more animated. Maybe she was trying harder, working at full acceptance under the new unisex induction decrees.
"How many of you are requesting audience?"
she asked, pleasantly enough given the limitations of her Fabricon voice. Jack Sol Brazel and I raised our hands. Sierra Trey stood pointedly to one side. The female attendant gestured to us to follow her and punched out a code on the steel door. It opened with an antique metallic grinding, and we stepped into a gray-walled chamber fitted with half a dozen sagging couches and a virtual transfer system that looked like it might still run on silicon.
"Please make yourselves comfortable in one of the couches, and attach electrodes and hypnophones as in the instruction hollow you will see at your right side."
Make yourselves comfortable was an ambitious request. The couches were not automold, and didn't seem to have been made with comfort in mind. I was still trying to find a good posture when the attendant stepped across to the transfer control suite and powered us up. A sono code murmured through the hypnophones.
"Please turn your head to the right and watch the holoform until you lose consciousness."
Transition, oddly enough, was a lot smoother than I'd expected from the surroundings. At the heart of the hollow sphere, an oscillating figure 8 formed and began cycling through the color spectrum. The sono code droned counterpoint. In a few seconds, the light show expanded to fill my vision, and the sound in my ears became a rushing of water. I felt myself tipping toward the oscillating figure, then falling through it. Bands of light flickered over my face, then shriveled to white, and the blending roar of the stream in my ears. There was a tilting of everything under me, a sense of the whole world being turned 180 degrees, and suddenly I was deposited upright on a worn stone platform behind a waterfall in full flood. The remains of the oscillating spectrum showed up briefly as an edge of refracted light and faint mist, then faded like a dying note. Abruptly there were puddles around my feet, and cold, damp air on my face. As I turned about, looking for a way out, the air beside me thickened and rippled into a sketched doll of light that became Jack Sol Brazel. The pitch of the waterfall jolted as he solidified, then settled down again. The oscillating spectrum raced through the air again, departed again. The puddles shimmered and reappeared. Brazel blinked and looked around him. "It's this way, I think," I said, pointing to a set of shallow stone steps at one side of the waterfall. We followed the steps around a rock bluff and emerged into bright sunlight above the waterfall. The steps became a paved path across a moss-grown hillside, and at the same moment I spotted the monastery. It rose among gently rolling hills against a backdrop of jagged mountains that vaguely recalled parts of the Saffron Archipelago. 7 levels and 5 towers of ornately worked wood and granite in classic pagoda style. The path up from the waterfall crossed the hillside and ended at a huge mirror-wood gate that shone in the sun. Other similar paths radiated out from the monastery in no particular pattern, leading away across the hills. 1 or 2 figures were visible walking them. "Well, you can see why they went virtual," I said, mostly to myself. "It beats Whaleback in 9th. Brazel grunted. He'd been similarly uncommunicative all the way over from Akan. He still didn't seem to have gotten over the shock of Nikolai Natsume's renunciation of the world and the flesh. We made our way up the hill and found the gate wedged open sufficiently to permit entry. Inside, a hall of polished earthwood floors and beamed ceilings led through to a central garden and what looked like cherry trees in blossom. The walls on either side were hung with intricately colored tapestries, and as we moved into the center of the hall, a figure from one of them unwove itself into a mass of threads that hung in the air, drifted downward, and became a man. He was dressed in the same monk's coveralls we'd seen on the renouncers back in the real world, but the body beneath wasn't a synth. "May I help you?" he asked, gently. Brazel nodded. "We're looking for Nick Natsume. I'm an old friend." "Natsume?" The monk bowed his head a moment, then looked up again. "He's currently working in the gardens. I've advised him of your presence. I imagine he will be here in a moment." The last word was still leaving his mouth when a slim, middle-aged man with a gray ponytail walked in at the far end of the hall. As far as I could see, it was a natural appearance, but unless the gardens were hidden just around the corner, the speed of his arrival alone was a sign that this was still all subtly deployed systems magic in action, and there were no marks of water or soil on his coveralls. "Nick?" Brazel moved forward to meet him. "Is that you?" "Certainly, I would argue that it is, yes." Natsume glided closer across the wooden floor. Up close, there was something about him that reminded me painfully of Laszlo. The ponytail and the wiry competence in the way he stood, a hint of the same manic charm in his face.
Couple of bypass jolts and a 7-meter crawl up a polished steel chimney.
But where Laszlo's eyes had always shown the white-knuckled leash he had himself on, Natsume appeared to have beaten his inner ramping to an agreed peace. His gaze was intent and serious, but it demanded nothing of the world it saw. "Though I prefer to call myself Norikai these days." He exchanged a brief series of honorific gestures with the other monk, who promptly drifted up from the floor, shredded into a mass of colored threads, and rewove himself into the tapestry. Natsume watched him go, then turned and scrutinized both of us. "I'm afraid I don't know either of you in those bodies." "You don't know me at all," I reassured him. "Nick, it's me, Jack, from Vichora." Natsume looked at his hands for a moment, then up at Brazel again. "Jack Saul Brazel? Yeah, what are you doing in here, man?" A brief smile. "Learning? What, you've got an ocean in here? Surf like at Four Finger Reef? Crags like the one at Pascani? Come on, man!" "Actually, I'm learning at the moment to grow filigree poppies.
Remarkably difficult. Perhaps you'd care to see my efforts so far."
Brazel shifted awkwardly.
"Look, Nick, I'm not sure we've got time for—" "Oh, time here is—" The smile again. "Flexible. I'll make time for you. Please, this way." We left the hall and tracked left around the cherry blossom quadrangle, then under an arch and across a pebbled courtyard. In one corner 2 monks were knelt in meditation and did not look up. It was impossible to tell if they were human inhabitants of the monastery or functions of the construct, like the doorkeeper. Natsume at least ignored them. Brazel and I caught each other's eye, and the surfer's face was troubled. I could read his thoughts as if they were printing out for me. This wasn't the man he'd known, and he didn't know if he could trust him any more. Finally, Natsume led us through an arched tunnel to another quadrangle and down a short set of earthwood steps into a shallow pit of marshy grasses and weed bordered by a circular stone path. There, buoyed up amid the cobwebby gray scaffolding of their root systems, a dozen filigree poppies offered their tattered, iridescent purple and green petals to the virtual sky. The tallest wasn't much more than 50 centimeters high. Maybe it was impressive from a horticultural point of view. I wouldn't know. But it certainly didn't look like much of an achievement for a man who'd once fought off a full-grown bottleback with no weapon outside fists and feet and a short-burn chemical flare. For a man who'd once scaled Ryla crags without anti-grav or ropes.
"Very nice," said Brazel. I nodded. "Yes, you must be very pleased with those."
"Only moderately."
Natsume circled his shred-petaled charges with a critical eye.
"In the end, I've succumbed to the obvious failing, as apparently most new practitioners do."
He looked expectantly up at us. I glanced back at Brazel, but got no help there. "Are they a bit short?" I asked finally. Natsume shook his head and chuckled.
"No. In fact, they're a good height for a base this moist, and I'm sorry, I see I've committed yet another common gardener's misdemeanor. I've assumed a general fascination with the subject of my personal obsessions."
He shrugged and joined us again on the steps, where he seated himself. He gestured out at the plants.
"They're too bright. An ideal filigree poppy is matte. It shouldn't glint like that. It's vulgar. At least, that's what the abbot tells me."
"Nick." He looked at Brazel.
"Yes?"
"Nick, we need to talk to you about some stuff." I waited. This had to be Brazel's call. If he didn't trust the ground, I wasn't going to walk ahead of him on it.
"Some stuff?"
Natsume nodded.
"What stuff would that be, then?"
I'd never seen the surfer so locked up.
"I need your help, Nick." "Yes, clearly, but in what?"
"It's—"
Suddenly Natsume laughed. It was a gentle sound, light on mockery. "Jack," he said, "this is me. Just because I grow flowers now, do you think it means you can't trust me? You think renouncing means selling out your humanity?"
Brazel looked away at the corner of the shallow garden.
"You've changed, Nick." "Of course I have. It's over a century. What did you expect?"
For the first time, a faint rash of irritation marred Natsume's monkish serenity. He got up to better face Brazel.
"That I'd spend my whole life on the same beach, riding waves, climbing up suicidal 100-meter pitches for thrills, cracking locks on corporate bioware, stealing the stuff for quick cash on the black market, and calling it neo-quellism, the creeping, bloody revolution. That's not— Of course I've changed, Jack. What kind of emotional cripple would I be if I hadn't?"
Brazel came down a step toward him abruptly.
You think this is better?"
He slung an arm at the filigree poppies. Their latticed roots seemed to quiver with the violence of the gesture. You crawl off into this fucking dream world, grow flowers instead of living, and you're going to accuse me of being emotionally crippled? Get fucked, Nick. You're the cripple, not me. What are you achieving out there, Jack? What are you doing that's worth so much more than this? I was standing on a 10-meter wall 4 days ago. Brazel made an effort to calm himself. His shout sank to a mutter. That's worth all of this virtual shit twice over. Is it? Natsume shrugged. If you die under one of those waves out at Ventura, you got it written down somewhere that you don't want to come back? That isn't the point, Nick. I'll come back, but I'll still have died. It'll cost me the new sleeve, and I'll have been through the gate. Out there in the real world you hate so much. I don't hate out there. Actions have consequences. If I break something, I'll know about it because it'll fucking hurt. Yes, until your sleeve's enhanced endorphin system kicks in, or until you take something for the pain. I don't see your point. My point? Brazel gestured at the poppies again, helplessly. None of this is fucking real, Nick! I caught a flicker of movement at the corner of my eye, turned and spotted a pair of monks, drawn by the raised voices and hovering at the arched entrance to the quadrangle. One of them quite literally hovering. His feet were a clear 30 centimeters off the uneven paving. Norikai-san? Asked the other. I shifted stance minutely, wondering idly if they were real inhabitants of the monastery or not, and, if not, what operating parameters they might have in circumstances like these. If the renouncers ran internal security systems, our chances in a fight were 0. You don't wander into someone else's virtuality and brawl successfully unless they want you to. It's nothing, Katana-san. Natsume made a hurried and complicated motion with both hands. A difference of perspective between friends. My apologies, then, for the intrusion. Katana bowed over fists gathered one into the other, and the two newcomers withdrew into the arched tunnel. I didn't see whether they walked away in real time or not. Perhaps, began Natsume quietly, then stopped. I'm sorry, Nick. No, you are right, of course. None of this is real in the way we both used to understand it, but in here, I am more real than I ever was before. I define how I exist, and there is no harder challenge than that, believe me. Brazel said something inaudible. Natsume resumed his seat on the wooden steps. He looked back at Brazel, and, after a moment, the surfer seated himself a couple of steps higher up. Natsume nodded and stared at his garden. There is a beach to the east, he said absently. Mountains to the south. If I wish, they can be made to meet. I can climb any time I wish, swim any time I wish, even surf, though I haven't so far. And in all of these things I have choices to make, choices of consequence. Bottlebacks in the ocean or not, coral to scrape myself on and bleed or not. Blood to bleed with, come to that. These are all matters requiring prior meditation. Full effect gravity in the mountains? If I fall, will I allow it to kill me? And what will I allow that to mean? He looked at his hands as if they, too, were a choice of some sort. If I break or tear something, will I allow it to hurt? If so, for how long? How long will I wait to heal? Will I allow myself to remember the pain properly afterward? And then, from these questions, the secondary, some would say the primary, issues raise their heads from the swamp. Why am I really doing this? Do I want the pain? Why would that be? Do I want to fall? Why would that be? Does it matter to me to reach the top or simply to suffer on the way up? Who am I doing these things for? Who was I ever doing them for? Myself? My father? Lara, perhaps. He smiled out at the filigree poppies. "What do you think, Jack? Is it because of Lara?" "That wasn't your fault, Nick." The smile went away. "In here, I study the only thing that scares me anymore, myself, and in that process I harm no one else." "And help no one else," I pointed out. Yes, axiomatic." He looked around at me. "Are you a revolutionary too, then? One of the Neo-Quellist faithful?" "Not as such. But you have little sympathy with renouncing." I shrugged. "It's harmless, as you say, and no one has to play who doesn't want to. But you kind of assume the rest of us are going to provide the powered infrastructure for your way of life. Seems to me that's a basic failure in renouncing, all on its own." I got the smile back for that. "Yes, that is something of a test of faith for many of us. Of course, ultimately we believe all humanity will follow us into virtual. We are merely preparing the way, learning the path, you might say." "Yeah," snapped Brazel. "And meanwhile outside the world falls apart on the rest of us." "It was always falling apart, Jack. Do you really think what I used to do out there, the little thefts and defiances, do you really think all that made any difference?" "We're taking a team into Ryla," said Brazel abruptly. "Decided. That's the difference we're going to make, Nick. Right there." I cleared my throat. "With your help." "Oh." "Yeah, we need the route, Nick." Brazel got up and wandered off into a corner of the quadrangle, raising his voice as if, now the secret was out, he wanted even the volume of conversation to reflect his decision. "You feel like giving it to us? Say for old time's sake?" Natsume got up and regarded me quizzically. "Have you climbed a sea cliff before?" "Not really, but the sleeve I'm wearing knows how to do it." For a moment he held my eye. It was as if he were processing what I'd just said, and it wouldn't load. Then suddenly he barked a laugh that didn't belong inside the man we'd been talking to. "Your sleeve knows how." The laughter shook out to a more governed chuckling, and then a hard-eyed gravity. "You'll need more than that. You do know there are rip-wing colonies on the top third of Ryla Crags, probably more now than there ever were when I went up. You do know there's an overhanging flange that runs all the way around the lower battlements, and the Buddha alone knows how much updated anti-intrusion tech they've built into it since I climbed it. You do know the currents at the base of Ryla will carry your broken body halfway up the reach before they drop you anywhere." "Well," I shrugged. "At least if I fall, I won't get picked up for interrogation." Natsume glanced across at Brazel. "How old is he?" "Leave him alone, Nick. He's wearing Aishundo custom which he found, he tells me, while wandering around New Hokkaido, killing mimets for a living. You do know what a mimet is, don't you?" "Yes." Natsume was still looking at me. "We've heard the news about Mexec in here." "It's not exactly news these days, Nick," Brazel told him with evident glee. "You're really wearing Aishundo?" I nodded. "You know what that's worth?" "I've had it demonstrated to me a couple of times, yeah." Brazel shifted impatiently on the stonework of the quadrangle. "Look, Nick, are you going to give us this route or not, or are you just worried we're going to beat your record?" "You're going to get yourselves killed, stack irretrievable, both of you. Why should I help you to do that?" "Hey, Nick, you've renounced the world and the flesh, remember? Why should how we end up in the real world bother you in here?" "It bothers me that you're both fucking insane, Jack." Brazel grinned, maybe at the obscenity he'd finally managed to elicit from his former hero. "Yeah, but at least we're still in the game. And you know we're going to do this anyway, with or without your help, so—" "All right." Natsume held up his hands. "Yes, you can have it. Right now. I'll even talk you through it, for all the good it'll do you. Yeah, go on. Go and die on Ryla Crags. Maybe that'll be real enough for you." Brazel just shrugged and grinned again. "What's the matter, Nick? You jealous or something?" Natsume led us up through the monastery to a sparsely furnished suite of wood-floored rooms on the 3rd floor, where he drew images in the air with his hands and conjured the Ryla climb for us. Partly it was drawn direct from his memory, as it now existed in the Virtuality's coding, but the data functions of the monastery allowed him to check the mapping against an objective real-time construct of Ryla. His predictions turned out to be on the nail. The Ripwing colonies had spread, and the battlement flange had been modified, though the monastery's data stack could offer no more than visual confirmation of this last. There was no way to tell what else was up there waiting for us. "But the bad news cuts both ways," he said, an animation in his voice that hadn't been there before he started sketching the route. "That flange gets in their way as well. They can't see down clearly, and the sensors get confused with the Ripwing movement." I glanced at Brazel. No point in telling Natsume what he didn't need to know, that the Crag's sensor net was the least of our worries. "Over in New Kanagawa," I said instead. "I heard they're wiring Ripwings with microcam systems, training them too. Any truth in that?" He snorted. "Yeah. They were saying the same thing 150 years ago. It was paranoid crapshit then, and I guess it still is now. What's the point of a microcam in a Ripwing? They never go near human habitation if they can avoid it, and from what I recall of the studies done, they don't domesticate or train easily. Plus, more than likely, the orbitals would spot the wiring and shoot them down on the wing." He gave me an unpleasant grin. Not one from the Renouncer Monk Serenity Suite. "Believe me, you've got quite enough to worry about climbing through a colony of wild Ripwings. Never mind some sort of domesticated cyborg variety." "Right, thanks. Any other helpful tips?" He shrugged. "Yeah, don't fall off." But there was a look in his eyes that belied the laconic detachment he affected, and later, as he uploaded the data for outside collection, he was quiet in a tightened way that had none of his previous monkish calm to it. When he led us back down through the monastery, he didn't speak at all. Brazel's visit had ruffled him like spring breezes coming in across the Carp Lakes and Dunchi. Now, beneath the rippled surface, powerful forms flexed restlessly back and forth. When we reached the entrance hall, he turned to Brazel and started speaking, awkwardly. "Listen, if you—" Something screamed. The Renouncer's construct rendering was good. I felt the minute prickle across my palms as the Aishundo sleeve's gecko reflexes got ready to grab rock and climb. Out of peripheral vision suddenly amped up, I saw Brazel tense, and behind him I saw the wall shudder. "Move!" I yelled. At first it seemed to be a product of the doorkeeper tapestries, a bulging extrusion from the same fabric. Then I saw it was the stonework behind the cloth that was bulging inward, warped under forces the real world would not have permitted. The screaming might have been some construct analog of the colossal strain the structure was under, or it might simply have been the voice of the thing that was trying to get in. There wasn't time to know. Split seconds later, the wall erupted inward with a sound like a huge melon cracking. The tapestry tore down the center, and an impossible 10-meter-tall figure stepped down into the hall. It was as if a Renouncer monk had been pumped so full of high-grade lubricant that his body had ruptured at every joint to let the oil out. A gray coveralled human form was vaguely recognizable at the center of the mess, but all around it iridescent black liquid boiled out and hung on the air in viscous, reaching tendrils. The face of the thing was gone, eyes and nose and mouth ripped apart by the pressure of the extruding oil. The stuff that had done the damage pulsed out of every orifice and juncture of limb as if the heart within was still beating. The screaming emanated from the whole figure in time with each pulse, never quite dying away before the next blast of sound. I found I'd dropped to a combat crouch that I knew was going to be worse than useless. All we could do now was run.
"Norikai-san! Norikai-san! Please leave the area now!"
It was a chorus of cries, perfectly cadenced, as from the opposite wall a phalanx of doorkeepers threaded themselves out of the tapestries and arced gracefully over our heads toward the intruder, wielding curious spiked clubs and lances. Their freshly assembled bodies were laced with an extrusion of their own that glowed with soft, cross-hatched golden light.
"Please lead your guests to the exit immediately. We will deal with this."
The structured gold threads touched the ruptured figure, and it recoiled. The screaming splintered and mounted in volume and pitch, stabbing at my eardrums. Natsume turned to us, shouting above the noise, "You heard them! There's nothing you can do about this! Get out of here!" "Yeah, how do we do that?" I shouted back. "Go back to—" His words faded out as if he'd been turned down. Over his head, something punched a massive hole in the roof of the hall. Blocks of stone rained down, and the doorkeepers flinched about in the air, lashing out with golden light that disintegrated the debris before it could hit us. It cost 2 of them their existence as the black-threaded intruder capitalized on their distraction, reached out with thick new tentacles, and tore them apart. I saw them bleed pale light as they died. Through the roof— oh, fuck! It was another oil-exploded figure, this one double the size of the previous arrival, reaching in with human arms that had sprouted huge liquid talons from out of the knuckles and under the nails of each hand. A ruptured head squeezed through and grinned blankly down at us. Globules of the black stuff cascaded down like drool from the thing's torn mouth, splattering the floor and corroding it through to a fine silver filigree underlay. A droplet caught my cheek and scorched the skin. The splintered shrieking intensified. "Through the waterfall!" Natsume bellowed in my ear. "Throw yourself into it! Go!" Then the second intruder stamped down and the whole of the hall ceiling fell inward. I grabbed at Brazel, who was staring upward with numb awe, and dragged him in the direction of the wedged-open door. Around us, doorkeeper figures rallied and flung themselves upward to meet the new threat. I saw a fresh wave come out of the remaining tapestries, but half of them were grabbed up and shredded by the thing on the roof before they could finish assembling themselves. Light bled like rain onto the stone floor. Musical chords rang through the space of the hall and fractured apart on disharmonies. The black, shredded things flailed about them. We made it to the door with a couple of more minor burns, and I shoved Brazel through ahead of me. I turned back for a moment and wished I hadn't. I saw Natsume touched by a misshapen tendril of black and somehow heard him scream across the general shrieking. For a scant second, it was a human voice. Then it was twisted out of pitch as if by an impatient hand on a set of sound controls, and Natsume seemed to somehow swim away from his own solidity, thrashing back and forth like a fish trapped between compressing sheets of glass, all the time melting and shrieking in eerie harmony with the swooping rage of the 2 intruders. I got out. We sprinted for the waterfall. One more back-flung glance showed me the whole side of the monastery punched apart behind us, and the 2 black-tentacled figures growing in stature as they lashed at the doorkeepers swarming around them. The sky overhead was darkening as if for a storm, and the air had turned suddenly chilled. An indescribable hissing ran through the grass on either side of the path, like torrential rain, like leaking high-pressure gas. As we skidded down the winding path beside the waterfall, I saw savage interference patterns rip through the curtain of water, and once, as we arrived on the platform behind the fall, the flow staggered altogether into a sudden bleakness of naked rock and open air, spluttered, then restarted. I met Brazel's eye. He didn't look any happier than I felt. "You go first," I told him. "No, it's okay, you—" A shrill, pealing howl from up the path. I shoved him in the small of the back, and as he disappeared through the thundering veil of water, I dived after him. I felt the water pour down onto my arms and shoulders, felt myself tip, and jerked upright on the battered couch. It was an emergency transition. For a couple of seconds I still felt wet from the waterfall, could have sworn my clothes were drenched and my hair plastered down around my face. I drew one soggy breath, and then real-world perception caught up. I was dry. I was safe. I was tearing off hypnophones and trodes, rolling off the couch, staring around me, heartbeat ripping belatedly upward as my physical body responded to signals from a consciousness that had only just slipped back into the adrenal driving seat. Across the transfer chamber, Brazel was already on his feet, talking hastily to a grim-faced Sierra Trey who'd somehow reacquired both her own blaster and my Rhapsodia. The room was full of a dusty-throated whoop from emergency sirens that hadn't seen use in decades. Lights flickered uncertainly. I met the female receptionist halfway across the chamber, where she'd just abandoned an instrument panel gone colorfully insane. Even on the poorly muscled face of the Fabricon sleeve, shocked anger glared out at me.
"Did you bring it in?"
she shouted.
"Did you contaminate us?"
"No, of course not. Check your fucking instruments. Those things are still in there." "What the fuck was that?" asked Brazel. "And I guess I'd say a sleeper virus." Absently, I took the Rhapsodia from Trey and checked the load. "You saw the shape of it. Part of those things used to be a monk, digitized human disguise wrapped around the offensive systems while they were dormant, just waiting for the right trigger. The cover personality might not even have been aware what it was carrying until it blew." "Yeah, but why?" "Natsume." I shrugged. They'd probably been tagging him since... The attendant was gaping at us as if we'd started gibbering in machine code. Her colleague appeared behind her at the door to the transfer chamber and pushed his way past. There was a small beige data chip in his left hand, and the cheap silico flesh was stretched taut on his fingers where he gripped it. He brandished the chip at us and leaned in close to beat the noise of the sirens.
"You must leave now,"
he said forcefully.
"I am requested by Norikai-san to give you this, but you must get out immediately. You are no longer either welcome or safe here."
"Yeah, no shit." I took the offered chip. "If I were you, I'd come with us. Weld shut every data port you've got into the monastery before you leave and then call a good viral cleanup crew. From what I saw back there, your doorkeepers are outclassed." The sirens whooped about us like methed-up partygoers. He shook his head as if to clear it of noise.
"No. If this is a test, we will meet it on uploaded terms. We will not abandon our brothers."
"Yeah, or sisters. Well, suit yourself, that's very noble, but personally I think anyone you send in there at the moment is going to come out with their subconscious flayed to the bone. You badly need some real-world support." He stared at me.
"You do not understand,"
he yelled.
"This is our domain, not the flesh. This is the destiny of the human race to upload. We are at our strongest there. We will triumph there."
I gave up. I shouted back at him. "Fine, great. You let me know how that turns out. Jack, Sierra, let's leave these idiots to kill themselves and get the fuck out of here." We abandoned the two of them in the transfer room. The last I saw of either was the male attendant laying himself on one of the couches, staring straight up while the woman attached the trodes. His face was shiny with sweat, but it was wrapped, too, locked in a paroxysm of will and emotion. Out on Whaleback and 9th, soft afternoon light was painting the blank-eyed walls of the monastery warm and orange, and the sounds of traffic hooting in the reach drifted up with the smell of the sea. A light westerly breeze stirred dust and dried out spindrizzle spores in the gutters. Up ahead, a couple of children ran across the street, making shooting noises and chasing a miniature robot toy made to resemble a katakuri. There was no one else about, and nothing in the scene to suggest the battle now raging back in the machine heart of the Renouncer's construct. You could have been forgiven for thinking the whole thing was a dream. But down at the lower limits of my Neurochem hearing as we walked away, I could just make out the cry of ancient sirens, like a warning, feeble and faint, of the stirring forces and the chaos to come. Chapter 30. Harlan's Day. More correctly, Harlan's Eve. Technically, the festivities wouldn't commence until midnight rolled around, and that was a solid 4 hours away. But even this early in the evening, with the last of the day's light still high in the western sky, the proceedings had kicked off long since. Over in New Kanagawa and Danchi, the downtown areas would already be a lurid parade of holo-display and masked dance, and the bars would all be serving at state-subsidized birthday prices. Part of running a successful tyranny is knowing when and how to let your subjects off the leash. And at this, the first families were accomplished masters. Even those who hated them most would have had to admit that you couldn't fault Harlan and his kind when it came to throwing a street party. Down by the water in Tadayamako, the mood was more genteel but festive still. Work had ceased in the commercial harbor around lunchtime, and now small groups of dock workers sat on the high sides of real-keel freighters, sharing pipes and bottles and looking expectantly at the sky. In the marina, small parties were in progress on most of the yachts, one or two larger ones spilling out from vessels onto the jetties. A confused mishmash of music splashed out everywhere, and as the evening light thickened, you could see where decks and masts had been sprayed with aluminum powder in green and pink. Excess powder glimmered scummily in the water between hulls. A couple of yachts across from the trimaran we were stealing, a minimally clad blonde woman waved giddily at me. I lifted the Urquezzi's cigar, also stolen, in cautious salute, hoping she wouldn't take it as an invitation to jump ship and come over. Issa had music she swore was fashionable, thumping up from below decks, but it was a cover. The only thing going on to that beat was an intrusion run into the guts of the trimaran Bourbon Islanders' onboard security systems. Uninvited guests trying to crash this particular party were going to meet Sierra Trey or Jaxol Brazel and the business end of a Kalashnikov shotgun at the base of the companionway. I knocked some ash off the cigar and wandered about in the yacht's stern seating area, trying to look as if I belonged there. Vague tension eeled through my guts, more insistent than I'd usually expect before a gig. It didn't take much imagination to work out why. An ache that I knew was psychosomatic twinged down the length of my left arm. I very badly didn't want to climb Ryla Crags. Fucking typical. The whole city's partying, and I get to spend the night clinging to a 200-meter sheer cliff face.
"Hello there!"
I glanced up and saw the minimally clad blonde woman standing at the gangplank and smiling brilliantly. She wobbled a little on exaggerated stiletto heels. "Hello?" I said cautiously.
"Don't know your face,"
she said with inebriated directness.
"I'd remember a hall this gorgeous. You don't usually moor here, do you?"
"No, that's right." I slapped the rail. "First time she's been to Millsport. Only got in a couple of days ago." For the Bourbon Islander and her real owners, at least, it was the truth. They were a pair of moneyed couples from the Arid Isles, rich by way of some state sell-off in local navigational systems, visiting Millsport for the first time in decades. An ideal choice, plucked out of the Harbormaster data stack by Issa, along with everything else we needed to get aboard the 30-meter trimaran. Both couples were unconscious in a Tadayamako hotel right now, and a couple of Brazil's younger revolutionary enthusiasts would make sure they stayed that way for the next 2 days. Amid the confusion of the Harlan's Day celebrations, it was unlikely anyone was going to miss them.
Mind if I come aboard and take a look?
Well, that'd be fine, except, thing is, we're about to cast off. A couple more minutes and we're taking her out into the Reach for the fireworks.
Oh, that's fantastic. You know, I'd really love to do that.
She flexed her body at me.
I go absolutely crazy for fireworks. They make me all, I don't know. Hey, baby.
An arm slipped around my waist, and violent crimson hair tickled me under the jaw. Issa, snuggling against me, stripped down to cutaway swimwear and some eye-opening embedded body jewelry. She glared balefully at the blonde woman.
Who's your new friend?
Oh, we have I opened an inviting hand. The blonde woman's mouth tightened. Maybe it was a competitive thing. Maybe it was Issa's glittery, red-veined stare. Or maybe just healthy disgust at seeing a 15-year-old girl hanging off a man over twice her age. Resleeving can and does lead to some weird body options, but anyone with the money to run a boat like Bourbon Islander doesn't have to go through them if they don't want to. If I was fucking someone who looked 15, either she was 15, or I wanted her to look like she was, which in the end comes to pretty much the same thing.
I think I'd better get back,
she said, and turned unsteadily about. Listing slightly every few steps, she made as dignified a retreat as was possible on heels that stupid.
Yeah, Issa called after her. Enjoy the party. See you around, maybe.
Issa, I muttered. She grinned up at me.
Yeah, what?
Let go of me and go put some fucking clothes back on. We cast off 20 minutes later and cruised out of the harbor on a general guidance beam. Watching the fireworks from the Reach wasn't a stunningly original idea, and we weren't even close to the only yacht in Tadayamako harbor heading that way. For the time being, Issa kept watch from the below-deck's cockpit and let the marine traffic interface tug us along. There'd be time to break loose later, when the show started. In the forward master cabin, Brazel and I broke out the gear. Stealth scuba suits, Anderson-rigged, courtesy of Sierra Trey and her Haiduchi friends, weaponry from the 100 personal arsenals on Ventura Beach, Issa's customized software for the raid patched into the suit's general-purpose processors, overlaid with a scrambler-rigged comm system she'd stolen fresh from the factory that afternoon. Like the Bourbon Islanders' comatose owners, it wouldn't be missed for a couple of days. We stood and looked at the assembled hardware, the gleaming black of the powered-down suits, the variously scuffed and dented weapons. There was barely enough space on the mirrorwood floor for it all. Just like old times, huh? Brazel shrugged. No such thing as an old wave, Tack. Every time it's different. Looking back's the biggest mistake you can make. Sarah. Spare me the cheap fucking beach philosophy, Jack. I left him in the cabin and went aft to see how Issa and Sierra Trey were getting on at the con. I felt Brazel's gaze follow me out, and the taint of my own flaring irritation stayed with me along the corridor and up the 3 steps into the storm cockpit.
Hey, baby,
said Issa when she saw me. Stop that.
Suit yourself.
She grinned unrepentantly and glanced across to where Sierra Trey was propped against the cockpit side panel.
You didn't seem to mind so much earlier on.
Earlier on, there was a... I gave up. Gestured. Suits are ready. Any word from the others? Sierra Trey shook her head slowly. Issa nodded at the ComSet data coil.
They're all online. Look. Green glow all the way across the board. For now, that's all we need or want. Anything more, it just means things have fucked up. Believe me, right now, no news is good news.
I twisted about awkwardly in the confined space. Is it safe to go up on deck?
Yeah, sure. This is a sweet ship. It runs weather exclusion screens from generators in the rigging. I've got them up on partial opaque for incoming. Anyone out there nosy enough to be looking, like your little blonde friend, say, your face is just going to be a blob in the scope.
Good. I ducked out of the cockpit, moved to the stern, and heaved myself into the seating area, then up onto the deck proper. This far north, the Reach was running light, and the trimaran was almost steady on the swell. I picked my way forward to the fair-weather cockpit, seated myself in one of the pilot chairs, and dug out a fresh Urquesi cigar. There was a whole humocrate of them below. I figured the owners could spare more than a few. Revolutionary politics. We all have to make sacrifices. Around me, the yacht creaked a little. The sky had darkened, but Daikoku stood low over the spine of Tadayamako and painted the sea with a bluish glow. The running lights of other vessels sat about, neatly separated from each other by the traffic software. Baselines thumped faintly across the water from the glimmering shore lights of New Kanagawa and Danchi. The party was in full swing. Southward, Ryla speared up out of the sea, distant enough to appear slim and weaponish. A dark, crooked blade, unlit but for the cluster of lights from the citadel at the top. I looked at it and smoked in silence for a while. He's up there, or somewhere downtown looking for you. No, he's there. Be realistic about this. All right, he's there, and so is she. So, for that matter, is this Ayura and a couple of hundred hand-picked Harlan family retainers. Worry about stuff like that when you get to the top. A launch barge slid past in the moonlight, on its way out to a firing position farther up the Reach. At the rear, the deck was piled high with tumbled packages, webbing, and helium cylinders. The sawn-off forward superstructure thronged with figures at rails, waving and firing flares into the night. A sharp hooting lifted from the vessel as it passed, the Harlan birthday hymn picked out in harsh collision alert blasts. Happy birthday, motherfucker.
Kovacs?
It was Sierra Trey. She had reached the cockpit without me noticing, which said either a lot for her stealth skills or as much for my lack of focus. I hoped it was the former.
You okay?
I considered that for a moment. Do I not look okay? She made a characteristically laconic gesture and seated herself in the other pilot chair. For quite a long time, she just looked at me.
So what's going on with the kid?
She asked finally.
You looking to recapture your long-lost youth?
No. I jerked a thumb southward. My long-lost fucking youth is out there somewhere, trying to kill me. There's nothing going on with Issa. I'm not a fucking pedophile. Another long, quiet spell. The launch barge slipped away into the evening. Talking to Trey was always like this. Under normal circumstances, I'd have found it irritating, but now, caught in the calm before midnight, it was curiously restful.
How long do you think they had that viral stuff tagged to Natsume?
I shrugged. Hard to tell. You mean, was it long-term shadowing or a trap set specifically for us?
If you like.
I knocked ash off the cigar and stared at the ember beneath. Natsume's a legend. Granted, a dimly remembered one, but I remember him. So will the copy of me the Harlans have hired. He probably also knows by now that I talk to people back in Takitamura and that I know they're holding Sylvie at Ryla. He knows what I'd do, given that information. A little envoy intuition would do the rest. If he's in tune, then, yeah, maybe he had them clip some viral watchdogs to Natsume, waiting for me to show up. With the backing he's got now, it wouldn't be hard to write a couple of shell personalities, have them wired in with faked credentials from one of the other renouncer monasteries. I drew on the cigar, felt the bite of the smoke, and let it up again. Then again, maybe the Harlan family had Natsume tagged from way back anyway. They're not a forgiving lot, and him climbing Ryla like that made them look stupid, even if it wasn't much more than a Quellboy poster stunt. Sierra was silent, staring ahead through the cockpit windshield.
"Comes to the same thing in the end,"
she said at last. Yes, it does. They know we're coming. Oddly enough, saying it made me smile. They don't know exactly when or exactly how, but they know. We watched the boats around us. I smoked the Orcheses down to a stub. Sierra Trey sat, silent and motionless.
"I guess Sanction 4 was hard,"
she said later. You guess right. For once, I beat her at her own taciturn game. I flicked the spent cigar away and fished out another too. I offered her one, and she shook her head.
"Otto blames you," she told me. "So do some of the others, but I don't think Brazil does. He appears to like you. Always has, I think."
Well, I'm a likable guy. A smile bent her mouth.
"So it seems."
What's that supposed to mean? She looked away over the forward decks of the trimaran. The smile was gone now, retracted into habitual, cat-like calm.
"I saw you, Kovacs."
Saw me where?
"Saw you with Vidora."
That sat between us for a while. I drew life into my cigar and puffed enough smoke to hide behind. See anything you liked?
"I wasn't in the room, but I saw you both going there. It didn't look as if you were planning a working lunch."
No. Memory of Virginia's virtual body crushed against mine sent a sharp twinge through the pit of my stomach. No, we weren't. More quiet. Faint bass lines from the clustered lights of southern Kanagawa. Marikanan crept up and joined Daikoku in the northeastern sky. As we drifted idly southward, I could hear the almost subsonic grinding of the maelstrom in full flow. "Does Brazil know?" I asked. Now it was her turn to shrug.
"I don't know. Have you told him?"
"No."
"Has she?"
And more quiet. I remembered Virginia's throaty laughter and the sharp, unmatching shards of the 3 sentences she used to dismiss my concerns and open the floodgates.
"This isn't something that's going to bother Jack. This isn't even real, Tack. And anyway, he isn't going to know."
I was accustomed to trusting her judgment amid bomb blasts and sunjet fire on 17 different worlds, but something didn't ring true here. Virginia Vidora was as used to virtualities as any of us. Dismissing what went on there as not real struck me as an evasion. Certainly felt pretty fucking real while we were doing it. Yeah, but you came out of that as pent up and full of cum as when you started. It wasn't much more real than the daydream fantasies you used to have about her when you were a raw recruit. Hey, she was there too. After a while, Sierra stood up and stretched.
"Vidora's a remarkable woman,"
she said cryptically, and wandered off toward the stern. A little before midnight, Issa cut loose of Reach traffic control, and Brazil took the con from the Fairweather cockpit. By then, conventional fireworks were already bursting, like sudden green and gold and pink sonar displays, all over the Millsport skyline. Pretty much every islet and platform had its own arsenal to fire off, and across the major land masses like New Kanagawa, Danchi, and Tadayamako, they were in every park. Even some of the boats out in the Reach had laid in stock. From several of our nearest neighbors, rockets trailed drunken lines of sparks skyward, and elsewhere rescue flares were put to use instead. On the general radio channel, against a backdrop of music and party noise, some inane presenter warbled pointless descriptions of it all. Bauman Islander bucked a little as Brazel upped her speed, and we started to break waves southward. This far down the reach, the wind carried a fine mist of droplets thrown up by the maelstrom. I felt them against my face, fine like cobwebs, then cold and wet as they built and ran like tears. Then the real fireworks began.
"Look!"
Issa said, face lit up as a bright cuff of childlike excitement showed momentarily under her wrappings of teenage cool. Like the rest of us, she'd come up on deck because she wasn't going to miss the start of the show. She nodded at one of the hooded radar sweeps.
"There go the first ones! Lift off!"
On the display, I saw a number of blotches to the north of our position in the reach, each one tagged with the alarmed red lightning jag that indicated an airborne trace. Like any rich man's toy, Bauman Islander had a redundancy of instrumentation that even told me what altitude the contacts were at. I watched the numbers scribble upward beside each blotch, and, despite myself, felt a tiny twist of awe in my guts. The Harlan's World Legacy. You can't grow up on this planet and not feel it.
"And they've cut the ropes," the presenter informed us gaily. "The balloons are rising. I can see the—"
"Do we have to have this on?" I asked. Brazel shrugged. "Find a channel that's not casting the same fucking thing. I couldn't." The next moment, the sky cracked open. Carefully loaded with explosive ballast, the first clutch of helium balloons had attained the 400-meter demarcation. Inhumanly precise, machine swift, the nearest orbital noticed and discharged a long, stuttering finger of angel fire. It ripped the darkness apart, slashed through cloud masses in the upper western sky, lit the jagged mountain landscapes around us with sudden blue, and for fractions of a second touched each of the balloons. The ballast detonated. Rainbow fire poured down across Millsport. The thunder of outraged air in the path of the angel fire blast rolled majestically out across the archipelago like something dark tearing. Even the radio commentators shut up. From somewhere south, a second set of balloons reached altitude. The orbital lashed down again. Night turned again to bluish day. The sky rained colors again. The scorched air snarled. Now, from strategic points all over Millsport and the barges deployed in the reach, the launches began. Widespread, repeated goads for the alien-built machine eyes overhead. The flickering rays of angel fire became a seemingly constant, wandering pointer of destruction, stabbing out of the clouds at all angles, licking delicately at each transgressive vessel that hit the 400-meter line. The repeated thunder grew deafening. The reach and the landscape beyond became a series of flash-lit still images. Radio reception died. "Time to go," said Brazel. He was grinning. So, I realized, was I. Chapter 31. The reach waters were cold, but not unpleasantly so. I slid in from Bauman Islander's dive steps, let go of the rail, and felt the jellied cool pressing me all over through the suit's skin as I submerged. It was an embrace of sorts, and I let myself sink into it as the weight of my strapped weapons and the Anderson rig carried me down. A couple of meters below the surface, I switched on the stealth and buoyancy systems. The grav powers shivered and lifted me gently back up. I broke the surface to eye level, snapped down the mask on the helmet, and blew it clear of water. Trey bobbed up a few meters away, raised a gloved hand in acknowledgement. I cast about for Brazel.
"Jack?"
His voice came back through the induction mic, lips blowing in a heartfelt shudder.
Under you. Chilly, huh? Told you should have laid off the self-infection. Isa, you listening up there? What do you think? All right, then. You know what to do?
I heard her sigh.
Yes, Dad. Hold station, keep the channels clear, relay anything that comes in from the others, don't talk to any strange men. Got it in one.
I lifted an arm cautiously and saw how the stealth systems had activated the refraction shift in the suit's skin. Close enough to the bottom, standard chameleochrome would kick in and make me a part of whatever colors were down there. But in open water, the shift system made me a ghost, an eye-blink twist of shadowed water, a trick of the light. There was a kind of comfort in that.
All right, then.
I drew air, harder than necessary.
Let's do this.
I took bearings on the lights at New Kanagawa's southern tip, then the black stack of Ryla 20 clicks beyond. Then I sank back into the sea, turned lazily over, and began to swim. Brazil had taken us as far south of the general traffic as was safe without attracting attention, but we were still a long way off the crags. Under normal circumstances, getting there would have been a couple of hours' hard work at least. Currents sucked south through the reach by the maelstrom helped somewhat, but the only thing that really made the scuba approach viable was the modified buoyancy system. With electronic security in the archipelago effectively blinded and deafened by the orbital storm, no one was going to be able to pick up a one-man grav engine underwater. And with a carefully applied vector, the same power that maintained diver flotation would also drive us south at machine speed. Like sea wraiths out of the Ebisu Daughter legend, we slid through the darkened water an arm's reach apart, while above us the surface of the sea bloomed silently and repeatedly with reflected angel fire. The Anderson rig clicked and bubbled gently in my ears, electrolyzing oxygen directly from the water around me, blending in helium from the Ultracomp mini-tank on my back, feeding it to me, then patiently shredding and dispersing my exhaled breath in bubbles no larger than fish eggs. Distantly, the maelstrom growled a bass counterpoint. It was very peaceful. Yeah, this is the easy part. A memory drifted by in the flashlit gloom. Night diving off Harada's reef with a girl from the upscale end of New Pest. She'd blown into Watanabe's one night with Segasvar and some of the other reef warriors, part of a mixed bag of slumming daddy's girls and stink-town hardboys. Ava, Irena. All I remembered was a gathered-up rope of dark honey hair, long, sprawling limbs, and shining green eyes. She was smoking sea-hemp roll-ups, badly, choking and wheezing on the rough blend with a frequency that made her harder-edged friends laugh out loud. She was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Making a, for me, rare effort, I peeled her away from Segasvar, who in any case seemed to be finding her a drag, parked us in a quiet corner of Watanabe's near the kitchens, monopolized her all evening. She seemed to come from another planet entirely. A father who cared and worried about her with an attention I would have jeered at under different circumstances. A mother who worked part-time just so she doesn't feel like a complete housewife. A home out of town that they owned, visits to Millsport and Urquezes every few months. An aunt who had gone off-world to work. They were all so proud of her. A brother who hoped to do the same. She talked about it all with the abandon of someone who believes these things to be entirely normal, and she coughed on the sea hemp, and she smiled brilliantly at me. Often.
So,
she said on one of those occasions,
what do you do for fun? I reef dive.
The smile became a laugh.
Yeah, reef warriors, somehow I guessed. Go down much?
It was supposed to be my line, the line we all used on girls, and she'd stolen it out from under me. I didn't even mind much.
"Far side of Harada,"
I blurted out.
"You want to try sometime?" "Sure."
She matched me.
"Want to try right now?"
It was deep summer in Kossuth. Inland humidity had hit 100% weeks ago. The thought of getting into the water was like an infectious itch. We slipped out of Watanabe's, and I showed her how to read the autocab flows, pick out an unfared one, and jump the roof. We rode it all the way across town, sweat cooling on our skin.
"Hang on tight." "Yeah, I never would have thought of that,"
she yelled back, and laughed into my face in the slipstream. The cab stopped for a fare near the Port Authority, and we tumbled off, scaring the prospective customers into a clutch of mannered yelps. Shock subsided into mutters and disapproving glares that sent us reeling off, stifling cackles. There was a hole in harbor security down at the eastern corner of the hoverloader docks, a blind spot torn by some preteen for Kix hacker the previous year. He had sold it to the Reef Warriors for hollow porn. I got us through the gap, sneaked us down to one of the loader ramps, and stole a real keel tender. We poled and paddled our way silently out of the harbor, then started the motor and tore off in a wide, cream-waked arc for Harada, whooping. Later, sunk in the silence of the dive, I looked up at the Hote-toned, rippling surface and saw her body above me, pale against the black straps of the buoyancy jacket and the ancient compressed air rig. She was lost in the moment, drifting, maybe gazing at the towering wall of the reef beside us, maybe just luxuriating in the cool of the sea against her skin. For about a minute I hung below her, enjoying the view and feeling myself grow hard in the water. I traced the outlines of her thighs and hips with my eyes, zeroed in on the shaved vertical bar of hair at the base of her belly, and the glimpse of lips as her legs parted languidly to kick. I stared at the taut-muscled belly emerging from the lower edge of the buoyancy jacket, the obvious swelling at her chest. Then something happened. Maybe too much sea hemp, never a smart idea before a dive. Maybe just some fatherly echo from my own home life. The reef edged in from the side of my vision, and for one terrible moment it seemed to be tilting massively over, falling on us. The eroticism of the languid drift in her limbs shriveled to sudden, cramping anxiety that she was dead or unconscious. I kicked myself upward in sudden panic, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, and tilted her around in the water. And she was fine. Eyes widened a little in surprise behind the mask, hands touching me in return. A grin split her mouth, and she let air bubble out through her teeth. Gestures, caresses. Her legs wrapped around me. She took out the regulator, gestured for me to do the same, and kissed me.
"Tack?"
Afterward, in the gear fab the Reef Warriors had blown and set atop the reef, lying with me on an improvised bed of musty winter wetsuits, she seemed surprised at how carefully I handled her.
"You won't break me, Tack. I'm a big girl."
And later, legs wrapped around me again, grinding against me, laughing delightedly.
"Hang on tight."
I was too lost in her to steal her comeback from the roof of the autocab.
"Tack, you hear me?"
Ava? Ariana?
"Kovacs."
I blinked. It was Brazil's voice.
"Yeah, sorry. What is it?" "Boat coming."
On the heels of his words, I picked it up as well. The scraping whine of small screws in the water, sharp over the backdrop growl of the maelstrom. I checked my proximity system, found nothing on grav trace, went to sonar and found it, southwest and coming fast up the reach.
"Real keel,"
muttered Brazil.
"Think we should worry?"
It was hard to believe the Harlan family would run real keel patrol boats. Still,
Kill the drives.
Sierra Trey said it for me.
Go to standby flotation. It's not worth the risk. Yeah, you're right.
Reluctantly, I found the buoyancy controls and shut down the grab support. Instantly, I felt myself starting to sink as the weight of my gear asserted itself. I prodded the emergency flotation dial and felt the standby chambers in the flotation jacket start to fill up. Cut it as soon as my descent stopped and floated in the flashlit gloom, listening to the approaching whine of the boat. Elena, maybe? Green eyes shining. The reef tipping over onto us. As another angel fire blast cut loose, I spotted the keel of the vessel overhead, big and sharkish, and hugely misshapen on one side. I narrowed my eyes and peered in the post-blast gloom, cranking the Neurochem. The boat seemed to be dragging something, and the tension drained back out of me.
Charter boat, guys. They're hauling a bottle-back carcass.
The boat labored past and faded northward on a bored drone, listing awkwardly with the weight of its prize. Not even that close to us in the end. Neurochem showed me the dead bottleback in silhouette against the blue-lit surface of the water, still trailing thin threads of blood into the water. The massive torpedo body rolled sluggishly against the bow wave. The flukes trailed like broken wings. Part of the dorsal flange had been ripped loose at some point, and now it flogged back and forth in water, blurred at the edges with ragged lumps and tendrils of tissue. Loose cabling tangled alongside, looked as if they'd harpooned it a few times. Whoever had chartered the boat clearly wasn't that great a fisherman. When humans first arrived on Harlan's world, the bottlebacks didn't have any natural predators. They were the top of the food chain, magnificently adapted marine hunters and highly intelligent social animals. Nothing the planet had evolved recently was up to killing them. We soon changed that.
Hope that's not an omen,
murmured Sierra Trey unexpectedly. Brazil made a noise in his throat. I vented the emergency chambers on the buoyancy jacket and snapped the grav system back on. The water seemed suddenly colder around me. Behind the automatic motions of course check and gear trim, I could feel a vague, undefined anger seeping in.
Let's get this done, guys.
But the mood was still with me 20 minutes later when we crept into the shallows at the base of Ryla, pulsing at my temples and behind my eyes. And projected on the glass of my scuba mask, the pale red route pointers from Natsume's simulation software seemed to flare in time with the ratcheting of my own blood. The urge to do damage was a rising tide inside me, like wakefulness, like hilarity. We found the channel Natsume had recommended, eased through with gloved hands braced against rock and coral outcrops to avoid snagging, levered ourselves up out of the water onto a narrow ledge that the software had tinted and flagged with a slightly demonic smiling face. Entry level, Natsume had said, shedding his monkish demeanor for a fleeting moment. Knock, knock. I got myself braced and took stock. Faint silvery light from Daikoku touched the sea, but Hotei had still not risen, and the spray from the maelstrom and nearby wave crash fogged what light there was. The view was mostly gloom. Angel fire sent shadows scurrying past on the rocks as another firework package burst somewhere to the north. Thunder rippled across the sky. I scanned the cliff above for a moment, then the darkened sea we'd just climbed out of. No sign we'd been noticed. I detached the dive helmet's frame from the mask and lifted it off, shed my flippers, and flexed the toes of the rubber boots underneath. "Everybody okay?" Brazil grunted an affirmative. Trey nodded. I secured the helmet frame at my belt in the small of my back where it wouldn't get in the way, stripped off my gloves, stowed them in a pouch. settled the now lightweight mask a little more comfortably on my face, and checked that the data feed was still securely jacked in. Tipping my head back, I saw Natsume's route march off above us in clearly marked red hand and footholds. "You all seeing this okay?" "Yeah." Brazel grinned. "Kind of spoils the fun, doesn't it? Marking it out like that. You want to go first, then?" "After you, Mr. Aishundo." Without giving myself time to think about it, I reached up and grasped the first indicated hold, braced my feet, and heaved myself onto the cliff. Swung up and found a grip with my other hand. The rock was wet with maelstrom mist, but the Aishundo grip held. I brought a leg across to fit against an angled ledge, swung again and grasped, and left the ground behind. Nothing to it. The thought zipped through my mind after I'd gone about 20 meters, and left a slightly manic grin in its wake. Natsume had warned me that the early stages of the climb were deceptive.
"It's ape-man stuff," he said seriously. "Lots of wide swings and grabs, big moves, and your strength's good at this stage. You're going to feel good. Just remember, it doesn't last."
I pursed my lips, chimpanzee-like, and hooted gently through them. Below me, the sea smashed and gnawed restlessly at rock. The sound and scent of it came bouncing up the cliff face and wrapped me in windings of chill and damp. I shrugged off a shudder. Swing up, grab. Very slowly it grew on me that the envoy conditioning hadn't yet come online against my vertigo. With the rock face less than half a meter in front of my face and the Aishundo muscle system thrumming on my bones, it was almost possible to forget that there was a drop below. The rock lost the coating of spray from the maelstrom as we climbed higher. The repeating roar of waves faded to distant white noise. The gecko grip on my hands made glassy, treacherous holds laughably comfortable, and more than all these factors, or maybe the culminating Aishundo touch, what I'd told Natsume seemed to be true. The sleeve knew how to do this. Then, as I reached a set of holds and ledges whose markers the mask display labeled with a rest point symbol, I looked down to see how Brazel and Trey were doing, and ruined it all. 60 meters below, not even a third of the whole climb, the sea was a blackened fleece, touched with Daikoku silver where it rippled. The skirt of rocks at the base of Ryla sat in the water like solid shadows. The two big ones that framed the channel where we'd come in now looked as if they'd fit into my hand. The back-and-forth sluice of water between them was hypnotic, pulling me downward. The view seemed to pivot dizzyingly. The conditioning came online, flattening the fear. Like airlock doors in my head. My gaze came up again to face the rock. Sierra Trey reached up and tapped my foot. "Okay?" I realized I'd been frozen for the best part of a minute. "Just resting." The marked trail of holds leaned left, an upward diagonal around a broad buttress that Natsume had warned us was pretty much unclimbable. Instead, he'd lain back and moved almost upside down under the chin of the buttress, feet jammed against minute folds and fissures in the stone, fingers pinching angles of rock that barely deserved the name hold, until he could finally get both hands on a series of sloped ledges at the far side and haul himself back into a nearly vertical position. I gritted my teeth and started to do the same. Halfway there, my foot slipped, swung my weight out, and pulled my right hand off the rock. An involuntary grunt, and I was dangling left-handed, feet flailing for purchase, far too low to find anything apart from empty air. I would have screamed, but the barely recovering sinews in my left arm were doing it for me. "Fuck! Hang on tight." The gecko grip held. I curled upward from the waist, craning my neck to see the marked footholds in the glass of the mask. Short, panicky breaths. I got one foot lodged against a bubble of stone. Tiny increments of strain came off my left arm. Unable to see clearly with the mask, I reached up in the dark with my right hand and felt about on the rock for another hold. Found it. Moved my braced foot fractionally and jammed the other one in next to it. Hung, panting. No, don't fucking stop. It took all my willpower to move my right hand for the next hold. 2 more moves, and it took the same sickening effort to look for the next. 3 more moves, a fractionally improved angle, and I realized I was almost to the other side of the buttress. I reached up, found the first of the sloping ledges, and dragged myself, hyperventilating and cursing, upright. A genuine, deeply grooved hold offered itself. I got my feet to the lowest ledge, sagged with relief against the cool stone. Get yourself up out of the fucking way, Tack. Don't leave them hanging about down there. I scrambled up the next set of holds until I was on top of the buttress. A broad shelf glowed red in the mask display, smiling face floating above it. Rest point. I waited there while Sierra Trey and then Brazel emerged from below and joined me. The big surfer was grinning like a kid. Had me worried there, Tack. Just don't. Fucking don't, all right? We rested for about 10 minutes. Over our heads, the battlement flange of the citadel was now clearly visible, clean-cut edges emerging from the chaotic angles of the natural rock it jutted above. Brazel nodded upward. Not far to go now, eh? Yeah, and only the rip wings to worry about. I dug out the repellent spray and squirted myself liberally with it all over. Trey and Brazel followed suit. It had a thin, faintly green odor that seemed stronger in the fitful darkness. It might not drive a ripwing away under all and any circumstances, but it would certainly put them off. And if that wasn't enough... I drew the Rhapsodia from its holster on my lower ribs and pressed it to a utility patch on my chest. It clung there, easily at hand in fractions of a second, always assuming I could spare the hand to grab it in the first place. Faced with the prospect of meeting a cliff full of angry, startled ripwings with Young to defend, I would have preferred the heavy-duty Sunjet blaster on my back, but there was no way I could wield it effectively. I grimaced, adjusted the mask, and checked the data jack again. Drew a deep breath and reached for the next set of handholds. Now the cliff face grew convex, bulging out and forcing us to climb at a sustained backward lean of 20 degrees. The path Natsume had taken wove back and forth across the rock, governed by the sparse availability of decent holds, and even then opportunities to rest were few and far between. By the time the bulge faded back to a vertical, my arms were aching from shoulder to fingertip, and my throat was raw from panting. Hang on tight. I found a display-marked diagonal crack, moved up it to give the others space, and jammed an arm in up to the elbow. Then I hung there limply, collecting breath. The smell hit me about the same time as I saw the gossamer thin streamers of white dangling from above. Oily, acidic. Here we go. I twisted my head and stared upward for confirmation. We were directly below the colony's nesting band. The whole expanse of rock was thickly plastered with the creamy webbing secretion that ripwing embryos were birthed directly into and lived in for their 4-month gestation. Evidently, somewhere just above me, mature hatchlings had torn their way free and either taken wing or tumbled incompetently to a Darwinian conclusion in the sea below. Let's not think about that right now, huh? I cranked the Neurochem vision and scanned the colony. Dark shapes preened and flapped here and there on protruding crags in the mass of white, but there weren't many of them.
Ripwings,
Natsumi assured us,
don't spend a lot of time at the nests. No eggs to keep warm, and the embryos feed directly off the webbing.
Like most hardcore climbers, he was a part-time expert on the creatures.
You're going to get a few sentinels, the odd birthing female, and maybe some well-fed parents secreting more gunge onto their particular patch. If you go carefully, they may leave you alone.
I grimaced again and began to work my way up the crack. The oily stink intensified, and shreds of torn webbing began to adhere to my suit. The chameleochrome system blanched to match wherever the stuff touched. I stopped breathing through my nose. A quick glance down past my boots showed me the others following, faces contorted with the smell. And then, inevitably, the crack ran out, and the display said that the next set of holds was buried beneath the webbing. I nodded drearily to myself and plunged a hand into the mess, wriggling fingers around until they found a spur of rock that resembled the red model in the display. It seemed pretty solid. A second plunge into the webbing gave me another, even better hold, and I hacked sideways with one foot, looking for a ledge that was also covered in the stuff. Now, even breathing through my mouth, I could taste the oil at the back of my throat. This was far worse than the climb over the bulge. The holds were good, but each time you had to force your hand or foot through the thick, clinging webs until it was secure. You had to watch out for the vague shadows of embryos hung up inside the stuff, because even embryonic, they could bite, and the surge of fear hormones they'd release through the webbing if you touched them would hit the air like a chemical siren. The sentinels would be on us seconds after, and I didn't rate our chances of fighting them off without falling. Stick your hand in, flex it about, get a grip, move. Pull clear and shake your hand free, gag at the liberated stink. Stick your hand back in. By now we were coated with clinging strands of the stuff, and I was finding it hard to remember what climbing on clean rock had been like. At the edges of a nearly cleared patch, I passed a dead and rotting hatchling, caught upside down by the talons in a freak knot of webbing it hadn't been strong enough to break before it starved to death. It added new, sickly sweet layers of decay to the stink. Higher up, a nearly grown embryo seemed to turn its beaked head to look at me as I reached gingerly into the gunge, half a meter away. I drew myself up over a ledge made rounded and sticky by webbing. The ripwing lunged at me. Probably it was as startled as I was. Rising mist of repellent and the bulky black figure that came after, you could see how it would be. It went for my eyes with a repeated stabbing movement, punched the mask instead, and jerked my head back. The beak made a skittering noise on the glass. I lost my left-hand grip, pivoted on the right. The ripwing croaked and hunched closer, stabbing at my throat. I felt the serrated edge of the beak gouge skin. Out of options, I dragged myself back hard against the ledge with my right hand. My left whip-lashed out, Neurochem swift, and grabbed the fucking thing by the neck. I ripped it off the ledge and hurled it downward. There was another startled croak, then an explosion of leathery wings below me. Sierra Trey yelled. I got another grip with my left hand and peered down. They were both still there. The ripwing was a retreating winged shadow, soaring away out to sea. I unlocked my breath again. "You okay? Can you please not do that again?" gritted Brazel. I didn't have to. Natsume's route took us through an area of torn and used-up webbing next, finally over a narrow band of thicker secretion, and then we were clear. A dozen good holds after that, and we were crouched on a worked stone platform under the main battlement flange of the Rylus Citadel. Tight, traded grins. There was enough space on the platform to sit down. I tapped the induction mic. "Isa?"
"Yes, I'm here."
Her voice came through uncharacteristically high-pitched, hurried with tension. I grinned again. "We're at the top. Better let the others know."
"All right."
I settled back against the stonework and breathed out loose-lipped, stared out at the horizon.
"I do not want to have to do that again."
"Still this bit left,"
said Trey, jerking her thumb upward at the flange. I followed the motion and looked at the underside of the battlement.
Settlement years architecture.
Natsume had been almost scornful.
So fucking baroque, they might as well have built a ladder into it.
And the glimmer of pride that all his time as a renouncer didn't seem to have taken away.
Course, they never expected anyone to get up there in the first place.
I examined the ranks of carving on the upward-sloping underside of the flange. Mostly it was the standard wing and wave motifs, but in places there were stylized faces representing Conrad Harlan and some of his more notable relatives from the settlement era. Every 10 square centimeters of stonework offered a decent hold. The distance out to the edge of the flange was less than 3 meters. I sighed and got back to my feet.
"Okay, then."
Brazel braced himself next to me, peering up the angle of the stone.
"Looks easy enough, huh? Think there are any sensors?"
I pressed the Rhapsodia against my chest to make sure it was still secure, loosened the blaster in its sheath on my back, got back to my feet. Who fucking cares? I reached up, stuck a fist in Conrad Harlan's eye, and dug in with my fingers. Then I climbed out over the drop before I could think about it. About 30 hanging seconds, and I was onto the vertical wall. I found similar carvings to work with, and seconds later was crouched on a 3-meter broad parapet, peering down into a cloister-lined, tear-shaped ornamental space of raked gravel and painstakingly aligned rocks. A small statue of Harlan stood near the center, head bowed and hands folded meditatively, overshadowed at the rear by an idealized Martian, whose wings were spread in protection and conferral of power. At the far end of the rounded space, a regal arch led away, I knew, to the shadowed courtyards and gardens of the Citadel's guest wing. The perfume of herbs and ledge fruit blew past me, but there was no local noise beyond the breeze itself. The guests, it appeared, were all across in the central complex, where lights blazed and the sounds of celebration came and went with the wind. I strained the Neurocam and picked out cheers, elegant music that Isa would have hated, a voice raised in song that was quite beautiful. I pulled the sunjet from its sheath on my back and clicked the power on. Waiting there in the darkness on the edge of the party, hands full of death, I felt momentarily like some evil spirit out of legend. Brazel and Trey came up behind me and fanned out on the parapet. The big surfer had a heavy antique frag rifle cradled in his arms. Trey hefted her blaster left-handed to make room for the Kalashnikov solid load in her right. There was a distant look on her face, and she seemed to be weighing the 2 weapons for balance, or as if she might throw them. The night sky split with angel fire and lit us, bluish and unreal. Thunder rumbled like an incitement. Under it all the maelstrom called.
"All right, then,"
I said softly.
"Yes, that's probably far enough."
said a woman's voice from the garden-perfumed shadows.
"Put down your weapons, please."
Chapter 32. Figures, armed and armored, stepped out of the cloistering. At least a dozen of them. Here and there I could see a pale face, but most wore bulky enhanced vision masks and tactical marine-style helmets. Combat armor hugged their chests and limbs like extra muscle. The weaponry was equally heavy-duty. Shard blasters with gape-mouthed dispersal fittings, frag rifles about a century newer than the one Jack Sol Brazel had brought to the party, a couple of hip-mounted plasma guns. No one up in the Harlan area was taking any chances. I lowered the barrel of the Sunjet gently to point at the stone parapet, kept a loose grip on the butt. Peripheral vision told me Brazel had done the same with the frag rifle, and that Sierra Trey had her arms at her sides.
"Yes, I really meant relinquish your weapons," said the same woman urbanely. "As in, put them down altogether. Perhaps my Amanglic is not as idiomatic as it should be."
I turned in the direction the voice came from. "That you, Ayura?" There was a long pause, and then she stepped out of the archway at the end of the ornamental space. Another orbital discharge lit her for a moment. Then the gloom sank back, and I had to use Neurochem to keep the detail. The Harlan security executive was the epitome of first family beauty, elegant, almost ageless Eurasian features, jet black hair sculpted back in a static field that seemed to both crown and frame the pale of her face, a mobile intelligence of lips and gaze, the faintest of lines at the corners of her eyes to denote a life lived. A tall, slim frame wrapped in a simple quilted jacket in black and dark red, with the high collar of office, matching slacks loose enough to appear a full-length court gown when she stood still. Flat-heeled shoes that she could run or fight in if she had to. A shard pistol, not aimed, not quite lowered. She smiled in the dim light.
"I am Ayura, yes."
"Got my fuckhead younger self there with you?" Another smile, a flicker of eyebrows as she glanced sideways, back the way she'd come. He stepped out of the shadowed archway. There was a grin on his face, but it didn't look very firmly anchored. "Here I am, old man. Got something to say to me?" I eyed the tanned combat frame, the gathered stance, and the bound-back hair, like some fucking bad guy from a cut-rate samurai flick. "Nothing you'd listen to," I told him. "I'm just trying to sort out the idiot count here." "Yeah? Well, I'm not the one who just climbed 200 meters so we could walk into an ambush." I ignored the jibe and looked back at Ayura, who was watching me with amused curiosity. "I'm here for Sylvie Oshima," I said quietly. My younger self coughed laughter. Some of the armored men and women took it up, but it didn't last. They were too nervous. There were still too many guns in play. Ayura waited for the last guffaws to skitter out.
"I think we're all aware of that, Kovacs-san, but I fail to see how you're going to accomplish your goal."
"Well, I'd like you to go and fetch her for me." More grating laughter, but the security exec's smile had paled out, and she gestured sharply for quiet.
"Be serious, Kovacs-san. I don't have unlimited patience."
"Believe me, neither do I, and I'm tired, so you'd better send a couple of your men down to get Sylvie Oshima from whatever interrogation chamber you're holding her in, and you'd better hope she's not been harmed in any way, because if she has, this negotiation is over." Now it had grown quiet again in the stone garden. There was no more laughter. Envoy conviction, the tone in my voice, the choice of words, the ease in my stance, these things told them to believe.
With what exactly are you negotiating, Kovacs-san?
With the head of Mitzi Harlan, I said simply. The quiet cranked tight. Ayura's face might have been graven from stone for all the reaction it showed, but something in the way she stood changed, and I knew I had her. Ayura-san, I am not bluffing. Conrad Harlan's favorite granddaughter was taken by a Quillist assault team in Danchi 2 minutes ago. Her Secret Service detachment is dead, as is anyone else who mistakenly tried to come to her aid. You have been focused in the wrong place, and you now have less than 30 minutes to render me Sylvie Oshima unharmed. After that, I have no influence over the outcomes. Kill us, take us prisoner, it won't matter. None of it will make any difference. Mitzi Harlan will die in great pain. The moment pivoted. Up on the parapet, it was cool and quiet, and I could hear the maelstrom faintly. It was a solid, carefully engineered plan, but that didn't mean it couldn't get me killed. I wondered briefly what would happen if someone shot me off the edge, if I'd be dead before I hit. Crap shit! It was me. He had stepped toward the parapet, controlled violence raging off the way he held himself. You're bluffing. There's no way you'd... I locked gazes with him, and he shut up. I sympathized. The same freezing disbelief was in me as I stared back into his eyes and truly understood for the first time who was behind them. I had been double-sleeved before, but that had been a carbon copy of who I was at the time, not this echo from another time and place in my own lifeline, not this ghost. Wouldn't I? I gestured. You're forgetting there's 100-odd years of my lifeline that you haven't lived yet, and that isn't even the issue here. This isn't me we're talking about. This is a squad of Quellists, with 3 centuries of grudge backed up in their throats and a useless fucking aristo trollop standing between them and their beloved leader. You know this, Ayura-san, even if my idiot youth here doesn't. Whatever's required down there they will do, and nothing I do or say will change that, unless you give me Sylvie Oshima. Ayura muttered something to my younger self. Then she took a phone from her jacket and glanced up at me.
You'll forgive me, she said politely, if I don't take this on trust.
I nodded. Please confirm anything you need to, but please hurry. It didn't take long for the security exec to get the answers she needed. She had barely spoken 2 words into the phone when a torrent of panicked gibbering washed back out at her. Even without Nirachem, I could hear the voice at the other end. Her face hardened. She snapped a handful of orders in Japanese, cut off the speaker, then killed the line and replaced the phone in her jacket.
How do you plan to leave?
She asked me. We'll need a helicopter. I understand you maintain 6 or so here. Nothing fancy, a single pilot. If he behaves, we'll send him back to you unharmed. Yeah, if you're not shot out of the sky by a twitchy orbital, drawled Kovacs. Not a good time to be flying tonight. I stared back at him with dislike. I'll take the risk. It won't be the most stupid thing I've ever done.
And Mitzi Harlan?
The Harlan security exec was watching me like a predator now.
What assurances do I have of her safety?
Brazos stirred at my side for the first time since the confrontation began. We are not murderers.
No?
Ayura switched her gaze across to him like an audio response sentry gun.
Then this must be some new breed of Quellism I was unaware of.
For the first time, I thought I detected a crack in Brazos' voice. Fuck you, Enforcer. With the blood of generations on your hands, you want to point a moral finger at us? The first families have— I think we'll have this discussion some other time, I said loudly. Ayura-san, your 30 minutes are burning up. Slaughtering Mitzi Harlan can only make the Quellists unpopular, and I think you know they'll avoid that if they can. If that's insufficient, I give you a personal undertaking. Comply with our demands. I will see Harlan's granddaughter returned unharmed." Ayura glanced sideways at the other me. He shrugged. Maybe he nodded fractionally. Or maybe it was just the thought of facing Conrad Harlan with Mitzi's bloodied corpse. I saw the decision take root in her.
"Very well,"
she said briskly.
"You will be held to your promise, Kovacs-san. I don't need to tell you what that means. When the reckoning comes, your conduct in this matter may be all that saves you from the full wrath of the Harlan family."
I smeared her a brief smile. "Don't threaten me, Ayura. When the reckoning comes, I'm going to be a long way from here. Which is a shame, because I'll miss seeing you and your greasy little hierarch masters scrabbling to get your loot off-world before the general populace strings you up from a dockyard crane. Now where's my fucking helicopter?" They brought Sylvie Oshima up on a grab stretcher, and when I saw her at first, I thought the little blue bugs would have to execute Mitzi Harlan after all. The iron-haired figure beneath the stretcher blanket was a death-white fake of the woman I remembered from Takitamura, gaunt with weeks of sedation, pale features scorched with feverish color across the cheeks, lips badly bitten, eyelids draped slackly closed over twitching eyeballs. There was a light sweat on her forehead that shone in the glow from the stretcher's overhead examination lamp, and a long, transparent bandage on the left side of her face where a thin slash wound led down from cheekbone to jawline. When angel fire lit the stone garden around us, Sylvie Oshima might have been a corpse in the bluish snapshot light. I sensed, more than saw, the outraged tension kick through Sierra Trey and Brazil. Thunder rolled across the sky.
"Is that her?"
asked Trey tautly. I lifted my free hand. "Just take it easy. Yes, it's her. Ayura, what the fuck have you done to her?"
"I would advise against overreaction."
But you could hear the strain in the security exec's voice. She knew how close to the edge we were.
"The wound is a result of self-injury before we were able to stop her. A procedure was tried, and she responded badly."
My mind fled back to Anenin and Jimmy DeSoto's destruction of his own face when the rawling virus hit. I knew what procedure they'd tried with Sylvie Oshima. "Have you fed her?" I asked in a voice that grated in my own ears.
"Intravenously."
Ayura had put her sidearm away while we were waiting for her men to bring Sylvie to the stone garden. Now she moved forward, making damping motions with both hands.
"You must understand that—"
"We understand perfectly," said Brazil. "We understand what you and your kind are, and someday soon we are coming to cleanse this world of you." He must have moved, maybe twitched the barrel of the frag rifle. Weapons came up around the garden with a panicky rattle. Ayura spun about. "No! Stand down, all of you!" I shot a glance at Brazil, muttering, "You too, Jack. Don't blow this." A soft shuddering sound. Above the long angles of the Citadel's guest wing, a narrow black Dracul swoop-copter raced toward us, nose dropped. It swerved wide of the stone garden, out over the sea, hesitated a moment as the sky ruptured blue, then came wagging back in with landing grabs extended. A shift in the engine pitch, and it settled with insect precision onto the parapet to the right. If whoever was flying it was worried by the orbital activity, it didn't show in the handling. I nodded at Sierra Trey. She bent under the soft storm of the rotors and ran crouched to the swoop-copter. I saw her lean in and converse briefly with the pilot, then she looked back at me and gestured an okay. I laid down my sunjet and turned to Ayura. "All right, you and Junior there. Get her up, bring her over here to me. You're going to help me load her, Everybody else stays back." It was awkward, but between the three of us we managed to manhandle Sylvie Oshima up from the stone garden and onto the parapet. Brazil skirted around to stand between us and the drop. I gathered the gray-maned woman under the arms while Ayura supported her back, and the other, Kovacs, took her legs. Together we carried her limp form to the swoop copter. And at the door, in the chuntering of the rotors above us, Ayura Harlan leaned across the semi-conscious form we were both holding. The swoop copter was a stealth machine, designed to run quiet, but this close in, the rotors made enough noise that I couldn't make out what she was saying. I craned my neck closer. "You what?" She leaned closer again, spoke directly and sibilantly into my ear.
"I said, you send her back to me whole, Kovacs. These joke revolutionaries, that's a fight we can have another time, but they harm any part of Mitzi Harlan's mind or body, and I'll spend the rest of my existence hunting you down."
I grinned back at her in the noise. I raised my voice as she drew back. "You don't frighten me, Ayura. I've been dealing with scum like you all my life. You'll get Mitzi back because I said you would. But if you really care that much about her, you'd better start planning some lengthy holidays for her off-world. These guys aren't fucking about." She looked down at Sylvie Oshima.
"It isn't her, you know," she shouted. "There's no way for it to be her. Quellchrist Falconer is dead, really dead."
I nodded. "Okay, so if that's the case, how come she's got all you First Family fucks so bent out of shape?" The security exec's shout became genuinely agitated.
"Why? Because, Kovacs, whoever this is, and it's not Quell, whoever this is, she's brought back a plague from the uncleared, a whole new form of death. You ask her about the Quellgrist protocol when she wakes up, and then ask yourself if what I've done here to stop her is so terrible."
"Hoy!" It was my younger self, elbows crooked under Sylvie's knees, hands spread expressively wide beneath. "Are we gonna load this bitch, or are you gonna stand there talking about it all night?" I held his gaze for a long moment, then lifted Sylvie's head and shoulders carefully up to where Sierra Trey waited in the swoop copter's cramped cabin. The other Kovacs shoved hard, and the rest of her body slid in after. The move brought him up close beside me. "This isn't over," he yelled in my ear. "You and I have some unfinished business." I levered one arm under Sylvie Oshima's knee and elbowed him back, away from her. Gazes locked. "Don't fucking tempt me," I shouted. "You bought and paid for little shit." He bristled. Brazil surged up close. Ayura laid a hand on my younger self's arm and spoke intently into his ear. He backed off, raised one pistol finger and stabbed it at me. What he said was lost in the wash of the rotors. Then the Harlan security exec was shepherding him away, back along the parapet to a safe distance. I swung myself aboard the Dracul, made space beside me for Brazil, and nodded at Sierra Trey. She spoke directly to the pilot, and the swoop copter loosened its hold on the parapet. I stared out at the other, younger Kovacs, watched him stare back. We lifted away. Beside me, Brazil had a grin plastered across his face like the mask for some ceremony I hadn't been invited to attend. I nodded back at him wearily. Suddenly I was shattered, mind and body. The long swim, the unrelenting strain and near-death moments of the climb, the tight-wired tension of the face-off, it all came crashing back down on me. "We did it, Tak!" Brazil bellowed. I shook my head, mustered my voice. "So far, so good," I countered. Don't be like that." I shook my head again. Braced in the doorway, I leaned out of the swoop copter and stared down at the rapidly shrinking array of lights from the Ryla Citadel. With unaided vision, I couldn't see any of the figures in the stone garden anymore, and I was too tired to crank up the Neurochem. But even over the rapidly increasing space between us, I could still feel his stare, and the unforgiving rage kindled in it.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Woken Furies by Richard K. Morgan. Read by William Dufries. Chapter 33. We picked up Bourbon Islander exactly where she was supposed to be. Issa's seamanship, via the trimaran's pilot software, had been impeccable. Sierra Trey talked to the pilot, who seemed, on admittedly very brief acquaintance, to be a decent sort of guy. Given his status as a hostage, he'd shown little nervousness during the flight, and once he said something to Sierra Trey that made her laugh out loud. Now he nodded laconically as she spoke into his ear, maxed up a couple of displays on his flight board, and the swoop-copter fell away toward the yacht. I gestured for the spare comset again and fitted it to my ear. "Still there, Aira?" Her voice came back, precise and terrifyingly polite.
I am still listening, Kovacs-san.
"Good. We're about to set down. Your flyer here knows to back off rapidly, but just to underline the point, I want the sky clear in all directions."
Kovacs-san, I do not have the authority to—
"Then get it. I don't believe for a moment that Conrad Harlan can't have the skies over the whole Millsport archipelago emptied if he wants it, even if you can't. So listen carefully. If I see a helicopter anywhere above our horizon for the next 6 hours, Mitzi Harlan is dead. If I see an airborne trace on our radar any time in the next 6 hours, Mitzi Harlan is dead. If I see any vessel at all following us, Mitzi Harlan—"
You've made your point, Kovacs.
The courtesy in her voice was fast evaporating.
"You will not be followed."
"Thank you." I tossed the comset back onto the seat next to the pilot. Outside the swoop-copter, the rushing air was murky. There hadn't been an orbital discharge since we took off, and it looked, from the lack of fireworks to the north, as if the light show was winding down. Thick cloud was drawing in from the west, smothering the rising edge of Hote. Higher up, Daikoku was thinly veiled, and Marikanon gone altogether. It looked as if it might rain. The Dracul made a tight circle over the trimaran, and I saw a white-faced Issa on deck, waving one of Brazil's antique frag rifles unconvincingly. A smile touched the corners of my mouth at the sight. We backed off on the turn and dropped to sea level, then side-slipped in toward the Bourbon Islander. I stood in the doorway and waved slowly. Issa's taut features collapsed in relief, and she lowered the frag gun. The pilot perched his craft on the corner of Bourbon Islander's deck and shouted to us over his shoulder, "End of the ride, people!" We jumped down, eased Sylvie's still semi-conscious form out after us, and lowered her carefully to the deck. Maelstrom mist coated us like the cold breath of sea sprites. I leaned back into the swoop-copter. "Thanks. Very smooth. You'd better get out of here." He nodded, and I stepped back. The Dracul ungrabbed and lifted away. The nose turned, and in seconds it was 100 meters off, rising into the night sky on a muted chatter. As the noise faded, I turned my attention back to the woman at my feet. Brazil was bent over her, peeling back an eyelid. "Doesn't seem to be in too bad shape," he muttered, as I knelt beside him. "She's running a light fever, but her breathing's okay. I've got gear below I can check her out with better." I put the back of my hand against her cheek. Under the film of spray from the maelstrom, it was hot and papery, the way it had been back in the uncleared. And for all Brazil's informed medical opinion, her breathing didn't sound all that good to me either. Yeah, well, this is a man who favors recreational virals over drugs. Guess light fever's a relative term, eh, Mickey? Mickey? What happened to Kovacs? Kovacs is back there, crawling up a Ura Harlan's crack. That's what happened to Kovacs. The bright anger glinting.
How about we get her below?
Suggested Sierra Trey.
Yeah,
said Issa unkindly.
She looks like shit, man.
I held down a sudden irrational flare of dislike. Issa, what's the news from Coy's end?
She shrugged. Last time I checked, fine. They were moving.
Last time you checked? What the fuck is that, Issa? How long ago was that?
I don't know. I was watching the radar for you.
Her voice rose with hurt.
Saw you were coming in. I thought,
how fucking long, Issa? She bit her lip and stared back at me.
Not long, all right?
You I clenched a fist at my side, summoned calm. It wasn't her fault. None of this was her fault. Issa, I need you to go down and get on the comm set right now, please. Call in, check with Coy that everything's okay. Tell him we're done here, we're on our way out.
Okay.
The hurt was still in her face and tone.
I'm going.
I watched her go, sighed, and helped Brazil and Trey lift Sylvie Oshima's limp, overheated body. Her head lolled back, and I had to shift one hand up quickly to support it. The mane of gray hair seemed to twitch in places as it hung, damp with spray, but it was a feeble movement. I looked down into the pale and flushed face and felt my jaw tighten with frustration. Issa was right. She did look like shit. Not what you thought of when you imagined the flashing-eyed, lithe-limbed combat heroine of the unsettlement. Not what you'd expect when men like Coy talked of a woken and vengeful ghost. I don't know. She's well on her way to the ghost part. Fucking ha. Issa appeared at the top of the stern companionway just as we got there. Wrapped up in my own sour thoughts, it took me a moment to look up at her face. And by then, it was too late.
Kovacs, I'm sorry,
she pleaded. The swoop copter. Faintly, the soft strop of rotors rising out of the backdrop noise from the maelstrom. Death and fury approaching on ninja wings.
They're down,
Issa cried.
First Family Commandos tracked them. Otto's hit. The rest of them are... half of them are... They got Mitzi Harlan.
Who did? Sierra Trey, eyes gone uncharacteristically wide. Who's got her now? Coy or... But I already knew the answer to that one. Incoming! I screamed it, was already trying to get Sylvie Oshima to the deck without dropping her. Brazil had the same idea, but he was moving in the wrong direction. Sylvie's body tugged between us. Sierra Trey yelled. We all seemed to be moving in mud, gracelessly slow. Like a million furious water sprites let loose, the hail of machine gun fire ripped out of the ocean on our stern, then up across Bourbon Islander's lovingly finished deck. Eerily, it was silent. Water splashed and splattered, harmlessly quiet and playful. Wood and plastic leapt out of everything in splinters around us. Issa screamed. I got Sylvie down in the stern seats, landed on top of her. Out of the darkened sky, hard on the heels of its own silenced machine gun fire, the Dracul machine came hammering across the water at strafing height. The gun started up again, and I rolled off the seat, dragging Sylvie's unresponsive form down with me. Something blunt smashed against my ribs as I hit the ground in the confined space. I felt the swoop-copter's shadow pass across me, and then it was gone, quietened motors muttering in its wake.
Kovacs?
It was Brazil from above on the deck.
Still here, you? He's coming back. Of course he fucking is.
I poked my head out of cover and saw the Dracul banking about in the mist-blurred air. The first run had been a stealth assault. He didn't know we weren't expecting him. Now it didn't matter. He'd take his time, sit out at a distance, and chew us to shreds. Motherfucker! It geysered out of me, all the stored-up fight that the standoff with Ayura hadn't allowed a discharge for. I flailed upright in the stern seats, got a grip on the companionway combing, and hauled myself onto the deck. Brazil was crouched there, frag rifle cradled in both arms. He nodded grimly forward. I followed the look, and the rage took a new twist inside me. Sierra Trey lay with one leg smashed to red glinting fragments. Issa was down near her, drenched in blood. Her breath was coming in tight little gasps. A couple of meters off, the frag rifle she'd brought up on deck lay abandoned. I ran to it, scooped it up like a loved child. Brazil opened fire from the other side of the deck. His frag rifle went off with a ripping, cracking roar, and muzzle flash stabbed out a meter from the end of the barrel. The swoop copter swung in from the right, flinching upward as the pilot spotted the fire. More machine gun slugs ripped across Bowman Islander's masts with a pinging sound, too high to worry about. I braced myself against the gently pitching deck and put the stock to my shoulder, lined up and started shooting as the Dracul drifted back. The rifle roared in my ear. Not much hope of a hit, but standard frag load is proximity fused, and maybe, just maybe he'll slow down enough for you to get close. Come on, Mickey. For a moment, I remembered the Sunjet, dropped on the parapet as I lifted Sylvioshima. If I'd had it now, I could have this motherfucker out of the sky as easy as spitting. Yeah, instead you're stuck with one of Brazil's museum pieces. Nice going, Mickey. That mistake is about to kill you. The second source of ground fire seemed to have rattled the pilot slightly, for all that nothing we were throwing into the sky had touched him. Maybe he wasn't a military flyer. He passed over us again at a steep, side-slipping angle, almost snagging on the masts. He was low enough that I saw his masked face peering downward as he banked the machine. Teeth gritted in fury, face soaked with the upcast spray of the maelstrom, I followed him with frag fire, trying to keep him in the sight long enough to get a hit. And then, in the midst of the gun snarl and drifting mist, something exploded near the Dracul's tail. One of us had managed to put a frag shell close enough for proximity fusing. The swoop copter staggered and pivoted about. It seemed undamaged, but the near miss must have scared the pilot. He kicked his craft upward again, backing around us in a wide, rising arc. The silent machine gun fire kicked in again, came ripping across the deck toward me. The magazine of the frag gun emptied, locked open. I threw myself sideways, hit the deck, and slid toward the rail on spray-slick wood. And the angel fire reached down. Out of nowhere, a long, probing finger of blue. It stabbed out of the clouds, sliced across the spray-soaked air, and abruptly the swoop copter was gone. No more machine gun fire scuttling greedily at me, no explosion, no real noise outside the crackle of abused air molecules in the path of the beam. The sky where the Dracul had caught fire flared up and then faded into the glow of an afterimage on my retina. And I slammed into the rail. For a long moment, there was only the sound of the maelstrom and the slap of wavelets against the hull just below me. I craned my head up and stared. The sky remained stubbornly empty. "Got you, you motherfucker," I whispered to it. Memory slotted. I got myself upright and ran to where Issa and Sierra Trey both lay in running swipes of spray-diluted blood. Trey had propped herself against the side of the fair-weather cockpit and was tying herself a tourniquet from shreds of blood-soaked cloth. Her teeth gritted as she pulled it tight. A single grunt of pain got past her. She caught my eye and nodded, then rolled her head to where Brazil crouched beside Isa, hands frantic over the teenager's sprawled body. I came and peered over his shoulder. She must have taken 6 or 7 slugs through the stomach and legs. Below the chest it looked as if she'd been savaged by a swamp panther. Her face was still now, and the panting breaths from before had slowed. Brazo looked up at me and shook his head. "Isa?" I got on my knees beside her in her blood. "Isa, talk to me."
"Kovacs."
She tried to roll her head toward me, but it barely moved. I leaned closer, put my face close to hers. "I'm here, Isa."
"I'm sorry, Kovacs,"
she moaned. Her voice was a little girl's, barely above a high whisper.
"I didn't think."
I swallowed. "Isa."
"I'm sorry."
And abruptly, she stopped breathing. Chapter 34. At the heart of the maze-like group of islets and reefs Riley named Altavitem, there was once a tower over 2 kilometers high. The Martians built it directly up from the seabed, for reasons best known to themselves, and just short of 500,000 years ago, equally inexplicably, it fell into the ocean. Most of the wreckage ended up littered across the local seabed, but in places you can still find massive shattered remnants on land. Over time, the ruins became part of the landscape of whichever islet or reef they had smashed down onto, but even this subliminal presence was enough to ensure that Altavitem remained largely unpeopled. The fishing villages on the north arm of the Millsport archipelago, at a couple of dozen kilometers distant, were the closest human habitation. Millsport itself lay over 100 kilometers farther south, and Altavitem, "I'm lost," in one of the pre-settlement Magyar dialects, could have swallowed a whole flotilla of shallow draft vessels, if said flotilla didn't want to be found. There were narrow foliage-grown channels between up-flung rock outcrops high enough to hide Bourbon Islander to the mast tips. Sea caves gnawed out between headlands that rendered the openings invisible, except on close approach. Chunks of overarching Martian tower wreckage smothered in a riot of hanging vegetation. It was a good place to hide. From external pursuers, anyway. I leaned on Bourbon Islander's rail and stared down into limpid waters. 5 meters below the surface, a brightly colored mix of native and colonial fish nosed around the white spraycrete sarcophagus we'd buried Isa in. I had some vague idea about contacting her family once we got clear, to let them know where she was, but it seemed a pointless gesture. When a sleeve is dead, it's dead. And Isa's parents weren't going to be any less sick with worry when a recovery team cracked open the spraycrete and found that someone had carved the stack out of her spine. It lay in my pocket now, Isa's soul, for want of a better descriptor, and I could feel something changing in me with the solitary weight it made against my fingers. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but I didn't dare leave it for anyone else to find, either. Isa was solidly implicated in the Millsport raid, and that meant a virtual interrogation suite up at Ryla Crags if she was ever retrieved. For now, I would have to carry her, the way I'd carried dead priests southward to punishment, the way I'd carried Yukio Hirayasu and his gangster colleague in case I needed them to bargain with. I had left the Yakuza stacks buried in the sand under Brazo's house on Ventura Beach, and I hadn't expected the pocket to fill again so soon. Had even, on the voyage east to Millsport, caught myself taking occasional momentary pleasure in the strange, new lack of carriage, until the memories of Sarah and the habit of hatred came searing back. Now the pocket was weighted again like some fucked-up modern-day variant on the Ebisu-cursed trawl net in the Tanaka legend, destined forever to bring up the bodies of drowned sailors and nothing much else. There didn't seem to be any way for it to stay empty, and I didn't know what I felt anymore. For nearly 2 years, it hadn't been that way. Certainty had colored my existence a grained monochrome. I'd been able to reach into my pocket and weigh its varying contents in my palm with a dark, hardened satisfaction. There was a sense of slow accumulation, an assembly of tiny increments in the balance pan that sat opposite the colossal tonnage of Sarah Sakalovsky's extinction. For 2 years I'd needed no purpose other than that pocket and its handful of stolen souls. I'd needed no future, no outlook that didn't revolve around feeding the pocket and the swamp panther pens at Segesvar's place out on the expanse. Really? So what happened at Takitamura? Movement on the rail. The cables thrummed and bounced gently. I looked up and saw Sierra Trey maneuvering herself forward, braced on the rail with both arms and hopping on her uninjured leg. Her usually inexpressive face was taut with frustration. Under different circumstances it might have been comical, but from the hacked-off trousers at mid-thigh, her other leg was encased in transparent plaster that laid bare the wounds beneath. We'd been skulking in Altavatim for nearly 3 days now, and Brazel had used the time as well as the limited battlefield medical gear we had would allow. The flesh beneath Trey's plaster was a black and purple swollen mess, punched through and torn by the swoop-copter's machine-gun fire. But the wounds had been cleaned and dusted. Blue and red tags marched down the damaged portions, marking the points at which Brazel had inserted rapid regrowth bios. A flex alloy boot cushioned the bottom end of the cast against outside impact, but walking on it would have required more painkillers than Trey seemed prepared to take. "You should be lying down," I said as she joined me.
"Yeah, but they missed, so I'm not. Don't give me a hard time, Kovacs."
"All right." I went back to staring into the water. "Any word yet?" She shook her head.
"Oshima's awake, though. Asking for you."
I lost focus on the fish below me for a moment, got it back, made no move to leave the rail or look up again. "Oshima or Makita?"
"Well, now, that really depends on what you want to believe, doesn't it?"
I nodded grayly. "So she still thinks she's,
At the moment, yes."
I watched the fish for a moment longer. Then, abruptly, I straightened off the rail and stared back to the companionway. I felt an involuntary grimace twist my mouth. Started forward.
"Kovacs."
I looked back at Trey impatiently. "Yeah, what?"
"Go easy on her. It isn't her fault Isa got shot up."
"No, it isn't." Below, in one of the forward cabins, Sylvie Oshima's sleeve lay propped up on pillows in the double bunk, staring out of a porthole. Throughout the darting, twisting, coast-hugging sprint withdrawal up to Altavatim and the days of hiding that followed, she had slept, woken only by 2 episodes of delirious thrashing and machine code gibbering. When Brazel could spare time from steering and watching the radar, he fed her with dermal nutrient patches and hypospray cocktails. An intravenous drip did the rest. Now the input seemed to be helping. Some of the hectic color had faded from the feverish cheeks, and her breathing had ceased to be audible as it normalized. The face was still sickly pale, but it had expression, and the long, thin scar on her cheek looked to be healing. The woman who believed she was Nadia Makita looked out of the sleeve's eyes at me and made a weak smile with its mouth.
"Hello there, Mickey Serendipity."
"Hello."
"I would get up, but I've been advised against it."
She nodded to an armchair molded into one wall of the cabin.
"Why don't you sit down?"
"I'm fine here." She seemed to look at me more intently for a moment then, evaluating maybe. There was a scrap of Sylvioshima in the way she did it, enough to twist something tiny inside me. Then, as she spoke and changed the planes of her face, it was gone.
"I understand we may have to move soon," she said quietly. "On foot."
"Maybe. I'd say we've got a few more days yet, but in the end it comes down to luck. There was an aerial patrol yesterday evening. We heard them, but they didn't come close enough to spot us, and they can't fly with anything sophisticated enough to scan for body heat or electronic activity."
"Ah, so that much remains the same."
"The orbitals?" I nodded. "Yeah, they still run at the same parameters as when you, I stopped, gestured. "As they always did." Again the long, evaluative stare. I looked back blandly.
"Tell me," she said finally. "How long has it been? Since the unsettlement, I mean."
I hesitated. It felt like taking a step over a threshold.
"Please, I need to know."
"About 300 years, local." I gestured again. 320 near enough. I didn't need envoy training to read what was behind her eyes.
"So long,"
she murmured. "This life is like the sea. There's a 3-moon tidal slop running out there, and if you let it, it'll tear you apart from everyone and everything you ever cared about." Yaparise's homespun wheelhouse wisdom, but it bit deep. You could be a 7% angel thug. You could be a Harlan family heavyweight. Some things leave the same tooth marks on everyone. You could even be Quellcrist fucking Falconer. Or not, I reminded myself. Go easy on her. "You didn't know?" I asked. She shook her head.
"I don't know. I dreamed it. I think I knew it was a long time. I think they told me."
"Who told you?" She stopped, lifted her hands fractionally off the bed, and let them fall.
"I don't know. I can't remember."
She closed her hands up into loosely curled fists on the bed.
320 years, she whispered.
"Yeah." She lay, looking down the barrel of it for a while. Waves tapped at the hull. I found that, despite myself, I had taken a seat in the armchair.
"I called you,"
she said suddenly. "Yeah, hurry, I got the message. Then you stopped calling. Why was that?" The question seemed to floor her. Her eyes widened, then the gaze fell inward on itself again.
"I don't know."
"I knew—" She cleared her throat.
"No, she knew you'd come for me. For her, for us. She told me that."
I leaned forward in the seat. "Sylvioshima told you? Where is she?"
"In here. Somewhere. In here."
The woman in the bunk closed her eyes. For a minute or so I thought she'd gone to sleep. I would have left the cabin, gone back up on deck, but there was nothing up there I wanted. Then abruptly her eyes snapped open again, and she nodded, as if something had just been confirmed in her ear.
"There's a—"
She swallowed.
"A space down there, like a premillennial prison, rows of cells, walkways and corridors. There are things down there she says she caught,
like catching bottleback from a charter yacht. Or maybe caught like a disease. It shades together. Does that make any sense? I thought about the command software. I remembered Sylvie Oshima's words on the crossing to Drava. Mimic interactive codes trying to replicate themselves, machine intrusion systems, construct personality fronts, transmission flotsam, you name it. I have to be able to contain all that, sort it, use it, and not let anything leak through into the net. It's what I do, time and time again. And no matter how good the house cleaning you buy afterward, some of that shit stays. Hard to kill code remnants, traces, ghosts of things. There's stuff bedded down there beyond the baffles that I don't want to even think about. I nodded, wondered what it might take to break out of that kind of prison. What kind of person or thing you might have to be. Ghosts of things. Yeah, it makes sense. And then, before I could stop myself, so is that where you come in, Nadia? You something she caught? A brief look of horror flitted across the gaunt features.
Grigori,
she whispered.
There's something that sounds like Grigori down there.
Grigori who?
Grigori Ishii.
It was still a whisper. Then the inward-looking horror was gone, wiped away, and she was staring hard at me.
You don't think I'm real, do you, Mickey Serendipity?
A flicker of unease in the back of my head. The name Grigori Ishii chimed somewhere in the pre-envoy depths of my memory. I stared back at the woman in the bed. Go easy on her. Oh, fuck that. I stood up. I don't know what you are, but I'll tell you this for nothing. You're not Nadia Makita. Nadia Makita is dead.
Yes,
she said thinly.
I'd rather gathered that.
But evidently she was backed up and stored before she died, because here I am. I shook my head. No, you're not. You're not here at all in any guaranteed sense. Nadia Makita is gone, vaporized, and there's no evidence that a copy was made. No technical explanation for how a copy could have gotten into Sylvie Oshima's command software, even if it did exist. In fact, no evidence that you're anything other than a faked personality casing. I think that's enough, Tak. Brazel stepped suddenly into the cabin. His face wasn't friendly. We can leave it here. I swung on him, skinning teeth in a tight grin. That's your considered medical opinion, is it, Jack? Or just a quellist revolutionary tenet? Truth in small and controlled doses, nothing the patient won't be able to handle. No, Tak, he said quietly. It's a warning. Time for you to come out of the water. My hands flexed gently. Don't try me, Jack. You're not the only one with neurochem, Tak. The moment hung, then pivoted and died as the ridiculous dynamics of it caught up with me. Sierra Trey was right. It wasn't this fractured woman's fault Issa was dead. Nor was it Brazel's. And besides, any damage I'd wanted to do to the ghost of Nadia Makita was now done. I nodded and dropped the combat tension like a coat. I brushed past Brazel and reached the door behind him. Turned briefly back to the woman in the bunk. Whatever you are, I want Sylvie Oshima back unharmed. I jerked my head at Brazel. I brought you these new friends you've got, but I'm not one of them. If I think you've done anything to damage Oshima, I'll go through them all like angel fire just to get to you. You keep that in mind. She looked steadily back at me.
Thank you,
she said, without apparent irony.
I will.
On deck, I found Sierra Trey propped in a steel-framed chair, scanning the sky with a pair of binoculars. I came and stood behind her, cranking up the neurochem as I peered out in the same direction. It was a limited view. Bourbon Islander was tucked away in the shade of a massive, jagged fragment of toppled Martian architecture that had hit the shoal below us, bedded there, and fossilized into the reef over time. Above water, airborne spores had seeded a thick covering of creeper and lichen analogues, and now the view out from under the ruin was obscured by ropes of hanging foliage. See anything?
I think they've put up microlights.
Trey put aside the binoculars.
It's too far away to get more than glints, but there's something moving out there near the break in the reef. Something very small, though.
Still twitchy, then.
Wouldn't you be? It's got to be 100 years since the first families lost an aircraft to angel fire.
Well, I shrugged with an ease I didn't really feel. Gotta be 100 years since anyone was stupid enough to start an aerial assault during an orbital storm, right?
You don't think he made 400 meters either, then?
I don't know. I played back the swoopcopter's final seconds of existence with envoy recall. He was going up pretty fast. Even if he didn't make it, maybe it was the vector that tripped the defenses. That and the active weaponry. Fuck, who knows how an orbital thinks? What it'd perceive as a threat. They've been known to break the rules before. Look at what happened to the ledge-fruit autos back in the settlement. And those racing skiffs at Orid, remember that? They say most of them weren't much more than 100 meters off the water when it took them all out. She shot me an amused look.
I wasn't born when that happened, Kovacs.
Oh. Sorry. You seem older.
Thank you.
In any case, they didn't seem keen to put much in the sky while we were running. Suggests the prediction AIs were erring on the side of caution, making some gloomy forecasts.
Or we got lucky.
Or we got lucky, I echoed. Brazel came up the companionway and stalked toward us. There was an uncharacteristic anger flickering around in the way he moved, and he looked at me with open dislike. I spared him a return glance, then went back to staring at the water. I won't have you talking to her like that again, he told me. Oh, shut up. I'm serious, Kovacs. We all know you've got a problem with political commitment, but I'm not going to let you vomit up whatever fucked-in-the-head rage you're carrying all over this woman. I swung on him. This woman? This woman? You're calling me fucked in the head? This woman you're talking about is not a human being. She's a fragment, a ghost at best.
We don't know that yet,
said Trey quietly. Oh, please. Can neither of you see what's happening here? You're projecting your desires onto a fucking digitized human sketch. Already? Is this what's going to happen if we get her back to Kossuth? Are we going to build a whole fucking revolutionary movement on a mythological scrap? Brazel shook his head. The movement's already there. It doesn't need to be built. It's ready to happen. Yeah, all it needs is a figurehead. I turned away as the old weariness rose in me, stronger even than the anger. Which is handy, because all you've got is a fucking figurehead. You do not know that! No. You're right. I began to walk away. There isn't far you can go on a 30-meter boat, but I was going to open up as much space as I could between myself and these sudden idiots. Then something made me swing about to face them both across the deck. My voice rose in abrupt fury. I don't know that. I don't know that Nadia Makita's whole personality wasn't stored and then left lying around in New Hawk like some unexploded shell nobody wanted. I don't know that it didn't somehow find a way to get uploaded into a passing decom. But what are the fucking chances? We can't make that judgment yet, Brazel said, coming after me. We need to get her to Koi. Koi? I laughed savagely. Oh, that's good. Fucking Koi. Jack, do you really think you're ever going to see Koi again? Koi is more than likely blasted meat scraped up off some back street in Millsport. Or better yet, he's an interrogation guest of Aura Harlan. Don't you get it, Jack? It is over. Your neo-Quellist resurgence is fucked. Koi is gone. Probably the others are too. Just more fucking casualties on the glorious road to revolutionary change. Kovacs, you think I don't feel for what happened to Issa?
I think, Jack, that provided we rescued that shell of a myth we've got down there, you don't much care who died or how."
Sierra Trey moved awkwardly on the rail.
"Issa chose to get involved. She knew the risks. She took the pay. She was a free agent.
She was 15 fucking years old!"
Neither of them said anything. They just watched me. The slap of water on the hull grew audible. I closed my eyes, drew a deep breath, and looked at them again. I nodded. "It's okay," I said tiredly. "I see where this is going. I've seen it before. I saw it on Sanction 4. Fucking Joshua Kemp said it at Indigo City. What we crave is the revolutionary momentum. How we get it is almost irrelevant, and certainly not admitting of ethical debate. Historical outcome will be the final moral arbiter. If that isn't Quellchrist Falconer down there, you're going to turn it into her anyway, aren't you?" The two surfers traded a look. I nodded again. "Yeah." "Where does that leave Sylvie Oshima? She didn't choose this. She wasn't a free agent. She was a fucking innocent bystander, and she'll be just the first of many if you get what you want." More silence. Finally, Brazel shrugged. "So why did you come to us in the first place?" "Because I fucking misjudged you, Jack. Because I remembered you all as better than this sad wish-fulfillment shit." Another shrug. "Then you remember wrong. So it seems."
"I think you came to us out of lack of options," said Sierra Trey soberly. "And you must have known that we would value the potential existence of Nadia Makita above the host personality."
"Host?"
"No one wants to harm Oshima unnecessarily, but if a sacrifice is necessary, and this is Makita—"
"But it isn't! Open your fucking eyes, Sierra!"
"Maybe not. But let's be brutally honest, Kovacs. If this is Makita, then she's worth a lot more to the people of Harlan's world than some mercenary decom bounty hunter you happen to have taken a shine to."
I felt a cold, destructive ease stealing up through me as I looked at Trey. It felt almost comfortable, like homecoming. "Maybe she's worth a lot more than some crippled neo-Quellist surf bunny, too. Did that ever occur to you? Prepared to make that sacrifice, are you?" She looked down at her leg, then back at me.
"Of course I am,"
she said gently, as if explaining to a child.
"What do you think I'm doing here?"
An hour later, the covert channel broke open into sudden, excited transmission. Detail was confused, but the gist was jubilantly clear. Soseki Koi and a small group of survivors had fought their way clear of the Mitzi Harlan debacle. The escape routing out of Millsport had held up. They were ready to come and get us. Chapter 35. As we steered into the village harbor and I looked around me, the sense of déjà vu was so overpowering I could almost smell burning again. I could almost hear the panicked screams. I could almost see myself. Get a grip, Tack. It didn't happen here. It didn't. But it was the same loosely gathered array of hard-weather housing backing up from the waterfront, the same tiny core of Main Street businesses along the shoreline, and the same working harbor complex at one end of the inlet. The same clutches of Rio-Keel inshore trawlers and tenders moored along the dock, dwarfed by the gaunt, outrigged bulk of a big ocean-going ray hunter in their midst. There was even the same disused McCooney research station at the far end of the inlet, and not far back behind, the crag-perched prayer house that would have replaced it as the village's focal point when the project funding fell through. In the main street, women went drably wrapped, as if for work with hazardous substances. Men did not. "Let's get this over with," I muttered. We moored the dinghy at the beach end where stained and worn plastic jetties leaned in the shallow water at neglected angles. Sierra Trey and the woman who called herself Nadia Makita sat in the stern while Brazel and I unloaded our luggage. Like anyone cruising the Millsport archipelago, Bauband Islanders' owners had laid in appropriate female clothing in case they had to put in at any of the Northern Arm communities, and both Trey and Makita were swathed to the eyes. We helped them out of the dinghy with what I hoped was equally appropriate solicitude, gathered up the seal-wrap bags, and headed up the main street. It was a slow process. Sierra Trey had dosed herself to the eyes with combat painkillers before we left the yacht, but walking in the cast and flex alloy boot still forced on her the gait of an old woman. We collected a few curious looks, but these I attributed to Brazel's blonde hair and stature. I began to wish we'd been able to wrap him up, too. No one spoke to us. We found the village's only hotel overlooking the main square, booked rooms for a week, using 2 pristine ID data chips from among the selection we'd brought with us from Vichura. As women, Trey and Makita were our charges and didn't rate ID procedure of their own. A scarfed and robed receptionist nonetheless greeted them with a warmth that, when I explained that my aged aunt had suffered a hip injury, became solicitous enough to be a problem. I snapped down an offer of a visit from the local woman's doctor, and the receptionist retreated before the display of male authority. Lips tight, she busied herself with running our ID. From the window beside her desk, you could look down into the square and see the raised platform and fixing points for the community's punishment chair. I stared bleakly down at it for a moment, then locked myself back into the present. We handprinted for access on an antique scanner and went up to our rooms.
"You have something against these people?"
Makita asked me, stripping off her head garb in the room.
"You seem angry. Is this why you're pursuing a vendetta against their priests?"
"It's related."
"I see."
She shook out her hair, pushed fingers up through it, and regarded the cloth and metal masking system in her other hand with a quizzical curiosity, at odds with the blunt distaste Sylvie Oshima had shown when forced to wear a scarf in Takitamora.
"Why under 3 moons would anybody choose to wear something like this?"
I shrugged. "It's not the most stupid thing I've seen human beings commit themselves to." She eyed me keenly.
"Is that an oblique criticism?"
"No, it's not. If I've got something critical to say to you, you'll hear it loud and clear." She matched my shrug.
"Well, I look forward to that. But I suppose it's safe to assume you are not a Quellist."
I drew a hard breath. "Assume what you want. I'm going out." Down at the commercial end of the harbor, I wandered about until I found a bubble fab cafe serving cheap food and drink to the fishermen and wharf workers. I ordered a bowl of fish ramen, carried it to a window seat, and worked my way through it, watching crewmen move about on the decks and outrigger gantries of the Ray Hunter. After a while, a lean-looking middle-aged local wandered across to my table with his tray.
"Mind if I sit here? It's kind of crowded."
I glanced around the fab space. They were busy, but there were other seats. I shrugged ungraciously. "Suit yourself."
"Thanks."
He sat, lifted the lid on his bento box, and started eating. For a while we both fed in silence. Then the inevitable happened. He caught my eye between mouthfuls. His weathered features creased in a grin.
"Not from around here, then?"
I felt a light tautening across my nerves. "Makes you say that?"
See?"
He grinned again.
"If you were from around here, you wouldn't have to ask me that. You'd know me.
I know everyone here in Kuraminato. Good for you. Not off that ray hunter, though, are you? I put down my chopsticks. Bleakly, I wondered if I would have to kill this man later. What are you, a detective? No. He laughed delightedly. What I am, I'm a qualified fluid dynamics specialist. Qualified and unemployed. Well, underemployed, let's say. These days, I mostly crew for that trawler out there, the green-painted one. But my folks put me through college back when the Makuni thing was going on. Real time, they couldn't afford virtual. 7 years. They figured anything to do with the flow had to be a safe living, but of course by the time I qualified, it wasn't anymore. So why'd you stay? This isn't my hometown. I'm from a place about a dozen clicks up the coast. Albamisaki. The name dropped through me like a depth charge. I sat, frozen, waiting for it to detonate, wondering what I might do when it did. I made my voice work. Really? Yeah, came here with a girl I met at college. Her family's here. I thought we'd start a keel-building business, make a living off trawler repair until I can maybe get some designs into the Millsport Yacht Co-ops. He pulled a wry face. Well, started a family instead, Now I'm too busy just staying one step ahead with food and clothes and schooling. What about your parents? See much of them? No, they're dead. His voice caught on the last word. He looked away, mouth suddenly pressed tight. I sat and watched him carefully. I'm sorry, I said finally. He cleared his throat, looked back at me. No, not your fault, is it? You couldn't know. It's just He drew breath as if it hurt him. It only happened a year or so ago. Out of the fucking sky. Some fucking maniac went crazy with a blaster. Killed dozens of people, all old people in their 50s and older. It was sick. Didn't make any sense. Did they get the guy? No. Another painfully hitched breath. No, he's still out there somewhere. They say he's still killing. They can't seem to stop him. If I knew a way to find him, I'd fucking stop him. I thought briefly of an alley I'd noticed between storage sheds at the far end of the harbor complex. I thought about giving him his chance. No money for Reese leaving, then? For your parents, I mean? He gave me a hard look. You know we don't do that. Hey, you said it. I'm not from around here. Yeah, but... He hesitated, glanced around the fab, then back to me. His voice lowered. Look, I came up with the revelation. I don't hold with everything the priests say, especially these days, but it's a faith, it's a way of life. Gives you something to hold on to, something to bring up your kids with. You got sons or daughters? 2 daughters, 3 sons. He sighed. Yeah, I know, all that shit. Down past the point, we've got a bathing beach. Most of the villages have them. I remember when I was a kid, we used to spend the whole summer in the water, all of us together. Parents would come down after work sometimes. Now, since things got serious, they've built a wall right into the sea there. If you go for the day, they've got officiators watching the whole time, and the women have to go in on the other side of the wall, so I can't even enjoy a swim with my own wife and daughters. It's fucking stupid, I know. Too extreme, but what are you gonna do? We don't have the money to move to Millsport, and I wouldn't want my kids running around the streets down there anyway. I saw what it was like when I studied there. It's a city full of fucking degenerates. No heart left in it, just mindless filth. At least the people around here still believe in something more than gratifying every animal desire whenever they feel like it. You know what? I wouldn't want to live another life in another body if that was all I was going to do with it. Well, lucky you don't have the money for a Reese leave, then. It'd be a shame to get tempted, wouldn't it? Shame to see your parents again. I didn't add. That's right, he said, apparently oblivious to the irony. That's the point. Once you understand you've only got the one life, you try so much harder to do things right. You forget about all that material stuff, all that decadence. You worry about this life, not what you might be able to do in your next body. You focus on what matters. Family, community, friendship, and, of course, observance. The mildness in my voice was oddly unfaked. We needed to keep a low profile for the next few hours, but it wasn't that. I reached curiously inside me, and I found I'd lost my grip on the customary contempt I summoned into situations like this. I looked across the table at him, and all I felt was tired. He hadn't let Sarah and her daughter die for good. He maybe hadn't even been born when it happened. Maybe, given the same situation, he'd take the same bleeding sheep option his parents had, but right now I couldn't make that matter. I couldn't hate him enough to take him into that alley, tell him the truth about who I was, and give him his chance. That's right. Observance. His face lit up. That's the key. That's what underwrites all the rest. See, science has betrayed us here. It's gotten out of hand, gotten so we don't control it anymore. It's made things too easy. Not aging naturally, not having to die and account for ourselves before our maker, that's blinded us to the real values. We spend our whole lives scraping away trying to find the money for resleeving, and we waste the real time we have to live this life right. If people would only—
Hey, Nicholas!
I glanced up. Another man about the same age as my new companion was striding toward us, behind the cheerful yell.
You finished bending that poor guy's ear or what? We've got hull to scrape, man.
Yeah, just coming.
Ignore him,
said the newcomer with a wide grin.
Likes to think he knows everyone, and if your face doesn't fit the list, he has to damn well find out who you are, but he's done that already, right?
I smiled. Yeah, pretty much.
Knew it. I'm Toyo.
A thick, extended hand.
Welcome to Kutaminato. Maybe see you around town if you're staying long.
Yeah, thanks. That'd be good.
Meantime, we've got to go. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, agreed Nicholas, getting to his feet. Nice talking to you. You should think about what I was saying.
Maybe I will.
A final twist of caution made me stop him as he was turning away.
Tell me something. How come you knew I wasn't off the Ray Hunter?
Oh, that, well, you were watching them like you were interested in what they were doing. No one watches their own ship and dock that closely. That was right, huh?
Yeah. Good call.
The tiny increment of relief soaked through me.
Maybe you should be a detective after all. New line of work for you. Doing the right thing, catching bad guys.
Hey, it's a thought.
Nah, he'd be way too nice to them once he'd caught 'em. Soft as shit he is. Can't even discipline his own wife.
General laughter as they left. I joined in, let it fade slowly out to a smile, and then nothing but the small relief inside. I really wouldn't have to follow him and kill him. I gave it half an hour, then wandered out of the fab and onto the wharf. There were still figures on the decks and superstructure of the Ray Hunter. I stood and watched for a few minutes, and finally a crew member came down the forward gangplank toward me. His face wasn't friendly.
Something I can do for you?
Yeah, I told him. Sing the hymn of dreams gone down from our Labrados's sky. I'm Kovacs. The others are at the hotel. Tell your skipper. We'll move as soon as it's dark. Chapter 36. The Ray Hunter Angel Fire Flirt, like most vessels of its type, cut a mean and rakish figure at sea. Part warship, part oversized racing skiff, combining a razor-sharp real keel center of gravity and ludicrous quantities of gravlift in twin outrigger pods, it was built above all for reckless speed and piracy. Elephant rays and their smaller relatives are swift in the water, but more importantly, their flesh tends to spoil if left untreated for any length of time. Freeze the bodies, and you can sell the meat well enough, but get it back fast enough to the big, fresh-catch auctions in centers of affluence like Millsport, and you can make a real killing. For that, you need a fast boat. Shipyards all over Harlan's world understand this and build accordingly. Tacitly understood in the same yards is the fact that some of the best elephant ray stock lives and breeds in waters set aside for the exclusive use of the first families. Poaching there is a serious offense, and if you're going to get away with it, your fast boat also needs to present a low, hard-to-spot profile, both visually and on radar. If you're going to run from Harlan's World law enforcement, there are worse ways to do it than aboard a ray hunter. On the second day out, secure in the knowledge we were so far from the Millsport archipelago that no aircraft had the range to overfly us, I went up on deck and stood on the left-hand outrigger gantry, watching the ocean rip past underneath me. Spray on the wind and the sense of events rushing toward me too fast to assimilate. The past and its cargo of dead falling behind in our wake, taking with them options and solutions it was too late to try. Envoys are supposed to be good at this shit. Out of nowhere, I saw Virginia Vidora's elfin new face, but this time there was no voice in my head, no instilled trainer confidence. I wasn't getting any more help from that particular ghost, it seemed. "Do you mind if I join you?" It was called out over the sound of wind and keel-slashed waves. I looked right, toward the center deck, and saw her bracing herself at the entrance to the gantry, dressed in coveralls and a jacket she'd borrowed from Sierra Trey. The gripped pose made her look ill and unsteady on her feet. The silver-gray hair blew back from her face in the wind, but weighted by the heavier strands it stayed low, like a drenched flag. Her eyes were dark hollows in the pale of her face. Another fucking ghost. "Sure, why not?" She made her way out onto the gantry, showing more strength in motion than she had standing. By the time she reached me, there was an ironic twist to her lips, and her voice, when she spoke, was solid in the rushing slipstream. Brazo's medication had shrunk the wound on her cheek to a fading line. "You don't mind talking to a fragment, then?" Once, in a porn construct in Newpest, I'd gotten wrecked on Take with a virtual whore in a failed attempt to break the system's desire fulfillment programming. I was very young then. Once, not so young, in the aftermath of the Adoracion campaign, I'd sat and talked drunken forbidden politics with a military AI. Once, on Earth, I'd gotten equally drunk with a copy of myself, which, in the end, was probably what all those conversations had been about. "Don't read anything into it," I told her. "I'll talk to pretty much anybody." She hesitated. "I'm remembering a lot of detail." I watched the sea, said nothing. "We fucked, didn't we?" The ocean pouring past beneath me. "Yeah, a couple of times." "I remember—" Another hovering pause. She looked away from me. "You held me while I was sleeping." "Yes." I made an impatient gesture. "This is all recent, Nadia. Is that as far back as you can go?" "It's difficult." She shivered. "There are patches, places I can't reach. It feels like locked doors, like wings in my head." "Yes, that's the limit system on the personality casing," I felt like saying. "It's there to stop you going into psychosis." "Do you remember someone called Plex?" I asked her instead. "Plex, yes, from Takitamora." "What do you remember about him?" The look on her face sharpened suddenly, as if it were a mask someone had just pressed themselves up behind. "That he was a cheap Yakuza plug-in, fake fucking aristo manners and a soul sold to gangsters." "Very poetic. Actually, the aristo thing is real. His family were court-level merchants once upon a time. They went broke while you were having your Revolutionary War up there." "Am I supposed to feel bad about that?" I shrugged. "Just putting you straight on the facts." "Because a couple of days ago you were telling me I'm not Nadia Makita. Now suddenly you want to blame me for something she did 300 years ago? You need to sort out what you believe, Kovacs." I looked sideways at her. You been talking to the others? They told me your real name, if that's what you mean. Told me a little about why you're so angry with the Quellists, about this clown Joshua Kemp you went up against. I turned away to the onrushing seascape again. I didn't go up against Kemp. I was sent to help him, to build the glorious fucking revolution on a mudball called Sanction 4. Yes, they said. Yeah, that's what I was sent to do until, like every other fucking revolutionary I ever saw, Joshua Kemp turned into a sick fuck demagogue as bad as the people he was trying to replace. And let's get something else straight here before you hear any more neo-Quellist rationalization. This clown, Kemp as you call him, committed every one of his atrocities, including nuclear bombardment, in the name of Quellcrist fucking Falconer. I see. So you also want to blame me for the actions of a psychopath who borrowed my name and a few of my epigrams centuries after I died. Does that seem fair to you? Hey, you want to be Quell? Get used to it. You talk as if I had a choice. I sighed, looked down at my hands on the gantry rail. You really have been talking to the others, haven't you? What did they sell you? Revolutionary necessity? Subordination to the march of history? What? What's so fucking funny? The smile vanished, twisted away into a grimace. Nothing. You've missed the point, Kovacs. Don't you see it doesn't matter if I'm really who I think I am? What if I am just a fragment, a bad sketch of Quellcrist Falconer? What real difference does that make? As far down as I can reach, I think I'm Nadia Makita. What else is there for me to do except live her life? Maybe what you should do is give Sylvie Oshima her body back. Yes, well, right now that's not possible, she snapped. Is it? I stared back at her. I don't know. Is it? You think I'm holding her under down there? Don't you understand? It doesn't work like that. She grabbed a handful of the silvery hair and tugged at it. I don't know how to run this shit. Oshima knows the systems far better than I do. She retreated down there when the Harlanites took us, left the body running on autonomic. She's the one who sent me back up when you came for us. Yeah? So what's she doing in the meantime? Catching up on her beauty sleep? Tidying her dataware? Come on. No, she is grieving. That stopped me. Grieving what? What do you think? The fact that every member of her team died in Drava. That's crap shit. She wasn't in contact with them when they died. The net was down. Yeah, that's right. The woman in front of me drew a deep breath. Her voice lowered and paced out to explanatory calm. The net was down. She couldn't access it. She has told me this. But the receiving system stored every moment of their dying, and if she opens the wrong doors down there, it all comes screaming out. She's in shock from the exposure to it. She knows that, and as long as it lasts, she's staying where it's safe. She told you that? We were eye to eye, a scant half a meter of sea wind between us. Yes, she told me that. I don't fucking believe you. She kept my gaze for a long moment, then turned away, shrugged. What you believe is your own business, Kovacs. From what Brazil told me, you're just looking for easy targets to take your existential rage out on. That's always easier than a constructive attempt at change, isn't it? Oh, fuck off. You're gonna hand me that tired old shit? Constructive change? Is that what the unsettlement was? Constructive? Is that what tearing New Hawk apart was supposed to be? No, it wasn't. For the first time I saw pain in the face before me. Her voice had shifted from matter-of-fact to weary, and hearing it then, I almost believed in her. Almost. She gripped the gantry rail tightly in both hands and shook her head. None of it was supposed to be like that. But we had no choice. We had to force a political change globally, against massive repression. There was no way they'd give up the position they had without a fight.
You think I'm happy it turned out that way?"
"Then," I said evenly, "you should have planned it better."
"Yeah? Well, you weren't there."
Silence. I thought for a moment she'd leave then, seek more politically friendly company, but she didn't. The retort, the faint edge of contempt in it, fell away behind us, and Angel Fire Flirt flew on across the wrinkled surface of the sea at almost aircraft speeds. Carrying, it dawned on me drearily, the legend home to the faithful. The hero into history. In a few years they'd write songs about this vessel, about this voyage south. But not about this conversation. That, at least, dredged the edges of a smile to my mouth.
"Yeah. Now you tell me what's so fucking funny,"
the woman at my side said sourly. I shook my head. "Just wondering why you prefer talking to me to hanging with your neo-Quellist worshippers."
"Maybe I like a challenge. Maybe I don't enjoy choral approval."
"Then you're not going to enjoy the next few days." She didn't reply, but the second sentence still chimed in my head with something I'd had to read as a kid. It was from the campaign diaries, a scrawled poem at a time when Quellcrist Falconer had found little enough time for poetry, a piece whose tone had been rendered crassly lachrymose by a ham actor's voice and a school system that wanted to bury the unsettlement as a regrettable and eminently avoidable mistake. Quell sees the error of her ways, too late to do anything but mourn. They come to me with progress reports, but all I see is change and bodies burned. They come to me with targets achieved, but all I see is blood and chances lost. They come to me with choral fucking approval of everything I do, but all I see is cost. Much later, running with the New Pest gangs, I got hold of an illicit copy of the original, read into a mic by Quell herself a few days before the final assault on Millsport. In the dead weariness of that voice, I heard every tear the school edition had tried to jerk out of us with its cut-rate emotion, but underlying it all was something deeper and more powerful. There, in a hastily blown bubble fab, somewhere in the outer archipelago, surrounded by soldiers who would very likely suffer real death or worse beside her in the next few days, Quellcrist Falconer was not rejecting the cost. She was biting down on it like a broken tooth, grinding it into her flesh so that she wouldn't forget. So no one else would forget either. So there would be no crab-shit ballads or hymns written about the glorious revolution, whatever the outcome. "So tell me about the Qualgrist Protocol," I said after a while. "This weapon you sold the Yakuza." She twitched. Didn't look at me.
"You know about that, huh?"
"I got it out of Plex, but he wasn't too clear on the detail. You've activated something that's killing Harlan family members, right?" She stared down at the water for a while.
"It's taking a lot for granted," she said slowly. "Thinking I should trust you with this."
"Why? Is it reversible?" She grew very still.
"I don't think so."
I had to strain to pick out her words in the wind.
"I let them believe there was a termination code so they'd keep me alive trying to find out what it was. But I don't think it can be stopped."
"So what is it?"
Then she did look at me, and her voice firmed up. "It's a genetic weapon," she said clearly. "In the unsettlement, there were volunteer Black Brigade cadres who had their DNA modified to carry it. A gene-level hatred of Harlan family blood, pheromone-triggered. It was cutting-edge technology, out of the Drava research labs,
No one was sure if it would work, but the Black Brigades wanted a beyond-the-grave strike if we failed at Millsport. Something that would come back, generation after generation, to haunt the Harlanites. The volunteers, the ones who survived, would pass it on to their children, and those children would pass it on to theirs.
Nice.
It was a war, Kovacs. You think the first families don't pass on a ruling class blueprint to their offspring? You think the same privilege and assumption of superiority isn't imprinted generation after generation?
Yeah, maybe, but not at a genetic level.
Do you know that for a fact? Do you know what goes on in the first family clone banks? What technologies they've accessed and built into themselves? What provision there is for perpetuating the oligarchy? I thought of Mariano, and everything she'd rejected on her way to Ventura Beach. I never liked the woman much, but she deserved a better class analysis than this.
Suppose you just tell me what this fucking thing does, I said flatly.
The woman in Oshima's sleeve shrugged. I thought I had. Anyone carrying the modified genes has an inbuilt instinct for violence against Harlan family members. It's like the genetic fear of snakes you see in monkeys, like that built-in response the bottlebacks have to wing shadow on water. The pheromonal makeup that goes with Harlan blood triggers the urge. After that, it's just a matter of time and personality. In some cases, the carrier will react there and then, go berserk and kill with anything at hand. Different personality types might wait and plan it more carefully. Some may even try to resist the urge, but it's like sex, like competition traits. The biology will win out in the end.
Genetically encoded insurgency. I nodded to myself, a dreary kind of calm descending. Well, I suppose it's a natural enough extension of the Quellcrist principle. Blow away and hide, come back a lifetime later. If that doesn't work, co-opt your great-grandchildren and they can come back to fight for you several generations down the line. Very committed. How come the Black Brigades never used it?
I don't know.
She tugged morosely at the lapel of the jacket Trey had loaned her.
Not many of us had the access codes, and it'd need a few generations before something like that would be worth triggering. Maybe nobody who knew survived that long. From what your friends have been telling me, most of the brigade cadres were hunted down and exterminated after it ended. Maybe no one was left.
I nodded again. Or maybe no one who was left and knew could bring themselves to do it. It's a pretty fucking horrible idea, after all. She shot me a weary look.
It was a weapon, Kovacs. All weapons are horrible. You think targeting the Harlan family by blood is any worse than the nuclear blast they used against us at Matsue? 45,000 people vaporized because there were Quellist safe houses in there somewhere. You want to talk about pretty fucking horrible? In New Hokkaido, I saw whole towns leveled by flat trajectory shelling from government forces. Political suspects executed by the hundreds with a blaster bolt through the stack. Is that any less horrible? Is the Quellcrist Protocol any less discriminating than the systems of economic oppression that dictate you'll rot your feet in the belloweed farms or your lungs in the processing plants, scrabble for purchase on rotten rock, and fall to your death trying to harvest ledge fruit? All because you were born poor?
You're talking about conditions that haven't existed for 300 years, I said mildly. But that's not the point. It's not the Harlan family I feel bad about. It's the poor fucks whose Black Brigade ancestors decided their political commitment at a cellular level generations before they were even born. Call me old-fashioned, but I like to make my own decisions about whom I murder and why. I held back a moment, then drove the blade home anyway. And so, from what I've read, did Quellcrist Falconer. A kilometer of white-capped blue whipped past beneath us.
Barely audible, the grav drive in the left-hand pod murmured to itself.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
she whispered at last. I shrugged. You triggered this thing. It was a Quellist weapon. I thought I could hear an edge of desperation in her words. It was all I had to work with. You think it's worse than a conscript army? Worse than the clone-enhanced combat sleeves the Protectorate decants his soldiers into, so they'll kill without empathy or regret? No, but I think, as a concept, it contradicts the words, "I will not ask you to fight, to live, or to die for a cause you have not first understood and embraced of your own free will." I know that! Now it was clearly audible, a jagged flaw line running through her voice. Don't you think I know that? But what choice did I have? I was alone, hallucinating half the time, dreaming Oshima's life, and... She shivered. Other things? I was never sure when I'd next wake up and what I'd find around me when I did, not sure sometimes if I'd wake up again. I didn't know how much time I had sometimes. I didn't even know if I was real. Do you have any idea what that's like? I shook my head. Envoy deployments had put me through a variety of nightmarish experiences, but you never doubt at any moment that it's absolutely real. The conditioning won't let you. Her hands were tight on the gantry rail again, knuckles whitening. She was looking out at the ocean, but I don't think she could see it. Why go back to war with the Harlan family? I asked her gently. She jerked a glance at me. You think this war ever stopped? You think just because we clawed some concessions from them 300 years ago, these people ever stopped looking for ways to fuck us back into settlement years poverty again? This isn't an enemy that goes away. Yeah, this enemy you cannot kill. I read that speech back when I was a kid. The strange thing is, for someone who's only been awake for a few weeks on and off, you're remarkably well-informed. That's not what it's like, she said, eyes on the hurrying sea again. The first time I woke up for real, I'd already been dreaming Oshima for months. It was like being in a hospital bed, paralyzed, watching someone you think might be your doctor on a badly tuned monitor. I didn't understand who she was, only that she was important to me. Half the time I knew what she knew. Sometimes it felt like I was floating up inside her, like I could put my mouth on hers and speak through her. She wasn't, I realized, talking to me anymore. The words were just coming up out of her like lava, relieving a pressure inside whose form I could only make guesses at. The first time I woke up for real, I thought I'd die from the shock. I was dreaming she was dreaming. Something about a guy she'd slept with when she was younger. I opened my eyes on a bed in some shithole Tecto flophouse, and I could move. I had a hangover, but I was alive. I knew where I was, the street and the name of the place, but I didn't know who I was. I went outside. I walked down to the waterfront in the sun, and people were looking at me, and I realized I was crying. What about the others, Orr and the rest of the team? She shook her head. No, I'd left them somewhere at the other end of town. She'd left them, but I think I had something to do with it. I think she could feel me coming up, and she went away to be alone while it happened. Or maybe I made her do it. I don't know. A shudder ran through her. When I talked to her down there in the cells, when I told her that, she called it seepage. I asked her if she lets me through sometimes, and she wouldn't tell me. I know certain things unlock the bulkheads. Sex, grief, rage. But sometimes I just swim up for no reason, and she gives me control. She paused, shook her head again.
Maybe we're just negotiating.
I nodded. Which of you made the connection with Plex?
I don't know.
She was looking at her hands, flexing and unflexing them like some mechanical system she hadn't gotten the hang of yet.
I don't remember. I think... Yeah, it was her. I think she knew him already, peripherally, part of the crimescape. Tecto's a small pond, and the decoms are always at the fringes of legal. Cheap black market decom gear is a part of what Plex does up there. Don't think they ever did business, but she knew his face, knew what he was. I dug him out of her memory when I knew I was going to activate the Qualgrist system.
Do you remember Tanasida? She nodded, more controlled now.
Yeah, high-level Yak Patriarch. They brought him in behind Yukio when Plex told them the preliminary codes checked out. Yukio didn't have enough seniority to swing what they needed.
And what was that? A repeat of the searching gaze she'd fired at me when I first mentioned the weapon. I spread my arms in the whipping wind. Come on, Nadia. I brought you a revolutionary army. I climbed Ryla Crags to get you out. That's gotta buy something, right? Her gaze flinched away again. I waited.
It's viral, she said finally. High contagion, symptomless flu variant. Everyone catches it, everyone passes it on, but only the genetically modified react. It triggers a shift in the way their hormonal system responds to a match with Harlan pheromones. The carrier sleeves were buried in sealed storage at covert sites. In the event that they were to be triggered, an assigned group would dig up the storage facility, sleeve into one of the bodies, and go walkabout. The virus would do the rest.
Sleeve into one of the bodies. The words ticked in my head, like water trickling into a crack. The envoy harbinger of understanding hovered just out of reach. Interlocking mechanisms of intuition spun tiny wheels in the build-up to knowledge. These sites, where were they? She shrugged.
Mainly in New Hokkaido, but there were some on the north end of the Saffron Archipelago, too.
And you took Tanasida to
Sunshin Point.
The mechanism locked solid and doors opened. Recollection and understanding poured through the gap like morning light. Laszlo and Sylvie bickering as the guns for Guevara slid into dock at Drava.
Bet you didn't hear about that dredger they found ripped apart yesterday off Sunshin Point. I did hear that one. Reports said they ran aground on the point. You're looking for conspiracy when all you've got is incompetence.
And my own conversation with Plex and Tokyo Crow the morning before.
So how come they needed your D and re-gear tonight? Gotta be more than one digital human shunting set in town, surely. Some kind of fuck-up. They had their own gear, but it got contaminated. Seawater in the gel feeds. Organized crime, huh?
Something amusing you, Kovacs?
I shook my head. Mickey Serendipity. Think I'm gonna have to keep that name. She gave me an odd look. I sighed. It doesn't matter. So what was Tanasida's end of this? What does he get out of a weapon like that? Her mouth crimped in one corner. Her eyes seemed to glitter in the light reflecting off the waves.
A criminal is a criminal no matter what their political class. In the end, Tanasida's no different to some cut-rate wharf thug from Karlovy. And what have the Yakuza always been good at? Blackmail, influence, leverage to get government concessions, blind eyes turned to the right activities, shares in the right ongoing state enterprises, collaboration at repression for a price. All very genteel.
But you suckered them. She nodded bleakly.
I showed them the site, gave them the codes, told them the virus transmitted sexually, so they'd think they had control. It does that too, in fact, and Plex was too sloppy with the biocodes to dig any deeper than he did. I knew I could trust him to screw up to that extent.
I felt another faint smile flicker across my own face. Yeah, he has a talent for that. Must be the Aristo lineage.
Must be.
And with the grip the Yakuza have on the sex industry in Millsport, you called it just right. The intrinsic joy of the scam sank into me like a shiver rush. There was a smooth, machined rightness to it worthy of envoy planning. You gave them a threat to hold over the Harlanites that they already had the perfect delivery system for.
Yes, so it seems.
Her voice was blurring again as she dropped away into her memories.
They were going to sleeve some yak soldier or other in one of the Sanshin bodies and take it to Millsport to demonstrate what they had. I don't know if he ever got that far.
I'm sure he did. The Yakuza are pretty meticulous about their leverage schemes. Man, I'd have given a lot to see Tanasada's face when he showed up at Ryla with that package, and the Harlan gene specialists told him what he really had on his hands. I'm surprised Ayura didn't have him executed on the spot. Shows remarkable restraint.
Or remarkable focus. Killing him wouldn't have helped, would it? By the time they walked that sleeve onto the ferry in Tecto, it would have already infected enough neutral carriers to make it unstoppable. By the time it got off the other end in Millsport,
she shrugged.
You've got an invisible pandemic on your hands.
Yeah. Maybe she heard something in my voice. She looked around at me again, and her face was miserable with contained anger.
All right, Kovacs, you fucking tell me. What would you have done?
I looked back at her, saw the pain and terror there. I looked away, suddenly ashamed. I don't know, I said quietly. You're right. I wasn't there. And as if, finally, I'd given her something she needed, she did leave me then. Left me standing alone on the gantry, watching the ocean come at me with pitiless speed. Chapter 37. In the Gulf of Kasuth, the weather systems had calmed while we were away. After battering the eastern seaboard for well over a week, the big storm had clipped the northern end of Vichura around the ear and then wandered off into the southern Neuramona Ocean, where everyone assumed it would eventually die in the chilly waters toward the pole. In the calm that followed, there was a sudden explosion of marine traffic as everybody tried to catch up. Angel Fire Flirt descended into the middle of it all like a street dealer chased into a crowded mall. She hooked about, curled in alongside the crawling bulk of the herb raft Pictures of the Floating World, and moored demurely at the cheap end of the starboard dock just as the sun started to smear out across the western horizon. Soseki Koi met us under the cranes. I spotted his sunset-barred silhouette from the Ray Hunter's rail and raised an arm in greeting. He didn't return the wave. When Brazel and I got down to the dock and close up, I saw how he'd changed. There was a bright-eyed intensity to his lined face now, a gleam that might have been tears, or a tempered fury. It was hard to tell which.
"Trey?"
he asked us quietly. Brazel jerked a thumb back at the Ray Hunter. "Still mending. We left her with her."
"Right. Good."
The monosyllables fell into a general quiet. The sea wind fussed about us, tugging at hair, stinging my nasal cavities with its salts. At my side I felt, rather than saw, Brazel's face tighten, like a man about to probe a wound. "We heard the newscasts, Soseki. Who made it back from your end?" Koi shook his head.
"Not many. Vidora, Aoto, Sobieski."
"Mariotto?"
He closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Jack."
The Ray Hunter's skipper came down the gangway with a couple of ship's officers I knew well enough to nod at in corridors. Koi seemed to know them all, They traded gruff arm's-length grippings of shoulders and a skein of rapid strip-jab before the skipper grunted and moved off toward the harbormaster's tower with the others in tow. Coy turned back to face us. "They'll stay docked long enough to file for grav system repairs. There's another ray chaser in on the port side. They're old friends of his. They'll buy some fresh kill to haul into New Pest tomorrow, just for appearances. Meantime, we're out of here at dawn with one of Segisvar's contraband skimmers. It's the closest thing to a disappearing act we could arrange." I avoided looking at Brazil's face. My gaze ranged instead over the cityscape superstructure of the herb raft. Mostly I was awash with a selfish relief that Virginia Vidora figured in the list of survivors, but some small envoy part of me noted the evening flow of crowds, the possible vantage points for observers or sniper fire. "Can we trust these people?" Coy nodded. He seemed relieved to bury himself in details. "The very large majority, yes. Pictures is Drava-built. Most of the onboard shareholders are descendants of the original cooperative owners. The culture's broadly Quellist inclined, which means a tendency to look out for each other but mind their own business if no one's needing help." "Yeah? Sounds a little utopian to me. What about casual crew?" Coy's look sharpened to a stare. "Casual crew and newcomers know what they're signing on for. Pictures has a reputation, like the rest of the rafts. The ones who don't like it don't stay. The culture filters down." Brazil cleared his throat. "How many of them know what's going on?" "Know that we're here? About a dozen. Know why we're here? 2. Both ex-Black Brigade." Coy looked up at the ray hunters searchingly. "They'll both want to be there for the ascertainment. We've got a safe house set up in the stern lowers where we can do it." "Coy," I slotted myself into his field of vision. "We need to talk first. There are a couple of things you should know." He regarded me for a long moment, lined face unreadable. But there was a hunger in his eyes that I knew I wasn't going to get past. "It'll have to wait," he told me. "Our primary concern here is to confirm her identity. I'd appreciate it if none of you called me by name until that's done." "Ascertain," I said sharply. The audible capitalization of her was starting to piss me off. "You mean ascertain, right, Coy?" His gaze skipped off my shoulder and back to the ray hunter's side. "Yes, that's what I mean," he said. A lot has been made of Quellism's underclass roots, particularly over the centuries since its principal architect died and passed conveniently beyond the realm of political debate. The fact that Quellcrist Falconer chose to build a power base among the poorest of Harlan's world's labor force has led to a curious conviction among a lot of neo-Quellists that the intention during the unsettlement was to create a leadership drawn exclusively from this base. That Nadia Makita was herself the product of a relatively privileged middle-class background goes carefully unremarked, and since she never rose to a position of political governance, the central issue of who's going to run things after all this blows over never had to be faced. But the intrinsic contradiction at the heart of modern Quellist thought remains, and in neo-Quellist company it's not considered polite to draw attention to it. So I didn't remark on the fact that the safe house in the stern lowers of Pictures of the Floating World clearly didn't belong to the elegantly spoken ex-Black Brigade man and woman who are waiting in it for us. Stern lowers is the cheapest, harshest neighborhood on any herb raft or sea factory, and no one who has a choice about it chooses to live there. I could feel the vibration from Floating World's drives intensifying as we took a companionway down from the more desirable crew residences at superstructure levels over the stern, and by the time we got inside the apartment it was a constant background grind. Utilitarian furniture, scuffed and scraped walls, and a minimum of decoration made it clear that whoever did quarter here didn't spend much time at home.
"Forgive the surroundings," said the woman urbanely as she led us into the apartment. "It will only be for the night, and our proximity to the drives makes surveillance a near impossibility."
Her partner ushered us to chairs set around a cheap plastic table, laid with refreshments. Tea in a heated pot, assorted sushi. Very formal. He talked as he got us seated.
"Yeah, we're also less than 100 meters from the nearest hull maintenance hatch, which is where you'll all be collected from tomorrow morning. They'll drive the skimmer right in under the load-bearing girders between keels 6 and 7. You can climb straight down." He gestured at Sierra Trey. "Even injured, you shouldn't have too much trouble."
There was a rehearsed competence to it all, but as he talked his gaze kept creeping toward the woman in Sylvie Oshima's body, then skidding abruptly away. Coy had been doing much the same thing since we brought her off the Angel Fire flirt. Only the female brigade member seemed to have her eyes and hopes under real control.
"So," she said smoothly, "I'm Stowe Delia. This is Kiyoshi-tan. Shall we begin?"
Ascertainment. In today's society, it's as common a ritual as parental acknowledgement parties to celebrate a birth, or re-weddings to cement newly re-sleeved couples in their old relationship. Part stylized ceremony, part maudlin what-about-that-time-when session, ascertainment varies in its form and formality from world to world and culture to culture. But on every planet I've ever been, it exists as a deeply respected underlying aspect of social relations. Outside expensive high-tech psychographic procedures, it's the only way we have to prove to our friends and family that, regardless of what flesh we may be wearing, we are who we say we are. Ascertainment is the core social function that defines ongoing identity in the modern age, as vital to us now as primitive functions like signature and fingerprint databasing were to our pre-millennial ancestors. And that's where an ordinary citizen is concerned. For semi-mythical heroic figures, back, perhaps, from the dead, it's 100 times more meaningful again. Soseki Coy was trembling visibly as he took his seat. His colleagues were both wearing younger sleeves, and they showed it less, but if you looked with envoy eyes, the same tension was there in unconfident, overdone gestures, laughter too readily coughed out, the occasional tremor in a voice as it started up again in a dried throat. These men and this woman, who had once belonged to the most feared counterinsurgency force in planetary history, had suddenly been granted a glimpse of hope among the ashes of their past. They faced the woman who claimed to be Nadia Makita with everything that had ever mattered to them hanging clearly visible in the balance behind their eyes. "It is an honor," Coy began, and then stopped to clear his throat. "It is an honor to speak of these things." Across the table, the woman in Sylvie Oshima's sleeve looked back at him steadily as he spoke. She answered one of his oblique questions with crisp assent, ignored another. The other 2 brigade members weighed in, and she turned slightly in her seat toward each of them, offered an antique gesture of inclusion each time. I felt myself receding to the status of spectator as the initial round of pleasantries peeled away, and the ascertainment gathered momentum. The conversation picked up, moved rapidly from matters of the last few days, across a long and somber political retrospective, and then into talk of the unsettlement and the years that preceded it. The language shifted just as rapidly, from contemporary Manglic into an unfamiliar old-time Japanese dialect with occasional gusts of strip Jap. I glanced across at Brazil and shrugged as subject matter and syntax both accelerated away from us. It went on for hours. The laboring motors of the aircraft made dim thunder in the walls around us. Pictures of the floating world plowed on her way. We sat and listened.
"Makes you think.
A fall from any of those ledges and you're awful, splattered across the outgoing tide. No recovery scheme, no re-sleep policy, not even family death benefits. It's a rage that starts in your bones and... Remember when you first realized that was the case? One of my father's articles on colonial theory. Playing on the streets of Danchi. We all did. I remember one time the street police tried to... Reaction? Family are like that. Or at least my family were always in a slicktopus plague. Even when you were young, right? I wrote that stuff when I was barely out of my teens. Can't believe they printed it. Can't believe there were people who paid good money for, devoted seriousness to, so much. But, is it? A shrug. Didn't feel that way when I looked back, reconsidered, from the blood on my hands. Basis in the... From time to time, Brazel or I would rise and make fresh tea in the kitchen. The Black Brigade veterans barely noticed. They were locked on, lost in the wash and detail of a past made suddenly real again, just across the table. Recall whose decision that was? Obviously not. You guys didn't have a chain of command, respect, worth a fucking... Sudden explosive laughter around the table, but you could see the tears sheen on their eyes. And it was getting too cold for a stealth campaign up there. Infrared would have shown us up like... Yes, it was almost Bill Sport. Better to lie to them that we had a good chance? I don't think so. Would have been 100 fucking kilometers before. And supplies. Odie said, as far as I remember, he would have run a standoff right up to the... About El Arbados? Long pause. It's not clear. It feels... I remember something about a helicopter. We were going to the helicopter. She was trembling slightly. Not for the first time they sheared away from the subject matter like rip wings from a rifle shot. Something about essentially a reactive theory. No, probably not. If I examined other models. But isn't it axiomatic that the struggle for control of would cause... Is it? Who says that? Well... An embarrassed hesitation. Glances exchanged. You did. At least you argued, admitted, that's crap shit. I never said convulsive policy shift was the key to a better... But Spaventa claims you advocate... Spaventa? That fucking fraud. Is he still breathing? And your writings on demodynamics show... Look, I'm not a fucking ideologue, all right? We were faced with a bottle back in the surf, and we had to... So you're saying... Isn't the solution to... And reducing poverty ignorance would mean... Of course it would. I never claimed anything different. What happened to Spaventa anyway? Well, he teaches at Millsport University these... Does he? The little fuck. Perhaps we could discuss a view of those events that pivots less on than recoil, slingshot, theories of... Very well, as far as it goes. But give me a single binding example to support those claims. Exactly. Demodynamics isn't blood in the water. It's an attempt to... But... And on, until in a clatter of cheap furniture, Coy was suddenly on his feet. That's enough, he said gruffly. Glances flickered back and forth among the rest of us. Coy came around the side of the table, and his old face was taut with emotion as he looked down at the woman sitting there. She looked back up at him without expression. He offered her his hands. I have, he swallowed, concealed my identity from you until now, for the sake of our cause, our common cause. But I am Soseki Coy, 9th Black Brigade Command, Saffron Theater. The mask on Sylvie Oshima's face melted away. Something like a grin took its place. Coy? Shaky Coy? He nodded. His lips were clamped together. She took his outstretched hands, and he lifted her to her feet beside him. He faced the table and looked at each of us in turn. You could see the tears in his eyes, hear them in his voice when he spoke. This is Quellcrist Falconer, he said tightly. In my mind there is no longer room for doubt. Then he turned and flung his arms around her. Sudden tear ribbons glistened on his cheeks. His voice was hoarse. "We waited so long for you to come again," he wept. "We waited so long." Part 5. This is the storm to come. No one heard Ebisu returning until it was too late, and then what had been said could not be unsaid, deeds done could not be undone, and all present must answer for themselves. Legends of the Sea God. Traditional. Unpredictable wind vectors and velocity. Expect heavy weather. Kossuth Storm Management Net. Extreme Conditions Alert. Chapter 38. I woke to Kossuth-grade heat and low-angle sunlight, a mild hangover, and the serrated sound of snarling. Out in the pens, someone was feeding the swamp panthers. I glanced at my watch. It was very early. I lay for a while in sheets tangled to my waist, listening to the animals and the harsh male whoops of the feeding crew on the gantries above them. Segesvar had taken me on a tour of the place 2 years previously, and I still remembered the awful power with which the panthers flailed up to catch chunks of fish steak the size of a man's torso. The feeding crew had yelled then as well, but the more you listened, the more you realized that it was bravado to shore up courage against an instinctive terror. With the exception of 1 or 2 hardened swamp game hunters, Segesvar recruited pretty exclusively from the wharf fronts and slums of New Pest, where the chances of any of the kids having seen a real panther were about even with them ever having been to Millsport. A couple of centuries back, it was different. The expanse was smaller then, not yet cleared all the way south to make way for the belloweed monocropping combines. In places, the swamp's poisonously beautiful trees and float foliage crept almost up to the city limits, and the inland harbor had to be re-dredged on a twice-yearly basis. It wasn't unheard of for panthers to turn up basking on the loading ramps in the summer heat, the chameleon skin of mane and mantle shimmering to mimic the sun's glare. Peculiar variations in the breeding cycles of their prey out on the expanse sometimes drove them in to roam the streets closest to the swamplands, where they ripped open sealed refuse canisters with effortless savagery, and occasionally, at night, took the homeless or the unwary drunk. Just as they would in their swamp environment, they sprawled prone in back alleys, body and limbs concealed beneath a mane and mantle that would camouflage to black in the darkness. To their victims, they would resemble nothing so much as a pool of deep shadow until it was too late, and they left nothing behind for the police but broad splashes of blood and the echo of screams in the night. By the time I was 10, I'd seen my share of the creatures in the flesh, and even myself once run screaming up a wharf shed ladder with my friends when a sleepy panther rolled over at our step, freeze, step approach, flapped one corner of its sloppy tendrilled mane at us, and treated us to a gape-beaked yawn. The terror, like much that you experience in childhood, was transient. Swamp panthers were scary. They were lethally dangerous if you encountered them under the wrong circumstances, but in the end, they were a part of our world. The snarling outside seemed to reach a crescendo. To Segesvar's crew, swamp panthers were the bad guys of 100 cheap hologames and maybe a school biology class they hadn't cut, made suddenly real. Monsters from another planet. This one. And maybe, inside some of the young thugs who worked for Segesvar until the lower echelon Haiduchi lifestyle inevitably took them down, maybe these monsters awoke the shivery existential understanding of exactly how far from home we all really were. Then again, maybe not. Someone shifted in the bed beside me and groaned.
"Don't those fucking things ever shut up?"
Recollection arrived at the same moment as the shock, and they canceled each other out. I rolled my head sideways and saw Virginia Vidora's elfin features squashed up under a pillow she'd crushed to her own head. Her eyes were still closed. "Feeding time," I said, mouth sticky as I spoke.
"Yeah, well, I can't make up my mind what's pissing me off more, them or the fucking idiots feeding them."
She opened her eyes.
"Good morning."
"And to you." Memory of her the night before hunched forward astride me. Beneath the sheets I was hardening with the thought. I didn't think this was ever going to happen in the real world. She looked back at me for a moment, then rolled onto her back and stared up at the ceiling.
"No. Neither did I."
The events of the previous day floated sluggishly to the surface. My first sight of Vidora, poised in the snout of Segesvar's low-profile skimmer, as it held station on the roiled waters beneath the herb raft's massive load-bearing supports. The dawn light from the opening at the stern had not reached this deep into the space between hulls, and she was little more than a gun-handed, spike-haired silhouette as I came down through the maintenance hatch. There was a reassuring operational toughness to the figure she cut. But when torch glow fell briefly across her face as we boarded, I saw something else there that I couldn't define. She met my eyes briefly, then looked away. Nobody spoke much during the skimmer ride across the early morning waters of the Gulf. There was a solid wind out of the west and a cold gunmetal light across everything that didn't encourage conversation. As we closed on the coast, Segesvar's contraband driver called us all inside, and a second, hard-faced young Haiduchi swung himself up into the skimmer's gun turret. We sat in the cramped cabin in silence, listening to the engines change pitch as we slowed on approach to the beach. Vidora took the seat beside Brazel, and down in the gloom where their thighs touched, I saw them clasp hands. I closed my eyes and leaned back in the comfortless metal and webbing seat, running the route behind my eyes for something to do. Off the ocean, straight up some shabby, affluent, poisoned beach somewhere at the north end of Vichora, out of sight, but barely, of the New Pest suburb skyline, whose shanties supplied the poison by piped outflow. No one stupid enough to come here to swim or fish, no one to see the blunt-nosed, heavy-skirted skimmer come brazening through. Across the oil-stained mudflats behind, through choked and dying float foliage, and then out onto the expanse proper. Zigzag through the endless bellowweed soup at standard traffic speeds to break the trail, 3 stops at different bailing stations, each with Haiduchi-connected employees, and a change of heading after each one. Isolation and journey's end at Segesvar's home from home, the Panther Farm. It took most of the day. I stood on the dock at the last bailing station stop and watched the sun go down behind clouds across the expanse, like wrappings of blood-stained gauze. Down on the deck of the skimmer, Brazel and Vidora talked with quiet intensity. Sierra Trey was still inside, trading Haiduchi gossip with the vehicle's 2-man crew last time I checked. Koi was busy elsewhere, making calls. The woman in Oshima's sleeve wandered around a bale of drying weed as tall as both of us and stopped beside me, following my gaze to the horizon.
"Nice sky,"
I grunted.
"It's one of the things I remember about Kossuth. Evening skies on the expanse. Back when I worked the weed harvests in 69 and 71.
She slid down into a sitting position against the bale and looked at her hands, as if examining them for traces of the labor she was describing.
Of course, they kept us working till dark most days, but when the light tipped over like this, you knew you were nearly done."
I said nothing. She glanced up at me.
"Still not convinced, huh?"
"I don't need to be convinced," I told her. What I have to say doesn't count for much around here. You did all the convincing you needed to back there aboard Floating World.
Do you really think I would deceive these people deliberately?
I thought about it for a moment. No. I don't think that's it, but that doesn't make you who you think you are.
Then how do you explain what has happened?
Like I said, I don't have to. Call it the march of history if you like. Coy has what he wants.
And you? You haven't gotten what you want out of this?
I looked bleakly out at the wounded sky. I don't need anything I don't already have.
Really? You're very easily satisfied, then.
She gestured around her.
So, no hope for a better tomorrow than this? I can't interest you in an equitable restructuring of social systems?
You mean smash the oligarchy and the symbology they use to achieve dominance, hand power back to the people, that kind of thing?
That kind of thing.
It wasn't clear if she was mimicking me or agreeing.
Would you mind sitting down? It's making my neck ache talking to you like this.
I hesitated. It seemed unnecessarily churlish to refuse. I joined her on the surface of the dock, put my back to the weed bale and settled, waiting. But then she was abruptly quiet. We sat shoulder to shoulder for a while. It felt oddly companionable.
You know, she said finally, when I was a kid, my father got this assignment on biotech nanobes. You know, the tissue repair systems, the immune boosters. It was kind of a review article looking at the nanotech since landfall and where it was going next. I remember he showed me some footage of the state-of-the-art stuff being put into a baby at birth, and I was horrified.
A distant smile.
I can still remember looking at this baby and asking him how it was going to tell all those machines what to do. He tried to explain it to me, told me the baby didn't have to tell them anything, they already knew what to do, they just had to be powered up.
I nodded. Nice analogy. I'm not...
Just give me a moment, huh? Imagine.
She lifted her hands as if framing something.
Imagine if some motherfucker deliberately didn't enable most of those nanobes, or enabled only the ones that dealt with brain and stomach functions, say. All the rest were just dead biotech, or worse still, semi-dead, just sitting there consuming nutrients and not doing anything, or programmed to do the wrong things, to destroy tissue instead of repairing it, to let in the wrong proteins, not to balance out the chemicals. Pretty soon that baby grows up and starts to have health problems. All the dangerous local organisms, the ones that belong here, that Earth's never seen, they storm aboard, and that kid is going to go down with every disease its ancestors on Earth never evolved defenses for. So what happens then?
I grimaced. You bury it?
Well, before that, the doctors will come in and they'll advise surgery. Maybe replacement organs or limbs.
Nadia, you really have been gone a long time. Outside battlefields and elective surgery, that kind of thing just doesn't...
Kovacs is an analogy, all right. The point is you end up with a body that works badly, that needs constant conscious control from above and outside. And why? Not because of some intrinsic failing, but because the nanotech just isn't being used. And that's us. This society, every society in the Protectorate, is a body where 95% of the nanotech has been switched off. People don't do what they're supposed to.
Which is what?
Run things, Kovacs. Take control. Look after social systems. Keep the streets safe. Administer public health and education. Build stuff. Create wealth and organize data and ensure they both flow where they're needed. People will do all of this. The capacity is there, but it's like the nanobes. They have to be switched on first. They have to be made aware. And in the end, that's all a Quellist society is. An aware populace. Demodynamic nanotech in action.
Right. So the big bad oligarchs have switched off the nanotech. She smiled again.
Not quite. The oligarchs aren't an outside factor. They're like a closed subroutine that's gotten out of hand. A cancer, if you want to switch analogies. They're programmed to feed off the rest of the body no matter what the cost to the system in general, and to kill off anything that competes. That's why you have to take them down first.
Yeah, I think I've heard this speech. Smash the ruling class and then everything will be fine, right?
No, but it's a necessary first step.
Her animation was building visibly. She was talking faster. The setting sun painted her face with stained glass light.
Every previous revolutionary movement in human history has made the same basic mistake. They've all seen power as a static apparatus, as a structure, and it's not. It's a dynamic, a flow system with two possible tendencies. Power either accumulates or it diffuses through the system. In most societies, it's in a cumulative mode, and most revolutionary movements are only really interested in reconstituting the accumulation in a new location. A genuine revolution has to reverse the flow. And no one ever does that, because they're all too fucking scared of losing their conning tower moment in the historical process. If you tear down one agglutinative power dynamic and put another one in its place, you've changed nothing. You're not going to solve any of that society's problems. They'll just re-emerge at a new angle. You've got to set up the nanotech that will deal with the problems on its own. You've got to build the structures that allow for diffusion of power, not regrouping. Accountability, demodynamic access, systems of constituted rights, education in the use of political infrastructure.
Whoa! I held up my hand. Most of this I'd heard from the little blue bugs more than once in the past. I wasn't going to sit through it again. Nice sky or no nice sky. Nadia, this has been tried before and you know it. And from what I remember of my pre-colonial history, the empowered people you place so much faith in handed power right back to their oppressors, cheerfully, in return for not much more than hollow porn and cheap fuel. Maybe there's a lesson in that for all of us. Maybe people would rather slobber over gossip and flesh shots of Josefina Hikari and Ryu Bartok than worry about who's running the planet. Did you ever consider that? Maybe they're happier that way. Scorn flickered on her face.
Yeah, maybe. Or just maybe that period you're talking about was misrepresented. Maybe the premillennial constitutional democracy wasn't the failure the people who write the history books would like us to believe. Maybe they just murdered it, took it away from us, and lied to our children about it.
I shrugged. Well, maybe they did. But if that's the case, they've been remarkably good at pulling the same trick time and again since.
Of course they have!
It was almost a shout.
Wouldn't you be? If the retention of your privileges, your rank, your life of fucking leisure and status all depended on pulling that trick, wouldn't you have it down? Wouldn't you teach it to your children as soon as they could walk and talk?
But meanwhile, the rest of us aren't capable of teaching a functioning counter-trick to our descendants? Ah, come on. We've got to have the unsettlement every couple of 100 years to remind us.
She closed her eyes and leaned her head back against the weed bale. She seemed to be talking to the sky.
I don't know. Yes, maybe we do.
It's an uneven struggle. It's always far easier to murder and tear down than it is to build and educate. Easier to let power accumulate than diffuse.
Yeah. Or maybe it's just that you and your Quellist friends don't want to see the limits of our evolved social biology. I could hear my voice starting to rise. I tried to hold it down, and the words came out gritted. That's right. Bow down and fucking worship. Do what the man with the beard or the suit tells you. Like I said, maybe people are happy like that. Maybe the ones like you and me are just some fucking irritant, some swamp bug swarm that won't let them sleep.
So this is where you get off, is it?
She opened her eyes at the sky and glanced slantwise at me without lowering her head.
Give up? Let scum like the first families have it all? Let the rest of humanity slip into a coma? Cancel the fight?
No. I suspect it's already too late for that, Nadia. I found there was none of the grim satisfaction in saying it that I'd expected. All I felt was tired. Men like Coy are hard to stop once they're set in motion. I've seen a few. And for better or worse, we are in motion now. You're going to get your new unsettlement, I think, whatever I say or do." The stare still pinned me. "And you think it's all a waste of time?" I sighed. "I think I've seen it go wrong too many times on too many different worlds to believe this is going to be very different. You're going to get a lot of people slaughtered for, at best, not very much in the way of local concessions. At worst, you'll bring the envoys down on Harlan's world, and believe me, that you do not want in your worst nightmares." "Yes, Brazel told me. You used to be one of these stormtroopers." "That's right." We watched the sun dying for a while. "You know," she said, "I don't pretend to know anything about what they did to you in this Envoy Corps, but I have met men like you before. Self-hatred works for you, because you can channel it out into rage at whatever targets for destruction come to hand. But it's a static model, Kovacs. It's a sculpture of despair." "Is that right?" "Yes. At base, you don't really want things to get any better, because then you'd be out of targets. And if the external focus for your hate ran out, you'd have to face up to what's inside you." I snorted. "And what is that?" "Exactly? I don't know. But I can hazard a few guesses. An abusive parent, a life on the streets, a loss of some sort early in childhood, betrayal of some kind. And sooner or later, Kovacs, you need to face the fact that you can never go back and do anything about that. Life has to be lived forward." "Yeah," I said tonelessly. "In the service of the glorious Quellist revolution, no doubt." She shrugged. "That'd have to be your choice." "I've already made my choices." "And yet you came to prize me free of the Harlan family. You mobilized Coy and the others." "I came for Sylvie Oshima." She raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "Yes, that is so." There was another pause. Aboard the skimmer, Brazel disappeared into the cabin. I only caught the tail end of the motion, but it seemed abrupt and impatient. Tracking back, I saw Virginia Vidora staring up at me. "Then," said the woman who thought she was Nadia Makita, "it would seem I'm wasting my time with you." "Yeah, I would think you are." If it made her angry, she didn't show it. She just shrugged again, got up and gave me a curious smile, then wandered away along the sunset-drenched dock, peering occasionally over the edge into the soupy water. Later I saw her talking to Coy, but she left me alone for the duration of the ride to Segesvar's place. As a final destination, the farm was not impressive. It broke the surface of the expanse, resembling nothing so much as a collection of waterlogged helium blimps sunk among the ruins of yet another U-shaped bailing station. In fact, before the advent of the combines, the place had seen service as an independent bellowweed dock, but unlike the other stations we'd stopped at, it hadn't sold to the incoming corporate players and was derelict within a generation. Rodel Segesvar had inherited the bare bones as part payment of a gambling debt, and must not have been too happy when he saw what he'd won. But he put the space to work, refitted the decaying station in deliberately antique style, and extended the whole installation across what was previously the commercial capacity harbor, using state-of-the-art wet bunker technology filched via a military contractor in Newpest who owed him favors. Now the complex boasted a small, exclusive brothel, elegant casino facilities, and, the blood-rich heart of it all, the thing that gave customers a frisson they couldn't duplicate in more urban surroundings, the fight pits. There was a party of sorts when we arrived. Haiduchi pride themselves on their hospitality, and Segesvar was no exception. He'd cleared a space on one of the covered docks at the end of the old station and laid on food and drink, muted music, fragrant real wood torches, and huge fans to shift the swampy air. Handsome men and women drawn from either the brothel downstairs or one of Segesvar's New Pest hollow-porn studios circulated with heavily laden trays and limited clothing. Their sweat was artfully beaded in patterns across their exposed flesh and scented with tampered pheromones, their pupils blasted open on some euphoric or other, their availability subtly hinted at. It was perhaps not ideal for a gathering of Neo-Quell activists, but that may have been deliberate on Segesvar's part. He'd never had much patience with politics. In any event, the mood on the dock was somber, dissolving only very gradually into a chemically fueled abandon that never got much beyond slurred and maudlin. The realities of the kidnap raid on Mitzi Harlan's entourage and the resulting firefight in the back streets of New Kanagawa were too bloody and brutal to allow anything else. The fallen were too evident by their absence, the stories of their deaths too grim. Mariado, cooked in half by a sunjet blast, scrabbling with the last of her strength to get a sidearm to her throat and pull the trigger. Daniel, shredded by shard blaster fire. The girl he'd been with at the beach, Andrea, smeared flat when the commandos blew a door off its hinges to get in. Others I didn't know or remember, dying in other ways so that Coy could get clear with his hostage. "Did you kill her?" I asked him, in a quiet moment before he started drinking heavily. We had heard news items on the voyage south aboard the Ray Hunter. Cowardly slaughter of an innocent woman by Quellist murderers. But then Mitzi Harlan could have been blown apart by an incautious commando, and the shout lines would still have read the same. He stared away across the dock. "Of course I did. It's what I said I'd do. They knew that." "Real death?" He nodded. "For what it's worth. They'll have her re-sleeved from a remote storage copy by now. I doubt she's lost much more than 48 hours of her life." "And the ones we lost?" His gaze still hadn't reeled in from the other side of the bailing dock. It was as if he could see Otto and the others standing there in the flickering torchlight, grim specters at the feast that no amount of alcohol or take would erase. Otto vaporized her own stack before she died. I saw her do it. The rest— He seemed to shiver slightly, but that might have been the evening breeze across the expanse, or maybe just a shrug. "I don't know. Probably they got them." Neither of us needed to follow that to its logical conclusion. If Aura had recovered the stacks, their owners were now locked in virtual interrogation, tortured, to death if necessary, then reloaded into the same construct, so the process could begin again. Repeated until they gave up what they knew. Maybe still repeated after that in vengeance for what they had dared to do to a member of the first families. I swallowed the rest of my drink, and the bite of it released a shudder across my shoulders and down my spine. I raised the empty glass toward Coy. "Well, here's hoping it was worth it." "Yes." I didn't speak to him again after that. The general drift of the party took him out of reach, and I got pinned with Segesvar in a corner. He had a pale, cosmetically beautiful woman on each arm, identically draped in shimmering amber muslin like paired life-size ventriloquist dolls. He seemed in an expansive mood. "Enjoying the party?" "Not yet." I lifted a take cookie from a passing waiter's tray and bit into it. "I'll get there." He smiled faintly. "You're a hard man to please, Tak. Want to go and gloat over your friends in the pens instead?" "Not right now." Involuntarily, I looked out across the bubble-choked lagoon to where the swamp panther fight pits were housed. I knew the way well enough, and I supposed no one would stop me going in, but at that moment I couldn't make it matter enough. Besides, I discovered sometime last year that once the priests were dead and re-sleeved in panther flesh, appreciation of their suffering receded to a cold and unsatisfyingly distant intellectual understanding. It was impossible to look at the huge, wet-maned creatures as they tore and bit at each other in the fight pits, and still see the men I had brought back from the dead to punish. Maybe, if the psychosurgeons were right, they weren't there in any real sense anymore. Maybe the core of human consciousness was long gone, eaten out to a black and screaming insanity within a matter of days. One stifling, heat-hazed afternoon I stood in the steeply sloping seats above one of the pits, surrounded by a screaming, stamping crowd on its feet, and I felt retribution turning soap-like in my hands, dissolving and slipping away as I gripped at it. I stopped going there after that. I just handed Segisvar the cortical stacks I stole and let him get on with it. Now he raised an eyebrow at me in the light from the torches. "Okay, then. Can I interest you in some team sports, maybe? Huh? Like to come down to the grab gym with Ilya and Mayumi here?" I glanced across the two confected women and collected a dutiful smile from each one. Neither seemed chemically assisted, but still it felt bizarrely as if Segisvar were working them through holes in the small of each smooth-skinned back, as if the hands he had resting on each perfectly curved hip were plastic and fake. "Thanks, Rad. I'm getting kind of private in my old age. You go on and have a good time without me." He shrugged. "I certainly can't expect to have a good time with you anymore. Can't remember doing that any time in the last 50 years, in fact. You really are turning northern, Tak. Like I said, yeah, I know. You half are already. Thing is, Tak, when you were younger, you tried not to let it show so much." He moved his right hand up to cup the outer swell of an ample breast. The owner giggled and nibbled at his ear. "Come on, girls. Let's leave Kovacs-san to his brooding." I watched them rejoin the main throng of the party, Segisvar steering. The pheromone-rich air stitched a vague regret into my guts and groin. I finished the take cookie, barely tasting it.
"Wow, you look like you're having fun."
"Envoy camouflage," I said reflexively. "We're trained to blend in."
"Yeah? Doesn't sound like your trainer was up to much."
I turned, and there was a crooked grin across Virginia Vidora's face as she stood there with a tumbler in each hand. I glanced around for signs of Brazel. Couldn't see him in the vicinity. "Is one of those for me?"
"If you like."
I took the tumbler and sipped at it. Millsport single malt, probably one of the pricier Western Rim distilleries. Segisvar wasn't a man to let his prejudices get in the way of taste. I swallowed some more and looked for Vidora's eyes. She was staring away across the expanse. "I'm sorry about Otto," I said. She reeled in her gaze and raised a finger to her lips.
"Not now, Tak."
Not now, not later. We barely talked as we slipped away from the party, down into the corridors of the wet bunker complex. Envoy functionality came online like an emergency autopilot, a coating of glances and understanding that stung the underside of my eyes with its intensity. This, I remembered suddenly. This is what it was like. This is what we lived like. This is what we lived for. And in my room, as we found and fastened on each other's bodies beneath hastily disarrayed clothing, sensing what we each wanted from the other with envoy clarity, I wondered, for the first time in better than a century of objective lifetime, why I had ever walked away. It wasn't a feeling that lasted in the come-down panther snarl of morning. Nostalgia leached out with the fate of the take and the groggy edge of a hangover whose mildness I wasn't sure I deserved. In its wake I was left with not much more than a smug possessiveness, as I looked at Vedora's tanned body sprawled in the white sheets, and a vague sense of misgiving that I couldn't pin to any single source. Vedora was still staring a hole in the ceiling.
"You know," she said finally, "I never really liked Mari. She was always trying so hard to prove something to the rest of us, like it just wasn't enough just to be one of the bugs."
Maybe for her it wasn't. I thought about Coy's description of Mariato's death, and I wondered if, at the end, she'd pulled the trigger to escape interrogation, or simply a return to the family ties she'd spent her whole life trying to sever. I wondered if her aristo blood would have been enough to save her from Ayura's wrath, and what she would have had to do to walk away from the interrogation constructs in a fresh sleeve, what she would have had to buy back into to get out intact. I wondered if, in the last few moments of dimming vision, she looked at the aristo blood from her own wounds and hated it just enough.
"Jack's talking some shit about heroic sacrifice."
"I say." She swiveled her gaze down to my face.
"That's not why I'm here."
I said nothing. She went back to looking at the ceiling.
"Oh, shit, yes it is."
We listened to the snarling and the shouts outside. Vedora sighed and sat up. She jammed the heels of both hands against her eyes and shook her head.
"Do you ever wonder," she asked me, "if we're really human anymore?"
"As envoys?" I shrugged. I try not to buy into the standard tremble, the post-humans are coming crab shit, if that's what you mean. Why?
"I don't know."
She shook her head irritably.
"Yeah, it's fucking stupid, I know, but sometimes I talk to Jack and the others and it's like they're a different fucking species to me. The things they believe, the level of belief they can bring to bear with next to nothing to justify it."
So you're not convinced either?
"I don't—"
Vedora threw up one hand in exasperation. She twisted about in the bed to face me.
"How can she be, right?"
"Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one caught in that particular net. Welcome to the rational thinking minority."
"Coy says she checks out, all the way down."
"Yeah. Coy wants this so badly he'd believe a fucking ripwing and a headscarf was Quellcrist Falconer. I was there for the ascertainment, and they went easy on anything it looked like she was uncomfortable answering. Did anybody tell you about this genetic weapon she's triggered?" She looked away.
"Yeah, I heard. Pretty extreme."
"Pretty much in complete defiance of every fucking thing Quellcrist Falconer ever believed, I think you mean."
"We none of us get to stay clean, Tack."
A thin smile.
"You know that. Under the circumstances—"
"Virginia, you're about to prove yourself a fully paid-up, lost-in-belief member of the old-style human race, if you're not careful. And you needn't think I'll still talk to you if you cross over to that shit." The smile powered up, became a laugh of sorts. She touched her upper lip with her tongue and glanced slantwise at me. It gave me an odd, electric sensation to watch.
All right, she said. Let's be inhumanly rational about this. But Jack says she remembers the assault on Millsport, going for the copter at Alarbados.
Yeah, which kind of sinks the copy stored in the heat of battle outside Drava theory, don't you think? Since both those events post-date any presence she might have had in New Hawk.
Vidora spread her hands. It also sinks the idea she's some kind of personality casing for a data mine. Same logic applies.
Well, yeah.
So where does that leave us?
You mean where does it leave Brazel and the Ventura gang? I asked, nastily. Easy. It leaves them scratching around desperately for some other crapshit theory that'll hold enough water to let them go on believing, which, for fully paid-up neo-quellists, is a pretty fucking sad state of affairs.
No, I mean us.
Her eyes drilled me with the pronoun.
Where does it leave us?
I covered for the tiny jolt in my stomach by rubbing at my eyes in an echo of the gesture she'd used earlier. I've got an idea of sorts, I started. Maybe an explanation?
The door chimed.
Vidora raised an eyebrow.
Yeah, and a guest list, looks like.
I shot another glance at my watch and shook my head. Outside the window, the snarling of the panthers seemed to have settled down to a low grumble and an occasional cracking sound as they ripped the cartilage in their food apart. I pulled on trousers, picked up the Rhapsodia from the bedside table on an impulse, and went through to open up. The door flexed aside and gave me a view onto the quiet, dimly lit corridor outside. The woman, wearing Sylvie Oshima's sleeve, stood there, fully dressed, arms folded.
"I've got a proposition for you," she said.
Chapter 39. It was still early morning when we hit Ventura. The Haiduchi pilot Sierra Trey had gotten out of bed, her bed in fact, was young and cocky, and the skimmer we lifted was the same contraband runner we'd come in on. No longer bound by the need to appear a standard forgettable item of Expanse traffic, and no doubt wanting to impress Trey as much as he impressed himself, the pilot opened his vessel up to the limit, and we tore across to a mooring point called Sunshine Fun Jetties in less than 2 hours. Trey sat in the cockpit with them and made encouraging noises, while Vidora and the woman who called herself Quell stayed below together. I sat alone on the forward deck for most of the trip, nursing my hangover in the cool flow of air from the slipstream. As befit the name, Sunshine Fun Jetties was a place frequented mostly by tour-bus skimmers from Newpest and the odd rich kid's garishly finned Expanse-mobile. At this time of day, there was a lot of mooring space to choose from. More importantly, it put us less than 15 minutes' walk from the offices of Jorinda Tudjman Sklep, at a pace that allowed for Sierra Trey and her limp. They were just opening when we arrived at the door.
"I'm not sure,"
said the underling, whose job it evidently was to get up earlier than any of the partners and man the offices until they arrived.
"I'm not sure that— Yeah, well, I am," Sierra Trey told him impatiently.
She had belted on an ankle-length skirt to cover her rapidly healing leg, and there was no way of knowing from her voice and stance that she was still damaged. We had left the pilot back at Sunshine Fun Jetties with the skimmer, but Trey didn't need him. She played the Haiduchi arrogance card to perfection. The underling flinched.
"Look," he began. "No, you look. We were in here less than 2 weeks ago. You know that. Now you want to call Tudjman? You can. But I doubt he'll thank you for getting him out of bed at this time of the morning just to confirm we can have access to the same stuff we used last time we were here."
In the end, it took the call to Tudjman and some shouting to clear it, but we got what we wanted. They powered up the virtual systems and showed us to the couches. Sierra Trey and Virginia Vidora stood by while the woman in Oshima's sleeve attached the electrodes to herself. She held up the hypnophones to me.
"What's this meant to be?"
"High-powered modern technology." I put on a grin I didn't much feel. On top of my hangover, anticipation was building a queasy, not quite real sensation that I could have done without. Only been around a couple of centuries. They activate like this. Makes the ride in easier. When Oshima was settled, I lay down in the couch next to her and fitted myself with phones and trodes. I glanced up at Trey. "So we're all clear on what you do to pull me out if it starts to come apart?" She nodded, expressionless. I still wasn't exactly sure why she'd agreed to help us without running it by Coy or Brazil first. It seemed a little early in the scheme of things to be taking unqualified orders from the ghost of Quellcrist Falconer. All right, then. Let's get in the pipe. The sonocodes had a harder time than usual dragging me under, but finally I felt the couch chamber blur out, the walls of the off-the-rack hotel suite scribbled into painfully sharp focus in its place. Memory of Vidor in the suite down the corridor pricked at me unexpectedly. Get a grip, Tack. At least the hangover was gone. The construct had decanted me on my feet over by a window that looked out onto unlikely vistas of rolling green pasture. At the other side of the room by the door, a sketch of a long-haired woman, similarly upright, sharpened into Oshima's sleeve. We stood, looking at each other for a moment. Then I nodded. Something about it must have rung false, because she frowned.
"You're sure about this? You don't have to go through with it, you know."
"Yes, I do. I don't expect Nadia. It's okay. I'm trained to arrive on alien planets in new sleeves and start slaughtering the natives immediately. How hard can this be?" She shrugged.
"All right."
"All right, then." She crossed the room toward me and halted less than a meter away. Her head tipped so that the mane of silver gray slipped slowly forward and covered her face. The central cord skidded sideways down one side of her skull and hung, like a stunted scorpion tail, cobwebbed with finer filaments. She looked in that moment like every archetype of haunting my ancestors had brought with them across the gulfs from Earth. She looked like a ghost. Her posture locked up. I drew a deep breath and reached out. My fingers parted the hair across her face like curtains. Behind, there was nothing. No features, no structure, only a gap of dark warmth that seemed to expand out toward me like negative torch glow. I leaned closer and the darkness opened at her throat, peeling gently back along the vertical axis of her frozen figure. It split her to the crotch, and then beyond, opening the same rent in the air between her legs. I could feel balance tipping away from me in tiny increments as it happened. The floor of the hotel room followed, then the room itself, shriveling like a used wipe in a beach bonfire. The warmth came up around me, smelling faintly of static. Below was unrelieved black. The iron tresses in my left hand plaited about and thickened to a restless snake-like cable. I hung from it over the void. Don't open your eyes. Don't open your left hand. Don't move at all. I blinked, possibly in defiance, and stowed the recollection, grimaced, and let go. If it was falling, it didn't feel like it. There was no rush of air and nothing lit to judge movement by. Even my own body was invisible. The cable seemed to have vanished as soon as I took my hand off it. I could have been floating motionless in a grav chamber no bigger than the spread of my arms, except that all around me, somehow, my senses signaled the existence of vast, unused space. It was like being a spin-drizzle bug, drifting about in the air of one of the emptied warehouses on Bellicotton Kohei 9. I cleared my throat. Lightning flickered jaggedly above me and stayed there. Reflexively, I reached up. My fingers brushed delicate filaments. Perspective slammed into place. The light wasn't fire in a sky unfathomably high up. It was a tiny branching of twigs a handful of centimeters over my head. I took it gently in my hand and turned it over. The light smudged from it where my fingers pressed. I let go, and it hung there, at chest height in front of me. "Sylvie? You there?" That got me a surface under my feet and a bedroom steeped in late afternoon light. From the fittings, the place looked as if it might have belonged to a child of about 10. There were hollows on the walls of Miki Nozawa, Riley Tsuchiya, and a host of other pin-ups I didn't recognize, a desk and data coil under a window, and a narrow bed. A mirror-wood panel on one wall made the limited space seem larger. A walk-in cupboard opposite opened onto a badly hung mass of clothing that included court-style dressing-up gowns. There was a renouncer creed tacked to the back of the door, but it was coming away at one corner. I peered out of the window and saw a classic temperate-latitude small town, sloping down to a harbor and the outlying arm of a bay. Tinge of bellowweed in the water, crescent slices of Hotei and Daikoku thinly visible in a hard blue sky. Could have been anywhere. Boats and human figures moved about in dispersal patterns, close to real. I moved to the door with the poorly attached creed and tried the handle. It wasn't locked, but when I tried to step out into the corridor beyond, a teenage boy appeared in front of me and shoved me back. "Mom says you have to stay in your room," he said obnoxiously. "Mom says." The door slammed in my face. I stared at it for a long moment, then opened it again. "Mom says you have—" The punch broke his nose and knocked him back into the opposite wall. I held my fist loosely curled, waiting to see if he'd come back at me, but he just slid down the wall, gaping and bleeding. His eyes glazed over with shock. I stepped carefully over his body and set off along the corridor. Less than 10 paces, and I felt her behind me. It was minute and fundamental, a rustling in the texture of the construct, the scratch of crepe-edged shadows reaching along the walls at my back. I stopped dead and waited. Something curled like fingers over my head and around my neck. "Hello, Sylvie." Without apparent transition, I was at the bar in Tokyo Crow. She leaned next to me, nursing a glass of whiskey I didn't remember her having when we were there for real. There was a similar drink in front of me. The clientele boiled around us at super-amped speed, colors washed out to gray, no more substantial than the smoke from pipes at the tables or the distorted reflections in the mirrorwood under our drinks. There was noise, but it blurred and murmured at the lower edge of hearing, like the hum of high-capacity machine systems on standby behind the walls.
"Ever since you came into my life, Mickey Serendipity," Sylvie Oshima said evenly, "it seems to have fallen apart."
"It didn't start here, Sylvie." She looked sideways at me.
"Oh, I know. I said seems. But a pattern is a pattern, perceived or actual. My friends are all dead. Really dead. Now I find it was you that killed them.
Not this me.
No, so I understand.
She lifted the whiskey to her lips.
Somehow that doesn't make me feel better.
She knocked back the drink, shivered as it went down.
Changed the subject.
So what she hears up there filters down here?
To an extent.
The glass went down on the bar again. Systems magic refilled it, slowly, like something soaking through the fabric of the construct. First, the reflected image from top to bottom, and then the actual glass from base to brim. Sylvie watched it somberly.
But I'm still finding out how much we're tangled through the sensory systems.
How long have you been carrying her, Sylvie?
I don't know. The last year? Iamon Canyon, maybe? That's the first time I whited out. First time I woke up not knowing where I was. Got this feeling like my whole existence was a room and someone had been in, moving the furniture around without asking.
Is she real? A harsh laugh.
You're asking me that? In here?
All right. Do you know where she came from? How you picked her up?
She escaped.
Oshima turned to look at me again, shrugged.
That's what she kept saying. I escaped. Of course, I knew that anyway. She got out of one of the holding cells just like you did.
Involuntarily, I glanced over my shoulder, looking for the corridor from the bedroom. No sign of it across the smoky crowding of the bar. No sign it had ever existed. That was a holding cell?
Yes. Woven complexity response. The command software builds them automatically around anything that gets into the capacity vault using language.
It wasn't very hard to get out of.
Well, what language were you using?
A Manglic.
Yeah, in machine terms, that's not very complex. In fact, it's infantile in its simplicity. You got the jail your levels of complexity merited.
But did you really expect me to stay put?
Not me, Mickey. The software. This stuff is autonomic.
All right. Did the autonomic software expect me to stay put?
If you were a 9-year-old girl with a teenage brother, she said rather bitterly, you would have stayed put, believe me. The systems aren't designed to understand human behavior. They just recognize and evaluate language. Everything else is machine logic. They draw on my subconscious for some of the fabric, the tone of things. They alert me directly if there's an excessively violent breakout, but none of it has any real human context. DCOM doesn't handle humans.
So if this Nadia, or whoever she is, if she came in speaking, say, old-time Japanese, the system would have put her in a box like mine?
Yes. Japanese is quite a bit more complex than a Manglic, but in machine terms, the difference is close to irrelevant.
And she'd have gotten out easily, like me, without alerting you if she was subtle about it.
More subtle than you, yes. Out of the containment system, anyway. Finding her way through the sensory interfaces and the baffles into my head would have been a lot harder, but given time, and if she was determined enough—
Oh, she's determined enough. You know who she says she is, don't you? A brief nod.
She told me when we were both hiding down here from the Harlan interrogators. But I think I knew already. I was starting to dream about her.
Do you think she is Nadia Makita? Really? Sylvie picked up her drink and sipped it.
It's hard to see how she could be.
But you're still going to let her run things on deck for the foreseeable future, without knowing who or what she is? Another shrug.
I tend to judge on performance. She seems to be managing.
For fuck's sake, Sylvie. She could be a virus for all you know.
Yeah, well, from what I read in school, so was the original Quellcrist Falconer.
Isn't that what they called quellism back in the unsettlement? A viral poison in the body of society? I'm not talking political metaphors here, Sylvie. Neither am I. She tipped back her glass, emptied it again, and set it down. Look, Mickey, I'm not an activist, and I'm not a soldier. I'm strictly a data rat. Mimets and code, that's me. Put me in New Hawk with a crew, and there's no one to touch me. But that's not where we are right now, and you and I both know I'm not going back to Drava anytime soon. So given the current climate, I think I'm going to bow out to this Nadia. Because whoever or whatever she really is, she stands a far better chance of navigating the waters than I do. She sat staring into her glass as it filled. I shook my head. This isn't you, Sylvie. Yes, it is. Suddenly her tone was savage. My friends are fucking dead or worse, Mickey. I've got a whole planet of cops plus the Millsport Yakuza looking to make me the same way, so don't tell me this isn't me. You don't know what happens to me under those circumstances because you haven't fucking seen it before, all right? Even I don't fucking know what happens to me under those circumstances. Yeah? And instead of finding out, you're gonna stay in here like some fucking renouncer dream of a good little girl your parents once had. Going to sit in here playing with your plug-in world and hope someone on the outside takes care of business for you. She said nothing, just raised the newly filled glass in my direction. I felt a sudden constricting wave of shame pulse through me. I'm sorry. You should be. Would you like to live through what they did to Orr and the others? Because I've got it all on tap down here. Sylvie, you can't. They died hard, Mickey. Peeled back, all of them. At the end, Kyoka was screaming like a baby for me to come and get her. You want to plug into that? Carry that around with you for a while like I have to? I shivered, and it seemed to transmit itself to the whole construct. A small, cold thrum hung in the air around us. No. We sat for a long time in silence after that. Tokyo Crow's clientele came and went around us, wraith-like. After a while, she gestured vaguely upward. You know, the aspirants believe this is the only true existence, that everything outside is an illusion, a shadow play created by the ancestor gods to cradle us until we can build our own tailored reality and upload into it. That's comforting, isn't it? If you let it be. You called her a virus, she said pensively. As a virus, she was very successful in here. She infiltrated my systems as if she was designed for it. Maybe she'll be as successful out there in the shadow play. I closed my eyes, pressed a hand to my face. Something wrong, Mickey? Please tell me you're being metaphorical now. I don't think I can cope with another hard-wired believer at the moment. Hey, you don't like the conversation? You can fuck off out of here, can't you? The sudden edge on her voice kicked me back to New Hawk and the seemingly endless decom bickering. An unlooked-for smile tugged at my mouth with the memory. I opened my eyes and looked at her again, placed both hands flat on the bar, sighed, and let the smile come up. I came to get you out, Sylvie. I know. She put her hand over one of mine. But I'm fine here. I told Laz I'd look after you. So look after her. That keeps me safe, too. I hesitated, trying to frame it right. I think she might be some kind of weapon, Sylvie. So? Aren't we all? I looked around at the bar and its gray speed ghosts, the low murmur of amalgamated sound. Is this really all you want?
right now, Mickey. It's all I can cope with.
My drink stood untouched on the bar in front of me. I stood up, picked it up. Then I'd better be getting back.
Sure. I'll see you out.
The whiskey went down burning, cheap and rough. Not what I'd been expecting. She walked with me out onto the wharf. Here the dawn was already up, cold and pale gray. And there were no people, speeded pastiche or otherwise, anywhere in the unforgiving light. The sweeper station stood, closed and deserted. The mooring points and the ocean beyond were both empty of traffic. There was a naked, stripped look to everything, and the Andrassy Sea came in and slapped at the pilings with sullen force. Looking north, you could sense Drava crouched below the horizon in similar abandoned quiet. We stood under the crane where we'd first met, and it hit me then, with palpable force, that this was the last time I'd see her. One question? She was staring out to sea.
Sure.
Your preferred active agent up there says she recognized someone in the holding constructs. Grigori Ishii? That chime with you at all? A slight frown.
It sounds familiar, yes. I couldn't tell you from where, though, but I can't see how a DH personality would have gotten down here.
Well, quite.
Did she say it was this Grigori?
No, she said there was something down here that sounded like him. But when you faked taking down the scorpion gun, afterward when you were coming out of it in Drava, you said it knew you. Something knew you. Like an old friend? Sylvie shrugged. Most of her was still watching the northern horizon.
Then it could be something the Mimets have evolved. A virus to trigger recognition routines in a human brain. Makes you think you're seeing or hearing something you already know. Each individual it hits would assign an appropriate fragment to fit.
That doesn't sound very likely. It's not like the Mimets have had much human interaction to work off recently. Mexec's only been in place, 3 years?
4.
A faint smile.
Mickey, the Mimets were designed to kill humans. That's what they were for originally, 300 years ago. There's no telling if some piece of viral weaponry built along those lines has survived this long, maybe even sharpened itself a bit.
Have you ever come across anything like that?
No, but that doesn't mean it's not out there.
Or in here.
Or in here,
she agreed shortly. She wanted me gone. Or it could just be another personality casing bomb.
It could be.
Yeah. I looked around one more time. Well, how do I get out of here?
The crane.
For a moment, she came back to me. Her eyes switched in from the north and met mine. She nodded upward to where a steel ladder disappeared into the laced girderwork of the machine.
You just keep climbing up.
Great. You take care of yourself, Sylvie.
I will.
She kissed me briefly on the mouth. I nodded, clapped her on the shoulder, and backed away a couple of steps. Then I turned for the ladder, laid hands on the cold metal of the rungs, and started climbing. It seemed solid enough. It beat ripwing-infested sea cliff and the underside of Martian architecture, anyway. I was a couple of dozen meters into the girders when her voice floated up to join me.
Hey, Mickey!
I peered downward. She was standing inside the crane's base, staring up at me. Her hands were cupped around her mouth. I unfastened one hand carefully and waved. Yeah?
Just remembered! Grigori Ishii! We learned about him in school!
Learned what about him in school? She spread her arms.
No idea. Sorry.
Who remembers shit like that?
Right.
Why don't you ask her?
Good question. Envoy caution seemed like the obvious answer, but stubborn mistrust came in a close second. A refusal. I wasn't buying the glorious return of Quell at the cut rates Coy and the Bugs seemed prepared to accept.
Maybe I will.
Well, an arm lifted in farewell.
Scan up, Mickey. Keep climbing. Don't look down.
Yeah, I yelled it down.
You too, Sylvie.
I climbed. The sweeper station shrank to the proportions of a child's toy. The sea took on the texture of hammered gray metal welded to a tilting horizon. Sylvie was a dot facing north, then too small to make out at all. Maybe she wasn't there anymore. The girders around me lost any resemblance to the crane they had once been. The cold dawn light darkened to a flickery silver that danced in patterns on the metal that seemed maddeningly familiar. I didn't seem to be tiring at all. I stopped looking down. Chapter 40.
So?
She asked, finally. I stared out of the window at Ventura Beach and the glitter of sunlight on the waves beyond. Both beach and water were beginning to fill up with tiny human figures intent on enjoying the weather. The offices of Jorinda Tudjman Sklep were eminently environment-proofed, but you could almost feel the building heat, almost hear the rising chatter and squall of tourism that accompanied it. I hadn't spoken to anyone since I came out of the construct. So you are right. I spared a sideways glance for the woman wearing Sylvie Oshima's body, then went back to looking at the sea. The hangover was back in place. Worse, it seemed. She's not coming out. She's fallen back on childhood renouncer crabshit to cope with the grief, and she's staying in there.
Thank you.
Yeah. I left the window alone, turned back to Trey and Vidora. We're finished here. Nobody talked on the way back to the skimmer. We shouldered our way through brightly garbed crowds, working against the flow in silence. A lot of the time our faces opened passage for us. You could see it in the expressions of people stepping hurriedly aside. But in the sunny warmth and enthusiasm to get to the water, not everyone was running even a surface level of attention. Sierra Trey scowled as her leg took clouts from garishly colored plastic beach implements, badly carried, but either drugs or focus kept her mouth clamped shut over any pain she suffered. No one wanted to create a memorable scene. Only once she turned to look at a particularly clumsy offender, and he practically ran away. Hey, guys, the thought ran sourly through me. Don't you recognize your political heroes when you see them? We're coming to liberate you all. At Sunshine Fun Jetties, the pilot was lying on the sloping flank of the skimmer, soaking up the sun like everybody else. He sat up blinking as we came aboard. That was quick. You want to get back already? Sierra Trey glanced ostentatiously around at the bright plastic everywhere in view. You see any reason to hang about? It's not so bad. I get down here with the kids sometimes. They have a great time. It's a good mix of people, not so fucking snooty like they are at the South End. Oh yeah, you man, Rad's pal. I looked up, surprised. Yeah? Someone asking after you. I paused on my way across the skimmer's flank. Cool drenching of envoy preparedness, inked with a tiny, joyous splinter of anticipation. The hangover receded to the back of my awareness. What do they want? Didn't say. Didn't even have your name. Described you pretty solidly, though. It was a priest.
One of those northern weirdos, beard and shit?
I nodded, anticipation fanning into warm, shivery little flames.
So what did you tell him? Told him to fuck off. My woman's from Saffron. She's told me some of the shit they're getting into up there. I'd string those fuckers to a weed rack with live wire as soon as look at them. This guy young or old? Young. Carried himself too, know what I mean?
Virginia Vidora's words drifted back through my mind. Sanctified solo assassins against targeted infidels. Well, not like you weren't looking for this.
Vidora came up to me and put a hand on my arm.
Tak, you go back with the others now, I said quietly.
I'll take care of this.
Tak, we need you to— I smiled at her.
Nice try, but you guys don't need me for anything anymore. And I just discharged my last remaining obligation back there in Virtual. I've got nothing better to do anymore. She looked steadily back at me. He'll be okay, I told her. Rip out his throat and be right back. She shook her head.
Is this really all you want?
The words chimed, real-time echo of my own question to Sylvie in the depths of the virtuality. I made an impatient gesture. What else is there? Fight for the glorious Quellist cause? Yeah, right. Fight for the stability and prosperity of the Protectorate? I've done both, Virginia. You've done both. And you know the truth as well as I do. It's all so much shit on a prick. Innocent bystanders blown apart, blood and screaming, and all for some final greasy political compromise. Other people's causes, Virginia. I'm fucking sick of it.
So what instead? This? More pointless slaughter?
I shrugged. Pointless slaughter is what I know how to do. It's what I'm good at. You made me good at it, Virginia. That took her like a slap across the face. She flinched. Sierra Trey and the pilot looked on, curious. The woman who called herself Quell, I noticed, had gone below to the cabin.
We both walked away from the core, Vidora said finally. Intact, wiser. Now you're just going to turn the rest of your life off like some fucking torch? Just bury yourself in a retribution subroutine?
I summoned a grin. I've had well over 100 years of life, Virginia. I won't miss it.
But it doesn't solve anything! Suddenly she was shouting. It won't bring Sarah back! When you've done this, she'll still be gone! You've already killed and tortured everyone who was there! Does it make you feel any better?
People are starting to stare, I said mildly.
I don't fucking care. You answer me. Does it make you feel any better?
Envoys are superlative liars, but not to themselves or each other. Only when I'm killing them. She nodded grimly.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what that is, Tak. We both do. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Remember Cheb Oliveira? Nils Wright? It's pathological, Tak. Out of control. It's an addiction, and in the end, it's going to eat you.
Maybe so. I leaned in closer, fighting to keep a lid on my own sudden anger. But in the meantime, it isn't going to kill any 15-year-old girls. It isn't going to get any cities bombed or populations decimated. It isn't going to turn into the Unsettlement or the Adoration campaign. Unlike your surf buddies, unlike your new best friend down there in the cabin, I'm not asking sacrifices of anybody else. She looked at me levelly for a couple of seconds. Then she nodded, as if abruptly convinced of something she'd hoped wasn't true. She turned away without a word. The skimmer drifted sideways off the mooring point, spun about in a wash of muddy water, and took off westward at speed. No one stayed on deck to wave. Droplets from the fantail blew back and sprinkled my face. I watched it recede to a faint growl and a dot on the horizon. Then I went looking for the priest. Sanctified solo assassins. I'd been up against them a couple of times on Sharia. Psychotically stoked religious maniacs in right-hand-of-God martyr sleeves, peeled from the main body of fighters, given a virtual glimpse of the paradise that awaited them beyond death, and then sent to infiltrate the Protectorate power bases. Like the Sharian resistance in general, they weren't overly imaginative, which in the end proved their downfall when faced with the envoys, but they weren't any kind of pushover either. We'd all developed a healthy respect for their courage and combat endurance by the time we slaughtered the last of them. The Knights of the New Revelation, by contrast, were an easy mark. They had the enthusiasm, but not the lineage. The faith rested on the standard religious pillars of mob incitement and misogyny to get its enforcement done, but so far it seemed there'd been either no time or no need for a warrior class to emerge. They were amateurs. So far. I started with the cheaper hotels on the Expanse-side waterfront. It seemed a safe bet that the priest had tracked me to a sighting at Jorinda Tudjman's Sklep before we left for Millsport. Then when the trail went cold, he'd have just sat it out. Patience is a sterling virtue in assassins. You've got to know when to move, but you've also got to be prepared to wait. Those who are paying you will understand this, or can be made to. You wait, and you cast about for clues. A daily trip down to Sunshine Fun jetties would feature a careful check of traffic, especially traffic out of the ordinary. Like matte, low-profile pirate skimmers amid the bright and bloated tourist boats that habitually used the moorage. The only thing that didn't fit the pro-killer profile was the open approach to the pilot, and that I put down to faith-based arrogance. Faint, pervasive reek of rotting bellowweed, poorly kept facades, and grumpy staff. Narrow streets sliced with angles of hot sunlight, damp, debris-strewn corners that only ever dried out in the hours around noon. A desultory coming and going of tourists who already looked miserable and exhausted with their cut-rate attempts at fun in the sun. I wandered through it all, trying to let the envoy sense do the work, trying to suppress my headache and the pounding hatred that surged for release underneath. I found him well before evening. It wasn't a hard trace to make. Kossuth was still relatively unplagued by the new revelation, and people noticed them the way you'd notice a Millsport accent in Watanabe's. I asked the same simple questions in every place. Fake surfer-speak, lifted in easily replayed chunks from the conversations around me over the last few weeks, got me inside the defenses of enough low-paid workers to trace the priest's appearances. A judicial seasoning of low-value credit chips, and a certain amount of cold-eyed bullying did the rest. By the time the heat started to leach out of the afternoon, I was standing in the cramped lobby of a combined hostel and boat and board hire place called the Palace of Waves. Rather inappropriately, it was built out over the sluggish waters of the Expanse on ancient mirrorwood pilings, and the smell of the bellowweed rotting beneath came up through the floor.
"Sure, he checked in about a week back," the girl on reception volunteered, as she worked, stacking a pile of well-worn surfboards against a rack along one wall. "I was expecting all sorts of trouble, me being a female and dressed like this, but he didn't seem to fix on it at all."
"Really?"
Yeah, got a real balance about him, too. You know what I'm saying? I thought he might even be a writer.
She laughed, a carefree teenage sound.
Crazy, huh? But I guess even up there they've got to have surfers, right?
Surfers everywhere, I agreed.
So, you want to talk to this guy? Leave a message?
Well, I eyed the pigeonhole system behind the reception desk. It's actually something I've got to leave for him, if that's okay, a surprise. That appealed to her. She grinned and got up.
Sure, we can do that.
She left the boards and came around to the other side of the counter. I dug around in my pocket, found a spare charge pack for the Rhapsodia, and fished it out. There you go. She took the little black device curiously.
That's it? You don't want to scribble him a note to go with it or something?
No, it's fine. He'll understand. Just tell him I'll be back tonight.
Okay, if that's what you want to do.
A cheerful shrug, and she turned to the pigeonholes. I watched her slide the charge pack in amid the dust on ledge 74. Actually, I said with feigned abruptness, can I get a room? She turned back, surprised.
Well, sure.
Just for tonight. Just makes more sense than getting a place somewhere else and then coming back, you know.
Sure. No problem.
She prodded a display screen to life on the counter, scrutinized it for a moment, and then gave me the grin again.
If you like, I could put you on the same landing as he is. Not next door, it's taken, but a couple of doors down, that's free.
That's very kind, I said. Tell you what, then. Just tell him I'm here. Give him my room number. He can come and buzz me. In fact, you can give me the hardware back. Her brow creased with the flurry of changes. She picked up the Rhapsodia charge pack doubtfully.
So you don't want me to give him this?
Not anymore, thanks. I smiled at her. I think I'd prefer to give it to him myself, directly. It's more personal that way. Upstairs, the doors were old-style hinged. I broke into 74 using no more skill than I'd had as a 16-year-old street thug, cracking cut-rate dive supplier warehouses. The room beyond was cramped and basic. A capsule bathroom, a disposable mesh hammock to save on space and laundry, storage drawers molded into the walls, and a small plastic table and chair. A variable transparency window wired clumsily to the room's climate control system. The priest had left it dimmed. I cast about for somewhere to hide myself in the gloom and was driven into the capsule for lack of alternatives. Sting of recent antibac spray in my nose as I stepped in. The clean cycle must have run not long ago. I shrugged, breathed through my mouth, and searched the cabinets for painkillers to flatten the rolling wave of my hangover. In one, I found a foil of basic heat-stroke pills for tourists. I dry swallowed a couple and seated myself on the closed toilet unit to wait. There's something wrong here. The envoy's sense admonished me. Something doesn't fit. Maybe he's not what you think. Yeah, right. He's a negotiator come to talk you down. God's changed his mind. Religion's just politics with higher stakes tack. You know that. You saw it in action on Sharia. No reason these people can't do the same when it comes to the crunch. These people are sheep. They'll do whatever their holy men tell them. Sarah seared across my mind. Momentarily, the world tilted around me with the depth of my fury. For the 1000th time, I imagined the scene again, and there was a roaring in my ears like a distant crowd. I drew the Tebet knife and looked down at the dull, dark blade. Slowly, with the sight, envoy calm soaked back through me. I settled again in the small space of the capsule, letting it drench me to a chilled purpose. Fragments of Virginia Vidora's voice came with it.
Weapons are an extension. You are the killer and destroyer. Kill quickly and be gone. It won't bring Sarah back. When you've done this, she'll still be gone.
I frowned a little at that one. It's not good when your formative icons start getting inconsistent on you, when you find out they're just as human as you. The door whittered to itself and began to open. Thought vanished like shreds in the slipstream of enabled force. I came out of the capsule around the edge of its door and stood braced with the knife, ready to reach and stab. He wasn't what I'd imagined. The skimmer pilot and the girl downstairs had both remarked on his poise, and it showed in the way he spun at the tiny sounds of my clothing, the shift of air in the narrow room. But he was slim and slight, shaven skull, delicate, beard and out-of-place idiocy on the fine features. "You looking for me, holy man?" For a moment we locked gazes, and the knife in my hand seemed to tremble of its own accord. Then he reached up and tugged at his beard, and it came away with a short, static crackle. "Of course I'm looking for you, Mickey," said Jadwiga tiredly. "Been chasing you for nearly a month." Chapter 41. "You're supposed to be dead." "Yeah, twice at least." Yad picked morosely at the beard prosthesis in her hands. We sat together at the cheap plastic table, not looking at each other. "Only reason I'm here, I guess. They weren't looking for me when they came for the others." I saw Drava again as she told it, a mind's-eye view of swirling snow on nighttime black, the frosted constellations of camplights and infrequent figures moving between buildings, hunched up against the weather. They had come the following evening, unannounced. It wasn't clear if Kudamaya had been bought off, threatened with higher authority, or simply murdered. Behind the funneled force of Anton's command software on max override, Kovacs and his team located Sylvie's team by net signature. They kicked in doors, demanded submission. Apparently didn't get it. "I saw Ord take someone down," Yad went on, talking mechanically as she stared into her own memories. "Just the flash. He was yelling for everyone to get out. I was bringing carryout back from the bar. I didn't even—" She stopped. "It's okay," I told her. "No, it's not fucking okay, Mickey. I ran away." "You'd be dead if you hadn't. Really dead." "I heard Kyoka screaming." She swallowed. "I knew it was too late, but I hurried her past it. "Did anyone see you?" A jerky nod. "Traded shots with a couple of them on the way across to the vehicle sheds. Fuckers were everywhere, seemed like. But they didn't come after me. I think they thought I was just a stroppy bystander." She gestured at the Aishundo sleeve she wore. "No trace on the net search, see? Far as that fucker Anton's concerned, I was invisible." She had lifted one of the Dracul bugs, powered it up, and driven right off the side of the dock. "Had a squabble with the auto subsystems getting up the estuary," she said, and laughed mirthlessly. "You're not supposed to do that, put vehicles in the water without authorization, but the clear tags worked in the end." And out onto the Andrassy Sea. I nodded mechanically, exact inverse of my near disbelief. She had ridden the bug without resting, nearly 1,000 kilometers back to Takitamora, and a quiet nighttime landing in a cove out of town to the east. She shrugged it off. "I had food and water in the panniers, meth to stay awake. The Draculs got Nuhanovich guidance,
Main thing I worried about was keeping low enough to the water to look like a boat, not a flying machine, trying not to upset the angel fire.
And you found me how?
Yeah, that's some weird shit.
For the first time, something bloomed in her voice that wasn't weariness and rancid rage.
I sold the bug for quick cash at Sorobin Wharf. I was walking back up toward Compcho, coming down from the meth. And it's like I could smell you or something, like the smell of this old family hammock we had when I was a kid. I just followed it. Like I said, I was coming down, running on autopilot. I saw you on the wharf, going aboard this piece of shit freighter, Haiduchi's daughter.
I nodded again, this time in sudden comprehension as large chunks of the puzzle fell into place. The dizzying, unaccustomed sense of family longing swam back over me. We were twins, after all. Close scions from the long-dead house of Aishundo. You stowed away, then. It was you trying to get inside that pod when the storm hit. She grimaced.
Yeah, creeping around on deck's fine when the sun's shining. Not something you want to try when there's heavy weather coming in. I should have guessed they'd have it alarmed up the ass. Fucking web jelly oil. You'd think it was Kumalo wetware, the price they get for it.
You stole the food out of communal storage, too, second day out.
Hey, your ride was flying departure lights when I saw you go aboard. Left inside an hour. Didn't exactly leave me much time to go stock up on provisions. I went a day without food before I figured you weren't getting off at Urkezi's. You were in for the long haul. I was fucking hungry.
You know, there was nearly a fight over that. One of your DCOM colleagues wanted to brain someone for stealing it.
Yeah, I heard them talking.
Fucking burnouts. Her voice took on a kind of automated distaste, a macro of opinion over old ground.
Kind of sad case losers get the trade a bad name.
So you tracked me across New Pest and the Expanse as well. Another humorless smile.
My home turf, Mickey. And besides, that skimmer you took left a soup wake I could have followed blindfolded. Guy I hired got your ride on the radar pulling into Kem Point. I was there by nightfall, but you'd gone.
Yeah. So why the fuck didn't you come knock on my cabin door while you had the chance aboard Haiduchi's daughter? She scowled.
How about because I didn't trust you?
All right.
Yeah. And while we're on the subject, how about I still don't? How about you explain what the fuck you've done with Sylvie?
I sighed. Got anything to drink?
You tell me. You're the one broke into my room.
Somewhere inside me something shifted, and I suddenly understood how happy I was to see her. I couldn't work out if it was the biological tie of the Aishundo sleeves, remembrance of the month's snappish, ironic camaraderie in New-Hawk, or just the change from Brazil's suddenly serious born-again revolutionaries. I looked at her standing there, and it was like the gust of an Andrassy sea breeze through the room. Good to see you again, Yad.
Yeah, you too, she admitted.
When I'd laid it all out for her, it was dark outside. Yad got up and squeezed past me in the narrow space, stood by the variable transparency window staring out. Street lighting frosted dimly in the gloomed glass. Raised voices floated up, some kind of drunken argument.
You sure it was her you talked to?
Pretty sure. I don't think this Nadia, whoever she is, whatever she is, I don't think she could run the command software. Certainly not well enough to generate an illusion that coherent. Yad nodded to herself.
Yeah, that renouncer shit was always going to catch up with Sylvie someday. Fuckers get you that young, you never really shake it off. So what about this Nadia thing? You really think she's a personality mine? 'Cause I gotta say, Mickey, in nearly 3 years of tracking around New-Hawk, I never saw or heard of a data mine that carried that much detail, that much depth.
I hesitated, feeling around the edges of envoy-intuited awareness for a gist that could be stamped into something as crude as words. I don't know. I think she's, some kind of spec designation weapon. Everything points to Sylvie getting infected in the uncleared. You were there for Ayaman Canyon, right?
Yeah, she flaked in an engagement. She was sick for weeks after.
Or tried to pretend it was just post-op blues, but anyone could see different. And before that, she was fine?
Well, she was a decom head. That's not a job that leans toward fine. But all this gibbering shit, the blackouts, turning up at sites someone else had already worked, that's all post-Ayaman, yeah.
Sites someone else had worked?
Yeah, you know.
In the reflection of the window, the irritation flared on her face like match glow, then guttered out as suddenly.
No, come to think of it, you don't.
You weren't around for any of those. Any of what?
Well, a handful of times we zeroed in on Mimint activity. By the time we got there, it was all over. Looked like they'd been fighting each other.
Something from my first meeting with Kudamaya snapped into focus. Sylvie wheedling, the camp commander's impassive responses.
Oshima-san, the last time I ramped you ahead of schedule, you neglected your assigned duties and disappeared north. How do I know you won't do the same thing this time?
Shig, you sent me to look at wreckage. Someone got there before us. There was nothing left. I told you that.
When you finally resurfaced, yes.
Oh, be reasonable. How was I supposed to decom what had already been trashed? We lit out because there was nothing fucking there.
I frowned as the new fragment slid into place. Smooth and snug, like a fucking splinter. Distress radiated out through the theories I was building. It didn't fit with any of what I was starting to believe. Sylvie said something about it when we went to get the cleanup duty. Kudamaya ramped you, and when you got to the assigned location, there was nothing but wreckage?
Yeah, that's the one. Wasn't the only time it happened either. We ran across the same thing in the uncleared a few times.
You never talked about this when I was around.
Yeah, well, decom.
Yad pulled a sour face at herself in the window.
For people with heads full of state-of-the-art tech, we're a superstitious bunch of fuckers. Not considered cool to talk about stuff like that. Brings bad luck.
So let me get this straight. This Mimit suicide stuff, that dated from after Ayaman as well?
Near as I remember, yeah. So you gonna tell me about this spec weapon theory of yours?
I shook my head, juggling the new data.
I'm not sure.
I think she was designed to trigger this genetic Harlan killer. I don't think the Black Brigades abandoned their weapon. I don't think they got exterminated before they could set it off. I think they built this thing as the initial trigger and hid it in New Hawk, a personality casing with a programmed will to set off the weapon. She believes she's Quellcrist Falconer because that gives her the drive, but that's all it is, a propulsion system. When it comes to the crunch, setting off a genetic curse in people who weren't even born when it was conceived, she behaves like a completely different person. Because in the end, it's the target that matters. Yad shrugged.
Sounds exactly like every political leader I ever heard of anyway. Ends and means, you know. Why should Quellcrist Falconer be any fucking different?
Yeah, I don't know. A curious, unlooked-for resistance to her cynicism dragging through me. I looked at my hands. You look at Quell's life. Most of what she did bears out her philosophy, you know. Even this copy of her, or whatever it is, even she can't make her own actions fit with what she thinks she is. She's confused about her own motivations.
So, welcome to the human fucking race.
There was a bitter edge on the words that made me glance up. Yad was still at the window, staring at her reflected face.
There's nothing you could have done, I said gently.
She didn't look at me, didn't look away.
Maybe not, but I know what I felt, and it wasn't enough. This fucking sleeve has changed me. It cut me out of the net loop
which saved your life. An impatient shake of her shaven head.
It stopped me feeling with the others, Mickey. It locked me out. It even changed things with Key, you know? We never felt the same about each other that last month.
Well, that's quite common with re-sleeving. People learn to—
Oh, yeah, I know.
Now she turned away from the image of herself and stared at me.
A relationship is not easy. A relationship is work. We both tried harder than we ever had before. Harder than we ever had to before. That's the problem. Before, we didn't have to try. I was wet for her just looking at her sometimes. It was all either of us needed. A touch. A look. That fucking went. All of it.
I said nothing. There are times when there is nothing you can usefully say. All you can do is listen, wait, and watch as this stuff comes out. Hope that it's a purge.
When I heard her scream,
Yad said with difficulty,
it was like it didn't matter. Didn't matter enough. I didn't feel it enough to stay and fight. In my own body, I would have stayed and fought.
Stayed and died, you mean? A careless shrug, a flinching away like tears. And this is crap shit, Yad. It's the guilt talking because you survived. You tell yourself this, but there's nothing you could have done, and you know it. She looked at me then, and she was crying. Quiet ribbons of tears and a smeared grimace.
What the fuck do you know about it, Mickey? It's just another fucking version of you that did this to us. You're a fucking destroyer, an ex-envoy burnout. You were never decom. You never belonged. You don't know what it was like to be a part of that, how close it was. You don't know what it feels like to lose that.
Briefly, my mind fled back to the Corps and Virginia Vidora. The rage after Anenin. It was the last time I'd really belonged to anything. Well over a century gone. I had felt twinges of the same thing after. The fresh growth of comradeship and united purpose. And I'd ripped it up by the roots every time. That shit will get you killed. Get you used. So, I said, brutally casual. Now you've tracked me down. Now you know. What are you going to do about it? She wiped tears from her face with hard strokes that were almost blows.
I want to see her,
she said. Chapter 42. Yad had a small, battered skimmer she'd hired in Kemp Point. It was parked under harsh security lighting on a rental ramp at the back of the hostel. We went out to it, collecting a cheery wave from the girl on reception, who seemed to have derived a touching delight from her role in our successful reunion. Yad coded the locks on the sliding roof, clambered behind the wheel, and spun us rapidly out into the dark of the expanse. As the glimmer of lights from the strip shrank behind us, she tore off the beard again and gave me the wheel while she stripped off her robes. Yeah, why wrap yourself up like that? I asked her. What was the point? She shrugged.
Cover. I figured I had the yak looking for me at least, and I still didn't know what your end was, who you were playing for. Best to stay cloaked. Everywhere you go, people tend to leave the beards alone.
Yeah?
Yeah, even the cops.
She lifted the ochre surplice over her head.
Funny stuff, religion. No one wants to talk to a priest.
Especially one who might declare you an enemy of God for the way you cut your hair.
Well, yeah, that too, I guess. Anyway, I got some novelty shop in Kemp Point to make up the stuff. Told them it was for a beach party. And you know what? It works. No one talks to me. Plus,
she freed herself from the rest of the robes with accustomed ease and jabbed a thumb at the Mimint Killer shard gun strapped under her arm.
Makes great cover for the hardware.
I shook my head in disbelief. You lugged that fucking cannon all the way down here? What were you planning to do, splatter me across the expanse with it? She gave me a sober look. Under the straps of the holster, her DCOM T-shirt was printed with the words, "Caution, Smart Meat Weapon System." "Maybe," she said, and turned away to stow her disguise at the back of the tiny cabin. Navigating the expanse at night isn't much fun when you're driving a rental with the radar capacity of a child's toy. Both Yad and I were New Pest natives, and we'd seen enough skimmer wrecks growing up to throttle back and take it slow. It didn't help that Hote was still down and mounting clouds shrouded Daikoku at the horizon. There was a commercial traffic lane for the tourist buses, aluminum marker boys marching off into the weed-fragrant night, but it wasn't much help. Segesvar's place was a long way off the standard routes. Within half an hour the boys had faded out of sight, and we were alone with the scant coppery light of a high-flung, speeding Marikanon.
Peaceful out here,"
Yad said, as if making the discovery for the first time. I grunted and wheeled us left as the skimmer's lights picked out a sprawl of tepees root ahead. The outermost branches scraped loudly on the metal of the skirt as we passed. Yad winced.
"Maybe we should have waited for morning."
I shrugged. "Go back if you like."
"No, I think—"
The radar blipped. We both looked at the console, then at each other. The reported presence blipped again, louder. "Maybe a bale freighter," I said.
"Maybe."
But there was a hardened DCOM dislike in her face as she watched the signal build. I killed the forward drives and waited as the skimmer coasted to a gentle halt on the murmur of lift stabilizers. The scent of weed pressed inward. I stood up and leaned on the edge of the opened roof panels. Faintly, along with the smells of the expanse, the breeze carried the sound of motors approaching. I dropped back into the body of the cockpit. "Yad, I think you'd better take the artillery and get up near the tail, just in case." She nodded curtly and gestured for me to give her some space. I backed up and she swung herself effortlessly up onto the roof, then freed the shard blaster from its webbing holster. She glanced down at me.
"Fire control?"
I thought for a moment, then pumped the stabilizers. The murmuring of the lift system rose to a sustained growl, then sank back. "Like that. You hear that? You shoot up everything in sight."
"'Kay."
Her feet scuffed on the superstructure, heading aft. I stood up again and watched as she settled into the cover of the skimmer's tail assembly, then turned my attention back to the closing signal. The radar set was a bare minimum insurance necessity installation, and it gave no detail beyond the steadily increasing blotch on the screen. But a couple of minutes later, I didn't need it. The gaunt, turreted silhouette rose on the horizon, came plowing toward us, and might as well have had an aluminum sign pasted on its prow. Pirate. Not dissimilar to a compact ocean-going hoverloader, it ran no navigation lights at all. It sat long and low on the surface of the expanse, but bulked with crude plate armoring and weapons pods, custom-welded to the original structure. I cranked Neurochem vision and got the vague sense of figures moving about in low red lighting behind the glass panels at the nose, but no activity near the guns. As the vessel loomed and turned broadside to me, I saw lateral scrape marks in the metal of the skirt, legacy of all the engagements that had ended in hull-to-hull boarding assault. A spotlight snapped on and panned across me, then switched back and held. I held up my hand against the glare. Neurochem squeezed a view of silhouettes in a snub conning tower atop the pirate's forward cabin. A young male voice, cranked tense with chemicals, floated across the soupy water. "You Kovacs?" "I'm Serendipity. What do you want?" A dry, mirthless cackle. "Serendipity? Well, I just guess you fucking are. Serendipitous to the max from where I'm standing. I asked you a question." "What do I want? Heard ya." "Well, what I want, first and foremost, I want your slim pal back there at the stern to stand down and put her hardware away. We've got her on infrared anyway, and it wouldn't be hard to turn her into Panther feed with the vibe gun, but then you'd be upset, right?" I said nothing. "See, and you upset gets me nowhere. Supposed to keep you happy, Kovacs. Bring you along, but keep you happy. So your pal stands down, I'm happy. No need for fireworks and gore. You're happy. You come along with me. People I work for are happy. They treat me right. I get even happier. Know what that's called, Kovacs? That's a virtuous circle." "Want to tell me who the people you work for are?" "Well, yeah, I want to, obviously, but there's just no way I can, see? Under contract. Not a word to pass my lips about that shit till you're at the table and doing the something for you, something for me boogie. So I'm afraid you're gonna have to take all of this on trust." Or be blasted apart trying to leave. I sighed and turned to the stern. "Come on out, Yad." There was a long pause, and then she emerged from the shadows of the tail assembly, Shard Blaster hanging at her side. I still had the Neurochem up, and the look on her face said she'd rather have fought it out. "That's much better," called the pirate cheerfully. "Now we're all friends." Chapter 43. His name was Vlad Tepes, named apparently not for the vegetation, but after some dimly remembered folk hero from pre-colonial times. He was lanky and pale, wearing flesh like some cheap, young, shaven-headed version of Jack Soul Brazo they'd thrown out at prototype stage. Flesh that something told me was his own, his first sleeve, in which case he wasn't much older than Issa had been. There were acne scars on his cheeks that he fingered occasionally, and he trembled from head to foot with tetrameth overload. He over-gestured and laughed too much, and at some point in his young life he'd had the bone of his skull opened at the temples and filled with jagged, lightning-flash sections of purple-black alloy cement. The stuff glinted in low light aboard the pirate vessel as he moved about, and when you looked at him head-on, it gave his face a faintly demonic aspect that was obviously what was intended. The men and women around him on the bridge gave ground with alacrity to his jerky, meth-driven motion, and respect read out in their eyes as they watched him. The radical surgery aside, he reminded me of Segisvar and myself at that age, so much that it ached. The vessel, perhaps predictably, rejoiced in the name Impaler, and it ran due west at speed, trampling imperiously through obstacles smaller and less armored skimmers would have needed to go around. "Got to," Vlad informed us succinctly as something crunched under the armored skirt. "Everyone's been looking for you on the strip, and not very well is my guess, 'cause they didn't find you, did they? Ha! Anyway, wasted a fuck of a lot of time that way, and my clients, they seemed pushed temporarily, if you know what I mean." On the identity of the clients he remained steadfastly closed-mouthed, which, on that much meth, is no mean feat. "Look, be there soon anyway," he jittered, face twitching. "Why worry?" In this, at least, he was telling the truth. Barely an hour after we'd been taken aboard, Impaler slowed and drifted cautiously broadside, toward a decayed ruin of a bailing station in the middle of nowhere. The pirate's comms officer ran a series of scrambled interrogation protocols, and whoever was inside the ruined station had a machine that knew the code. The comms woman looked up and nodded. Vlad stood, glitter-eyed, before his instrument displays and snapped instructions like insults. Impaler picked up a little lateral speed again, fired grapple lines into the Evercrete dock pilings with a series of splintering smacks, and then cranked itself in tight. Green lights, and a gangplank extended. "Let's go, then, come on!" He hurried us off the bridge and back to the debarkation hatch, then through and out, flanked by an honor guard of 2 methed-up thugs even younger and twitchier than he was. Up the gangplank at a walk that wanted to be a run, across the dock. Abandoned cranes stood mossy with growth where the antibac had failed. Chunks of seized and rusted machinery lay about, waiting to rip the unwary at shin and shoulder height. We negotiated the debris and cut a final line for an open door at the base of a dock-front supervisor's tower with polarized windows. Grubby metal stairs led up, 2 flights at opposed angles, and a steel plate landing between that clanked and shifted alarmingly when we all trooped across it. Soft light glowed from the room at the top. I went uneasily in the van with Vlad. No one had tried to take away our weapons, and Vlad's cohorts were all armed with a massive lack of subtlety, but still. I remembered the voyage aboard the Angel Fire Flirt, the sense of onrushing events too fast to face effectively, and I twitched a little myself in the gloom. I stepped into the tower room as if I was going there to fight. And then everything came tumbling down. "Hello, Tack. How's the vendetta business these days?" Todor Murakami, lean and competent in stealth suit and combat jacket, hair cropped back to military standard, stood with his hands on his hips and grinned at me. There was a Kalashnikov interface gun at his hip, a killing knife in an inverted pull-down sheath on his left breast. A table between us held a muffled Angier torch, a portable data coil, and a map holo displaying the eastern fringes of the weed expanse. Everything from the hardware to the grin reeked of envoy operations. "Didn't see that one coming, huh?" he added when I said nothing. He came around the table and stuck out his hand. I looked at it, then back at his face without moving. "What the fuck are you doing here, Todd?" "A bit of pro bono work, would you believe?" He dropped the hand and glanced past my shoulder. "Vlad, take your pals and wait downstairs. The Mimint kid there, too." I felt Yad bristle at my back. "She stays, Todd. That or we don't have this conversation." He shrugged and nodded at my newly acquired pirate friends. "Suit yourself, but if she hears the wrong thing, I may have to kill her for her own protection." It was a core joke, and it was hard not to mirror his grin as he said it. I felt, very faintly, the same nostalgic twinge I'd had taking Virginia Vidora to my bed at Segesvar's farm. The same faint wondering why I ever walked away. "That was a joke," he clarified for Yad, as the others clattered away down the stairs. "Yeah, I guessed." Yad wandered past me to the windows and peered out at the moored bulk of the Impaler. "So, Mickey, Tack, Kovacs, whoever the fuck you are at the moment, want to introduce me to your friend?" Yeah. Todd, this is Yadviga. As you obviously already know, she's from DCOM. Yad, Todor Murakami, colleague of mine from, the old days." "I'm an envoy," Murakami supplied casually. To her credit, Yad barely blinked. She took the hand he offered with a slightly incredulous smile, then propped herself against the outward lean of the tower windows and folded her arms. Murakami took the hint. "So, what's this all about, I nodded. "We can start there." "I think you can probably guess. I think you can probably drop the elicitation and just tell me." He grinned and touched a trigger finger to his temple. "Sorry, force of habit. All right, look, here's my problem. According to sources, seems you've got a little revolutionary momentum up here, maybe enough to seriously rock the first family's boat." "Sources?" Another grin. No ground given up. "That's right, sources. I didn't know you guys were deployed here. We're not." A little of his envoy cool slipped from him, as if by the admission he'd lost some kind of vital access to it. He scowled. "Like I said, this is pro bono, damage limitation. You know as well as I do we can't afford a neo-Quellist uprising." "Yeah?" This time I was the one grinning. "Who's we, Todd? The Protectorate? The Harlan family? Some other bunch of super-rich fucks?" He gestured irritably. "I'm talking about all of us, Tack. You really think that's what this planet needs? Another unsettlement? Another war?" "Takes two sides to run a war, Todd. If the first families wanted to accept the neo-Quellist agenda, institute reforms, well," I spread my hands, "then I can't see there'd be any need for an uprising at all. Maybe you should be talking to them." A frown. "Why are you talking like this, Tack? Don't tell me you're buying into this shit." I paused. "I don't know." "You don't know? What kind of fuck political philosophy is that?" "It isn't a philosophy at all, Todd. It's just a feeling that maybe we've all had enough, that maybe it's time to burn these motherfuckers down." He frowned. "I can't allow that. Sorry." "So why don't you just call down the wrath of the envoys and stop wasting time?" "Because I don't fucking want the Corps here." There was a sudden brief desperation in his face as he spoke. "I'm from here, Tack. This is my home. You think I want to see the world turned into another Adoration? Another Sharia?" "Very noble of you." Yad shifted against the canted windows, came forward to the table and poked at the data coil. Purple and red sparked around her fingers where they broke the field. "So what's the battle plan, Mr. Qualms?" His eyes flickered between the two of us, came to rest on me. I shrugged. "It's a fair question, Todd." He hesitated for a moment. It made me think of the moment I'd had to unpin my own numbed fingers from the cable beneath the Martian area at Kitamura. He was letting go of a lifetime of envoy commitment here, and my own lapsed membership of the Corps wasn't much in the way of a justification. Finally, he grunted and spread his hands. "Okay, here's the news flash." He pointed at me. "Your pal Segasvar has sold you out." I blinked. Then, "No fucking way." He nodded. "Yeah, I know, Haiduchi dues, right? He owes you. Thing is, Tack, you gotta ask yourself which of you he thinks he owes." Oh, shit. He saw it hit me and nodded again. "Yeah, I know all about that, too. See, Takeshi Kovacs saved Segasvar's life a couple of centuries ago. Objective time. But that's something both copies of you did. Old Riddell's got a debt all right, but he apparently sees no reason to discharge it more than the once, and your younger, fresher self has just cut a deal on that very basis. Segasvar's men took most of your beach party revolutionaries early this morning. Would have gotten you, Vidor, and the decom woman too if you hadn't all taken off on some crack of dawn errand to the Strip. And now? The last stubborn fragments of clinging hope. Scour them out and face the facts with features carved out of stone. They've got Vidor and the others now? Yes, they took them on their return. They're holding everyone until Ayura Harlan Sudoroka can arrive with a cleanup squad. Had you gone back with the others, you'd be sharing a locked room with them now. So, a rapidly flexed smile, a raised brow. Looks like you owe me a favor. I let the fury come aboard, like deep breath, like a swelling. Let it rage through me, then tamped it carefully down like a half-smoked sea-hemp cigar, saved for later. Lock it down. Think. How come you know all this, Todd? He gestured, self-deprecating. Like I said, I live here. Pays to keep the wires humming. You know how it is. No, I don't know how it is. Who's your fucking source, Todd? I can't tell you that. I shrugged. Then I can't help you. You're just going to let it all go? Segasvar sells you out, he gets to walk away? Your friends from the beach get to die? Come on, Tak. I shook my head. I'm tired of fighting other people's battles for them. Brazel and friends get themselves into this, they can get themselves out, and Segasvar will keep. I'll get to him later. And Bedora? What about her? She trained us, Tak. Yeah, us. Get on and save her yourself. If you weren't an envoy, you would have missed it. It was less than a flicker. Some millimetric shift in stance. Maybe not even that. But Murakami slumped. I can't do it on my own, he said quietly. I don't know the inside of Segasvar's place, and without that I'd need an envoy platoon to take it. Then call in the Corps. You know what that would do to— Then tell me who your fucking source is! Yeah, said Yad sardonically, in the quiet that followed. Or just ask him to come in from next door. She caught my eye and nodded at a closed drop hatch in the back of the tower room. I took a step toward it, and Murakami could barely hold himself back from the blocking move he wanted to make. He glared at Yad. Sorry, she said, and tapped her head with a forefinger. Data flow alert. Pretty standard Wincefish hardware. Your friend in there is using a phone, and he's moving about a lot. Pacing nervously would be my guess. I grinned at Murakami. Well, Todd, your call. The tension lasted a couple of seconds more. Then he sighed and gestured me forward. Go ahead. You would have worked it out sooner or later anyway. I went to the drop hatch, found the panel, and thumbed it. The machinery grumbled to itself somewhere deep in the building. The hatch cranked upward in juddery, hesitant increments. I leaned into the space it left. Good evening. So which one of you's the snitch? 4 faces turned toward me, and as soon as I saw them, 4 severely dressed figures in black, the pieces thumped into place in my head like the sound of the drop hatch reaching the end of its recess. 3 were muscle, 2 men and a woman, and the skin on their faces all had a shiny plastic elasticity where their facial tattooing had been sprayed over. It was a short-term daily option that wouldn't stand much professional scrutiny, but deep as they were into Haiduchi turf, it probably would save them from having to fight pitched battles on every New Pest street corner. The 4th, the one holding the phone, was older but unmistakable by demeanor alone. I nodded my understanding. Tanasida, I presume. Well, well. He bowed slightly. It went with the package, the same groomed old-school manners and look. He wore no facial skin decoration because at the levels he'd attained, he would be a frequent visitor in First Family enclaves that would frown on it. But you could still see the honor scars where they had been removed without benefit of modern surgical technique. His gray-streaked black hair was bound back tightly in a short ponytail, the better to reveal the scarring across the forehead and accentuate the long bones of the face. The eyes beneath the brow were brown and hard, like polished stones. The careful smile he gave me was the same one he would bestow upon death if and when it came for him.
Kovacs-san.
So, what's your end of this, Sam? The muscle bristled collectively at my disrespect. I ignored it, glanced back at Murakami instead. I take it you know he wants me really dead, as slowly and unpleasantly as possible. Murakami locked gazes with the Yakuza senior. That can be resolved, he murmured. Is this not so, Tanaseda-san? Tanaseda bowed again.
It has come to my notice that though you were involved in the death of Hirayasu Yukio, you were not wholly to blame.
So? I shrugged to displace the rising anger, because the only way he could have heard that little snippet was through virtual interrogation of Orr or Kyoka or Laszlo, after my younger self helped him kill them. Doesn't usually cut much ice with you people who's really to blame or not. The woman in his entourage made a tiny growling sound deep in her throat. Tanaseda cut it with a tiny motion of his hand at his side, but the gaze he bent on me belied the calm in his tone.
It has also become clear to me that you are in possession of Hirayasu Yukio's cortical storage device.
Ah.
Is this so?
Well, if you think I'm going to let you search me for it, you can... Tak. Murakami's voice came out lazy, but it wasn't. Behave. Do you have Hirayasu's stack or not? I paused on the hinge of the moment, more than half of me hoping they might try to strong-arm it. The man on Tanaseda's left twitched, and I smiled at him, but they were too well trained. Not on me, I said. But you could deliver it to Tanaseda-san, could you not? If I had any incentive to, I suppose I could, yes. The soft-throated snarl again, back and forth among all three of the Yakuza muscle this time.
Ronin!
One of them spat. I met his eye. That's right, Sam. Masterless. So watch your step. There's no one to call me to heel if I take a dislike to you.
Nor anyone to back you up when you find yourself in a corner, observed Tanaseda. May we please dispense with this childishness, Kovacs-san. You speak of incentives. Without the information I have supplied, you would now be captive with your colleagues, awaiting execution. And I have offered to revoke my own writ for your elimination. Is this not enough for the return of a cortical stack you have, in any case, no use for?
I smiled. You're full of shit, Tanaseda. You're not doing this for Hirayasu. He's a fucking waste of good sea air, and you know it. The Yakuza master seemed to coil tighter into himself as he stared at me. I still wasn't sure why I was pushing him, what I was pushing him for.
Hirayasu Yukio is my brother-in-law's only son.
Very quietly, barely a murmur across the space between us, but edged with contained fury.
There is jiri here that I would not expect a southerner to understand.
Motherfucker, said Yad wonderingly.
What do you expect, Yad? I made a noise in my throat. In the end, he's a criminal, no different than the fucking Haiduchi. Just a different mythology and the same crab-shit delusions of ancient honor. Tak, back off, Todd. Let's get this out in the open where it belongs. This is politics and nothing even remotely cleaner. Tanaseda here isn't worried about his nephew once removed. That's just a side bonus. He's worried he's losing his grip. He's afraid of being punished for a fucked-up blackmail attempt. He's watching Segasvar get ready to make friends with Eira Harlan,
and he's terrified the Haiduchi are going to get cut in on some serious global action in return for their trouble. All of which his mill-sport cousins are likely to lay pretty directly at his front door, along with a short sword and a set of instructions that read, "Insert here and slice sideways." Right, Tan? The muscle on the left lost it, as I suspected he might. A needle-thin blade dropped from his sleeve into his right hand. Tenasida snapped something at him and he froze. His eyes blazed at me and his knuckles whitened around the hilt of the knife. "See?" I told him. "Masterless samurai don't have this problem. There's no leash. If you're Ronin, you don't have to watch honor sold out for political expediency."
"Tak, will you just fucking shut up?" groaned Murakami.
Tenasida stepped past the taut, rippling tension on the furious bodyguard. He watched me through narrowed eyes, as if I were some kind of poisonous insect he needed to examine more closely.
"Tell me, Kovacs-san," he said quietly.
"Is it your wish to die at the hands of my organization after all? Are you looking for death?" I held his eye for a few seconds, then made a tiny spitting sound. "You couldn't even begin to understand what I'm looking for, Tenasida. You wouldn't recognize it if it bit your dick off. And if you did stumble on it by accident, you'd just find some way to sell it." I looked across to Murakami, whose hand rested still on the butt of the Kalashnikov at his waist. I nodded. "All right, Todd. I've seen your snitch. I'm in."
"Then we have an agreement?"
Tenasida asked. I compressed a breath and turned back to face him. "Just tell me this. How long ago did Segesvar cut his deal with the other copy of me?"
"Oh, not recently."
I couldn't tell if there was any satisfaction in his voice.
"I believe he has known that you both exist for some weeks now. Your copied self has been most active in tracing old connections."
I thought back to Segesvar's appearance at the inland harbor, his voice over the phone.
"We'll get drunk together, maybe even go to Watanabe's for old time's sake and a pipe. I need to look you in the eyes, my friend, to know that you have not changed."
I wondered if even then he'd already been making a decision, savoring the curious circumstance of being able to choose a place for his indebtedness to reside. If so, I hadn't done myself any favors in the competition with my younger self, and Segesvar had made it plain the previous night, almost come out and said it to my face.
"Certainly can't expect to have a good time with you anymore. Can't remember doing that any time in the last 50 years, in fact. You really are turning northern, Tak. Well, like I said, yeah, I know. You have are already. Thing is, Tak, when you were younger, you tried not to let it show so much."
Had he been saying goodbye?
"You're a hard man to please, Tak. Can I interest you in some team sports, maybe? Like to come down to the grab gym with Ilya and Mayumi here?"
For just a second, an old, small sadness welled up in me. The anger trampled it down. I looked up at Tenasida and nodded. "Your nephew is buried under a beach house south of Kem Point. I'll draw you a map. Now give me what you've got." Chapter 44. "Why did you do that, Tak?" "Do what?" I stood with Murakami under angier glow from Impaler's directional spotlights, watching the Yakuza depart in an elegant black expanse-mobile that Tenasida had called in by phone. They plowed away southward, leaving a broad, churned wake the color of milky vomit. "Why did you push him like that?" I stared after the receding skimmer.
Because he's scum. Because he's a fucking criminal and he won't admit it. Getting a little judgmental in your old age, aren't you? Am I? I shrugged. Maybe it's just the southern outlook. You're from Millsport, Todd. Maybe you're just standing too close to see it. He chuckled. Okay, so what's the view like from down here? Same as it's always been. The Yakuza handing out their ancient tradition of honor line to anyone who'll listen. And meantime, doing what? Working the same crabshit criminality as everybody else, but cozied up with the first families into the bargain. Well, not so much anymore, looks like. Come on, Todd. You know better than that. These guys have been in bed with Harlan and the rest of them since we fucking got here. Tanasada might have to pay for this Qualgrist fuck-up he's perpetrated, but the others will just make the right polite noises of regret and slide out from under. Back to the same illicit goods and genteel extortion line they've always trawled. And the first families will welcome it with open arms because it's one more thread in the net they've thrown over us all. You know, the laughter was still in his voice. You're beginning to sound like her. I looked around at him. Like who? Like Quell, man. You sound like Quellchrist fucking Falconer. That sat between us for a couple of seconds. I turned away and stared out into the darkness over the expanse. Perhaps recognizing the unresolved tensions in the air between myself and Murakami, Yad had opted to leave us alone on the dock while the Yakuza were still preparing to depart. The last I saw of her, she was boarding the Impaler with Vlad and the honor guard. Something about getting whiskey coffee. All right then, Todd, I said evenly. How about you answer me this? Why did Tanasada come running to you to put his life right? He pulled a face. You said it yourself, I'm Millsport born and bred, and the Yak like to be plugged in at high level. They've been all over me since I came home on my first Corps furlough 100 and whatever years ago. They think we're old friends. And are you? I felt the stare, ignored it. I'm an envoy, Tak, he said finally. You want to remember that? Yeah. And I'm your friend. I'm already sold, Todd. You don't need to run this routine on me. I'll take you in Segisvar's back door on condition you help me fuck him up. Now what's your end? He shrugged. Ayura has to go down for breach of Protectorate directives. Double-sleeving an envoy, ex-envoy. Speak for yourself. He's never been officially discharged, even if you have. And even for keeping the copy in the first place, someone in the Harlan hierarchy has to pay. That's erasure mandatory. There was an oddly ragged edge on his voice now. I looked more closely at him. The obvious truth hit home. You think they've got one of you too, don't you? A wry grin. When there's something special about you, you'd be the only one they copied? Come on, Tak. Does that make any sense? I checked the records. That intake, there were about a dozen of us recruited from Harlan's world. Whoever decided on this brilliant little piece of insurance back then, they would have copied us all. We need Ayura alive long enough to tell us where in the Harlan data stacks we can find them. All right, what else? You know what else, he said quietly. I went back to watching The Expanse. I'm not going to help you slaughter Brazel and the others, Todd. I'm not asking you to. For Virginia's sake alone, I'll try to avoid that, but someone has to pay the bug's bill. Tak, they murdered Mitzi Harlan on the streets of Millsport. Big loss. Across the globe, Skullwalk editors weep. All right, he said grimly. They also killed fuck knows how many other incidental victims in the process. Law enforcement, innocent bystanders. I've got the latitude to seal this operation up afterward, marked regime unrest stabilized, no need for further deployment. But I've got to show scapegoats, or the Corps auditors are going to be all over it like Livewire. You know that. You know how it works. Someone has to pay. Or be seen to. Or be seen to. But it needn't be Virginia. Ex-envoy heads planetary rebellion. Now, I can see how that wouldn't play too well with the Corps' public relations people. He stopped, stared at me with sudden hostility. Is that really what you think of me? I sighed and closed my eyes. No. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best to nail this shut with a minimum of pain to people who matter, Tak, and you're not helping. I know. I need someone for Mitzi Harlan's murder, and I need a ringleader. Someone who'll play well as the evil genius behind all this shit. Maybe a couple of others to bulk up the arrest list.
If in the end I have to fight and die for the ghost and memory of Quellcrist Falconer, and not the woman herself, then that will be better than not fighting at all.
Coy's words in the beached and stalled-out hoverloader on Ventura. The words and the flicker of passion around his face as he spoke them. The passion, perhaps, of a martyr who had missed his moment once before and did not intend to again. Coy, ex-Black Brigade. But Sierra Trey had said much the same thing while we hid in the channels and fallen ruins of El Tevitan. And Brazel's demeanor said it for him all the time. Maybe what they all wanted was martyrdom in a cause older and greater and weightier than themselves. I pushed my thoughts aside, derailed them before they could get where they were going. "And Sylvie Oshima?" I asked. "Well," another shrug. "As I understand, she's been contaminated by something from the uncleared zones. So, allowing we can salvage her from the firefight, we have her cleansed and then hand her back her life. Does that sound reasonable?" "It sounds untenable." I remembered Sylvie talking about the command software aboard guns for Guevara.
No matter how good the house cleaning you buy afterward, some of that shit stays. Hard-to-kill code remnants, traces, ghosts of things.
If Coy could fight and die for a ghost, who knew what the Neo-Quellists would make of Sylvie Oshima, even after her headgear was wiped? Is it? Come on, Todd. She's iconic. Whatever is or isn't inside her, she could be the focus for a whole new Neo-Quellist wave. The First Families will want her liquidated on principle. Murakami grinned fiercely. What the First Families want and what they get from me are going to be two radically different things, Tak. Yeah? Yeah. He slurred it for mockery. Because if they don't cooperate fully, I'll promise them an envoy deployment at assault strength. And if they call your bluff, Tak, I'm an envoy. Brutalizing planetary regimes is what we do. They'll fold like a fucking deck chair and you know it. They're going to be so fucking grateful for the escape clause they'd have their own children queuing up to tongue my ass clean if I asked. I looked at him then, and for just a moment it was as if a door had blown open on my envoy past. He stood there, still grinning in the glare from the Angier spots, and he could have been me. And I remembered what it had really been like. It wasn't the belonging that came flooding back to me this time. It was the brutal power of core enablement, the liberating savagery that rose out of a bone-deep knowledge that you were feared, that you were whispered of across the settled worlds, and that even in the corridors of governance on Earth, the power brokers grew quiet at your name. It was a rush that came on like branded supply tetrameth. Men and women who might wreck or simply remove from the balance sheet 100,000 lives with a gesture. Those men and women could be taught fear again, and the instrument of that lesson was the Envoy Corps. Was you. I forced an answering smile. You're charming, Todd. You haven't changed at all, have you? Nope. And out of nowhere the smile stopped being forced. I laughed, and it seemed to shake something loose inside me. All right. Talk to me, you bastard. How do we do this? He gave me the clownish raised brows again. I was hoping you'd tell me. You're the one with the floor plans. Yeah, I meant what's our assault strength. You're not planning to use, Murakami jerked a thumb at the bulk of Impaler. Our spiky-minded friends there? I certainly am. Oh, fuck, Todd. They're a bunch of meth-head kids. The Haiduchi are gonna shred them. He gestured dismissively. Work with the tools to hand, Tak. you know how it is. They're young and angry and cranked up on meth, just looking for someone to take it out on. They'll keep Segasvar occupied long enough for us to get in and do the real damage. I glanced at my watch. You planning to do this tonight? Dawn tomorrow. We're waiting on Ayura, and according to Tanasida, she won't get in until the early hours. Oh, yeah. He tipped his head back and nodded at the sky. And there's the weather. I followed his gaze. Thick, dark battlements of cloud were piled up overhead, toppling steadily westward across a fragmentary orange-tinged sky, where Hotei's light still struggled to make itself felt. Daikoku had long ago drowned in a muffled glow on the horizon, and now that I noticed, there was a fresh breeze across the expanse that carried the unmistakable smell of the sea. What about the weather? It's going to change. Murakami sniffed. That storm that was supposed to blow itself out in the southern Nuramono didn't, and now it seems it's picked up a scoop from some freak northwesterly run-on, and it's hooking. It's coming back around. Ebisu's eavesdrop. Are you sure? Of course I'm not sure, Tack. It's a fucking weather forecast. But even if we don't catch the full force of it, a bit of hard wind and horizontal rain wouldn't go amiss, would it? Chaotic systems, just where we need them. That, I said carefully, depends very much on how good a pilot your shaky friend Vlad turns out to be. You know what they call a hookback like this down here, don't you? Murakami looked at me blankly. No? Rough luck? No. They call it Ebisu's eavesdrop, after the fisherman host story. All right. This far south, Ebisu isn't himself. In the north and equatorial regions of Harlan's world, Japamanglic cultural dominance makes him the folk god of the sea, patron of sailors, and, generally speaking, a good-natured deity to have around. St. Elmo is cheerily co-opted as an analog or helper god, so as to include and not upset the more Christian-influenced residents. But in Kossuth, where the East European worker heritage that helped build the world is strong, this live-and-let-live approach is not reciprocated. Ebisu emerges as a demonic submarine presence to scare children to bed with, a monster that in legend saints like Elmo must do battle with to protect the faithful. You remember how that story ends? I asked. Sure. Ebisu bestows all these fantastic gifts on the fishermen in return for their hospitality, but he forgets his fishing rod, right? Yeah. So, he comes back to get it, and just as he's about to knock, he hears the fisherman running down his, personal hygiene. His hands smell of fish, he doesn't clean his teeth, his clothes are shabby. All that stuff you're supposed to teach kids, right? Right. Yeah. I remember telling this stuff to Suki and Marcus back when they were small. Murakami's gaze grew distant, hazed out on the horizon and the gathering clouds there. Gotta be nearly half a century ago now. You believe that? Finish the story, Todd. All right. Well, let's see. Ebisu's pissed off, so he stalks in, grabs his rod, and as he storms out again, all the gifts he's given turn to rotting bellowweed and dead fish in his wake. He plunges into the sea, and the fishermen have crap catches for months afterward. Moral of the tale, look after your personal hygiene, but even more important, kids, don't talk about people behind their backs. He looked back at me. How'd I do? Pretty good for 50 years on. But down here, they'd tell it a little different. See, Ebisu's hideously ugly, tentacled and beaked and fanged. He's a terrifying sight, and the fishermen have a hard time not just running away, screaming. But they master their fear and offer him hospitality anyway, which you're not supposed to do for a demon. So Ebisu gives them all sorts of gifts, stolen from ships he's sunk in the past, and then he leaves. The fishermen heave a massive sigh of relief and start talking it up, how monstrous he was, how terrifying, how smart they all were to get all these gifts out of him. And in the midst of it all, back he comes for his trident. Oh, not a rod, then. No, not scary enough, I guess. It's a massive barbed trident in this version. You'd think they'd have noticed when he left it behind, wouldn't you? Shut up. Ebisu overhears them bad-mouthing him and slips away in a black fury, only to come back in the form of a huge storm that obliterates the whole village. Those not drowned get dragged down by his tentacles to an eternity of agony in a watery hell. Lovely. Yeah, similar moral. Don't talk about people behind their backs, but even more important, don't trust those filthy foreign deities from up north. I lost my smile. Last time I saw Ebisu's eavesdrop, I was still a kid. It came off the sea at the eastern end of New Pest and ripped the inland settlements apart for kilometers along the Expanse shoreline. Killed 100 people without even trying. It drowned half the weed freighters in the inland harbor before anyone could power them up. The wind picked up the lightweight skimmers and threw them down the streets as far as Harlan Park. Around here, the eavesdrop is very bad luck. Well, yeah, for anyone walking their dog in Harlan Park, it would have been. I'm serious, Todd. If this storm does come in and your methed-out pal Vlad can't handle his helm, we're likely to find ourselves upside down and trying to breathe bellowweed before we get anywhere near Segesvar's place. Murakami frowned a little. Let me worry about Vlad, he said. You just concentrate on building us an assault plan that works. I nodded. Right, an assault plan that works on the premier Haiduchi stronghold in the southern hemisphere, using teenage junkies for shock troops and a hookback storm for landing cover. By dawn. Sure. How hard can it be? The frown again for a moment. Then suddenly he laughed. Now you put it like that, I can hardly wait. He clapped me on the shoulder and wandered off toward the pirate hoverloader, voice trailing back to me. I'll go talk to Vlad now. Gonna be one for the annals, Tack. You'll see. I've got a feeling about it. Envoy intuition. Right. And out at the horizon, thunder rolled back and forth as if trapped in the narrow space between the cloud base and the ground. Ebisu, back for his trident, and not much liking what he'd just heard. Chapter 45. Dawn was still little more than a wrenched-out gray splash thrown over the looming black mass of the storm front when Impaler cast off her moorings and blasted out across the expanse. At assault speed, she made a noise as if she were shaking herself to pieces, but as we headed into the storm, even that faded before the shriek of the wind and the metallic drumming of rain on her armored flanks. The forward viewports of the bridge were a shattering mass of water through which heavy-duty wipers flogged with an overworked electronic whining. Dimly, you could see the normally sluggish waters of the expanse whipped into waves. Ebisu's eavesdrop had delivered to expectations. "Like Kasengo all over again!" shouted Murakami, wet-faced and grinning as he squeezed in through the door that led out to the observation deck. His clothes were drenched. Behind him the wind screamed, grabbed at the doorframe, and tried to follow him inside. He fought it off with an effort and slammed the door. Storm autolocks engaged with a solid clunk. "Visibility's dropping to the floor. These guys are never going to know what hit them." "Then it'll be nothing like Kasengo," I said irritably, remembering. My eyes were gritty with lack of sleep. "Those guys were expecting us." "Yeah, true." He raked water out of his hair with both hands and shook it off his fingers onto the floor. "But we still trashed them." "Watch that drift," said Vlad to his helmsman. There was a curious new tone to his voice, an authority I hadn't seen before, and the worst of his twitchiness seemed to have damped down. "We're riding the wind here, not giving in to it. Lean on her." "Leaning." The hoverloader quivered palpably with the maneuver. The deck thrummed underfoot. Rain made a new, furious sound on the roof and viewports as our angle of entry to the storm shifted. "That's it," Vlad said serenely. "Hold her like that." I stayed on the bridge for a while longer, then nodded at Murakami and slipped down the companionway to the cabin decks. I moved aft, hands braced on the corridor walls to beat the occasional lurches in the hoverloader's stability. Once or twice, crew members appeared and slid past me in the cramped space with practiced ease. The air was hot and sticky. A couple of cabins along, I glanced sideways at an opened door and saw one of Vlad's young pirates, stripped to the waist and bent over unfamiliar modules of hardware on the floor. I took in large, well-shaped breasts, the sheen of sweat on her flesh under harsh white light, short-cut hair damp on the nape of her neck. Then she realized I was there and straightened up. She braced herself with one hand on the cabin wall, folded the other arm across her breasts, and met my eyes with a tense glare that I guessed was either meth come down or combat nerves.
"Got a problem, Sam?"
I shook my head. "Sorry. Mind was on something else."
"Yeah? Well, fuck off."
The cabin door sliced shut. I sighed. Fair enough. I found Yad looking similarly tense, but fully dressed. She was seated on the upper of the twin bunks in the cabin we'd been allocated, Shard Blaster stripped of its magazine and laid under the arch of one booted leg. In her hands were the gleaming halves of a solid load pistol that I didn't remember her having before. I swung into the lower bunk. "What you got there?"
"Kalashnikov electromag," she said. "One of the guys down the corridor loaned it to me."
Making friends already, huh? An unaccountable sadness hit me as I spoke the words. Maybe something to do with the twin-sibling pheromones coming off the Aishundo sleeves. Wonder where he stole it from.
"Who says it had to be stolen?"
"I do. These guys are pirates." I stuck a hand up to her bunk. "Come on, let me have a look at it." She snapped the weapon back together and dropped it into my palm. I held it in front of my eyes and nodded. The Cal-EM range were famed throughout the settled worlds as the silent sidearm of choice, and this was a state-of-the-art model. I grunted and handed it back up. "Yeah, $700 UN minimum. No meth-head pirate is going to spend that kind of money on a hush gun. He nicked it. Probably killed the owner, too. Gotta watch the company you keep, Yad."
"Man, you're cheerful this morning. Didn't you get any sleep?"
"The way you were snoring up there, what do you think?" No reply. I grunted again and drifted into the memories Murakami had stirred up. Kasengo, undistinguished little port town in the barely settled southern hemisphere of Nkrumah's land, recently garrisoned with government troops as the political climate worsened and relations with the Protectorate deteriorated. Kasengo, for reasons best known to the locals, had stellar range hypercast capacity, and the government of Nkrumah's land were worried that the UN military might like access to that capacity. They were right to worry. We'd come in quietly at hypercast stations around the globe over the previous 6 months, while everyone was still pretending that diplomacy was a viable option. By the time Envoy Command ordered the strike on Kasengo, we were as adjusted to Nkrumah's land as any of its 100 million fifth-generation colonists. While our deep cover teams fomented riots on the streets of cities in the north, Murakami and I gathered a small tactical squad and disappeared south. The idea was to eliminate the garrison while they slept, and seize the Needlecast facilities the following morning. Something went wrong. Information leaked, and we arrived to find the Hypercast station heavily defended. There was no time to draw fresh plans. The same leak that had alerted the Kasengo garrison meant that reinforcements would be on their way. In the midst of a freezing rainstorm, we hit the station in stealth suits and grav packs, sowing the sky around us with tinsel to simulate massive numbers. In the confusion of the storm, the ruse worked like a dream. The garrison were largely conscripted youngsters with a few seasoned NCOs riding herd. 10 minutes into the firefight, they broke and scattered through the rain-slashed streets in frantic retreating knots. We chased, isolated, mopped them up. Some few went down fighting. Most were taken alive and locked up. Later, we used their bodies to sleeve the first wave of Envoy heavy assault. I closed my eyes.
Mickey?
Yad's voice from the bunk above. Takeshi.
Whatever. Let's stick with Mickey, huh?
All right.
You think that fuck Anton's going to be there today?
I levered my eyes open again. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Tanasida seemed to think so. Looks like Kovacs is still using him anyway, maybe as a safeguard. If no one's sure what to expect from Sylvie or the thing she's carrying, might be comforting to have another command head around.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She paused. Then, just as my eyes were sliding closed once more,
It doesn't bother you talking about yourself that way, knowing he's out there?
Of course it bothers me.
I yawned cavernously.
I'm gonna kill the little fuck.
Silence. I let my eyelids shudder themselves.
So, Mickey.
What?
If Anton is there...
I rolled my eyes at the bunk above me. Yes?
If he's there, I want that motherfucker. You have to shoot him, you wreck his legs or something. He's mine.
Fine.
I mean it, Mickey.
So do I
mumbled, tilting ponderously away under the weight of deferred sleep.
Kill whoever you fucking like, Yad.
Kill whoever you fucking like. It could have been a mission statement for the raid. We hit the farm at ramming speed. Garbled distress broadcasts got us close enough that any long-range weaponry Segisvar had would be useless. Vlad's helmsman ran a vector that looked like driven before the storm, but was actually a high-speed controlled swerve. By the time the Haiduchi realized what was going on, Impaler was upon them. She smashed in through the panther pens, crushing webbing barriers and the old wooden jetties of the original bailing station, unstoppable, ripping loose the planking, demolishing decayed antique walls, carrying the growing mass of piled-up wreckage forward on her armored nose. Look, I told Murakami and Vlad the night before, there is no subtle way to do this, and Vlad's eyes lit up with meth-fired enthusiasm. Impaler plowed to a clanking, grinding halt amid the half-submerged wet bunker modules. Her decks were canted steeply to the right, and down on the debarkation level a dozen collision alerts shrilled hysterically in my ears as the hatches on that side blew wide open on explosive bolts. Boarding ramps dropped like bombs, live wire security lines at their tips, writhing and shredding into Evercrete for purchase. Dully through the hull, I heard the clang and whir of the major grapple lines firing. Impaler caught and clung fast. It was a system once designed only for emergency use, but the pirates had rewired every aspect of their vessel for fast assault, boarding, and battery. Only the machine mind that ran it all had been left out of the loop, and still thought we were a ship in crisis. The weather met us on the ramp. Rain and wind rushed me, slapped at my face, shoved at me from odd angles. Vlad's assault team ran bellowing into the midst of it. I glanced once at Murakami, shook my head, and then followed. Maybe they had the right idea. With Impaler snagged fast amid the damage she'd just created, there was no way back for anybody that didn't involve either winning or dying. Gunfire started in the gray swirl of the storm, hiss-sizzle of beam weapons, the boom and bark of slug guns. The beams showed pale blue and yellow in the murk, a distant ripple of thunder across the sky. Pale lightning seemed to respond. Someone screamed and fell somewhere up ahead, indistinct yelling. I cleared the end of the ramp, skidded on the bulge of a wet bunker module, gained balance with the Aishindo sleeve, and leapt forward. Down into the shallow slosh of water between modules, up the bubbled slope of the next. The surface was gritty and gave good purchase. Peripheral vision told me I was the apex of a wedge, Yad on my left flank, Murakami on my right with a plasma frag gun. I cranked the Neurochem and spotted a maintenance ladder ahead, 3 of Vlad's pirates pinned down at the base by gunfire from the dockside above. The sprawled body of a comrade floated against the nearest wet bunker module, still steaming from face and chest where the blaster fire had scorched the life from its owner. I flung myself toward the ladder with wincefish abandon. Yad! Yeah, go! Like being back in the uncleared. Vestiges of slip-in attunement, maybe some twin-like affinity. Care of Ishundo. I sprinted flat out. Behind me the shard blaster spoke, spiteful rushing whine in the rain, and the edge of the dock exploded in a hail of fragments. More screams. I reached the ladder about the same time the pirates realized they were no longer pinned down, stamped my way hurriedly up it, Rhapsodia stowed. At the top, there were bodies, torn and bloodied from the shard fire, and one of Segisvar's men injured but still on his feet. He spat and lurched at me with a knife. I twisted aside, locked out the knife arm, and threw him off the dock. Short scream lost in the storm. Crouch and search, Rhapsodia out and sweeping in the poor visibility, while the others came up behind me. Rain smashed down and made a million little geysers back off the Evercrete surface. I blinked it out of my eyes. The dock was clear. Murakami clapped me on the shoulder. Hey, not bad for a retired man. I snorted. Someone's gonna show you how. Come on, this way. We stalked along the dock in the rain, found the entrance I wanted, and slipped inside, one at a time. The sudden relief from the force of the storm was shocking, almost like silence. We stood, dripping water on the plastic floor of a short corridor set with familiar, heavy, port-holed metal doors. Thunder growled outside. I peered through the glass of a door just to be sure and saw a room of blank-faced metal cabinets. Cold storage for the panther feed, and occasionally the corpses of Segisvar's enemies. At the end of the corridor, a narrow stairwell led down to the crude resleeving unit and veterinary section for the panthers. I nodded to the stairs. Down there, 3 levels, and we're in the wet bunker complex. The pirates went in the van, noisy and enthusiastic. Meth-wired as they were, and not a little pissed off with having to follow me up the ladder, it would have been hard to dissuade them. Murakami shrugged and didn't try. They clattered down the stairwell at speed and ran straight into an ambush at the bottom. We were a flight of stairs behind, moving with undrugged caution, and even there I felt the splashback from the blasters scorch my face and hands. Cacophony of high, sudden shrieks as the pirates caught fire and died as human torches. One of them made 3 blundering steps back up out of the inferno, flame-winged arms raised imploringly toward us. His melted face was less than a meter from mine when he collapsed, hissing and smoking, on the cold steel stairs below. Murakami hurled an ultravibe grenade down the well, and it bounced once metallically before the familiar chittering scream kicked in. In the confined space, it was deafening. We slapped palms to ears in unison. If anybody down there screamed when it killed them, their deaths were inaudible. We waited for a second after the grenade died, then Murakami fired the plasma frag rifle downward. There was no reaction. I crept down past the blackened, cooling corpses of the pirates, gagging at the stench. Peered past the inward-curled, despairing limbs of the one who'd met the brunt of the fire, and saw an empty corridor. Yellow cream walls, floor and ceiling, brilliantly lit with overhead strips of inlaid aluminum. Close to the foot of the stairwell, everything was painted with broad swathes of blood and clotted tissue. "Clear!" We picked our way through the gore and moved cautiously up the corridor, into the heart of the wet bunker's base levels. Tanasida hadn't known where exactly the captives would be held. The Haiduchi were twitchy and aggressive about allowing the Yakuza a presence in Kossuth in the first place. Precarious in his new role of penitent failed blackmailer, Tanasida had still insisted on his own admission because he'd hoped to retrieve the whereabouts of Yukio Hirayasu's stack from me by torture or extortion, and thus cut his loss of face, at least among his own colleagues. Ayura Harlan Sudaoka, for some Byzantine reason or other, agreed, and in the end it was her pressure on Segisvar that forged the diplomatic cooperation between Yakuza and Haiduchi. Tanasida had been welcomed formally by Segisvar himself, and then been told in no uncertain terms that he'd best find himself accommodation in New Pest or Sourcetown, stay away from the farm unless specifically summoned, and keep his men on a tight leash. He'd certainly not been given a tour of the premises. But really, there was only one secure place in the complex for people you didn't want dead yet. I'd seen it a couple of times on previous visits, had once even watched some doomed gambling junkie conveyed there while Segisvar thought about how exactly to make an example of him. If you wanted to lock a man up on the farm, you put him where even a monster couldn't break free. You locked him in the panther cells. We paused at a crossways where ventilation systems gaped open above us. Faintly down the conduits came the sounds of ongoing battle. I gestured left, murmuring. Down there, the panther cells are all on the right at the next turn. They open onto tunnels that lead directly into the pens. Segisvar converted a couple of them for human holding. Gotta be one of those. All right, then. We picked up the pace again, took the right turn, and then I heard the smooth, solid hum of one of the doors on the cells sliding down into the floor. Footsteps and urgent voices beyond. Segisvar and Ayura. And a third voice I'd heard before but couldn't place. I clamped down on the savage spurt of joy, flattened myself to the wall, and waved Yad and Murakami back. Ayura, compressed rage as I tuned in.
Really expect me to be impressed by this?
Don't jam me that shit, snapped Segisvar. This is that slant-eyed yak fuck you insisted on bringing aboard. I told you.
Somehow, Segisvar-san, I do not think...
And don't fucking call me that either. This is Kossuth, not the fucking North. Have a bit of cultural sensitivity, why don't you? Anton, you sure there's no intrusion cast going down? And the third voice slotted into place. The tall, garish-haired command head from Drava. Software attack dog for Kovacs version 2.
Nothing. This is strictly...
I should have seen it coming. I was going to wait another couple of seconds, let them walk out into the wide, brightly lit space of the corridor, then spring the trap. Instead, Yad surged past me like a trawler cable snapping. Her voice seemed to strike echoes off the walls of the whole complex.
Anton, you motherless fuck!
I came off the wall, spinning to cover them all with the Rhapsodia. Too late. I took in a glimpse of the three of them, gaping in shock. Segisvar met my eyes and flinched. Yad stood braced, shardgun riding her hip, leveled. Anton saw and reacted, decom swift. He seized Ayura Harlan Sudaoka by the shoulders and hurled her in front of him. The shardgun coughed. The Harlan security exec screamed and came apart from shoulders to waist as the monomole swarm ripped through her. Blood and tissue exploded through the air around us, splattered me, blinded me. In the time it took me to wipe my eyes, they were both gone, back through the cell they'd come out of, and the tunnel beyond. What remained of Ayura lay on the floor in 3 pieces and puddles of gore.
Yad, what the fuck are you playing at?
I yelled. She wiped her face, smearing blood.
Told you I'd get him.
I grabbed at Calm, stabbed a finger at the carnage around our feet.
You didn't get him, Yad. He's gone.
Calm failed me, collapsed catastrophically before focusless fury.
How could you be so fucking stupid? He's fucking gone!
Then I'll fucking catch him up.
No, we need...
But she was already moving again across the opened cell at a fast decom lope, ducking into the tunnel. Nice going, Tak, said Murakami sardonically. Command presence. I like that. Shut up, Todd. Just find the monitor room, check the cells. They're all around here somewhere. I'll be back as soon as I can. I was backing off, moving before I finished speaking. Sprinting again after Yad. After Segisvar. After something. Chapter 46. The tunnel came out in a fight pit. Steep, sloping evercrete sides, 10 meters tall and torn ragged for half their height by decades of swamp panthers trying to claw their way out. Railed spectator space around the top, all open to a sky clogged with a fast-moving stampede of greenish cloud cover. It was impossible to look directly up in the rain. 30 centimeters of thick mud in the bottom of the pit, now pounded into brown sludge by the downpour. The drainage vents in the walls couldn't keep up. I squinted through the water in the air and on my face, spotted Yad halfway up the narrow maintenance ladder cut into one corner of the pit, bawled at her over the sound of the storm. "Yad! Fucking wait!" She paused, hanging off the ladder rung, shard blaster pointing downward, then waved and went on climbing. I cursed, stowed the Rhapsodia and went after her up the ladder. Rain cascaded down the walls past me and drummed on my head. I seemed to hear blaster fire somewhere above. When I got to the top, a hand came down and grasped my wrist. I jolted with shock and looked up to see Yad peering down at me. "Stay low," she called. "They're up here." Cautiously, I got my head above the level of the pit and looked out across the network of gantries and spectator galleries that crisscrossed the fight pits. Thick curtains of rain skirled across the view. At more than 10 meters, visibility faded to gray. At 20, it was gone. Somewhere on the other side of the farm I could hear the firefight still raging, but here there was only the storm. Yad lay flat on her belly at the edge of the pit. She saw me cast about and leaned closer. "They split up," she shouted in my ear. "Anton's heading for the moorage space on the far side. My guess is he's looking for a ride out, or maybe the other Yug to give him some backup. The other guy cut back through the pens over there. Looks like he wants to fight. Fired on me just now." I nodded. "All right, you get after Anton. I'll take care of Segisvar. I'll cover you when you move." "Done." I grabbed her shoulder as she rolled over, pulled her back for a moment. "Yad, you just be fucking careful. If you run into me out there—" Her teeth split in a grin, and the rain trickled into her mouth. "Then I'll waste them for you at no extra charge." I joined her on the flat space of the wall walk, drew the Rhapsodia and dialed it to tight dispersal, maximum range. I squirmed about and settled into a half-reclining crouch. "Scan up!" She gathered herself. "Go!" She sprinted away from me, along the rail, onto a connecting gantry, and into the murk. Off to the right, a blaster bolt split the curtain of rain. I triggered the shard pistol in reflex, but reckoned it wasn't close enough. 40 to 50 meters, the armorer in Takeshi had said, but it helped if you could see what you were shooting at. So, I stood up, bellowed into the storm. "Hey, Rad! You listening? I'm coming to fucking kill you!" No reply, but no blaster fire either. I moved warily forward along the side of the pit gallery, trying to estimate Segisvar's position. The fight pits were blunt oval arenas, sunk directly into the silt bed of the expanse, deeper inside than the surrounding waters by about a meter. There were 9 of them pressed up against each other in rows of 3, thick evercrete walls between, topped with interlinked galleries where spectators could stand at the rail and watch the panthers rip each other apart at a safe distance below. Steel mesh spectator walkways were laid corner to corner of each pit to provide much-needed extra space for popular fights. On more than one occasion I'd seen the galleries packed 5 deep all around, and the cross gantries creaking with the weight of crowds craning to see a death. The overall honeycomb structure the 9 pits formed rose about 5 meters out of the shallow waters of the expanse and backed onto the low-lying bubbles of the wet bunker complex at one side. Adjacent to this edge of the pits and crisscrossed with more gantried surface walkways were the rows of smaller feeding pens and long rectangular exercise runs that Impaler had smashed through on her way into the farm. As near as I could make out, it was from the edge of this mangled wreckage that the blaster had fired.
"You hear me, Red? You piece of shit!"
The blaster crashed again. The beam scorched past me, and I hit the evercrete floor, splashing water. Segesvar's voice rolled past overhead.
"That's close enough, I think, Tack. Suit yourself,"
I shouted back.
"It's all over but the cleaning up anyway. Really, not got much faith in yourself, have you? He's over on the new dockside right now, repelling your pirate friends. He'll throw them back into the expanse or feed them to the Panthers. Can't you hear?"
I listened and caught the sounds of battle again. Blaster fire and the odd agonized scream. Impossible to know how it was going for anyone, but my own misgivings about Vlad and his meth-head crew came back to me. I grimaced.
"Quite smitten, aren't we?"
I yelled.
"What's the matter? You and him been spending time down in the grab gym? Been poking either end of your favorite whore together? Fuck you, Kovacs. At least he still knows how to have fun."
His voice sounded close, even in the storm. I raised myself slightly and started to crawl along the gallery floor. Get a little closer.
"Right, and that was worth selling me out for? I haven't sold you out."
The trawler winch laugh rattled out at me.
"I've traded you in on a better version. I'm gonna do what's right by this guy instead of you, because this fucking guy still remembers where he's from."
A little closer. Drag yourself a meter at a time through the hammering rain and 3 centimeters of standing water on the walkways. Away from one pit, around a second. Stay low. Don't let the hate and anger put you on your feet just yet. Try to push him into making a mistake.
"So does he remember you mewling and crawling in a back alley with your fucking thigh ripped open, Rad? Does he fucking remember that?" "Yeah, he does. But you know what?"
Segesvar's voice scaled upward. Must have hit a nerve.
"He just doesn't break my balls about it all the fucking time! And he doesn't milk it to take fucking liberties with my finances!"
A little closer. I pitched my own voice, amused.
"Yeah, and he's plugged you in with the First Families, too, which is what this is really about, right? You've sold out to a bunch of fucking aristos, Rad, just like the fucking Yakuza. You'll be moving to Millsport next. Hey, fuck you, Kovacs!"
The fury came accompanied by another blaster bolt, but it was nowhere close. I grinned in the rain and dialed the Rhapsodia up to maximum dispersal, pressed myself up out of the water, cranked the Neurochem.
"And I'm the one who's forgotten where he's from. Come on, Rad. You'll be wearing a slit-eyed sleeve before you know it."
Close enough.
"Hey, fuck!"
I rose to my feet and hurled myself forward. His voice cued me in. Neurochem vision did the rest. I spotted him crouched at the far side of one of the feeding pens, part shielded by the steel mesh side of a bridging walkway. The Rhapsodia spewed monomol fragments from my fist as I ran around the oval walkway of the fight pit. No time for better aim, just had to hope that— He yelped, and I saw him stagger, clutching at an arm. Savage joy coursed through me, peeled my lips back from my teeth. I fired again, and he either collapsed or dived for cover. I leapt the rail between the gallery I was on and the feeding pen beyond. Nearly tripped. Didn't. Swayed back on balance and made a split-second decision. I couldn't go around on the wall. If Segesvar was still alive, he'd be back on his feet in the time it took. He'd cook me with the blaster. The walkway was a straight sprint, 6 meters across the top of the pen. I hit it running. The metal beneath my feet tilted sickeningly. Down in the pen, something leapt and snarled. The sea and rotting flesh stink of the panther's breath came boiling up at me. Later I would have time to understand. The feeding pen had taken a glancing blow from Impaler's arrival, and the evercrete on the side where Segisvar waited had fractured open. That end of the walkway hung by nothing more than bolts ripped halfway loose of their mountings. And somehow, from some similar damage elsewhere in the pen complex, one of the swamp panthers was out. I was still 2 meters out from the end of the walkway when the bolts tore all the way out. A Shundo reflex threw me forward. I lost the Rhapsodia, grabbed at the edge of the pen with both hands. The walkway dropped out from under me. My palms closed on rain-drenched evercrete. One hand slipped. The gecko grip in the other held me up. Somewhere below me the swamp panther struck sparks from the fallen gantry with its talons, then fell back with a shrill howl. I scrabbled for purchase with my other hand. Segisvar's head appeared over the lip of the pen wall. He was pale, and there was blood soaking through the right arm of his jacket, but he grinned when he saw me. "Well, fucking well," he said, almost conversationally. "My old self-righteous fucking friend Takeshi Kovacs." I heaved sideways, desperately, got a heel hooked over the edge of the pen. Segisvar saw it and limped closer. "Nah, I don't think so," he said, and kicked my foot away. I swung out again, barely retaining grip with both hands. He stood above me and stared down for a moment. Then he looked away across the fight pits and nodded with vague satisfaction. The rain hammered down around us. "So, for once, I'm looking down on you," I panted. "Oh, fuck off. You know, that panther down there might even be one of your religious friends. That'd be ironic, huh? Just get on with it, Rad. You're a sellout piece of shit, and nothing you do here is gonna prove any different. That's right, Takeshi. Take the fucking moral high ground." His face contorted, and for a moment I thought he was going to kick my hands away there and then. "Like you always do. Oh, Radal's a fucking criminal. Radal can't handle himself. I had to save Radal's fucking life once. You've been doing it since you slimed Ivana away from me, and you never fucking change." I gaped up at him in the rain, the drop below me almost forgotten, spat water out of my mouth. "What the fuck are you talking about? You know fucking well what I'm talking about. Watanabe's that summer, Ivana Vassarelli with the green eyes." Memory flared with the name. Harada's Reef, the long-limbed silhouette above me, a sea-wet, salt-tasting body on damp rubber suits. "Hang on tight." I shook my head numbly. "I thought she was called Ava." "You see? You fucking see?" It came seething up out of him like pus, like poison contained too long, his face distorted with rage. "You didn't give a shit about her. She was just another nameless fuck for you." For long moments my past swept back over me like surf. The Aishundo sleeve took over, and I hung in a lit tunnel of kaleidoscope images from that summer. Out on the deck at Watanabe's, the heat pressing down from a leaden sky, scant breeze across the expanse, not enough to stir the heavy mirrored wind chimes. Flesh slick with sweat beneath clothing, beaded with it where you could see. Languid talk and laughter, the acrid aroma of sea hemp on the air. The green-eyed girl. "That's 200 fucking years ago, Rad, and you weren't even talking to her most of the time. You were snorting meth out of Malga Zordabukovsky's cleavage, as per fucking usual. I didn't know how to... She was..." He locked up. "I fucking cared about her, you cunt!" At first I couldn't identify the noise that came out of me. It could have been a choked cough with the rain that forced its way down my throat every time I opened my mouth. It felt a little like a sob, a tiny, wrenching sense of something coming loose inside. A slippage, a loss. But it wasn't. It was laughter. It came up through me after the first spluttering cough like warmth, demanding space in my chest and a way out. It blew the water out of my mouth, and I couldn't stop it. "Stop laughing, you fuck!" I couldn't stop. I giggled. Fresh energy curled up my arms with the unlooked-for hilarity, into my gecko hands, new tensile strength down the length of every finger. "You stupid bastard rat! She was new pest money. She wasn't ever going to waste herself on street like us. She went off to study in Millsport that autumn, and I never saw her again. She told me I'd never see her again. Said not to get hung up about it. We'd had fun, but it wasn't our lives." Barely conscious of what I was doing, I found I'd started to heave myself up to the lip of the pen while he stared at me, the hard evercrete edge of it against my chest, panting as I talked. "You really think you'd ever have gotten near someone like that, Rat? Thought she'd have you babies and sit on Speckney Wharf with the other gang wives, waiting for you to come home, fried from Watanabes at dawn? I mean..." Between grunts, the laughter came bubbling up again. "How fucking desperate would a woman, any woman, have to be for that? Fuck you!" he screamed, and kicked me in the face. I suppose I knew it was coming. I was certainly pushing him hard enough. But it all seemed suddenly very distant and unimportant alongside the glittery bright images of that summer. And anyway, it was the Aishundo sleeve, not me. My left hand lashed out, grabbed his leg around the calf as it swung back from the kick. Blood gouted from my nose. The gecko grip locked. I yanked back savagely, and he did a ridiculous little one-legged jig at the edge of the pen. He looked down at me, face working. I fell and dragged him down. It wasn't far to fall. The sides of the pen sloped the same way as the fight pits, and the fallen walkway had jammed itself halfway down the evercrete wall, almost on an even keel. I hit the meshed metal, and Segisvar landed on top of me. I lost the air in my lungs. The walkway juddered and scraped down another half a meter. Below us, the panther went crazy, flailing at the rail, trying to tear it down to the floor of the pen. He could smell the blood streaming from my broken nose. Segisvar squirmed around, fury still in his eyes. I threw a punch. He smothered it. Snarling monosyllables through gritted teeth, he got his injured arm across my throat and leaned on it. It ripped a cry out of him, but he never eased the pressure for a moment. The panther slammed into the side of the fallen gantry, blasting the stink of its breath through the mesh at my side. I saw one raging eye, obliterated by sparks as the talons tore at the metal. It shrilled and slobbered at us like something insane. Maybe it was. I kicked and flailed, but Segisvar had me locked down. Nearly 2 centuries of street violence stored up, he didn't lose this kind of fight. He glared down at me, and the hate fed him strength to beat the pain of the shard blast damage in his arm. I got one arm free and tried again to punch him in the throat, but he had that covered too. An elbow block, and my fingers barely grazed the side of his face. Then he held my arm locked there and settled his weight harder onto the injured arm that was choking me. I raised my head and bit through the jacket into the shredded flesh of his forearm. Blood welled up in the cloth and filled my mouth. He screamed and punched me in the side of the head with the other arm. The pressure on my throat began to tell. I couldn't breathe anymore. The panther battered at the metal gantry work, and it shifted. I slipped fractionally sideways. Used the shift. Forced my open palm and fingers flat against the side of his face, dragged downward hard. The gecko gene spines bit and gripped the skin. Where the pads at the tips and the base of my fingers pressed hardest, Segesvar's face tore open. Street Fighter instinct had screwed his eyes shut as I grabbed him, but it did no good. The grip of my fingers ripped the eyelid from the brow downward, scraped the eyeball, and tugged it out on the optic nerve. He screamed, gut deep. A sudden spray of blood squirted red against the gray of the rain, splattered warm on my face. He lost his hold on me and reeled backward, features maimed, eye hanging out and still pumping tiny spurts of blood. I yelled and came after him, hooking a punch into the undamaged side of his face that threw him staggering sideways against the walkway rail. He sprawled there for a second, left hand raised dizzily to block me, right fist curled tight, despite the damage the arm had taken. And the swamp panther took him down. There and gone. It was a blur of mane and mantle, forelimb slash and beak gape. Its claws hooked into him at shoulder height and hauled him down off the walkway like a rag doll. He screamed once, and then I heard a single savage crunch as the beak snapped closed. I didn't see, but it probably bit him in half there and then. For what must have been a full minute, I stood swaying on the canted walkway, listening to the sound of flesh being torn apart and swallowed, bones being snapped. Finally, I staggered to the rail and made myself look. I was too late. Nothing in the carnage around the feeding panther looked like it had ever been remotely associated with a human body. Rain was already sluicing the worst of the blood away. Swamp panthers aren't very bright. Fed, this one showed little or no interest in my continuing existence over its head. I spent a couple of minutes looking for the Rhapsodia, couldn't see it, and so set about getting out of the pen. With the multiple fractures Impaler's arrival had put in the Evercrete wall, it wasn't too difficult. I used the widest crack for leverage, jammed in my feet, and hauled myself up hand over hand. With the exception of a bad scare when a chunk of Evercrete came away in my hand at the top, it was a swift and uneventful climb. On the way up, something in the Ishindo system gradually stopped my nose bleeding. I stood at the top and listened for the sounds of battle. Heard nothing above the storm, and even that seemed quieter. The fighting was either done or down to skulk and stalk. Apparently, I'd underestimated Vlad and his crew. Yeah, or the Haiduchi. Time to find out which. I found Segesvar's blaster in a pool of his blood near the feeding pen rail, checked it for charge, and started to pick my way back across the fight pit gantries. It dawned slowly on me as I went that Segesvar's death had left me with no more than a vague sense of relief. I couldn't make myself care much anymore about the way he'd sold me out, and the revelation of his bitterness at my transgression with Ava, Ivana, right. The revelation just reinforced an obvious truth. Despite everything, the only thing that had held the two of us together for nearly 200 years was that single, involuntarily incurred back-alley debt. We'd never really liked each other after all. And that made me think that my younger self had probably been playing Segesvar like an Ide gypsy violin solo. Back down in the tunnel, I stopped again every few paces and listened for gunfire. The wet bunker complex seemed eerily quiet, and my own footfalls echoed more than I liked. I backtracked up the tunnel to the hatch where I'd left Murakami and found Ayura Harlan's remains there with a surgically neat hole where the top of her spine used to be. No sign of anyone else. I scanned the corridor in both directions, listened again, and picked up only a regular metallic clanging that I reckoned had to be the confined swamp panthers smashing themselves against the cell hatches in fury at the disturbances outside. I grimaced, and started to work my way down the line of faintly clanging doors, nerves cranked taut, blaster cautiously leveled. I found the others 6 doors along. The hatch was down, the cell space within unmercifully lit. Tumbled bodies lay sprawled across the floor. The wall behind it was painted with long slops of blood, as if it had been thrown there in buckets. Coy. Trey. Brazil. 4 or 5 others that I recognized but didn't know by name. They'd all been killed with a solid-load weapon, and then they'd all been turned face to the floor. The same hole had been hacked in each spine. The stacks were gone. No sign of Edora, no sign of Sylvioshima. I stood amid the carnage, gaze slipping from corpse to tumbled corpse, as if searching for something I'd dropped. I stood until the quiet in the brightly lit cell became a steady whining hum in my ears, drowning out the world. Footsteps in the corridor. I snapped around, leveled the blaster, and nearly shot Vlad Tepes as he poked his head around the edge of the hatch. He jolted back, swinging the plasma frag rifle in his hands, then stopped. A reluctant grin surfaced on his face, and one hand crept up to rub at his cheek.
Kovacs! Fuck, man, I nearly killed you there.
What the fuck is going on here, Vlad? He peered past me at the corpses, shrugged.
Beats me. Looks like we got here too late. You know them? Where's Murakami?
He gestured back the way he'd come.
Over the far side, up on the parking dock. He sent me to find you in case you needed help. Fighting's mostly done, you know. Just mopping up and some good old piracy to do now.
He grinned again.
Time to get paid. Come on, this way.
Numbly, I followed him. We crossed the wet bunker, through corridors marked with the signs of recent battle, blaster-charred walls and ugly splashes of shattered human tissue, the odd sprawled corpse, and once an absurdly well-dressed middle-aged man sitting on the floor staring in catatonic disbelief at his shattered legs sticking straight out in front of him. He must have been flushed from the casino or the brothel when the raid started, must have fled down into the bunker complex and got caught in the crossfire. As we reached him, he raised both arms weakly toward us, and Vlad shot him with the plasma frag. We left him with steam curling up from the massive hole through his chest, and climbed up an access ladder into the body of the old bailing station. Out on the parking dock, there was similar carnage. Crumpled bodies were strewn across the wharf and in among the moored skimmers. Here and there, small fires burned where blaster fire had found something more readily flammable than human flesh and bone. Smoke drifted through the rain. The wind was definitely dying down. Murakami was by the water, knelt beside a slumped Virginia Fedora and talking urgently to her. One hand cradled the side of her face. A couple of Vlad's pirates stood around, arguing amiably, with their weapons slung over their shoulders. They were all drenched, but apparently unharmed. Across the forward carapace of a green-painted expansemobile moored nearby, Anton's body. He lay head down, eyes frozen open, rainbow command head hair trailing down almost to the water. There was a hole you could have put your head through where his chest and stomach had been. It looked as if Yad had gotten him dead center from behind, with the Shard Blaster's focus dialed up to tight. The blaster itself lay discarded on the dock amid pools of blood. Of Yad, there was no sign. Murakami saw us coming and let go of Vidora's face. He picked up the Shard Blaster and held it out to me in both hands. The magazine was ejected, the breech clear. It had been fired empty, then discarded. He shook his head. We've looked for her, but there's nothing. Call here says he thinks he saw her go into the water, shot from the wall up there. Could be she was only winged, but in this shit... He gestured at the weather. No way to tell till we sweep for bodies. Storm's moving out westward, dying off. We can look then. I stared down at Virginia Vidora. I couldn't see any obvious injuries, but she looked to be semi-conscious, head lolling. I turned back to Murakami. What the fuck is... And the Shard Blaster butt came up and hit me in the head. White fire, disbelief, a brand new nosebleed. What? I staggered, gaped, fell down. Murakami stood over me. He tossed the Shard Blaster away and pulled a neat little stunner from his belt. Sorry, Tak. Shot me with it. Chapter 47. At the end of a very long, darkened corridor, there's a woman waiting for me. I'm trying to hurry, but my clothes are waterlogged and heavy, and the corridor itself is canted at an angle and almost knee-deep in viscous stuff that I'd think was congealing blood, except it stinks of bellowweed. I flounder forward on the submerged, tilted floor, but the open doorway doesn't seem to be getting any closer. Got a problem, Sam? I crank the Neurochem, but something's wrong with the BioWare because what I can see is like an ultra-distant sniperscope image. I only have to twitch, and it dances about all over the place, hurting my eyes when they try to keep focus. Half the time the woman is Vlad's well-endowed pirate comrade, stripped to the waist and bent over the modules of unfamiliar equipment on the floor of her cabin. Long, large breasts hanging like fruit. I can feel the roof of my mouth aching to suck in one of the blunt, darkened nipples. Then, just when I think I've got a grip on the view, it slides away and becomes a tiny kitchen with hand-painted blinds that block out the Kasuth sunlight. There's a woman there, too, also stripped to the waist. But it isn't the same one because I know her. The scope wobbles again. My eyes stray to the hardware on the floor. Matte gray, impact-resistant casings, lustrous black discs where data coils will spring up when activated. The logo on each module is inscribed in ideographic characters that I recognize, though I don't currently have a reading knowledge of either Hun Home or Earth Chinese. Sang Psychographics. It's a name I've seen around battlefields and psychosurgical recovery units in the recent past. A new name. A new star in the rarefied constellation of military brand names. A name and a brand that only very well-funded organizations can afford. What you got there? Kalashnikov Electromag. One of the guys down the corridor loaned it to me. Wonder where he stole it from. Who says it had to be stolen? I do. These guys are pirates. Abruptly, my palm is full of the rounded, voluptuous weight of the Kalashnikov butt. It gleams up at me in the low light of the corridor, and it's begging to be squeezed. $700, UN, minimum. No meth head pirate is going to spend that kind of money on a hush gun. I thrashed forward another couple of steps as an awful sense of my own failure to grasp the facts soaks into me. It's as if I'm sucking up the viscous stuff in the corridor through taproots in my legs and waterlogged boots, and I know that when I'm full, it's going to clog me to a violent stop. And then I'll swell and explode with it, like a bag of blood squeezed too hard. You come in here again, boy, and I'll crush you till you fucking pop! I feel my own eyes widen with shock. I peer through the sniper scope again, and this time it's not the woman with the hardware, and it's not the cabin aboard Impaler. It's the kitchen. And it's my mother. She's standing, 1 foot in a bowl of soapy water, and leaning over to swab her leg with a blob of cheap farm-cultured hydrosponge. She's wearing a thigh-length wraparound weed-gatherer skirt that's split down one side, and she's naked to the waist. And she's young, younger than I can normally remember her. Her breasts hang long and smooth like fruit, and my mouth aches with a trace memory of tasting them. She looks sideways and down at me then, and smiles. And he slams into the room from another door that fleeting recall tells me leads out onto the wharf. Slams into the room and slams into her like something elemental. You cunt! You conniving fucking cunt! With the shock of it, again my eyes crank, and I'm suddenly standing at the threshold. The sniper scope veil is gone. This is now and real. It takes me the first 3 blows to move. Backhander with full swing. It's a blow we've all had from him at one time or another, but this time he's really letting go. She's catapulted back across the kitchen into the table and falls. She gets up and he punches her down again, and there's blood. Bright from her nose and a stray beam of sunlight through the blind. She struggles to get up from the floor this time, and he stamps with a booted foot on her stomach. She convulses and rolls on her side. The bowl goes over and soapy water laps out toward me, over the threshold, over my bare feet. And then it's as if a ghost of myself stays at the door, while the rest of me runs into the room and tries to get between them. I'm small, probably not much more than 5, and he's drunk, so the blow falls inaccurately. But it's enough to knock me back out the door. Then he comes and stands over me, hands braced clumsily on his knees, breathing heavily through a slack mouth. You come in here again, boy, and I'll crush you till you fucking pop! He doesn't even bother to close the door as he goes back to her. But as I sit there in a useless heap, beginning to cry, she reaches out across the floor and shoves at the door jamb with her hand, so it swings closed on what's about to happen. Then only the sound of blows, and the closed door receding. I flounder through the canted corridor, chasing the door as the last light squeezes through the crack, and the weeping in my throat modulates upward toward a rip-wing scream. A tidal rage is rising in me, and I'm growing with it. I'm older with every passing second. Soon I'll be old enough and I'll reach the door. I'll get there before he finally walks out on us all, disappears out of our lives, and I'll make him disappear. I'll kill him with my bare hands. There are weapons in my hands. My hands are weapons. And the viscous slop is draining away, and I hit the door like a swamp panther, but it makes no difference. It's been closed too long.
It's solid, and the impact reverberates through me like a stun blast, and...
Oh yeah, stun blast. So it's not a door, it's the dark side.
And my face was crushed against it, sticky in a little pool of spittle and blood where I'd apparently bitten my tongue as I went down. It's not an uncommon outcome with stunners. I coughed and choked on a throatful of mucus, spat it out, took a rapid damage inventory, and wished I hadn't. My whole body was a jarring assemblage of trembling and ache from the stun blast. Nausea clawed at my bowels and the pit of my stomach. My head felt light and filled with starry air. The side of my face throbbed where the rifle butt had hit me. I lay for a moment, getting it all back under some kind of control, then peeled my face away from the dog and heaved my neck up like a seal. It was a short, abortive movement. My hands were locked behind my back with some kind of webbing, and I couldn't see much above ankle height. Warm throb of active bioweld around my wrists. It gave, so as not to maim hands held cuffed for long periods. It would dissolve like warm wax when you poured the right enzyme on it, but you could no more wriggle out of it than you could pull your own fingers off. Pressure on my pocket brought home unexpected truth. They had taken the tebbit knife. I was unarmed. I retched and brought up the thin leavings of an empty stomach, fell back and tried hard not to get my face in it. I could hear blaster fire from a long way off and, faintly, what sounded like laughter. A pair of boots splashed past in the wet, stopped and came back. "He's coming right back around," someone said, and whistled. "Tough little motherfucker. Hey, Vidora, did you say you trained this guy?" No reply. I heaved up again and succeeded in rolling onto my side, blinked dazedly up at the form standing over me. Vlad Tepes looked down out of a clearing sky that had almost given up on rain. The look on his face was serious and admiring, and he stood absolutely still as he watched me. No trace of his former meth-head twitchiness to be seen.
"Good performance,"
I croaked at him. "Liked it, huh?" He grinned. "Had you fooled, right?" I ran my tongue around my teeth and spat out some blood, mingled with vomit.
"Yeah. I thought Murakami had to be fucking cracked to use you. So what happened to the original Vlad?"
"Oh, well," he made a wry face.
"You know how it is." "Yeah. I know. How many more of you are there? Apart from your gorgeous-breasted psychosurgical specialist, that is."
He laughed easily.
"Yeah, she said she caught you looking. Beautiful piece of meat, isn't it? You know, the last thing Liebig wore before that was a Lyman Cable athlete's sleeve, flat as a board. A year down the line, and she still can't make up her mind if she's pleased or pissed off about the change." "Lyman, huh? Lyman. Latimer." "That's right. Home of cutting-edge decom." He grinned. "All starting to make sense, is it?"
It isn't easy to shrug when you're cuffed behind your back and flat to the floor. I did my best.
"I saw the Tseng gear in her cabin." "Damn, so you weren't looking at her tits?" "No, I was," I admitted. "But you know how it is. Nothing peripheral is ever lost." "That is the fucking truth."
"Mallory!" We both looked toward the shout. Todor Murakami was striding along the dock from the direction of the wet bunker. He was unarmed apart from the Kalashnikov at his hip and the knife on his chest. Soft rain fell around him with a sparkle in it from the brightening sky.
"A renegade sitting up and spitting,"
said Mallory, gesturing at me. "Good. Now, since you're the only one who can get that crew of yours to do anything in a coordinated fashion, why don't you go and sort them out? There are still bodies at the brothel end with stacks intact. I saw them on my way through. There may even be living witnesses hiding down there, for all I know. I want a final sweep, no one left alive, and I want every stack melted to slag." Murakami gestured disgustedly. "Jesus fuck, they're pirates! You'd think they could manage that. Instead of which, most of them are playing at setting the Panthers loose and using them for target practice. Just listen to it." The blaster fire was still in the air. Long, undisciplined bursts laced with excited shouting and laughter. Mallory shrugged. "So where's Tomaselli?" "Still setting up the gear with Liebeck. And Wang's waiting for you on the bridge, trying to make sure no one gets eaten by accident. It's your boat, Vlad. Go get them to stop fucking about, and when they finish the sweep, bring Impaler around to this side for loading." "All right." Like a ripple over water, Mallory adopted the Vlad persona and started to pick twitchily at his acne scars. He nodded down at me. "See you as soon as I see you, eh, Kovacs? As soon as." I watched him to the corner of the station wall and around it, out of sight, flicked my gaze back to Murakami, who was still staring away toward the sounds of the post-op merriment. "Fucking amateurs," he muttered, and shook his head. "So," I said bleakly, "you're deployed after all. Got in and won." As he spoke, Murakami crouched and hauled me up into an ungainly sitting position with a grunt. "Yeah, don't hold it against me, huh? Not like I could have told you last night and appealed to your sense of nostalgia for help, is it?" I looked around from my new vantage point and saw Virginia Vidora slumped against a mooring post, arms bound back. There was a long, darkening bruise across her face, and her eye had swollen. She looked dully at me, and then away. There were tears smeared in the dirt and sweat on her face. No sign of Sylvie Oshima's sleeve, dead or alive. "So instead, you played me for a sucker." He shrugged. "Work with the tools to hand, you know." "How many of you are there? Not the whole crew, apparently." "No." He smiled faintly. "Just 5. Mallory there, Liebeck, whom I understand you've met, sort of, 2 others, Tomaselli and Wang, and me." I nodded. "Covert deployment strength. I should have known there was no way you'd be just hanging around Millsport on furlough. How long have you been on the ground?" 4 years, near enough. That's me and Mallory. We came in before the others. We bagged Vlad a couple of years ago, been watching him for a while. Then Mallory brought the others in as new recruits. It must have been awkward, stepping into Vlad's shoes like that." "Well, not really." Murakami sat back on his heels in the gentle rain. "You seem to have all the time in the world to talk. They're not overly perceptive, these meth-head guys, and they don't really forge meaningful relationships. There were only a couple of them really close enough to Vlad to be a problem when Mallory stepped in, and I took them out ahead of time. Sniper scope and plasma frag." He mimed the act of tracking and shooting. "Bye-bye head, bye-bye stack." We tumbled Vlad the week after. Mallory'd been sitting on him for the best part of 2 years, playing pirate groupie, sucking his dick, sharing pipes and bottles with him. Then, one deep, dark night in Sourcetown, bop! Murakami slapped fist into palm. "That portable Tseng stuff is beautiful. You can do a D and re-sleeve in a hotel bathroom." Sourcetown. "You've been watching Brazil all this time?" "Among others." Another shrug. "The whole strip, really. It's the only place on the world there's any serious insurgency spirit left. Up north, even in most of New Pest, it's just crime, and you know how conservative criminals are." "Hence Tenacita." "Hence Tenacita. We like the Yakuza. They just want to snuggle up to the powers that be. And the Haiduchi, well, despite their much vaunted populist roots, they're really just a cut-rate, no-table manners version of the same disease. By the way, did you get your pal Segasvar?" Forgot to ask before I dented you out there.
Yeah, I did. Swamp Panther ate him.
Murakami chuckled. Outstanding. Oh, why the hell did you ever quit, Tak? I closed my eyes. The stun blast hangover seemed to be getting worse.
What about you? Did you solve my double-sleeving problem for me?
No, not yet.
I opened my eyes again, surprised.
He's still walking around somewhere?
Murakami made an embarrassed gesture. Yeah, apparently. Looks like you were hard to kill, even at that age. We'll get him, though.
Will you? I said somberly.
Yeah, we will. With Ayura down, he's got no handler, nowhere to run. And sure as fucking light speed, no one else in the First Families is going to want to pick up where she left off. Not if they want the Protectorate to stay home and let them keep their oligarch toys.
Or, I said casually,
you could just kill me now you've got me, then let him come in and cut a deal.
Murakami frowned.
That's not funny, Tak. Wasn't meant to be. He's still calling himself an envoy, you know. He'd probably jump at the chance to get back in the Corps if you offered. I don't fucking care.
There was anger in his tone now.
I don't know the little fucker, and he's going down.
Okay, cool off.
Just trying to make your life easier.
My life's easy enough,
he growled.
Double-sleeving an envoy, even an ex-envoy, is pretty much irrevocable political suicide. Conrad Harlan is going to shit when I turn up in Millsport with Ayura's head and a report on all this. Best thing he can hope to do is deny knowledge of everything and pray I let it go at that.
You get a stack out of Ayura?
Yeah. Head and shoulders pretty much intact. We'll interrogate her, but it's a formality. We won't use what she knows directly. In situations like this, we tend to let the local presidential scum keep their deniability intact. You remember the drill. Minimize local disruption, maintain a seamless authority front with the Protectorate, hang on to the data for future leverage.
Yeah. I remember.
I tried to swallow some moisture back into my mouth.
You know, Ayura might not crack. Family retainer, she'll have some pretty heavy loyalty conditioning.
He grinned unpleasantly.
Everybody cracks in the end, Tak. You know that. Virtual interrogation. It's crack or go insane, and these days we can even bring them back from that.
The grin faded out to something harder and no less unpleasant.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Our beloved leader in perpetuity, Conrad, will never know what we do or don't get out of her. He'll just assume the worst and cringe to heel. Or I'll call in an assault force, torch Ryla Craggs around him, and then feed him and his whole fucking family to the EMP.
I nodded, looking out across the expanse with what felt like half a smile on my mouth.
You sound almost like a Quellist.
That's what they'd like to do, too, near enough.
Seems a shame you can't come to some arrangement with them. But then, that's not really what you're here for.
Abruptly, I switched my gaze back to his face.
Is it?
Sorry?
But he wasn't really trying, and the grin lurked in the corner of his mouth.
Come on, Todd. You turn up with state-of-the-art psychographic gear. Your pal Liebeck was last deployed on Latimer. You've taken Oshima away somewhere, and you say this gig has been running for about 4 years, which ties in rather too neatly with the start of the MechSec initiative. You're not here for the Quellists. You're here to keep an eye on the decom technology.
The grin crept out.
Very sharp. Actually, though, you're wrong. We're here to do both. It's the juxtaposition of cutting-edge decom and a residual Quellist presence that's got the Protectorate really shitting their pants. That and the orbitals, of course.
The orbitals?
I blinked at him. What have the orbitals got to do with it? At the moment, nothing. And that's the way we'd like it to stay, but with decom tech,
There's just no way to be sure of that anymore. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the numbness. What? Why? Because, he said seriously, the fucking stuff appears to work. Chapter 48. They brought Sylvie Oshima's body out of the bailing station on a bulky gray grav sled with Tseng markings and a curving plastic shield to keep the rain off. Liebeck steered the sled with a handheld remote, and another woman, I assumed was Tomaselli, brought up the rear with a shoulder-borne monitor system, also Tseng logoed. I'd managed to lever myself to my feet as they came out, and oddly Murakami seemed content to let me stay that way. We stood side by side in silence, like mourners at some premillennial funeral procession, watching the grav bed and its burden arrive. Looking down at Oshima's face, I remembered the ornate stone garden at the top of Ryla Crags, the stretcher there, and it struck me that for the crucible of a new revolutionary era, this woman was spending a lot of time strapped unconscious to conveyances for invalids. This time, under the transparent cover, her eyes were open, but didn't seem to be registering anything. If it hadn't been for the vital signs display on a built-in screen beside her head, you could have believed you were looking at a corpse. You are, Tak. You're looking at the corpse of the Quellist revolution there. This was all they had, and with Coy and the others gone, there's no one going to bring it back to life. It wasn't really a shock that Murakami had executed Coy, Brazel, and Trey. I'd been expecting it at some level from the moment I woke up. I'd seen it in Virginia Vidora's face as she slumped against the mooring post. When she spat out the words, it was no more than confirmation. And when Murakami nodded matter-of-factly and showed me the fistful of freshly excised cortical stacks, all I had was the sickening sensation of staring into a mirror at some kind of terminal damage to myself. Come on, Tak. He had stuffed the stacks back in a pocket of his stealth suit and wiped his hands together dismissively, grimacing. I had no choice, you can see that. I already told you we can't afford a rerun of the unsettlement, not least because these guys were always going to lose, and then the Protectorate boot comes down, and who wants that? Virginia Vidora spat at him. It was a good effort, considering she was still slumped against the mooring post 3 or 4 meters away. Murakami sighed. Just fucking think about it for a moment, will you, Virginia? Think what a neo-Quellist uprising is going to do to this planet. You think Adoracion was bad? You think Sharia was a mess? That's nothing to what would have happened here if your beach party pals had raised the revolutionary standard. Believe me, the Hapeda administration aren't fucking about here. They're hardliners with a runaway mandate. They'll crush anything that looks like a revolt anywhere in the settled worlds, and if it takes planetary bombardment to suppress it, then that is what they'll use. Yeah, she snapped. And that's what we're supposed to accept as a model of governance, is it? Corrupt oligarchic overlordship backed up with overwhelming military force. Murakami shrugged again. I don't see why not. Historically, it works. People like doing what they're told. And it's not like this oligarchy is so bad, is it? I mean, look at the conditions people live in. We're not talking settlement years poverty and oppression anymore. That's 3 centuries gone. And why is it gone? Vidora's voice had gone faint. I began to worry that she was concussed. Surfer spec sleeves are tough, but they don't design them to take the facial damage she'd incurred. You fucking moron. It's because the Quellists kicked it in the head. Murakami made an exasperated gesture. Okay then, so they've served their purpose, haven't they? We don't need them back again.
That's crab shit, Murakami, and you know it. But Vidora was staring emptily at me as she spoke. Power isn't a structure, it's a flow system. It either accumulates at the top or it diffuses through the system. Quellism set that diffusion in motion, and those motherfuckers in Millsport have been trying to reverse the flow ever since. Now it's accumulative again. Things are just going to go on getting worse. They'll keep taking away and taking away from the rest of us, and in another 100 years you're going to wake up and it will be the fucking settlement years again. Murakami nodded all through the speech, as if he were giving the matter serious thought.
Yeah, thing is, Virginia, he said when she'd finished, they don't pay me, and they certainly never trained me to worry about 100 years from now. They trained me, you trained me, in fact, to deal with present circumstance. And that's what we're doing here.
Present circumstance. Sylvie Oshima. DCOM.
Fucking mexec,
Murakami said irritably, nodding at the prone figure in the grav bed. If it was my call, there's no way local government would have had access to this stuff at all, let alone a mandate to license it out to a bunch of drugged-up bounty hunter dysfunctionals. We could have had an envoy specialist team deployed to clean up New Hawk, and none of this would ever have happened.
Yeah, but it would have cost too much, remember?
He nodded glumly.
Yeah.
Same fucking reason the Protectorate leased the stuff out to everybody in the first place. Percentage return on investment. Everything's about fucking money. No one wants to make history anymore. They just want to make a pile.
Thought that was what you wanted,
Virginia Vidora said faintly.
Everyone scrabbling for cash. Oligarchical caretakers, piss-easy control system. Now you're gonna fucking complain about it?
He shot her a weary sideways look and shook his head. Liebeck and Tomaselli wandered off to share a sea-hemp spliff until Vlad Mallory showed up with Impaler. Downtime. The grav sled bobbed unattended, a meter from me. Rain fell softly on the transparent plastic covering and trickled down the curve. The wind had dropped to a hesitant breeze, and the blaster fire from the far side of the farm had long ago fallen silent. I stood in a crystalline moment of quiet and stared down at Sylvie Oshima's frozen eyes. Whispering scraps of intuition scratched around at the barriers of my conscious understanding, seeking entry.
What's this about making history, Todd? I asked tonelessly. What's going on with DCOM?
He turned to me, and there was a look on his face I'd never seen before. He smiled uncertainly. It made him look very young.
What's going on? Like I said before, what's going on is that it works. They're getting results back at Latimer TAC. Contact with the Martian AIs. Data system compatibility for the first time in nearly 600 years of trying. Their machines are talking to ours, and it's this system that bridged the gap. We've cracked the interface.
Cold, taloned claws walked briefly up my spine. I remembered Latimer and Sanction 4, and some of the things I'd seen and done there. I think I'd always known it would be pivotal. I just never believed it would come back to claim me.
Keeping it kind of quiet, aren't they?
I said mildly.
Wouldn't you be?
Murakami stabbed a finger at the supine figure on the grav sled.
What that woman's got wired into her head will talk to the machines the Martians left behind. In time, it might be able to tell us where they've gone. It might even lead us to them.
He choked a laugh.
And the joke is, she's not an archaeologist. She's not a trained envoy systems officer or a Martian specialist. No,
She's a fucking bounty hunter, Tack, a borderline psychotic mercenary machine killer. And there are fuck knows how many more like her, all wandering around with this stuff active in their heads. Do you get any sense of how badly the Protectorate is fucked up this time? You were up there in New Hawk. Can you imagine the consequences if our first contact with a hyper-advanced alien culture happens through these people? We'll be lucky if the Martians don't come back and sterilize every planet we've colonized, just to be on the safe side. I felt suddenly like sitting down again. The trembling from the stun blast came rolling back over me, up from the guts and through my head, leaving it light. I swallowed the nausea and tried to think straight over a clamor of suddenly recalled detail. Sylvie's slip-ins and laconic murderous action against the Scorpion gun cluster.
Your whole system of life is inimical to ours. Yeah, and besides which, we want the fucking land.
Orr and his wrecking bar stood over the dysfunctional Karakuri in the tunnel under Drava.
So, we gonna switch it off or what?
Decom bravado aboard Guns for Guevara, vaguely amusing for its ludicrous presumption, until you gave it a context that might mean something.
Anytime you come up with a way to decom an orbital, Laz, just let us know.
Yeah, count me in. Bring down an orbital, they'd make Mitzi Harlan give you head every morning for the rest of your life.
Oh, fuck. You really think she could do that? I asked numbly. You think she's capable of talking to the orbitals? He bared his teeth. It was anything but a grin. Tack, for all I know, she already has been talking to them. We've got her sedated right now, and the Stheng gear is monitoring her for transmissions. That's part of the brief, but there's no telling what she's already done. And if she starts... He shrugged and looked away. Then I've got my orders. Oh, great. Very constructive. Tack, what fucking choice do we have? Desperation edged his voice. You know the weird shit that's been going down in New Hawk? Mimits doing things they're not supposed to? Mimits built to specs no one remembers from the unsettlement? Everyone thinks that's some kind of machine evolution, basic nanotech all grown up. But what if it's not? What if it's decom that's triggering this? What if the orbitals are waking up because they've got a whiff of the command software and they're doing something to the mimits in response? That stuff was designed to appeal to Martian machine systems as near as we understand them, and the word out of Latimer is that it works. So why wouldn't it work here? I stared at Sylvie Oshima, and Yad's voice echoed back through my head.
All this gibbering shit, the blackouts, turning up at sites someone else had already worked, that's all post-Iamon. Handful of times we zeroed in on mimic activity. By the time we got there, it was all over. Looked like they'd been fighting each other.
My mind went spinning off down the avenues Murakami's own envoy intuition had opened for me. What if they hadn't been fighting each other? Or what if... Sylvie, semi-conscious on a bunk in Drava, muttering,
It knew me. Like an old friend. Like a...
The woman who called herself Nadia Makita, lying in another bunk aboard Balban Islander.
Grigori. There's something that sounds like Grigori down there.
Those people you've got in your pocket, I said quietly to Murakami. The ones you murdered for the sake of a more stable tomorrow for us all. They all believed this was Quellcrist Falconer. Well, belief is a funny thing, Tack. He was staring away past the grab sled, and there was no humor in his tone at all. You're an envoy, you know that. Yeah. So what do you believe? For a couple of moments he was silent. Then he shook his head and looked at me directly. What do I believe, Tack? I believe that if we're about to decode the keys to Martian civilization, then the really dead coming back to life is going to seem like a small and relatively unremarkable event.
You think it's her?
I don't care if it's her. It doesn't change a thing. A shout from Tomaselli. Impaler came forging around the side of Segesvar's devastated farm like some huge, thuggish cyborg elephant ray. At the risk of throwing up again, I worked the Neurochem gingerly and made out Mallory, standing in the conning tower with his comms officer and a couple of other pirates I didn't recognize. I stood closer to Murakami.
I've got one other question, Todd.
What are you planning to do with us, Virginia and me? Well, he rubbed vigorously at his cropped hair so fine spray flew out of it. The hint of a grin surfaced, as if the return to practical topics of conversation was some kind of reunion with an old friend. That's a little problematic, but we'll sort something out. Way things are these days back on Earth, they'd probably want me to bring you both in or wipe you both out. Renegade envoys don't profile well under the current administration. I nodded wearily.
And so?
The grin powered up. And so, fuck 'em. You're an envoy, Tack, so is she. Just because you lost your clubhouse privileges doesn't mean you don't belong. Just walking away from the Corps doesn't change what you are. You think I'm going to write that off because a greasy little gang of Earth politicians are looking for scapegoats? I shook my head.
That's your employers you're talking about there, Todd.
Fuck that. I answer to Envoy Command. We don't EMP our own people. He caught his lower lip in his teeth, glanced at Virginia Vidora, and then back at me. His voice dropped to a mutter.
But I'm going to need some cooperation to swing this, Tack. She's taken the whole thing too hard. I can't turn her loose with that attitude, not least because she's likely to put a plasma frag bolt through the back of my head as soon as I turn around. Impaler drifted in sideways toward an unused section of the dock. Her grapples fired and chewed holes in the evercrete. A couple of them hit rotten patches and tugged loose as soon as they started to crank taut. The hoverloader backed off slightly in a mound of stirred-up water and shredded bellowweed. The grapples wound back and fired again. Something behind me wailed. At first, some stupid part of me thought it was Virginia Vidora finally venting her pent-up grief. A fraction of a second later, I caught up with the machine tone of the sound and identified it for what it was. An alarm. Time seemed to slam to a halt. Seconds turned into ponderous slabs of perception. Everything moved with the lazy calm of motion underwater. Liebeck, spinning away from the water's edge, lit spliff tumbling from her open mouth, bouncing off the upper slope of her breast in a brief splutter of embers. Murakami yelling at my ear, moving past me toward the grab sled. The monitor system built into the sled screaming, a whole rack of data coil systems flaring to life like candles along one side of Sylvie Oshima's suddenly twitching body. Sylvie's eyes wide open and fixed on mine as the gravity of her stare drags my own gaze in. The alarm, unfamiliar as the new Thing hardware, but only one possible meaning behind it. And Murakami's arm, raised, hand filled with the Kalashnikov as he clears it from his belt. My own yell, stretching out and blending with his, as I throw myself forward to block him, hands still bound, hopelessly slow. And then the clouds ripped open in the east and vomited angel fire. And the dock lit up with light and fury. And the sky fell in. Chapter 49. Afterward, it took me a while to realize I wasn't dreaming again. There was the same hallucinatory, abandoned quality to the scene around me as the childhood nightmare I'd relived after the stun blast, the same lack of coherent sense. I was lying on the dock at Segesvar's farm again, but
It was deserted, and my hands were suddenly unbound. A faint mist lay over everything, and the colors seemed bleached out of the surroundings. The grab sled stood patiently floating where it had been, but with twisted dream logic it was Virginia Verdora who now lay on it, face pallid on either side of the massive bruise across her features. A few meters out into the expanse, patches of water were inexplicably burning with pale flames. Sylvie Oshima sat watching them, hunched forward on one of the mooring posts like a rip-wing, and frozen in place. She must have heard me stumbling as I got up, but she didn't move or look around. It had stopped raining, finally. The air smelled scorched. I walked unsteadily to the water's edge and stood beside her. "Grigori fucking Ishii," she said, still without looking at me. "Sylvie?" Then she turned, and I saw the confirmation. The DCOM command head was back. The detail of how she held herself, the look in her eyes, the voice had all shifted back. She smiled wanly. "This is all your fault, Mickey. You gave me Ishii to think about. I couldn't leave it alone. Then I remembered who he was, and I had to go back down there and look for him. And dig through the paths he came in on, the paths she came in on, too, once I started looking." She shrugged, but it wasn't an easy gesture. "I opened the way." "You're losing me. Who is Grigori Ishii?" "You really don't remember? Kids' history class, year 3? The Alarbados crater?" "My head hurts, Sylvie, and I cut a lot of school. Get to the point." "Grigori Ishii was a Quellist jetcopter pilot with the fallback detachment at Alarbados, the one who tried to fly Quell out. He died with her when the angel fire cut loose." "Then—" "Yeah." She laughed. Barely. A single small sound. "She is who she says she is." I stopped and looked around me, trying to encompass the enormity of it. "Did she do this?" "No, I did." A shrugged correction. "They did. I asked them to." "You called down the angel fire? You hot-wired an orbital?" A smile drifted across her face, but it seemed to catch on something painful as it passed. "Yeah, all that crap shit we used to talk, and I'm really the one that swings it. Doesn't seem possible, does it?" I pressed a hand hard against my face. "Sylvie, you're going to have to slow down. What happened to Ishii's jetcopter?" "Nothing. I mean everything. Exactly what you read about in school. The angel fire got it, just like they tell you when you're a kid. Just like the story." She was talking more to herself than to me, still staring away into the mist the orbital strike had created when it vaporized Impaler and the 4 meters of water beneath. "It's not the way we thought, Mickey. The angel fire? It's a blast beam, but it's more than that. It's a recording device, too. A recording angel. It destroys everything it touches, but everything it touches has a modifying effect on the energy in the beam as well. Every single molecule, every single subatomic particle changes the beam's energy state fractionally. And when it's done, it carries a perfect image of whatever it's destroyed. And it stores the images afterward. Nothing's ever lost." I coughed. Laughter and disbelief. "You've got to be fucking kidding me. You're telling me Quellchrist Falconer has spent the last 300 years inside a fucking Martian database?" "She was lost at first,"
she murmured. She wandered for such a long time among the wings. She didn't understand what had happened to her. She didn't know she'd been transcribed. She had to be so fucking strong. I tried to imagine what that might be like. A virtual existence in a system built by alien minds. And couldn't. It made my skin crawl. So how did she get out? Sylvie looked at me with a curious gleam in her eyes. The orbital sent her. Oh, please. No, it's... She shook her head. I don't pretend to understand the protocols, only what happened. It saw something in me, or in the combination of me and the command software, maybe. Some kind of analogy, something it thought it understood. I was the perfect template for this consciousness, apparently. I think the whole orbital net is an integrated system, and I think it's been trying to do this for some time. All that modified mimint behavior in New Hawk, I think the system's been trying to download the human personalities it has stored, all the people the orbitals have burned out of the sky over the past 4 centuries, or whatever's left of them. Up to now, it's been cramming them into mimint minds. Poor Grigori Ishii. He was part of the scorpion gun we took down. Yeah. You said you knew it. When you were delirious in Drava. Not me. She knew it. She recognized something about him. I don't think there was much left of Ishii's personality. She shivered. There's certainly not much left of him down in the holding cells. It's a shell at best by now, and it's not sane. But something tripped her memories of him, and she flooded the system trying to get out and deal with it. It's why the engagement fell apart. I couldn't cope, and she came storming up out of the deep capacity like a fucking bomb blast. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to assimilate. But why would the orbitals do that? Why start downloading? I told you I don't know. Maybe they don't know what to do with human personality forms. It can't be what they were designed for. Maybe they put up with it for a century or so and then started looking for a place to put the garbage. The Mimints have had New Hawk to themselves for the last 300 years. That's most of our whole history here. Maybe this has been going on all the time. There's no reason we'd know about it before the MechSec initiative. I wondered distantly how many people had lost their lives to the angel fire over the 400 years since Harlan's world was settled. Accidental victims of pilot error, political prisoners cut loose on grav harnesses from Ryla Crags and a dozen other such execution spots around the globe. The few odd deaths where the orbitals had acted out of character and destroyed outside their normal parameters. I wondered how many dissolved into screaming insanity inside the Martian orbital databases. How many more went the same way as they were stuffed unceremoniously into mimint minds in New Hawk. I wondered how many were left. Pilot error. Sylvie. What? She'd gone back to staring out over the expanse. Were you aware when we pulled you out of Ryla? Did you know what was going on around you? Millsport? Not really. Some of it. Why? There was a firefight with a swoopcopter, and the orbitals got it. I thought at the time the pilot miscalculated his rate of rise or something, or the orbitals were twitchy from the fireworks. But you would have died if he had kept strafing us. You think? She shrugged. Maybe. I don't know. It's not a reliable link. She gestured around her and laughed, a little unsteadily. I can't do this sort of thing at will, you know. Like I said, I had to ask nicely. Todor Murakami, vaporized. Tomaselli and Liebeck, Vlad Mallory, and his whole crew,
the entire armored body of the Impaler and the hundreds of cubic meters of water she floated on even. I looked at my wrists and saw a tiny burn on each. The bioweld cuffs from my and Virginia's hands. All gone in the microsecond unleashing of a minutely controlled wrath from the sky. I thought about the precision of understanding necessary for a machine to achieve all that from 500 kilometers above the surface of the planet. The idea that there could be an afterlife and its guardians circling up there. And then I remembered the tidy little bedroom in the virtuality, the renouncer tract peeling away at one corner from the back of the door. I looked at Sylvie again, and I understood some of what must be happening inside her.
"What does it feel like?" I asked her gently. "Talking to them."
She snorted.
"What do you think? It feels like religion, like all my mother's crap-shit pontifications suddenly coming home to roost. It's not talking, it's like—"
She gestured.
"Like sharing, like melting down the delineation that makes you who you are. I don't know, like sex maybe, like good sex, but not the... Oh, fuck it, I can't describe it to you, Mickey. I barely believe it happened at all." "Yeah."
She grinned sourly.
"Union with the Godhead. Except people like my mother would have run screaming out of the upload center rather than really face something like that. It's a dark path, Mickey. I opened the door and the software knew what to do next. It wanted to take me there. It's what it's for. But it's dark, and it's cold. It leaves you naked, stripped down. There are things like wings to cover you, but they're cold, Mickey. Cold and rough, and they smell of cherries and mustard."
"But is it the orbital talking to you? Or do you think there are Martians in there running it?" Out of somewhere she came up with another crooked grin.
"That'd be something, wouldn't it? Solving the great mystery of our time. Where are the Martians? Where have they all gone?"
For a long moment I let the image soak through me. Our bat-winged raptor predecessors hurling themselves into the sky by the thousands and waiting for the angel fire to flash down and transfigure them, burn them to ash and virtual rebirth above the clouds. Coming, maybe, from every other world in their hegemony and pilgrimage, gathering for their moment of irrevocable transcendence. I shook my head. Borrowed imagery from the renouncer school and some trace element of perverse Christian sacrifice myth. It's the first thing they teach cub archaeologues. Don't try to transfer your anthropomorphic baggage onto what is nothing like human.
"Too easy," I said.
"Yeah, what I thought. Anyway, it's the orbital that's talking. It feels like a machine, the same way the mimets do, the same way the software does. But yes, there are still Martians in there. Grigori Ishi, what's left of him, gibbers about them when you can get any verbal sense out of him at all, and I think Nadia's going to remember something similar when she gets enough distance on it. I think when she does that, when she finally remembers how she walked out of their database and into my head, she's going to be able to really talk to them. And it's going to make the link I've got look like Morse code on tom-toms by comparison."
I thought she didn't know how to use the command software.
"She doesn't. Not yet. But I can teach her, Mickey."
There was a peculiar tranquility on Sylvie Oshima's face as she spoke. It was something I'd never seen there before. In all the time we spent together in the uncleared and after, it reminded me of Nikolai Natsume's face in the Renouncer Monastery, before we came and spoiled it all for him. Sense of purpose, confirmed beyond human doubt. A belonging to what you did that I hadn't known since Inenin, and that I didn't expect to feel again. I felt a wry envy curl through me instead. Going to be a decom sensei, Sylvie? That the plan? She gestured impatiently.
I'm not talking about teaching in the real world. I'm talking about her. Down in the capacity vault, I can crank up the real-time ratio so we get months out of every minute, and I can show her how to do this. It's not like hunting the mimics. That's not what this stuff is for. It's only now I realize that. All the time I spent in the uncleared, it feels like I was half asleep by comparison with this. It feels like I was born for.
That's the software talking, Sylvie.
Yeah, maybe. So what?
I couldn't think of any answer to that. Instead, I looked across at the grab sled where Virginia Vidora lay, in place of Sylvie. I moved closer, and it felt like something was tugging me there by a cable wired into my guts. She going to be okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Sylvie pushed herself wearily off the mooring post.
Friend of yours, huh?
Something like that.
Yeah, well, that bruising on her face looks bad. Think the bone might be cracked. I stuck her in there as gently as I could, kicked the system on, but all it's done so far is sedate her. On general principles, I think. Haven't gotten a diagnosis out of it yet. You'll need
Huh? I turned to prompt her and saw the gray-cased canister at the top of its arc. There was no time to get to Sylvie, no time to do anything except fling myself, tumbling, over the grav sled and into the scant shadow its covered length offered. Sang military custom. At a minimum, it had to be battlefield-hardened. I hit the ground on the other side and flattened myself to the dock, arms wrapped over my head. The grenade blew with a curiously muffled crump, and something in my head screamed with the sound. A muted shockwave slapped me, dented my hearing. I was on my feet in the blurred humming it left, no time to check for shrapnel injuries, snarling, spinning to face him as he climbed out of the water at the edge of the dock. I had no weapons, but I came around the end of the grav sled as if my hands were filled with them. "That was fast," he called. "Thought I'd get you both there." His clothes were drenched from his swim, and there was a long gash across his forehead that the water had leached, pink and bloodless. But the poise in the amber-skinned sleeve hadn't gone anywhere. The black hair was still long, tangled messily to his shoulders. He didn't appear to be armed, but he grinned at me just the same. Sylvie lay crumpled, halfway between the water and the sled. I couldn't see her face. "I'm going to fucking kill you now," I said coldly. "Yeah, you're gonna try, old man. Do you know what you've done? Do you have any fucking idea who you just killed?" He shook his head, mock sorrowful. "You really are getting past your sell-by date, aren't you? You think I'm going to go back to the Harlan family with a corpse when I can take a live sleeve? That's not what I'm getting paid for. That was a stun grenade. My last one, unfortunately. Didn't you hear it crack? Kinda hard to mistake if you've been anywhere near a battlefield recently. But then maybe you haven't. Shockwave knockout and inhaled molecular shrapnel to keep everyone that way? She'll be out all day. Don't lecture me on battlefield weaponry, Kovacs. I fucking was you, and I gave it up to do something more interesting." "Really? The anger sparked in the startling blue eyes. What was that, then? Low-grade criminality or failed revolutionary politics? They tell me you've had a crack at both. I stalked forward a step and watched him draw into a combat guard. Whatever they tell you, I have seen a century more sunrises than you, and now I'm gonna take them all away from you. Yeah. He made a disgusted sound in his throat. Well, if they're all leading up to what you are now, you'd be doing me a favor. Because whatever else happens to me, the one thing I never want to be is you. I'd rather blow my own stack out of the back of my head than end up standing where you are now. Then why don't you do that? It'll save me the trouble. He laughed. It was meant to be contemptuous, I think, but didn't quite make it. There was a nervousness to it, and too much emotion. He made a displacement gesture. Man, I'm almost tempted to let you walk away. I feel so sorry for you. I shook my head. Nah, you don't understand. I'm not going to let you take her back to Harlan again. This is over. It certainly fucking is. I can't believe how totally you fucked up your life. Just fucking look at you. You look at me. It's the last face you're ever gonna see, you stupid little fuck. Don't get melodramatic on me, old man. Oh, you think this is melodrama? No. This time he got the edge on the contempt about right. It's too fucking pitiful even for that. It's wildlife. You're like some lame old wolf that can't keep up with the pack anymore, has to hang around on the fringes and hope it can grab some meat no one else wants. I can't believe you fucking quit the Corps, man. I can't fucking believe it. Yeah, well, you weren't fucking there, I snapped. Yeah, because if I had been, it never would have happened. You think I would have let it all go down the drain like that? Just fucking walked away like Dad did? Hey, fuck you. You left them just the same, you fuck. You walked out on the Corps and you walked out of their lives. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They needed me in their lives like a fucking web jelly in a swimming pool. I was a criminal. That's right, you were. What do you want, a fucking medal for it? Oh, what would you have done? You're an ex-envoy. You know what that means? Barred from holding public office, military rank, or any corporate post above menial level. No access to legal credit facilities. You're so fucking smart. What would you have done with that hand? I wouldn't have quit in the first place. You weren't fucking there. Oh, okay. What would I have done as an ex-envoy? I don't know. But what I do fucking know is that I wouldn't have ended up like you after nearly 200 years. Alone, broke, and dependent on Radul Segesvar and a bunch of fucking surfers. You know I tracked you to Rad before you got here yourself. Did you know that? Of course I did. He stumbled for a moment. Not much envoy poise in his voice. He was too angry. Yeah. And did you know we've plotted just about every move you've made since Takitamora? Did you know I set up the ambush at Ryla? Yes, that bit seemed to go especially well. A new increment of rage twisted his face. It didn't fucking matter because we had Rad anyway. We were covered from the start. Why do you think you got away so fucking easily? Because the orbitals shot down your swoopcopter and the rest of you were too fucking incompetent to track us into the Northern Arm, perhaps? Fuck you! You think we looked hard for you? We knew where you were going, man, right from the start. We've been on you right from the fucking start. Enough. It was a hard pellet of decision in the center of my chest, and it drove me forward, hands raised. Well then, I said softly, all you've got to do now is finish it. Think you can manage that all on your own? There was a long moment when we stared at each other, and the inevitability of the fight dripped down behind our eyes. Then he rushed me. shattering blows to throat and groin, unwrapping from a tightly gathered line of attack that drove me back a full 2 meters before I could contain it. I turned the groin strike on a sweeping block downward with one arm and dropped low enough to take the throat chop on the forehead. My own counter exploded at the same time, directly up and into the base of his chest. He staggered, tried to hook my arm with a favorite Aikido move I recognized so well that I nearly laughed. I broke free of it and stabbed at his eyes with stiffened fingers. He swept a tight, graceful circle out of reach and unleashed a sidekick into my ribs. It was too high, and it wasn't fast enough. I grabbed the foot and twisted savagely. He rolled with it, took the fall, and kicked for my head with his other foot as momentum rolled him through the air. His instep cracked me across the face. I was already backing off rapidly to avoid the full force of the kick. I lost my hold on his foot and my vision flew briefly apart. I staggered back against the grab sled as he hit the ground. It bobbed on its fields and held me up. I shook my head to get the airy lightness out of it. It wasn't quite as savage as it should have been. We were both tired, and relying inevitably on the conditioned systems in the sleeves we wore. We were both making mistakes that, under other circumstances, might have been lethal. And perhaps we were neither of us really sure what we were doing here in the quiet, mist-tinged unreality of the empty dock.
"The aspirants believe,"
Sylvie's voice, brooding in the capacity vault,
"everything outside is an illusion, a shadow play created by the ancestor gods to cradle us until we can build our own tailored reality and upload into it."
That's comforting, isn't it? I spat and drew breath, got off the curve of the grab sled cover. If you let it be. Across the dock, he climbed back to his feet. I got in fast while he was still recovering, summoned everything I had left. He saw it coming and twisted to meet me. Kick turned off a raised and crooked leg. Fists brushed aside on a pivoting double-handed block across his head and chest. I lunged past on deflected momentum, and he followed me around, elbow hooking into the back of my head. I went down before he could do more damage, rolled and flailed in an attempt to knock his feet out from under him. He danced aside, took the time to snarl a grin, and came back in, stamping. For the second time that morning, my time sense dissolved. Combat conditioning and the jacked-up Aishindo nervous system slowed everything to a crawl. Blurry motion scrawled around the approaching strike, and behind it, the bared teeth of his grin.
"Stop laughing, you fuck!"
Segasvar's face, long decades of bitterness contorting to rage and then despair as my taunts sheared through the armor of illusions he'd built up for himself over a lifetime of violence. Murakami, fistful of bloody excised stacks, shrugging back at me like a mirror. Mother, and the dream, and he stamps with a booted foot on her stomach. She convulses and rolls on her side. The bowl goes over and soapy water laps out toward me. Tidal rage rising. I'm older with every passing second. Soon I'll be old enough and I'll reach the door. I'll kill him with my bare hands. There are weapons in my hands. My hands are weapons.
"A shadow play."
His foot came down. It seemed to take forever. I rolled at the last moment into him. Committed, he had nowhere to go. The blow landed on my upturned shoulder and unbalanced him. I kept rolling, and he stumbled. Luck put one of his heels against something lying on the dock. Sylvie's motionless form. He toppled backward over her. I came upright, hurdled Sylvie's body, and this time I caught him before he could regain his feet. I put a brutal kick into the side of his head. Blood jumped in the air as his scalp tore. Another before he could roll. His mouth tore and spilled more blood. He slumped, propped himself groggily up, and I landed hard on his right arm and chest with all my weight. He grunted, and I thought I felt the arm snap. I lashed down with open palm to his temple. His head rolled, his eyes fluttered. I drew up for the chop to the throat that would crush his larynx.
A shadow play. Self-hatred works for you, because you can channel it out into rage at whatever targets for destruction come to hand. It's a static model, Kovacs. It's a sculpture of despair.
I stared down at him. He was barely moving. He'd be easy to kill. I stared at him.
Self-hatred. Shadow play.
Mother! Out of nowhere, an image of hanging beneath the Martian area to Kitamura from a grip welded shut, paralyzed and suspended. I saw my hand clamped on the cable, holding me up, keeping me alive, locking me in place. I saw myself unhinge the grip, one numbed finger at a time, and move. I got up. I got off him and stepped back. Stood staring, trying to work out what I'd just done. He blinked up at me. "You know," I said, and my voice jammed rustily. I had to start again, quietly, wearily. "You know, fuck you. You weren't at Anenin. You weren't on Loiko. You weren't at Sanction 4 or Hun Home. You've never even been to Earth. What the fuck do you know?" He spat out blood, sat up and wiped his smashed mouth. I laughed mirthlessly and shook my head. "You know what? Let's see you do it better. Think you can sidestep all my fuck-ups? Go on then, fucking try." I moved aside and waved at the moored ranks of skimmers by the dock. "Gotta be a few of those that weren't shot up all that badly. Choose your own ride out of here. No one's going to be looking for you. Get moving while you're ahead." He picked himself up a fraction at a time. His eyes never left mine. His hands trembled with tension, floating at guard. Maybe I hadn't broken his arm after all. I laughed again, and it felt better this time. "I mean it. Let's see you steer my fucking life better than I have. Let's see you not end up like I have. Go on." He stepped past me, still wary, face grim. "Yeah, I will," he said. "I don't see how I could do much worse." "Then fucking go! Get the fuck out of here!" I grabbed at the fresh anger, the urge to knock him down again and finish it. I cranked it back down. It took surprisingly little effort. My voice came out even again. "Don't fucking stand here bitching to me about it. Let's see you do better." He gave me one more guarded look, and then he walked away to the edge of the dock and toward the less damaged skimmers. I watched him go. A dozen meters away, he paused and turned back. I thought he started to lift one hand, and a liquid gout of blaster fire splashed out from across the dock. It caught him in the head and chest and torched away everything in its path. He stood for a moment, gone from the chest up, and then the smoking ruins of his body collapsed sideways over the edge of the dock, bounced off the nose carapace of the nearest skimmer, and slid into the water with a flat splash. Something tiny stabbed up under my ribs. A small noise came seeping up through me, and I locked it down behind my teeth. I spun, weaponless, in the direction the blast had come from. Jadwiga stepped out of a doorway in the bailing station. From somewhere she'd gotten hold of Murakami's plasma frag rifle, or one very like it. She held it propped upright on her hip. The heat haze still shimmered around the muzzle. "I take it you've not got a problem with that?" she called across the breeze and the dead quiet between us. I closed my eyes and stood there, just breathing. It didn't help. Epilogue. From the deck of Haiduchi's daughter, the coastline of Kasuth fades to a low charcoal line astern. Tall, ugly clouds are still just visible, farther south where the storm blunders about the western end of the expanse, losing force in the shallow waters and dying. The forecasts are for calm seas and sunshine all the way north. Yaparitse reckons he could get us to Takitamora in record time, and he'd happily do it for the money we've paid him. But a sudden sprint north from an aging freight hoverloader would probably just get us noticed, and that's not what we need right now. The slow, commonplace commercial rhythm of the stopping route up the western coast of the Saffron Archipelago makes a far better cover. And timing is the key. Somewhere, I know, there's an investigation ripping through the corridors of power in Millsport. The Envoy Ops auditors have been needle-cast in, and are picking over the scant debris of Murakami's covert operation. But, like the fading storm on the expanse, it isn't going to touch us. We've got time. If we're lucky, all the time we need. The Qualgrist virus is creeping steadily through the global population, and the threat it poses will drive the Harlan family out of their aristo flesh and back into the data stacks with their ancestors. The power vacuum their withdrawal creates at the center of things will suck the rest of the First Family's oligarchy into a political maelstrom that they'll handle badly. And then things will begin to fall apart. The Yakuza, the Haiduchi, and the Protectorate will circle like bottlebacks around a weakened elephant ray, waiting for outcome and watching each other. But they won't move yet, any of them. That's what Quellcrist Falconer believes. And though sometimes it sounds a little too slick, like Soseki Koi's March of History rhetoric, I'm inclined to agree with her. I've seen this process on other worlds. In some places I've worked to bring it about, and there's the ring of truth to her projections. Plus, she was there for the unsettlement, and that makes her a bigger expert on political changes on Harlan's world than any of us. It's strange being around her. Bad enough that you know you're talking to a centuries-old historical legend. That knowledge is a fluctuating thing, sometimes vague, sometimes eerily immediate. But beyond it, there's the increasing fluidity with which she comes and goes, switching places with Sylvie Oshima the way Yaparitse changes watch on the bridge with his first officer. Sometimes you'll see it happen, and it's like a flash of static across her face. Then she blinks it away, and you're dealing with a different woman. At other times, I have moments when I'm not sure which of them I'm talking to. I have to watch the way the face moves, listen to the cadences of the voice again. I wonder if, in the decades to come, this slippery new kind of identity is going to become a common human reality. From what Sylvie tells me when she's up, there's no reason why not. The potential in the decomp systems is almost unlimited. It'll take a stronger kind of human to deal with it. But that's always been the case. With every major step in knowledge or technology that we take, you can't get by on past models. You have to keep moving forward, building better minds and bodies. Either that or the universe moves in like a swamp panther and eats you alive. I try not to think too much about Segisvar and the others, especially the other Kovacs. Slowly, I'm talking to Yad again because in the end I can't blame her for what she did. And Virginia Vidora, the night we pulled out of New Pest Harbor aboard Haiduchi's daughter, gave me an object lesson in learning to let these things go. We fucked, gently, careful of her slowly healing face, and then she wept and talked to me about Jack Sol Brazil all night. I listened and soaked it up, the way she trained me a century ago. And in the morning she took my waking erection in her hand, pumped it and mouthed it and slid it inside herself, and we fucked again, and then got up to face the day. She hasn't mentioned Brazil since, and when I did, inadvertently, she blinked and smiled, and the tears never made it out of her eyes onto her face. We are all learning to put these things away, to live with our losses, and to worry instead about something we can change. Oishi Emanescu once told me there was no point in toppling the first families because it would only bring the Protectorate and the envoys down on Harlan's world. He thought Quellism would have failed if the envoys had existed during the unsettlement. I think he was probably right, and even Quell herself has a hard time arguing it any other way. Though when the sun is going down over our burnished evening ocean and we sit on deck with tumblers of whiskey, she likes to try. It doesn't really matter, because down in the capacity vault, stretching minutes into months, Sylvie and Quell are learning to talk to the orbitals. By the time we get to Takitamora, Sylvie at least thinks they'll have it down. And from there she thinks they can teach the same trick to Oishi, and maybe some other like-minded decoms. And then we'll be ready. The mood aboard Haiduchi's daughter is quiet and grim, but there's an undercurrent of hope to it, whose unfamiliar edges I'm still feeling my way around. It isn't going to be glorious. It isn't going to be bloodless, but I'm beginning to think it can be done. I think, given the circumstances and a little angel fire, we may be able to bring down the first families, chase out the Yakuza and the Haiduchi, or at least bring them to heel. I think we may be able to warn off the Protectorate and the envoys, and then, if there's anything left, we'll maybe give Quell's demo-dynamic nanotech a shot. And I can't help believing, hoping maybe, that an orbital platform that can reach down and wipe out at one and the same time a hoverloader full of people and the minute bindings on two individual humans' hands, that can destroy and record at the same time, that can decant whole minds back into data systems on the ground. I can't help believing that the same system may be able someday to look down at the fringes of the Neuromona Ocean and find a pair of decades-abandoned, weed-grown cortical stacks, and bring back to life what they hold. This concludes Woken Furies,